show! From Michael Bay to Marvel, UK, everyone on in between. Breaking news and toy reviews, every robot fans wet dream. Grab a brew and join the crew, become part of our scene. Bring your own, let's drink our own, make sure you're at least 18. Welcome to the show, the party and the flow. Friday nights, let's go, Transformers the show.
Hello, welcome to the second part of the 24 hours. We're on the home stretch now, just 12 hours to go. So obviously, Lee's got Lee. Haven't even done 1 minute yet. We've lost you.
You do not have the right.
Look, sorry.
He's back. It's fair play. It is 8 o'clock in the morning UK time. We're gonna wrap this up. Last 12 hours. Really excited. How's the last 12 been, Pete?
It's been really fun, and it hasn't felt like 12 hours. My Garmin, when tracking my sleep, says it suggests I've been up quite a while. However, it hasn't felt like it because I think we've had some amazing guests and we've had some amazing chats. But the second 12 hours is potentially going to be even better.
This is the pedigree. Yeah.
Don't big it up too much, Pete. We're here now.
It's Rohan and Toy Me, Toy You going to kick us off. So amazing thank you to a lot of the American guests who got us through the night. And now we're on to the final hurdles. Really excited. Now, Dave, you've got the subject for today. So we have a Toy Me, Toy You crashing special. We've got Rohan as well.
I have.
And we're looking at dividing the fandom. Tell us about that, sir.
So, first of all, you guys have done such a great job on this and bringing the community together in the name of a really, really excellent cause in Mary's Meal. So well done. So Lee and I were discussing how can we ruin that and just divide the fandom and make everybody hate each other. And so we're declaring this the Breakfast Wars, and we're going to talk about all those things that basically make people fall out in the Transformers fandom.
Yes.
So if you have a controversial hot take on Transformers in the chat, do drop it, because I might run out of steam very quickly on this one, but I'm going to rely on the chat to get us through. So let's kick off with the obvious one then. Rumble and Frenzy. That's the one that's been knocking around for years and, well, decades. Since the beginning. We always debate, is Rumble red or blue? So
That is a great challenge.
for me,
I think
Rumble
Dave.
is definitely red. Because that was the original colour of the original toy. And in my mind, I always look back to the toys. I'm much more toy-centric than I am cartoon-centric. So that's where my mind goes on it. Anybody else want to contribute?
I think I should kick you, Dave.
Right,
If
well,
I'm honest,
Yeah.
'Cause everyone knows Rumble is
Yeah.
blue. Why?
yeah, I'm just letting you know now,
Yeah.
people. This is the end of the Toy Me, Toy You. Look,
It's done.
this is Rumble. This is Rumble. And this is Frenzy.
He's not wrong, you know.
This guy's own acronym, FurRib.
Yeah, for real.
We use it, in
Old
the
school.
community. So Frenzy is red, Rumble is red.
Quiet.
Frenzy is blue, Rumble is red. In the Transformers universe, Rumble is both blue and red. That's according to Google. Google not taking a hard line on that. For me, I just, do you know when you just hear something so much, and I've never ever put any effort into finding out where I sit on this line. It's because it's a color. I'm not that bothered by it. I know people are very bothered by it. I get that, but I don't see color, obviously. But also, I just don't feel it's cool enough. Now, if you get me onto Skywarp debate, to Skywarp turning Cyclonus, that for me I've got some passion about, because I think Skywarp's really cool and I think Cyclonus is really cool. That is where I don't care what anyone says, that's where I want to sit. And I'm sure someone's confirmed it as well. Whereas if you're looking at Bombshell's not that cool. I don't want him turning into Cyclonus. It doesn't match, does it? It's like the Fat Controller turning into James, the cool train. There we go, Cyclonus is right there. So yeah, for me, not bothered because it's just a colour. And because they're so inconsistent with the colours, aren't they, on the cartoon as well? I'm going to sit on the fence with that one. What do you think, Rohan?
So for me, it all comes back to everybody's childhood. This is going to be something that only people can decide on their own and what they've come up learning and knowing from day one. So for me, first thing was Transformers the movie, that iconic scene in Astro Train after the Decepticons are blasting off into space, and Rumble and Frenzy are taking on Devastator, and you can't get it out of your head that Rumble's blue. In my opinion, he's there. He's that's it. That's it. Sorry. End of discussion.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
I think you're right. It depends. I think it does stem back. It does stem back though to whether you're a comic guy or a toon guy, right? Because he was always blue in the toon, and he started off red in the comics. So if you're in either camp, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but you are. So they're blue.
Of course, there are those there are those edgelords in the community who like to say that Rumble is purple.
Now we're really getting onto the sort of
blue and red makes purple.
Nice. Right.
Okay.
We'll crack on with this. Go on. What else, Dave? What else is a hot take?
We'll move on to what you mentioned, Paul, shall we? Cyclonus. What do we think about Cyclonus and Scourge in the movie?
This is one of the ones where I'm not bothered because there's not enough evidence either way. It's not going to make me, unless something came out and Barry Hasbro said that this is the law, this is where he came from. He came from Bombshell. He came from Skywarp. I'm not going to get frustrated with this because in my mind there's enough evidence to say that it is Skywarp. It turns into Cyclonus, and that's how my mind wants to make it because that's a really cool upgrade. So yeah, I'm not bothered about that one at all. I'm happy to say it is Skywarp.
Rohan, you have some historic connections with Hasbro. Can you get Barry on the phone and confirm?
I'll try. Hang on. Now Barry's long gone, I'm afraid. Sorry, that's the way of Hasbro. What can I say except
it might be too early for him.
Yeah, it might be too early. What can I say except let's rewind this a little bit and talk about the holistic kind of element. So for me, again, looking at the movie and what happened, my understanding is you've got Thundercracker and Skywarp and the Insecticons who get converted into the new wave of Decepticons, right? Cyclonus, his Armada, and the Sweeps. So for me, without looking at what happens in the visuals, I put it in a nice, neat sort of package that Thundercracker and Skywarp become Cyclonus and his Armada, and then the Sweeps are the Insecticons, because numbers-wise, that adds up. 2 become 2 and 3 become 3. And, that might just be my anal brain putting it into a neat little box, but that's how I think about it. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm in Cyclonus' Skywarp. I'm in that team, mostly because Skywarp's one of my favourite characters, and I like the idea that Skywarp's the one that turns into Cyclonus because they're both very cool. And it's as simple as that, really. Not for any complex storyline reasons or that I have any particular insight, but just because those two characters are so awesome. And I just want Skywarp to be the one that turns into Cyclonus.
He's not gone yet.
It makes sense with the molds, doesn't it? It does make sense.
Yeah. That's a good point.
I think as fans, our logic is, of course, Cyclonus is Skywarp and Scourge is Thundercracker. But if you look at it from Unicron's point of view, they're all just scrap metal and spare parts.
Yeah.
So I'm very much Cyclonus is Skywarp. It makes sense, but as Unicron, also in the same mindset as the writers. They'll just toys, so they'll just like, oh, we'll just make it whatever. That that could be whatever. So, and as much as I hate to admit it, in the movie, it is pretty clear that Bombshell does turn into Cyclonus, but Skywarp is Cyclonus.
There's a bit of a controversial twist on that then. So in the movie, we see Cyclonus in his armada, and then the armada gets destroyed. So which one was that? Who got destroyed?
It didn't really get destroyed, did it? It just disappeared after that. You just see the armada in one scene, and then he becomes a sweep. So it's like halfway through, but Unicron changed his mind. Went, actually, I'll make you look like one of them.
He's transitioned, or he's converted. Yeah.
Good opinions. I can't just give a shout out to some of the people in the chat, because I think they've been there all night. Certainly a lot of them were on when I was last on, which was a few hours ago. Rudy, Sunstreaker, Galactus, Adam, Guzzy, Bill. Bill, you've been non-stop during the night. Zombie still on. Bisto, Nikki, Sheila's on. Hi, Sheila. Amazing, isn't it? Has anyone gone? Is anyone still with us who started with us in the chat, Pete? You know?
I think Bisto's still with there. I think Dan the Stater has been. He started to nod off. I was about to big you up then, Dan, and now you just let me down.
Oh, no.
You're a joke. Go to bed. Go to bed. Jermaine's still floating around. I'm not sure if Jermaine's still awake.
I definitely went and had a sleep
Yeah.
because I'm soft.
There's no shame in that. No shame at all. No shame at all.
Beauty sleep.
I think everyone recognises it. If anyone doesn't know Dave and Lily, they do the amazing Toy Me, Toy You, which is every other Sunday. And we had Rudy on earlier, who's the third part of that amazing trimester of Transformers knowledge. How's it going for you? How the last couple of weeks? I've been on once. Pete, I think you've been on a couple of times.
Yeah.
Roro, you've been on a few times.
I've been on, yeah, absolutely.
How is it going, Lily and Dave? You still enjoying it?
You want to take this, Lee?
Yeah. It's going great. I think we're getting more comfortable into the habit of it, and we're just enjoying it more. I just need to get them hamsters more exercise so they can work better. My internet is well known for keep going down, and that's become part of the show, really. But yeah,
Yes.
I think we're enjoying it because you got Rudy with all his knowledge, and you got Dave who's great with the guests, and then you got me.
Every show has its quirk.
Don't put yourself down, Lee. It wouldn't work without you. It's really good. It started off as just me and Lee, and it's just good to get together and have a bit of banter. We sort of wanted to do something similar to Transformers the show, but more general, so it covers any kind of action figures and toys. And and bringing Rudy on board has been really cool as well. And it's just great for the three of us to get together and have a natter on a Sunday evening about toys and have fun. And it's even better that we have some regular people who join us in the chat and support it as well. So it's just cool, you know.
Such a great community, and they're always thankful for as well, who dive in, you guys as well. That's what makes it just a nice, lovely thing to do. And sometimes we feel, go on, sorry, Pete.
The fun's the most important aspect. All of it, whether it's the collecting or the talking about it, it's meant to be fun. You know, the internet going down or losing audio on some of your guests or whatever, it just adds to the fun and the drama, I guess. It's meant to be enjoyable.
I mean, like,
Definitely.
Enjoyable. Doing live streams, it just adds another layer to this hobby, doesn't it? Where I collect toys, now I get to talk about the toys. And it's just fun.
It's a great way to get into the community, isn't it? I remember the whole reason we've done this was pretty much down to Soundway SG1 was talking about like going to TFN and doing questions and stuff. You just want to get involved somehow. You have to have some sort of output to communicate to that, and that was originally through YouTube. We've done some answering the questions, and then that's what finally turned into Transformers the show. Animals were actually Transformers. I know toys carried that name, but the TV series didn't. Yeah, that's right.
I
I
mean,
gave away my
loosely, Bill. bread you can transform from bread to toast, but it don't count.
You can blame Hasbro for that one. Just coming back to me till you, I think Pete, you've done a great job there. If you guys haven't already, till all our fun, that should be your tagline, and you should have a little there in the
Till all our fun. That's good. Marketing genius.
Yeah. Get yourself working for a toy brand.
Right, come on, Dave. What's another controversial opinion?
Right. Well, I don't want to take over. Has anybody else got a hot take they want to throw in?
I've got one. I think people like this one. Truck or monkey?
Oh no! Come on.
Classic.
Is Beast Wars really that bad, Pete?
No, it's not about it being that bad. It's not that good. So it's got to be truck all day long. Look, Beast Wars has its place.
Yeah.
Okay, but when we were talking to Neil Kaplan earlier on the stream, even he said himself, when you think Optimus Prime, it's hard not to think about G1 and Peter Cullen and stuff. And I think that's most people's go-to. But on the flip side of that, some people's G1 is Beast Wars, and it's okay. Look, we've established on this chat that it's okay to be wrong, and it is. So if you're going monkey, okay.
I would obviously go truck because I grew up with the original G1 cartoon. I love Optimus Prime. That's my first choice. In terms of Beast Wars, I didn't stay with the franchise through the Beast Wars cartoon originally, and now watching it back, I actually haven't got into it at all because I tried to watch the first episode and just visually went, no, this is not for me.
Wow.
Like my eyes hurt. I cannot watch this CGI now, years later. If I'd watched it at the time, it may have been different.
Yeah.
But I understand people absolutely love it. That's fine. For me, I do have the Beast Wars reissue Scorponok toy, and that is an excellent toy. Really good. I got the Optimus Primal one as well. I was less keen on that one. It's not a bad toy, but it's a little bit clunky in some ways. But then I have is it Kingdom? I have the Kingdom Optimus Primal, and that is an excellent toy. So there are kind of bits of Beast Wars that I can appreciate toy wise, if not the cartoon. Maybe if they kind of redid it with different visuals, I might be able to get into it.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Please, Hasbro.
Good old-fashioned 2D animation.
How did you find the Beast Wars film? Because I loved that. I thought it was brilliant.
Rise of the Beast. I thought that was a pretty good movie, actually. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Loosely aligned with Beast Wars because it had beasts in it.
The best kind of Beast Wars.
Exactly. My hot take on this is it's a non-debate. You got Optimus Prime and you've got Optimus Primal. They are two completely separate characters. They are two completely separate figures. So, truck or monkey, it's whatever you grew up with, as everyone has said already. And if you watch Beast Wars and understand the storyline, you'll realize that Optimus Primal is a descendant of Optimus Prime anyway. So what does it matter? You choose what you want and happy days. But just coming back to the point both of you made about the Beast Wars cartoon and Beast Wars in general. When Beast Wars came out in 1996, me and my brother absolutely hated it. We just looked at it and said, this is not Transformers. This is some other thing that the company who made Transformers are trying to shove down our throats and rebranding the brand because they're done with what was G1 effectively. And we just sort of shunned it for years and years. And then I think about 5 years later, we went back and revisited it and saw that actually the storytelling in Beast Wars is absolutely immense. I understand where you're coming from in terms of the visuals. Yes, they are definitely dated. Some of the jokes probably wouldn't cut the mustard today, but what can we say? It's still fun. And ultimately, some of the stories are brilliant. I was talking to some members of my family the other day. We went to visit Stonehenge. How many cartoons can you say have got Stonehenge in them? Beast Wars has got Stonehenge, and it's got a real tenuous link to, you know, Transformers lore. That's amazing to me. So yeah, that's my take.
I just felt at the start of Beast Wars, they had animals like a rat, is it? A rhino. Just really boring animals, like animals I don't like. 18-year-old, 16, 15-year-old me did not give a fuck about a rat. Like maybe if it was a scorpion, I know they've done Scorpion Hawk, that was amazing. They're really
Give a
cool
rat's
animal.
about the rats.
Yeah, exactly.
The Predacons kicked ass
Just
in terms
say how
of
it is, Paul. You're just disappointed that they didn't have the giraffe.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
should have
that's
gone
quite
straight
long
in
neck.
with Nekimus Prime.
Straight away off the quest
They
for the
should have
giraffe
stuck
matrix.
Lograk in the first one from the beginning.
But then you look at what
Really
they've
stick
done
their
with
neck out.
Beast Wars, was it Beast Wars Neo and Beast Wars Transmetals 1 and Transmetals 2, and they started fucking putting like rocket packs on cheetahs and what's it, Primal, what's his name, Optimus? Primal?
Primal, yeah.
No, it's the other one. Oh, he's there. He's up there.
Oh, Optimus.
Oh,
Optimal Optimus,
Yeah.
which is a huge gorilla type thing with shoulder cannons and rail guns, and like that to me is like, why didn't you start with that? Now I know Beast Wars diehards love that, but why didn't they go straight in with like the robotic animals? Dino Riders, how good was Dino Riders? It wasn't just a Triceratops. That Triceratops had a wall-mounted railgun next to it and cannons, and someone could sit on it, and that was cool for me. A fucking rat. I need to buy into them with a stupid voice as well.
Yeah.
I do like Beast Wars though now.
He was controversial, to be fair to him, Rat Trap, and he did blow a lot of shit up.
What did he?
Yeah, you gotta watch the series, dude. He loved blowing stuff up.
Yeah, that's my thoughts on Beast Wars. We've got some more hot takes in the. I like Guzzy's one. So the G1 cartoon storyline is objectively a bit naff, and the Bayverse movies are more coherent.
What? No.
Don't know about that one.
If I had to sit down and watch 3 consecutive episodes of the G1 cartoon, or choose any Michael Bay film,
I think
I'll
they're
choose
both
any
as
Michael
bad
Bay
as each
film
other.
every time.
Really?
But you can't. I think that's a really. It's a real hard comparison to make, isn't it? Because the cartoons were made 40 years ago, where storytelling was very different
for kids.
Very different. And the Bay films, once you take out the explosions, I don't know how coherent it is.
There's no coherency in it. Some of them have got a semblance of a storyline. A semblance.
Just need to say hello, Zephyr and Atlas. Hope you're well.
I think before we continue with hot takes, I think it's raffle time, Paul.
Boom. Bloody well is, isn't it? 1/2 the hour. So we've got another 2 raffle prizes to give away. I'm not sure what they are, but I am going to get the random.
I'm just share the doodah and I'll work out what they are.
Doodah.
I was very excited to win the David Cousin magnets.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
They were being hyped up on the show, and I got my raffle tickets up on my phone. I was like, I want these, and then my number came up. It was amazing, greatest moment of my life.
Oh, it's awesome.
Lucky lad.
And then marriage, kids.
Yeah.
From the power of will.
These are 2 epic prizes. Some of the best prizes. I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm being genuine this time. So up now, raffle prize 25 and 26. One is Blocky's Bumblebee. And the second prize is a £50 voucher to spend at Leicester Vintage Toy Shop.
Hey.
Which we know is pretty much a vintage toy museum where you can actually buy the stuff on show.
Nice. Should we do the first one then?
Awesome.
So here we go. So ignore 120. The first number is 388.
388. That's an awesome number.
it is, isn't it? One of the greatest numbers ever discovered. So we will let you know who that was in a second. And then we're doing, was it a £30 voucher?
50.
£50 voucher. Bloody hell. Too generous. Let's get the number for that. So awesome. 895.
800. That's an even better number.
You just couldn't write this, could you?
I don't even
388.
know how we get these numbers.
895. It's like an episode of Ramadan. But right, well done. Well done to those winners. And again, we've still got loads and loads of prizes to go. Thank you to all the generous people who donated that and for contributing to the raffle.
Regrettably, you can't bestow. Raffle tickets are now not for sale. However, you can still donate the equivalent value by just clicking on the QR code in the right-hand side of the page. It takes you to our Just Giving page.
That's number one. Yes, it is, Gav. That is absolute number one.
And the auctions are still running, right? So people can
Yeah,
still
don't
bid
forget
online
the
as well.
auctions.
So the auctions, I'm glad you mentioned that, Rohan. So the auctions are running till 7. Some stop but they start to stop between 7 and 7:45. We're stopping them at 7:45 so we can try and collate who's won, totals, etc. So we can announce it towards the end of the stream, which is still, oh sweet baby Jesus, 11 and a half hours away.
Awesome. And the links are
Rag
in the
in there.
description. We'll click on the links, people.
And don't forget, you can also buy some incredible merch. You know, you've
yeah.
got your shop t-shirts and all that.
Oh, we're all flying around now. What's going on?
I thought I'd fixed it so it'd be good, but I haven't.
I'm getting dizzy.
What?
I'm
Do that.
getting dizzy.
That's fine. Cool.
Musical chairs.
Right, musical chairs with any music.
Right, should we do one more hot take? Then I would love to hear what your favourite pickups have been over the last couple of weeks.
All right.
Can
Can I give you a hot take just for
Oh,
Pete's
God.
benefit? My hot take is that Robots in Disguise 2015 Grimlock is the best Grimlock.
Whoa.
I mean, again, I know you're a guest.
He's a troublemaker, Hardy.
Oh,
I'm determined to get kicked.
Look at the gritted teeth.
We always have to be
Breathe,
polite.
Pete, breathe.
I mean, I get why you would say that, Dave. I do, and you're entitled to your opinion. Of course, you are. But no.
It was great for 5-year-olds.
So for me, to explain a little bit, growing up watching the G1 cartoon, the Dinobots actually didn't do much for me. I was much more into the robots that turned into vehicles, because before that I was really just into lots and lots of die-cast cars and that thing. So vehicles were more of a thing for me as a kid than dinosaurs. I know a lot of kids are into dinosaurs, but it wasn't my thing. But then when it came around to having kids of my own and watching the Robots in Disguise cartoon with my daughter then, and seeing this big green and black dinosaur. I love the visual design generally in Robots in Disguise, like the really kind of angular anime style designs they did. And he was just this big, bulky green and black dinosaur, voiced by Kahari Payton, who also did the voice of Cyborg in Teen Titans. And I just thought that was brilliant. I just really, that was the first time I saw a version of Grimlock and absolutely fell in love with it. So that's where I'm coming from, really.
I think
And
it's
it's-
some fair comments.
Yeah.
Go
No.
on.
And do you know what? These hot takes, yada. But at the end of the day, the characters, the stories, the series are what we make them, aren't they?
Yeah.
So if that version of Grimlock is your favorite, even though it's wrong, that's okay. That's okay, Dave, because all you need to do is be able to justify it to yourself.
Well, look, I've got to say that version of Grimlock had a lot of heart. He had a lot of willpower, and he was a bulbous and comedic character who fell over all the time and did other funny things. So there were definitely some real strong kind of characteristics that I would say were enticing in that character. And I do like the design. I like the color scheme, and he's unique because he's the only Dinobot in that series, right? Whereas in G1 you had 5 of them, and as you say, they're sort of dim-witted, kind of powerful beings who kind of didn't really help very much, except for fighting. And to your point, I got into G1 because of vehicles that transformed into robots. So I get it. But yeah, G1 Grimlock is still going to be the de facto G1 Grimlock, and regardless of how good that voice actor was, you can't beat Greg Berger, right?
Yeah, so you kind of said G1 Grimlock's king.
Yeah.
The RIT one had a really good backstory, didn't he? About being a Decepticon and coming over on the prison transport or something like that.
Yeah.
It was rather than just being dug up, which is what happened in... Oh yeah, we forgot we made all these Dinobots.
No, Wheeljack designed them, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh yeah, can you remember we built these? Cool.
All right. Throw shade on the man.
Sorry, I have one more hot take, if we may, and I feel like it might be the most controversial one that it gets bandied around a lot. People get really kind of angry about this for some reason, and I don't know why, but it is simply that these guys, GoBots, are not part of the Transformers universe, and I'd like to hear what you all have to say about it.
I personally love GoBots. As a child, I did not differentiate. I did not think they were any less. I used to have the plane, which wasn't Leader 1, the white plane, but I used to pretend he was Leader 1, and I had a couple of others, and I had a couple of the pamphlets and brochures, and I used to spend ages looking at those. They look so detailed. Some of the car modes as well. I thought it was cool like how their heads were like the boots and stuff. They didn't have proper heads. I don't know why, but as a kid, it was something different. I quite liked it. But that's where I'm happy for them to be part of our family.
Nice.
GoBots Nation 2028. Let's do it.
It take 2 years to find enough people to go.
Yeah, I'm
You need at least 8.
I don't really feel strongly about GoBots at all. I know we're supposed to hate them as Transformers fans, or at least that's the impression I get. But I think they're fine, honestly. They're just fun little toys, aren't they?
That's it.
Yeah.
GoBots the show.
Could happen one day, maybe.
No,
Me and Bisto.
not.
So I'll just give some insights here from me. So I never grew up as a GoBots fan. We had loads of GoBots because back in the day, I don't know if you guys remember BTs. We used to go into BTs and they would have them there. £4 a pop. You could buy a little figure which transformed in a few seconds. And as you said, Paul, really simple, not the most intuitive. Okay, fair enough. Some of the heads were visible and other things, but they were cool little alt modes, and they were effectively vehicles that transformed into robots and then had a massive war, just like in Transformers, right? And there were some good things about GoBots. Consistency of scale was one of them. Color schemes was another. There were some really, and the price point, you could hardly argue with it, right? So we grew up with a couple of them. We didn't think that much of them, and then coming to sort of the late 90s, early 2000s, and this massive hatred came around in the fandom for them. I don't know why. And all of a sudden, at some point, when I was on Transformers the show, I got branded as a GoBot fan. And
Did you then go and start a Facebook group though supporting GoBots on the back of that?
That would be Mr. Bisto, and I was asked to be part of that team, and I am part of that team 100%. I'll give him the plaudits for that because he started it, but certainly I am very much part of it. And little plug, if you're not already on there, GoBots UK, come and join us. It's not a big group, it's not a lot of people, but we do like GoBots.
Bisto is like the leader of the Transformers the show Resistance, isn't he?
Yeah.
He took umbrage with your views on combiners as well recently and put a video.
He did, yeah.
I do like Bisto.
Just fights the man. Too much time fighting the man, Bisto. So Paul made a comment earlier about us talking about our favourite pickups recently. Now, obviously, we did our recent pickups earlier on. Oh my god, like 10 hours ago. What have you three picked up lately that you'd like to show off, if it doesn't impact on what you're going to show on your show?
We don't really care about that. We'll just show it again.
I mean,
So
don't all rush. It's fine. We've got plenty
I
of
don't
time.
mind going first. I do have a small smeltering here of bits that I picked up in the last week or two. I can't tell you they're my favourites, but they're the ones that I can remember that I picked up very recently. So without going back into the dredges of history. So obviously I just showed it a second ago. This is my GoBots robot machines version of Bug Bite, which is the equivalent of Bumblebee. As you can see here, it's a super GoBot that transforms into a yellow VW bug and also into a large actual evil GoBot. So really, really mint condition box, really mint condition figure. Really pleased to have that figure in my collection because I didn't have him before. I have gone down, you guys are all to blame for this. I have gone down the blockies route. I hate blockies, I can't stand blockies, but I had to get the Prime trailer version. I had to get Unicron's head, and I had to get the Ark because, you know, they're cool. They are really cool, and they are things that I can't get elsewhere at the moment. And also, Hobbycraft have got a really good offer on at the moment. So if any of you collect blockies, get out to Hobbycraft, £5 off £10, £10 off £20, and these are all discounted anyway. So get yourself some blockies. Happy days. Two more things. The first one, some of you may have seen a post I put up on one of the Facebook groups the other day looking for this figure, 2010 figure. Anybody know this figure?
Oh, nice. Is it a laptop?
It is a transforming, real working USB hub laptop, which turns into a version of Blaster called Broad Blast. It's from the Takara device label line back in 2010. They did a Soundwave, which was an MP3 player, working MP3 player, and they did some USB mice, Triptychon and Grimlock, and then they did some USB plug-in, what are they called? USB flash drives. Which USB sticks. I think it was
Ravage.
Oh yeah, Ravage. Someone, yeah, that's right. But I love this figure. It's fiddly and hard to transform, but you can see Blaster there. Kind of obvious, right? There's his head.
Lucan's jealous.
Rohan, is that USB 3?
Come on now, my friend. This is 2010 technology. USB 3 was not even a thing. It's probably not even USB 2. It's probably USB 1. But you know, am I ever going to plug it in? No. But he looks great. And then the last one, this is going to be a weird one, right? I picked this up for a friend of mine, Transformers the movie. It's the original DVD cartoon from 1986. I picked it up because it's a work colleague of mine who's never seen the film, but he donated to me a Transformer, and I said to him, you need to watch the movie. I bought it from eBay, from Music Magpie, and it came with the film Bolt inside.
Oh no!
Oh, good. That's a good film, though.
Upgrade.
So I'm going to watch it with my son, and then I've ordered it again. That's me. Thank you.
Nice pickups.
It could have been the Lot Road movie.
It could have been. Hey, I love the Rock Lords movie from GoBot.
Just
Go on, Lily.
before we go on to Lily, we've just had some breaking news put under our noses that the fundraising total is growing. It was a massive number beforehand, and I could tell you what it is, but I'm not going to. However, it has been growing steadily over the last 8 hours, and it is getting to a mind-blowing total. So please, guys.
Little tease, Pete.
Keep pushing.
Yeah, no,
When you say
he doesn't do that. Yeah.
go with. Right, Lee, do you want to go next? What you picked up?
I'll go next. Oh yes, I can go. So this week, I'm going down collecting. Pete's gonna love this, by the way. Collecting some of the Kingdom Beast Wars figures.
Oh, nice.
So I went and got a Dinobot, Cheetor, old favourite. Right.
That's a nice little figure.
His gun's bigger than
I
his
just
arm.
need. I just want to get Rhinox, and I've got like the first 5 Maximals. And I wanted to show that as well because I forgot to show him off near the last episode, and it's this big guy, which is from the lovely Rohan.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at that!
Yeah,
And he has posable nipples.
Big tidal waves.
just a
As
massive.
all
Thanks for
nipples
that,
should
Rohan.
be.
And he has removable nipples.
Removable nipples.
Even better.
Just a quick big shout out to Funbee Studios who are in the chat. They donated loads of amazing product, which is in the raffle, which you can then you'll be able to see. So massive thank you, Funbee Studios. They were more than generous. Didn't have to do all that. It was much appreciated. And so much good stuff as well. They do as well. It's nice when someone you really, really like gives you free stuff to give away for charity. Cool. Anything else, Lee?
No, that's pretty much it for me on that one.
Oh, thank you very, very much.
Now.
Davino, did you pick anything
All
up?
right. Yes, actually, I haven't been getting a lot of Transformers this year because I've been excited about other things. But someone put up in the TF UK group that this was on sale on Amazon for 12 quid. So I got this Hot Wheels Twin Mill, which is actually really fun. I don't think I would have gone for it at full price, but for 12 quid, you can't go wrong, really. Yeah.
Is that still on for 12 quid?
It's not on for 12 quid at Amazon, but you can still buy it at Smith's for 12 quid on delivery or in store at the moment, if you're lucky in store. But you can still get it on delivery for 12.
Sorry, Dave.
Yeah, what I like is they've put all the focus really on making sure that the car mode is right, which is what they should do for a Hot Wheels crossover. And it sort of makes it feel a bit more like the G1 Transformers in that you get the vehicle right and then you think about the robot.
Not trying to upsell you, Dave, but get Bone Shaker. He is cool.
Well, if you're selling it for 12 quid, bro.
No, he's not.
No, that one's not been on offer anywhere yet. But mate, if it is, I'd be interested. But this is really good.
Can you confirm, Dave, that it hasn't got die cast in it?
No, it hasn't got die cast in it. It's plastic. It does have big gaps in the legs.
Good, because we don't collect die cast. That's all me tell you.
Like lower legs, quite poor. Everything else good.
Duncan Cross just quickly asked. Oh, sorry, Randall. What would happen if someone won a raffle prize whilst not watching? Don't worry, we've got a record of everyone who's entered, and we've assigned a number to it. And if you head to the Facebook group Transformers the Show, you'll be able to see everyone's number there. So don't worry, if you don't have to be watching to win the raffle prize. We'll get in contact with you anyhow.
And I've got one more thing to show. This was a belated birthday present that Gareth of Cosmic Toys sent through to me, and it's awesome, genuinely awesome. This is a Churro Q red Lamborghini Countach.
Oh, nice!
Absolutely brilliant.
That's cool.
I'm so chuffed with that. That's definitely one of the best birthday presents I've ever received. Really cool. No, he's a penny racer, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Sideswipe. Sideswipe's my favourite Transformer, and yeah, the Churro Q, the little deformed cars, are so much fun, and yeah, dead chuffed with that. Awesome stuff.
Just like the cartoon as well, which is cool.
Brilliant. Cool. Right. So Emma is saying we'll announce the full list of raffle winners after the stream. So don't worry if you think you may have missed out or you're not sure. We will get the whole list. That core review, you can get a game for the PlayStation 2, which is called Core Review. Same branding.
Yeah.
Have you got that game, Dave?
I haven't got the game, no, but it's obviously based on those cars.
Yeah, and the branding.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
Your mic's gone a bit dodgy.
Is that okay now?
Yes.
Hello. Good. Right. Should we have a little quick look at what's coming up in the show? If I just get the notes. Where are you? So we've still got so many guests already are being mind-blowing, but we've already got some more to come. Let's just delete that. This. So yeah, really excited to share the rest of the day before we crack on. Take that comment off. So this is what we've got so far. So the first half has been done. We are at right of the bottom of the first column. Rohan Toy, you are on now from 8 a.m. For another 5 minutes. Bessem, and then hopefully you can come back on again another time. At 9 o'clock, we've got Sam Formers and Arrowfire. The amazing David Cousins and Steve Scarworth. Yes, will be in. Hopefully, Steve, he's on holiday, bless him, and he's gonna dial in. Very nice and hot where he was. Simon Furman is amazingly going to come at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. We've got Chris McFeely, Spider Father and Dagatron, Primetime and Mark Bisto, Aaron Archer, Jack Lawrence, JP Bowie, and Toy Fu to finish off. So we've still got so much to come in this first second half of the show. It's really exciting. When's your next break, Pete? How long have you got to go?
1 o'clock.
No, you better hold it down, mate.
It's fine.
I'm sure you can fit a cheeky one in.
Oh, if you can do a marathon, mate, you can do this.
Sleeping's cheating.
Sleeping's cheating. Gents, anything else you want to cover off before we let you go?
Just an amazing job done by Transformers the Show. Thank you very much for putting this on and doing all you're doing for the charity, as mentioned before, and amazing work on getting all the guests and getting everybody involved. It's been immense. And thank you for having us on.
Oh, yes. Absolute pleasure. I can't believe you've not been on before, but we will remedy that.
Thanks for coming on. And thanks to everybody that's given up their time so far, and the people that are going to be giving up their time later on in the show. Without people like you guys and everyone else, it's the community that makes something like this happen. I think we provided the platform, but everyone else has provided the content and the prizes and the donations, and I think everything. So it's us that are really grateful.
And shout out to the ladies of Transformers the Show for all they've done in the background. You boys get to be the face of the show, but I know they've done a lot of work.
They're clearly the brains.
Yeah. I think we're more the ass of the show, if I'm honest. They are definitely the brains, and you could argue the faces as well.
Right, just gonna send. If you can vamp for 2 minutes, I just need to send the new StreamYard link.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. Go on, sorry.
No, sorry, Brian. I talked to you, mate.
Hopefully, I'm looking forward to seeing all you guys at TF Nation coming up. Just not too long away from now.
It's next month now.
There you go.
I could give you an exact time, dates, and the reference. We have TF Nation is 55 days, 1 hour, 2 minutes.
I have a lot of work I've got to do before then. Okay.
So, undoubtedly, the half marathon was easier than this. I had a full night's sleep beforehand, and I had an afternoon nap when I'd finished the half marathon.
Brilliant.
I don't even know when we're going to bed. I say we're going to bed like me and Paul are going to bed together. Depends on the number raised.
Yeah, we could do more.
Depends on the number raised.
Yeah.
If that would be something that would interest the viewers, then you need to pay to see it.
No pressure.
I'll take Peter to Pound Town if we double the funds. No qualms with that.
Transformers only fans.
I would hope Mary would be really grateful.
Yeah.
Oh, is she coming?
She would have
This
so
is a
many
different
meals.
event. Pounds for pounds.
This is summer. And can I just say something before you kick us off? You. Yeah, no, not you. You. Get your hand out your pocket. It's for charity, for Pete's sake. Make some money.
Mary.
Help out. It's for Mary. Think of Mary.
Yeah, it's not for Pete.
No,
It's not
Yeah.
not for
pocketed.
Pete. Don't worry about Pete. No, come on. You got donations. QR code's right there. You no excuse. Got an incredible auction to go at. Buy some merch. Come on. It's Christmas. It's not Christmas, but you know what I mean.
It's almost Christmas. It's almost
It's almost
Christmas.
Christmas. It'll soon be
It's
Christmas.
half Christmas.
And speaking of amazing gifts, I can see two handsome chaps backstage waiting to come on in Sam and Arafai. So sad it is to bid farewell to the lovely Dave Lee and Brohan. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you all your
Thanks,
efforts.
guys.
You've been pushing this
Thanks for
non-stop.
having us.
Thank you
We
very
can't
much.
see you next Sunday on Toy Me Toy You. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers, fellas.
Bye.
Right, straight on to the next one. Here we go. So we've got a Sam and we've got a Ian. Hello, chaps.
Good morning.
Did I just accidentally remove Pete?
I don't know. What are you clicking?
There, I can see a Pete. I can see
Bit
Sam.
rude, isn't it?
Everyone's here. Everyone's here.
Randomly
Everyone's
clicking
here.
buttons.
What's the best
Oh,
one?
my good.
That one. I'm a bit tired now. Oh, we've lost Sam now.
Yeah,
Sam's gone. Oh, he was on me. That was a nice little hint.
that was a nice cameo appearance for him, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
he's appreciated that.
How the devil are you, Arafai? How's it
I
going?
seem to be. I am fine. I'm probably more awake than the pair of you are. Imagine. I've got some coffee here. Would you like some?
Oh yes, rub it in my gums and my eyeballs. He's been up longer than I have, so I've just recently had a little break. So I'm feeling probably a bit fresh. Pete's been on it non-stop. I think not that it's a competition. I think I'm doing the least hours by one, and then Pete, and then I think technically Andy is doing the most.
It's ironic, really, considering it was your idea.
Yeah. I just have the ideas. I plant them out there like a
I have the ideas, and then I go for a nap.
And then-
Yeah,
Yeah,
Still going
I've
for
got
cheese.
somebody to make it happen.
yeah, that's it. I have people to do that for me.
I was just thinking, like we were just saying, they were just saying it's so amazing, like the support that Claire and Emma have done to get this over the line. And
It's been great work. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
absolutely
It's been,
amazing.
all over the place. So it's been, so many people involved, and really, I was going to say this at the end, but I'll say it now as you're talking about it. You guys really have done a tremendous job getting everyone together, and publicising it out there. I've seen how much it's gone up in the auctions as well. Big machine. So really well done. Be proud of yourselves.
brilliant. And hopefully we never have to do this again. So sorry, Mary. This is your only chance to get some funds this way. But
As we get older, 24-hour stints become much harder.
I get tired on the show. That's what I was saying beforehand. The show's 2 hours, and at the end of it, I'm like, I'm ready for bed, chaps.
Yeah.
Let alone doing it 12 times.
Do you remember going to festivals and things like that, and gigs, staying up till like 4 o'clock in the morning? Like, no, that's not us anymore.
No, I can't look at it. And Sam, how are you? How are you doing, Sam?
I'm well, gents. How are you both? Good to see you.
Good. Your name came up a lot over the last 42 hours, or however how long we've been live.
Oh dear.
Yeah, especially with the
Good, I hope.
Americans. Yeah, really good. So TM Reviews was waxing lyrical. What a cool guy you are. So they were enjoying catching up with you.
He's cool. Yeah, he's cool. I like him. Yeah.
Deluxe as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deluxe is brilliant. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
are
they're
definitely
really
making
good
an
people
impact.
over there. We're lucky. You know, it's like here when we go all this stuff. Everyone's so wonderful, and it's the same over there. It's just another community, and everyone's there for the same fun things and loves it. So yeah, it's good.
It's really interesting, funny about how they have the same sort of things. It's like the post-con blues when they leave
Yeah.
TFCon, and how they meet up on the Thursday rather than the Friday, how they go for drinks
Yeah.
together and stuff. It's just like, oh, it's just the same over there, but you have cooler
It's a
accents.
stretch of water difference, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's bonkers how far they travel. You know, you think I would moan about driving to Manchester for 3 hours, but I remember last year at BotCon, people drove for as long as I was on a flight. Now, you know, I know speed's different, you can't, but people drove for 10 hours or longer than me, and I flew for 8.5. And you go, you're driving 10 hours, and that's that's a third of the way across the country, and you just can't. We run out of land, don't we, for 10 hours?
And they think nothing of it, do they?
No,
They think
No,
nothing
they
of
really
it
don't.
because of the size and
Yeah.
I guess the magnitude of travel. You know, they could spend a day driving across their state.
I know.
And it's mental.
No.
I remember
Is it
talking to
mental because we don't have to do it?
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't think
we,
it was
we
mental.
just developed to the landscape that we've got. But I remember talking to a friend's husband who's American, and he was saying like, you know, look, those journeys to work. He did like a 3-hour journey to work, and it's just like to me that sounded the worst thing imaginable. And he's just
Yeah.
like, of course, they all drive automatics over there. He's like, yeah, I go on the interstate. I do one left turn and I do another left turn after however many miles, and it's just I'm on cruise control. And I'm like, the thought of doing a 6-hour commute to work 5 days a week, I'm like, no, end me now. I just thought, but he was like, yeah, it's part of the course. I'm like, no, thanks. I'd find a new job.
Yeah.
I think you would, wouldn't you? Work from home would be more appealing. But yeah.
Well, nowadays, yeah.
And one of the guys was from Texas in the chat, and he was saying you can drive for 12 hours and still be in Texas.
That's stupid. But it's like that in parts of Australia, isn't it? My friend Chris, who does the Beach Balls podcast with me, he's just like, oh yeah, you know, it's like 5 hours driving, and it's just like, yeah, we got another like 24 to go. Or it's just like, that's just getting out of Perth. And it's just like, this is so vast and nothing there.
We drove from Adelaide to Alice Springs. It took us 3 days to get there, and it's only halfway up the country.
3 days.
It's just
I'm never going to moan about commuting to Birmingham again.
No. It always makes me laugh when I go. So where our office is in the US is in Milwaukee, which is on the edge of Lake Michigan. So it's lovely. You can go down and look at Lake Michigan. The fact they call it a lake, where it would take, I mean, I don't know how long it would take to drive around it, but even just to get a boat across, it's hours. And you think, it's not a lake. You know,
It's not like it's an ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My local village has a lake. They would call that a puddle. But, you know, it's...
They call it a pond, yeah.
Yeah, it's just bonkers, the scale. But
Different
you know,
scale, isn't it? Different
yeah,
scale.
It is. Yeah. Wow.
Right.
Should we talk
This is
some
what people are
Transformers?
tuning in for travel talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
We are
travel.
giving it real
distances.
TF the show travel. Yeah.
What's
To
the
the
longest
show.
road you know? Let us know in the comments.
Yeah.
Biggest road, top 5 biggest roads.
Yeah.
Oh, right, come on.
Scraping the barrel for content.
Monday morning, the Still Transformers. I'm all right to start off with just talking about how you got on with Brad at the TF UK Con, because that has been the comments, Ian,
Wow.
about 4 or 5 times people have been saying them. Do a
Oh,
gig,
the
play for us
gig,
now.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
gig,
go on.
How did they
If I
come
played
about?
anything now, I'll get you chucked off because you're going
Maybe the
live
guitar.
and start going. Yeah. No, so it was Moff's idea. He messaged me. Probably about 6 months behind the gig, maybe sort of Novemberish time, and he said to me, "Look, I'm thinking of a way to make send people home happy, as it were, like a big kind of fanfare ending." And we thought, yeah, and started spitballing ideas. And I said, the only thing is, and this is before he kind of asked me particularly, but it was just saying, how can we do a gig? Do we need to hire people? Things like that. I said, look, this is what you need to think of. You need to start getting people in. If it's a band, you're going to have to probably pay their fees, appearance fees, or if they're in for things like that. You then have to potentially hire equipment, or if they bring their own equipment, maybe insure their equipment, because it takes one person to spill a beer on it and you've damaged thousands of pounds worth of gear. And I was going through all of this, and even though we're just talking through WhatsApp, I could just feel the blood just drain from his face. And he was just like, oh, this is becoming a bit much. And it's just like, what about if we just do one person, a guitar and a microphone? I said, that's obviously going to trim down your costs. And I said to him, well, hold on, what about Brad? Because Brad's in a band, he plays all the time, and he's got a whole outfit. His wife's a singer, so it's like keep it all in the family. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it for that day. And then that's when he sort of came back to me and said, well, would you play? And I said, I haven't played live in 12 years, mate. I'm just going to be so rusty. I knew my playing was all right, but it was just, am I going to get up on stage and my rear end's going to fall out from behind me? Or on the floor. So, but Moff's done a lot for me. And I sort of just looked to the wife when I was getting the text, and she's just like, can't really say no, he's helped you so much. I was like, yeah, fair enough. So said, all right. And bless him, when we were setting up, I was trying to get all the cables in, hands going like that, getting all ready. He comes up and says, he sort of kneeled to me alongside and just said, I really appreciate you doing this, and I said, look, you've helped me out. So it's the least I can do. And I was really pleased with how UK Con's grown at that point, to have all the panels and everything that was going on, and just to be a part of it was good. And Brad was so excellent. I really do want to stress that. He threw a lot, obviously it helped him being in the band. He brought a lot of the PA equipment and mixing equipment. He set it up in double quick time. And it made my job a hell of a lot easier. So something I'm actually quite proud of, as I say, I only made 2 mistakes in 5 songs. So I'm actually quite pleased with that.
Oh, I didn't even notice any mistakes.
It's amazing what you can muffle and just you learn tricks. You learn tricks.
Yeah, no, it was.
But yeah, I'm well pleased.
Oh, good. And is there any change of you reuniting for another chance? Should the call come from someone to reunite you for a 5-song ending to a convention?
Well,
possible.
Yes. Short answer is yes. I kind of came away from there. I was talking to Plastic Crack, talking to Phil, and because he's a guitarist as well, and he said, I bet you want to do it again now. I go, yeah, I could do that again now. So I said to Mark, I said, look, you got my number. You want me, I'm there for you. And I actually started messaging Brad other song ideas, started to come up with other things that we could do. Yeah, I know. I think if it had gone badly, my answer would have been different, but it seemed to be well received. And Sam got some amazing videos for us. He's super high-tech phone, gigabyte-sized files.
Yeah.
Download. But yeah, I'll definitely do that again. Yeah.
I've got my ones. I still need to send it to you. You might not need them, but still because it was brilliant.
I'll send them in.
Memento. I was trying to record as much as I could, so I found I got a whole song and then loads of clips from different songs and loads of photos and stuff. So it was.
Yeah, a lot of people sent over clips and photos, and Jermaine, who's in the chat, sent a nice selfie with us and them. So yeah, Jermaine with his glasses on, looking too cool for school. How dare he try and upstage us?
No,
it was good. You should be proud of it, mate. I think both you did an excellent job.
But the only thing I would ask is Fire XLR isn't all right.
Don't ask for Sweet. Don't say for Sweet Caroline or anything like that. It was like, I don't want Sweet Caroline. I don't want Wonderwall. I don't want Request.
Freebird. I think we need to think of the name though. I think it needs to be a cool name for next time.
That's a cool name. I actually wanted XL Fire. I wanted XL Fire, but that didn't come to pass. I left that to Brad, if I'm honest.
I said Braden because Brad and Ian, if you put it together, it's Braden. But I think you need to have a thing.
Oh no, that's quite cool actually. Damn it. Yeah, Braden. Yeah, that sounds quite Viking. Sounds dangerous. I like it.
Yeah.
You've got the beard, mate. You've got the beard.
And how's the channel going?
So you just smashed 5,000 subscribers. Was that last week or the week before?
Yep.
Last week, I think. Yeah. It was a slog at the end. It's that last step after doing legs at the gym. Yeah, it's hard work getting there. I got stuck on 4,800 for so long. But yeah, no, I'm pleased with that. Just relief now. It's just like, I've done it. Yay! Just sleep.
Shut the channel down. Now you're done. Yeah.
Well, I suppose it is the next one. I've done this 6 years now, and it's like, it's just a long time.
Lucan's ready for a Braden logo.
I'm wearing
get arms and legs.
Lucan's last logo he's done for me. Yeah, don't worry, I'll keep him employed.
That's awesome. Cool. And well done on the 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
And I always think you and I was thinking this with Deluxe as well. You produce so much content, and it's all stuff that you have to edit, you have to upload it. This is we turn a switch on and press play on a couple of bits. That I know because we used to do it the way you done it when we used to record.
Cool. Can you remember those days?
Those days, and I know what a time sink that is and how much effort you put into it. How are you finding it? How are you finding the balance?
Honestly, hard at the moment. Not to put it down on things, but it's just work's been busy and just personal life and everything going on. It is a lot to edit. So I did a video with not this Sam, but I've done many videos with this Sam, but Sam who designs toys for MMC, and it was a great chat to him. So annoyed, just like it took so long to export. God knows why. It wasn't particularly large as a file, and then to make matters worse, it took so long. I thought that has to be everything. Uploaded the file, and I found out it only did like 90% of it, cut off the intro. I had a nice background there that didn't come, and your heart just sinks when it's like, so I've got to pull that down and do that all again, and just that's where it gets tiring. That's when it's just like, I tried, you close the laptop for the day job, you come and do this. I think I work out, I probably am doing 3 hours of video. That's from record to edit to upload. And the video can only be about 22 minutes. Yeah. It's a lot. It's, I try and find ways to make it easier. I'm desperate to get a new camera, because to make matters worse is the cameras I've been using for 6 years, whilst it's definitely showing its age now, I can't record from the camera directly to the computer. I have to then transfer the files. And that takes probably 25 minutes on its own. It's like these things I could upgrade and change would just shave off the time. Just things like that I need to work on. But yeah, it can be it can be that.
Yeah, that's a kind of flag it light is so different to the Transform show where we just press record. The effort you put into it is amazing. To do so many videos like Deluxe as well, like you push out so much content. It's not like it's once a month content. You're always there. And Sam, you almost at 10,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah, it's similar to Ian. I remember when it started going up, it goes up in a huge spike, and then it sort of tails off. But yeah, it's good. I mean, you can't get too stuck on the numbers sometimes. For me, I try not to look at them too much, but it is good. Anyway, it's nice to know that you've got a following and people like what you do. So yeah, I enjoy it. It's good fun. It's good. Trying to do different things sometimes as well. It's you want to keep consistent. I mean, you look at someone like Plastic Crack who has a very consistent way of doing it, and it's brilliant. His pictures are just, excellent. And I did that in the early stages, but then tried to change it. And I think sometimes I've maybe changed too much and maybe not being as consistent as what I maybe should have been. But it's quite good to think of new ways to do it. But it's difficult with photos sometimes of how you do it differently. I don't know. Because for me, it's got to be enjoyable. And trying to change it up slightly is part of the fun. And it's, Ian, you'll be the same. I get when you look at how content goes, it's kind of like a puzzle, isn't it? To go, well, why did that do well? Why didn't that one do well? And I like that part of it sometimes, just to go, if I try a different time, or can I do that? I like that bit of it. It's
so. Like you try, I look back at something. So my Instagram is nowhere near. This is my worst platform by a distance. Sam's absolutely nailed it, and he should be incredibly proud of what he's done. But when you look at what takes off and what doesn't, like I see some amazing photos get done. That's brilliant. I get like 22 likes, not even just mine, even though I'd be delirious at 22 likes. But I look at other people's, and it's just like these things are so low. And then I see other things absolutely take off. I do think it's the resharing that gets lots of tractions, because that's when you see high numbers, you see high shares as well. But I'm not going to sit here and say I know the algorithm. I don't. It changes every bloody 5 minutes.
Yeah. No one knows it, do they? And anyone that says they does,
it's out of date by the following day.
I think one thing that is consistent with the algorithm is the regular posting and the regular content. That is something that you two do. Yeah. And I think that probably goes a long way to, like you say, there's kind of some hits and some misses and stuff, but the one thing that remains constant and puts you two in the mix is that regular content. And certainly, Sam, you're talking about you've changed your photos and stuff. There's still such a high quality, and Ian, your videos have just, you'll have seen yourself. The way you put together a video 12 months ago is different to what it was 24 months ago and stuff. And I think that's reflected in the views and the likes and the shares and the fact that both of your followers and subscribers are just continuing to grow and grow. And I think that shows you're doing something right, even if the algorithm is against you.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be shared in the algorithm if you're not putting out content. So you're absolutely right, Pete. You got to be in it to win it. But yeah, I always love Sam's photos, and and I like to plastic crack. I get annoyed because I try it and like, oh, that's shit.
He's editing because when he sometimes shares kind of time lapse videos of the editing process he does, and that's impressive because I use Photoshop and all that for work, but I don't go into that much detail when I do these toy ones. But you like seeing someone who's good at their craft, and I like seeing all that stuff where you go,
all the behind the scenes
good
stuff.
how you've done that, but there's, I mean, crumbs, we could list dozens and dozens and hundreds of people that take wonderful pictures, and like when you do your social corners with the artists, makes me sick sometimes. when you see the people that can create and draw and paint like they do, I'd love to be able to do that. What a wonderful outlet, to be able to sit there and
some people can do these things in like 5 minutes. Like you see people do sketches, like obviously Dugatron who's come on, like it's such a short space of time. He's absolutely leapt and bound in his stuff. People just go, I've just done a quick sketch, and I'm like, all right, Picasso.
Quick sketch.
It is one of the nice
left hand.
but it is. It's one of the nice things about doing the show is that you've almost got you look through social media, and there's so many people that have got a skill, and I think it's whether it's photography or it's art, sometimes there is a little bit of luck involved in terms of those people that go on to the next level. Maybe they don't want to go on to the next level. Maybe it's just a hobby, or maybe they want to go on to the next level. Because if you're picking the next comic book artist or toy photographer, how do you even go about picking them?
Yeah,
there are so many talented people about now, like in Mudpool.
Cheers.
They're available to purchase.
I think it is. I think you can donate the funds. The profit of these will go to Mary's Meals. Mary's getting a lot of meals this week.
Yeah,
she's eating.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Maybe too many. Maybe we have to restrain it back.
Yeah.
Either too much. In one moment, we're going to do the next raffle. I'm pretty sure everyone already is subscribed. Obviously, if you head to youtube.com/arrowfire, he is there. And Sam, you find yourself on Instagram, Sansformers, after Instagram.com. But I think we play in the same playground. So, didn't mean that sounds so paedophile-y. I think we play in the same. We operate.
I've known you long enough, Paul, that you probably did mean it to sound exactly like that.
We wash in the same bath. No, that's worse.
That's worse.
I mean, we did so well. We did so well.
I know you did.
There, Galacticus subscribe to you both.
Thank you very much.
Back of it.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful.
Right, should we do it?
I was going to say, because we've got a really interesting discussion planned, should we do the raffle now, and not in the true sense, but get it out of the way in a nice way?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Do the raffle.
How many prizes have you drawn, and how many are left?
We have done 25.
Wow.
And we've got 45 left. Oh man.
Wow.
What are we going to do at the end?
That still sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
That's amazing how many prizes have been donated.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of prizes. Some really good stuff there as well.
Right.
The Funby stuff's amazing. Ever say 26 done? Oh no, she's saying you're wrong. I think there might be 26 left.
Oh.
I thought she was picking random number 26.
No, we've done
yeah.
Hi, Emma.
Yeah.
No, we're on number 26.
45 in total.
Yeah, I got that bit right.
I thought you said we've got 45 to go.
Oh. No, that's just ours.
Yeah. I won the first one, didn't I?
Is that you or the bags talking?
Yeah, that was about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Right. Maestro. If Sam wins, we're going to get accused of fixing this.
Do we know what it is?
Well, I've only won one, haven't I?
No, I think you've won 2.
Have I?
Really?
What did I win? Else?
This is so we are playing for, or we are drawing for the next blocky single from the yearly box. So these are the gold. It's from the singles from the gold Dinobot set.
Ooh.
Nice set.
Kindly donated by Blockies. Thank you again.
Graham, you can stop that chat. 45 hours for the next one.
I won 2 straight.
47 hours.
So if you're not sure if you've won or haven't won, the last you can head to Facebook, Transformers the Show. Got all the numbers there in your names, and it's also Emma is going to post the list of winners as well at the end. So right, let's get on to it. So this is the Blockies one. Ignore the old number. Here we go. That's the last one. The new winner is
Ooh, big one.
1009 is one. So let's pop that in the PR chat. Here we go.
I mean, it's a great number. If I had to pick a number, it would have been 1009. 1009 is so much better than 1008, but potentially not
2010 though.
Yeah.
Is that how many sheep you've been counting?
Yes.
It's how many hours it feels like to go. Right. What's next, Pete? We do them in twos.
It is a copy of the graphic novel Infiltration. So if you've read the Asian storylines, which was the beginning of IDW, you will know that Infiltration is fantastic. And we have the author with us later on, Mr. Simon Furman.
Wow, Mr. Furman.
Right, let's generate some numbers then. For that, 503.
Another good number.
I think that's potentially better than 1009.
It's actually,
yes.
I don't think you can say that.
I think in terms of a number, it's a good strong number. Numbers that begin with a 5 are known for being strong numbers. If only our total donations started with a 5. Imagine that.
No,
I think
that
it would be
not
better if it
possible.
started.
Imagine.
Or a
Oh,
7.
Sam.
Aim high. Aim
Right,
high.
Dan said it.
Yeah.
Thanks, people.
Over promise, under deliver. Right, what's the discussion then? What's this amazing discussion?
Sam's topic. So go on, Sam. Do you want to explain?
Yeah. Okay. I was introduced and spoke to a gentleman at UKCon from a company called, I've got it here, Valart, VALART. Not plugging that. That was the reason that I spoke about it. And it's an app or a website about logging your collection, and that you can catalog it and it can help value it and all this stuff. And I thought about this, and I mean, I have a spreadsheet that has everything that I've got. And it just got me thinking about, do we all catalog our collection? Do we all know what we've got? Should we do that? For the various reasons of like insurance purposes, the future, not to be, but at some point our collections are going to be in the care of other people if we don't sell it ourselves. And is it important to have that, documented so people know what it is? Because I'll be honest, a lot of friends of mine or family come in here, they don't know what any of this. They'll know some of it, but they won't know anything about the companies and what it's maybe worth. And that was it. Should we be cataloging our collections, and do we? That was kind of the general thought around it.
Yeah, I'm happy to kick us off with that. I haven't recently. It's really hard, isn't it? Because you do 100%. Like, I think if I just passed away, Lisa wouldn't know the difference between like a Fans Toys Galvatron version 2 and some Blockies. Like, just would not. It just feel a bit heavier. They probably don't know the difference. What do you do? So do you insure it? I remember having these same discussion with my insurance company when I used to have a substantial amount of video games. And I sold a lot of them. I always sell stuff and bought other stuff with it, computers, and still got quite a substantial video game collection. And they said the insurance was up to, I think it's something like £50,000 that it was covered. And it was obviously under £50,000 worth of stuff. Because I was asking, do you need it individually? Like, how would they know? So I don't know what happens if someone came in and burgled and took all my stuff. But they said as long as it's under 50 grand, the insurance would sort of pay out for it. But then I thought, what happens? Why? I would never do this, but I could say that everything I own is Fans Toys, Extra. It's all Masterpiece high-end stuff. And that Optimus Prime I had, I've got no photos of it, so how would they know? So don't know now.
I just saw Nikki's comment there. Nothing like a death chat to cheer us up on the weekend. It's unfortunately though. It doesn't have to be like the
No,
light
that
on the
wasn't-
horizon. But that's not what you're aiming at. I know what you mean.
No.
But to catalog a collection, I mean, it's becoming more of a thing now. And funny enough, when Sam came up with that very good topic, I gave it a Google with places out there because I thought, what if you just wanted to catalog it, just sell it? Because you do hear people. I read someone who sold 1970s Star Wars toys, a very good, like room size collection, got 5 million quid for it. Absolute, but come on, 1970s Star Wars toys, the price was always going to be there. You have to catalog it. And if you're someone like our good friend Spider Father has Transformers coming out of his ears and he forgets half the things he's got, you do need to log what you've got. So if you did want to say, right, I want to sell it on, you don't have to necessarily value it at a price, but you need to say, I've got Fans Hobby Power Baser, I've got Titan's Return Fort Max, because I see them there and all of that. You have to just list them out, and then you can go down a route of saying, do I want to insure them? I mean, I've done that for my guitars. I've valued them individually because the price can fluctuate. But then when you've got something on bulk, then do you do like a bulk collection, like, and as you say, it can come down to insurance, and then sadly the one day of when it has to go to somebody else. So like I've like you said, Paul, like my wife wouldn't necessarily know. She'd have an idea as to which ones feel a bit more premium, but she wouldn't know what to sell Ultra Magnus for.
Yeah.
If you pluck a number out of there, she wouldn't know if she was high or low. I have kind of said that I'd have to tie her up with Moth and say, help her out and just itemize and value it for me. But yeah, it's something that you do need to do, particularly now. We're probably of a generation that does this now, and generations before didn't have the adult money to go back to the nostalgia. Because how many people we've said it before, haven't we? How many people have a Turtles collection, a He-Man collection, a Thunder, G.I. Joe, whatever? And we're of an age now where many people at our age will have collections like this. So cataloging and insuring collections is going to be much more of a thing.
I used to go to PlayStation 2, and like there's 2,400 games. I had to start cataloging because I'll just keep coming back with the same game.
I was going to say about your PS2 ones, because you've got an utter wall of them, haven't you?
Well, I've sold all of them. So probably about 6, 7, probably about 10 years ago, I sold some of the rare ones, and I was kind of left with 1,800 games, which were worth between £1 and £5, and they're kind of like transported them. We've had 8 house moves before we had this house, which we lived in for the last 9 years. So they were just coming around with me, and obviously 1,500 games at a couple of quid is a lot of money, but no one wants to buy over £1,000 £2 games because it just takes so long. So over the years, I've been selling them in 50s, and the other funny thing is prices are going up over the years. So some of the games started getting to like £100, £200 in prices.
Wow, really?
Not all of them, just some of them.
Wow.
But it changed over the year, and I think, oh, was I wrong? And I look at some of the prices of the stuff I sold ages ago. It just absolutely changed. I guess with an app or something like the Valorant app, it's tracking the price as well, isn't it? So
I believe so. Yeah. Because that's another thought around its value. So I've kept what I paid for it, which sometimes is not a good thing to look at. But if there's a list, even if you are getting people to help you sell it, they would know what value it is. So it would stop someone coming in and saying, "Oh,
Undercutting you, yeah.
give you 500 quid for that lot," when it's probably worth 10 times that. So it's understanding. I know, because not just what you paid for it doesn't mean it's valued at that, but at least it gives you a level, doesn't it, roughly, of where you should be.
I think how Lee's just put in the chat there, keep spreadsheet to prevent buying the same things over and over. I know our dear friend Rohan has done similar as well. You do need that when it gets a bit like, have I got that? I like to think I've got a lot here and it's getting out of hand, but I'd like to think I could go up to a toy store and go, I've got that.
Yeah, maybe.
yeah, GameCube games have gone through the absolute roof. Also, what about go on, Pete?
No, I think it's right, and I think you don't you're too busy enjoying it, aren't you? You buy it, you mess with it, you put it on the shelf, it goes with everything else. But you look at something like, I don't know, you had a house fire or something stupid like that, you know, and you haven't put it on the home insurance and all the rest of it. Could any of us, hand on heart, sit there and go, we could afford to replace our collections tomorrow or the week after or nothing? You couldn't, because it's been built up over years and years and months and months of what you sell. I mean, even you take Haslab Unicron, you know, when you got it for 600 odd quid or whatever it was when it came out, it now fetches like 1,500 quid or whatever, potentially
$3,000 in some ways. Yeah.
Well, then you extrapolate that rate of growth across, you know, all other figures, kind of thing. Whatever you paid for it and you catalog it at, you couldn't replace it for the same value, even if you think, oh, that's still 100 quid. I paid 100 quid for it.
That's a really good point, because they're not available, are they? No.
You get things like convention exclusives, like, you know, BotCon throw out exclusives and rare one-off figures. Some things you won't replace, this is why I've said, like, if this all went tomorrow, there's probably 3 to 4 items that I'd be absolutely desperate to restore, and the rest I'd have to start from scratch. But again, not to go macabre now, I'm not going trying to, but just maybe as a little question, if ever you get bored one day, try and guess your collection. Maybe just write it down on a piece of paper as you've all got it set up there, and you can do this with PS2 games, Paul, because you still got loads of them. Could you lay it out and say, in this shelf I have this figure, this figure, this figure, this figure? So as you say, if it all came in one day and it all got stolen, all got burnt down, whatever, and you say, right, can you replace it? Could I name everything that's here? I don't think I'd get 100%. I think I'd forget Scourge, 86 Scourge.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to remember later.
Yeah. Like, do I have, even though I spend a lot of time in front of this, I would miss them.
I used to play this game with my brother about when we used to collect wrestling figures. You just put the wrestling figures out, you know, in a row, and it's almost like that memory game. And suddenly you take like 2 away
on the tray.
Yeah, and like half the time you're going, I know one's missing because I can see the gap. I can't put a name to the thing.
Can't see the wood for the trees. Yeah.
I mean, see the Rowdy paper.
Yeah. Oh, poor Roddy. I've got all my mini blockies up there, and it's stupid how many I've got. If you took one away, I wouldn't know.
No.
Just 2 quick bits. We'll get back to it in a second. David just asked, can you explain what the live is all about? So we're raising money for Mary's Meals. Mary Meals are a charity who provide meals for children in poverty. They provided over 2 million meals last year. And Toy Foo, which is the UK group of Transformers fans who buy Transformers collections, get donated and they sell it. And all the proceeds go to Mary's Meals. Last year, Pete ran the marathon. It was absolutely amazing. Half marathon. Not as amazing as I thought. It was all right. No, I'm joking. Pete done something that no one else on Transformers show would be physically able to do.
There you go. That's what you should have led with.
Raised thousands of pounds. So this year we wanted to do something which wasn't just Pete, bless him, because he's been amazing since he's joined Transformers show. So we're generating some funds for Mary's Meals. We said we would do a 24-hour non-stop live stream. It started at 8 o'clock yesterday. And it'll finish at 8 o'clock tonight on Saturday the 6th. We have to stop it, so at 12 hours in, so that's why there's 2 streams, because at 12 o'clock, if you go to 12 hours on YouTube, it will stop recording. You won't keep that stream. It will disappear. That's why it was last week. I'll just Google, can you do 24 hours? And you Google went, no. You do. You can keep doing it. It just won't ever, the second 12 hours-ish. You could probably push it to 13, 14 hours. You will lose the recording, so you won't have any recording.
Must be due to the file size for upload for their servers or something. Yeah. No, I did wonder because I tried to join on the old link and it said I was the only one backstage. I was like, hello.
I did that. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was like, no. And you text me the new link. So
I quickly text it out whilst chatting.
Probably on you saying, with you saying that, Paul, the first 12 hours, bearing in mind we're only an hour and a half after stopping it, has reached 1,000 views already.
Cool.
It's
really.
It's mental, absolutely mental. So thank you, because the more people that watch, the more people get involved. The more people get involved, the more money we raise, and the more money we raise, the more kids we feed, and that is what this is all about. That's what
Absolutely.
this is all about.
Yeah, definitely. Drew's asking, did we crash? It didn't crash. You just have to YouTube. I was just explaining. You have to do it in 2 parts. You can't do 24 hours. It will not save the second 12 hours. You have to do 12 hours. So we went straight into the second 12 hours. So I hope that answers your question, gentleman who asked that. The only thing I just, Ian, when you get me thinking, when you look at the whole collection, and I'm almost a bit scared to do this, and obviously consider myself extremely privileged to be able to have a room where I can display my Transformers. Have you ever looked at it and gone, I'll just quickly add up how much it's worth? Because I think I could
once
do
or
that.
twice. Yeah,
And I
I've
could
done it
just be
once or
like,
twice.
that's a lot off
Yeah.
the mortgage. Like,
Yep.
and
What-
is it the right thing to
what's
do?
worse
Should I be
is-
taking my kids to, like, I don't know, Disneyland in Florida? Like, that's a chunk of it.
What's worse is when people at my work have asked me when they've seen it. Not many people have, but people have said, "How much is that?" And I've told them, and it's you get a wee bit embarrassed when you put a bulk number together. Like, oh, it's been built up over years, and some of these have not been bought for market value, and some have been gifts and whatever else. And but yeah, when you look at it, you're like, "Oh my god, what have I done?"
And
Sorry, Sam.
no, carry on.
No, I was just going to say I do the same thing, Ian. And you tell people at work, and you don't tell them the full amount, do you? Because that's just dull.
You tell them an amount.
But then they go, "Oh, what car have you got?" And I go, "Oh, with 135,000 miles on the clock."
Still got that Astra.
Turbo. and you just go, is there better things I should be spending the money on? And the answer is always yes, but would you get as much enjoyment out of them?
Exactly.
Campbell or Cat Slayer? Campbell or Cat Slayer?
I remember
That's
a
it.
little while.
Cat Slayer is there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just pump the clutch a few times, you'll be fine.
I think I looked at it a little while ago. It may have changed now, but a couple of years ago, I kind of very crudely just divided up what I think I've spent by how many years I've been doing it. And it was about £100 a month. I equated it out if you averaged it out. And that's what I kind of say to a few people if they've ever asked and go, it's about that. And then you go, all right, £100 a month on toys. Some people go, well, that's silly. What is it? But then you go, well, what else? If you're someone, and I was this when I was younger, you go out, go to the pub a couple of times a week, every weekend, spend more than £100 going out, and you don't get that back. And if that's what you enjoy, and that's what I did enjoy,
you get it back, you pay back in kind.
yeah. So you look at that and go, well, there's a lot worse things you could spend your money on, and I think you spend it, everyone can spend it on what they want. And I say, when I was younger, like we all went out and spent loads of money going out, drinking and clubbing and all that kind of good stuff. And I don't know, if I spend £100 a month or a bit more sometimes on something that it's tangible, I can mess with it, take photos of it, enjoy it, join a community like this. I think that's all right. I think that's pretty good money. And as long as you don't,
if you weren't doing this, you'd be joining a golf club. Like Douglas said in the chat there, and paying memberships to things or taking up paddle. It seems to be the common thing, April. But
everyone has their hobby, don't they?
Yeah, there is. There's always something. This is just ours.
Yeah, definitely. And Dubai is cool, and it goes for other collections as well. I remember selling my SNES collection. It was just sitting there. My SNES collection pretty much paid for my wedding. Like, I didn't pay for what I sold it for, and we didn't have an expensive wedding by any stretch of the imagination. But a large chunk of it was just, and I've not. Do you know what? I've never regretted it. I've never gone back. Pretty much, there's probably a couple of bits which I've ever regretted, and I'm not sure even regret them that much. But I remember selling the Gigasaurus sludge. And now I think, it's not that it's gone up massively in price. I just think, I kind of want to collect all of those. That's a big risk. That's like $1.50 now to get, or at least $1,000 to get them.
Because won't get those back because they've all shut up shop. Sorry, Pete.
No, but sorry, I was just going to follow on from Paul saying the SNES paid a chunk of the wedding. This year's TFN, I decided that I didn't want the Masterverse stuff anymore, and I wanted to collect the cartoon Origins up there. And then whilst I was getting rid of that, I just I looked around the room and everything I didn't have an emotional attachment to, because you tend to just collect stuff and you haven't. By selling all of that, it's paid for the Hilton and the tickets for TFN this year. So you've kind of you haven't sold it.
You've reinvested
spent the money on real life stuff. It's kind of you've reinvested it back into your
yourself,
hobby,
doesn't it? Yeah,
which I think is the right way of doing it. But I lost money. I say I lost money. It's looking at it the wrong way, because it suggests you bought it as an investment. I didn't get back some of what I paid for what, but I had the enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, you've had that time with it, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah, and it came to that point where I was just like, you know what, I'm not enjoying it anymore. So it's time to move on, because it's doing nothing sat there because I'm not enjoying it.
Yeah.
I think if I was a seller or a reseller, you take your time, don't you? You get the correct market price and extract as much GP. When I sell, I just think, right, I'm going to sell some stuff, which is irrelevant now to me. I want to buy some other stuff. I always put it down really cheap, like much lower than the market, because that's one thing, right?
You do undercut.
I don't want to do 20 trips to the. I hate boxing stuff up. It takes ages. You have to go to the post office. I think just get it done, get it cheap, and then yes, I could have maybe got a bit more for it, but I've saved myself so much in time. And then you're looking at new stuff that you bring in, and it's like it's really energizing, isn't it? To dissect bits of your collection off and go, actually, I haven't got enough for that. Let's go and explore something else. There is
a sense of just selling your collection, quickly. I remember you selling a Make Toys contact shot, and you practically gave that away for like 30 quid. I was like, oh my god, man! After so long, we're trying to track that down. Yeah. But yeah, you look at things, and I do get the appeal of just like, I want it gone. I don't want people haggling. I don't want to be a bartering over the price, because even if it goes up on eBay, someone makes an offer, you make a counter offer, they get 24 hours to respond. Like, buy it, give me the money, I put it in the box, I send it, and then I can do something with that money. It's just, there is a sense of, I do that. I sort of think, right, what can people buy it for on eBay? Right, it's used, I'll knock 20 quid off. And then I want it to be as fluid as that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lee, we're not going to sell our collections yet.
No.
If Lee sold his collections, he's got enough to fill 3 houses worth, so he's doing fine. And he can still give me that Beast Wars set. He knows the one I mean.
I see. Like, I think you have to be honest with yourself. If I collected and didn't sell anything, there would be so much stuff sitting in this room which would not give me joy, and it would just be almost hoarding. Whereas rarely regret it. I think stuff like, I'm not sure if I even would regret, but like Unicron, it'd be hard to pick up another one without shelling out a ridiculous amount of money. So
Crazy,
I probably wouldn't sell that for a while.
I was going to ask that. Is there anything two prong? Is there anything you wish you had sold that and you didn't? I'll give you an example. During COVID, at the time, the Fans Toys Lupus, which I paid £100 for. I could have sold it for £1,000. The Insecticons, I paid £60 a bot when they first come out. Again, I probably could have get near £1,000 for all 3. And I look back now and go, you think about it just financially, you go, well, that was a stupid thing to do, to not sell them. But I liked them and I wanted them and I had them. So I kind of didn't want to lose them from the collection. But is there anything like that you kind of go, damn it, I wish I could have got rid of that?
I've had it the other way round, and sometimes with games and stuff where something's being released. I think it was Inazuma 11 2, and it looked like it was being pulled by Nintendo. So suddenly the price went up massively for the copies which got released. I think I paid like £150 for it. And then exactly the same thing happened a month later. Oh no, we are releasing it now. And then the price just comes down. You think, God, I forked out for that to try and get rid of the game. But then sometimes it pays off, doesn't it? So I've bought games for pennies, and well, not pennies, but like for 30, 40 quid, and then they've gone on sale for thousands of pounds because you've got them at the right time and you've got in early. But that's
you don't know, do you? It's just by pure luck.
No,
and it's on that day. It's on that day.
Yeah.
And I bought it because I wanted it. I didn't buy it. I've never bought something because I thought, oh, I'll flip that. Like if I saw a load of Unicrons for 50 quid, of course I'm going to buy as many as I can. But I've never bought a game or a Transformer thinking I'll buy that because I've got that cheap, and it's all stuff I bought, and then later on I've gone, actually, I'm not collecting that now.
I remember years ago, this is back on a PlayStation 1, and I'm really showing my age because I'm going to mention Woolworths as well.
Yeah.
Someone, we left school, they went into Woolworths, bought 10 copies of Worms on the PS1 because it was like reduced to £2 a copy, and then went down to Game Station and traded them all in at like £10 each. So made like a massive profit. Of course, we were like 15 or so at the time, so like, this is entrepreneurial stuff, and I'm just not confusing. How have you gone and done this? I don't know why I brought it up, but I don't know why I remember
like a life
it. It is a life hack. Yes, it really is.
I quite enjoy watching on TikTok, and I love doing this in real life. Just YouTubers go into charity stores and pick stuff up, and they trade in CEX, or they know like they're looking for stuff, and they pick up stuff and flip it. I always quite enjoy that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Isn't it?
I don't know what I got here that I could say like, oh, did I miss an opportunity to sell it? Because anything that's really got its high value, I want to keep.
Yeah.
I really like it. Like the only thing, like you say, is the Geiger Power Dinobots, and they're getting buried with me. I love this.
Fans toys about. Sorry.
I think all the time about selling unicorns.
Do you?
Because it's so big. It's so big, but I don't think I could ever bring myself to do it either, though. And I don't know. I think it's the anxiety of, well, once the individual's collected it, because you can't post it. Once the individual's collected it, am I going to get instant buy
Chasing him down the
remorse?
road.
And you're going to spend the money on replacing it, and you're no better off, and you're just stressed out. I can do it.
This gives you, in many ways, you don't buy to sell. You might do if you recycle and something else comes out that you want, but once it's gone, like you buy these things for the enjoyment. And I look at it, and don't get me wrong, when I did a collection tour video just the other day, I was a bit like, okay, this is a lot. I've got a lot. I feel like it's like letting your hair grow too long. You're like, there's too much here.
You can never let your hair grow too long, Ian. You know that's.
No, I'm not going back to that. I'm not going back to that.
I really enjoyed that video actually, and I've got a bit left, but it's interesting with that. How many times I've seen you through that view of seeing that bit of the shelf, and then watching your.
Don't see that.
No, and I'm like, I don't know, all this stuff. I was like, that's brilliant. I enjoyed that video.
It's good. I haven't got it because I've been in Pete's room there that he's got it beautifully laid out, and that's what I love seeing other people's collections, because mine is very much where can I put. So I've got Missing Link RC there, and she's just like in the tiniest corner. I put straight on top of Prime very unceremoniously, and so I love seeing people who put these. I love seeing other people's collections because they do like these great shelves, and it's just like, oh, that's lovely. Why doesn't mine look like that? It's like Homer with a barbecue.
Yeah,
I think space is a massive issue for people, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Because mine might be classed as neatly laid out kind of thing, but it's only because for the next month or next 2 months, I've got space for 2 6-inch figures, or the next 3 figures, the next 3 Age of the Primes Combaticons that haven't been released yet. And then suddenly they go in. The space isn't infinite, and do you then recycle the stuff like we've been saying, selling it on and stuff, or do you put it in storage? The idea of putting it in storage makes me personally like vomit, because it's like, why have I got it if I can't see it?
If you can't
because if it's in the loft, I might as well sell it.
Yeah, if it's in the loft, there's no point in you owning it. Because all that's going to enjoy it is the dust mites. Yeah, I agree. I think I had to let some things go recently because I've got no room, and I look and go, that'd be brilliant. Oh yeah, I could get. Where am I going to put it? Where am I? And I know TF Nation's coming up, and I'm going to come back with a shopping cart full of stuff. So, and I'm just like, where I'm hovering above a buy button, it's just like, it's just going to sit in a box. Why?
I am starting to think, before I buy something, where's it going? Yeah, and going, I'm not going to buy that now, because I've already done it when I'm looking around some place again. I don't know where I'm going to put X when that's coming out, and because you do run out, don't you? But and I think,
see, is that an age thing? Is that an age thing though?
I'll take measures back.
Yeah.
Just
What, as in
gesticulating.
Do you mean thinking too much about it instead of just
Yeah,
outside,
because
just
you know,
buy it?
go back 10 years, go back 15 years. If you just saw it and you liked it, you just buy it. You're
Yeah.
worried
Yeah,
about where
you-
it's going to go when you get home.
Agreed. Yeah, that's a fair point.
It's an age thing, it's an experience thing, because now it's like the space is, as we say, we've been adding to our collections over time. The space has been reducing over time. What's the, I forget the scientist who came up with it, but it's a grain of rice, isn't it? Or it's like a grain of sand. Like it's nothing. But then you add 10 and all of a sudden you got a pile. Well, it's basically that with this. I forget the name of the theory that is, but like I'd love to have an entire Lost Light crew. I've got Thunderclash holding on for dear life there, so I can't fit anyone else. And I know they're going to do more Dinobots, and I know I'm going to buy them. Where the bloody hell am I going to put it? But I am going to buy a new house to house the collection. I've said this before, it's part of the criteria when buying a house. Where is the collection going to go?
Yeah, and it should be. I think that's the good thing about it. And to your point, Pete, about is it age? I think one of the things around affecting that decision is if all of this stuff we could get was in shops, and you went down the high street, and you like a TFN, for example, you're more likely to buy it there because oh my god, it's in front of me. I'm going to buy it now, and I'll worry about when I get home. But because a lot of it, for me, I think because it's online, and I'm generally sat in this room when I'm buying it, that overcoming where's it going to go is higher up it's closer to you because you can see it. You're going, yeah, where I'm going to put that. Whereas if it was all in a shop, you just go, yeah, give it to me now. I'll worry about that later. So
I don't think any of us have gone round a trader hall at TFN with little bags full, absolutely Titans coming out of our ears, going, "This is great! Look what I've got! It's great." At no point on a Saturday has anyone gone, "Where's this going when I get?" Yeah. That's a Monday thought. That's a Tuesday thought, and that will come. That's like a hangover waiting to happen.
Future ball problem. That is
exactly. That's a futurian problem. Yeah, quite
people
right.
walking around the dealer hall with like a graph paper of a drawing of their room. Going, well, I'm going to put that there and move that there.
This is why, fellas, you never leave home without
I bet that's led to some very interesting conversations.
I do think,
your job, by the way.
where it's got more refined over the years. So I've had stuff come in and I like it, and I put it on the shelf. Not going to go back to where I was, where I just had everything boxed, and like my boxes are in the attic now. I do think now, like, I'm absolutely prepared for something to come in. I don't really watch many reviews, but something will come in, and I'll just look at it straight away and go, "No, I don't want that. I've ordered it from Showty, and actually, it's not what." It's going straight back onto sale, and I will do that because I'll get it and it'll come in. I think actually I'm not going to give you a spot on the shelf because there isn't loads of space, and there's no one I want to replace you with. Actually, you haven't met what I wanted. I find that's happening more now. Get stuff in, that's going up straight out for sale, and it goes back out again. But then sometimes, and quite a lot to be fair, you get something that's fucking awesome, and it goes straight into the collection. It's a real bonus because there's so much good stuff there. I feel, and it's not a huge collection. It's quite hard to get into that collection now.
That's a good way to
You
think about
almost need like an X Factor like audition, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Show me why you deserve a place on that shelf.
Yeah. Yes,
you look like a star. You sound like a star.
The fact that you're sat so far reclined, Simon Cowell, in that chair.
Yeah. Entertain me.
Entertain me. You have 30 seconds. Dazzle me.
Yeah.
Time to change your life.
Drew has kindly donated a copy of Torval and Dean Best of DVD.
Wow.
So just bear in mind, we're still not giving that away. He messaged me late last night to let me know that. So that will be going at some point. And for a considerable sum of money, no doubt.
Excellent.
As well.
Highlights so far.
Thank you so much. You've really helped. That last hour's actually flown by, hasn't it? It's been brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
You're doing a sterling job, as Ian said at the start. It's fantastic, and I hope you get all the plaudits you deserve, everyone involved, because it's a stellar job and it's brilliant. So and thanks for letting me be part of it.
Wonderful cause. Yeah, absolutely.
It's an honour.
It honestly wouldn't have felt right doing it without you two. So really good to have you both on. All right, dudes, we'll let you get. We've got another 7-8 hours to go at least. We'll see you on the other side.
Watching. Good luck.
Live on coffee.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Wife.
Well done, guys.
Yeah. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys.
See you later.
Have a great weekend.
Bye. How could you top that? How could you replace those two handsome chaps? Well, we're going to give it a go because we've got a
Bloody strap in.
superstar who's on holidays coming live from the other place. Live.
It's not sports personality of the year.
Hey, Skywalk SCS and the ever handsome and amazing Dave Cousins is here as well. Hello, David. Hello, Steve. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning.
sir.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, not good. Amazing.
I was only thinking to myself, Paul, with what I've seen so far and how fantastically done this has been. Next year's 48-hour live stream is going to be phenomenal.
Okay, so let's just disprove any rumours that are around. Yeah. This is a one and done. All right, 801. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't. I get a bit
I quite like
tired,
it, Pete. It's like last year you went pure physical torture for yourself, and now it's mental torture. It's I don't know where you go from here, though.
There was no mental torture or physical torture. There was just no torture.
We could put Pete in for SAS. Are you tough enough? And we could just get the best of both.
There is.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that question now. No, I'm not. These hands are transforming hands and keyboard hands. That's it.
Well, and something else hands. That's nice. Chronicles Cliff Jumper. It's like Eurovision. It's a bit like Eurovision, isn't it? We'll take your points now, please, Steve. Nil point.
Yeah, yes. Hello, this is Swindon calling.
Hello, Swindon. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah. A late postal vote from our Portuguese jury. Nil point.
Oh, Portugal.
Boo.
On one side.
Oh,
how's your
keep
holiday
going.
going? I don't know. We just went, no, I'm not talking anymore.
Mate, do you know what? I mean, some people will call this a holiday. I've not seen a Transformers toy since yesterday. It is getting a bit emotional. I was forced last night to go out to dinner at a really nice restaurant and consume alcohol. There have been sunsets. There is a swimming pool. Mate, I'm struggling. I'm not going to lie.
Sounds awful, mate.
Oh, you've really brought the mood down, Steve. I was really kind of up for
silly holiday,
having some fun, and you just brought misery into it. Come on.
At this point, I think I'd take a go-bot if I'm brutally honest.
Bloody hell, that's serious. I do that though.
Yes.
When you go on holiday with the family, I still go Transformers hunting, and it's
absolutely,
yeah.
It's so hard because like the shops you're shopping in, like they don't have Transformers. You're not going to bump into something like Masterpiece, and very rarely like mainline, but you still do it, don't you? You still go around.
You've still got to look. You have still got to look, but you know we've all done it all. Sorry, good lady wife has joined me on the balcony.
Oh, hello, Beam. You're right.
She can't hear because I got my headphones in, but she's still here.
We're still awake.
Oh,
that keeps us going.
Although we've lost poor Pete, haven't we? What have you done to him?
I don't know where he's gone. Maybe he's got really tired. And
he's just given up. He just literally dropped us.
Just went like that. Oh, it is knackering.
Was it me mentioning the 48-hour live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, that did it. I did it.
Yeah.
How much sleep have you had, Paul?
I've had at least 2 hours. So some would say 2 hours. I was trying to think of a word earlier. I think I can't remember. It was about 3 hours ago, and just my brain was just like, "No, you're not going to get that word." And whatever word you're looking for, it's not going to come out of your mouth. Yeah. And I was just like, oh, absolutely crazy. Yeah. But it has been amazing, and like what's kept it going is just the guests have been so much better than us and more full of sleep.
I say, is that possibly because your guests aren't sleep deprived and hallucinating?
Yeah, they're cheating. I think everyone who should come on should also not have sleep. Like, just stayed up the whole night.
Do you know what? I do so badly with little sleep. When I had my first kid, after about like day 2 of no sleeping, I went to put the kettle on, which you think is like quite a normal thing. Hey, Pete's alive. You think it's quite a normal thing to do. However, I went to put the kettle on. I realized I couldn't do it because I was trying to physically ram the kettle into the microwave. And only stopped after like 4 attempts because I was like, it's not fitting in. This is weird. And I was like, oh, shit. So yeah, I almost blew up the house when I was sleep deprived. So good on you.
But it's when you do get to that point where that's hard and you do random stuff, and then later on you start looking for your car keys. Like, why can't I find my car keys? Oh, it's because they're in the fridge. Because obviously that was a really, really normal place for me to put my car keys.
I remember having kids, and yeah, well, I've still got kids. They're still there. They're just in the other room, but they're not at the point where they keep you awake anymore, which is
yeah,
nice.
yeah. No, that's nice once you get past that period.
How do you think, Pete?
Yeah,
do you know what? I'm doing all right. I just spoke to Emma. So Mandy's off to work, and I just realised I hadn't seen her since this time yesterday. So I was kind of like, I just see her very briefly, and I was just saying to the girls that I feel like my ears are ringing, but we haven't been out. You know, like when you get back from a night out, and you wake up in the morning and you go,
yeah,
oh my god, my ears are still ringing. Yeah, mine are doing that, but I haven't been out. So, but I'm doing all right, I think. But you know, I'm still reasonably fresh. Let's check in at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. But then we're on the home stretch. So
well, you guys are doing so well. I mean, you've already kind of like cleared past the halfway mark, and you're in the kind of the longer final stretch now. So you should feel really proud.
Yeah,
I feel better now.
Yeah, amazing.
I feel better now. It's at the end in sight. I think last night I've done the stretch. Was it from midnight till 4 a.m? That stretch was amazing as well, because the guests who were coming on were so cool, like Deluxe and TMR Reviews, John, and we're talking about video games, which just gets me excited anyway. But towards the end of that, I was like, "Fucking hell, this is hard." Like, I feel better now than I did then.
We cocked up, haven't we? Because everyone rightly so said, "Why don't you do 8 in the morning till 8 the following morning?" Rather than do 8 at night when everyone got up, either done a full day of work or full day with the family, then started a 24-hour live stream. But
I have to say, Pete, as a shift worker, and obviously knowing how those cycles kind of go when you guys did it, I went, do they realise that what they've got is a day before they start? That's what you no, Steve.
The other big thing, which is the elephant in the room, which no one's discussing, is that obviously fundraising's been absolutely amazing. People be so generous, and like, thank you guys for your gifts, and not only with what they've given, but what people donated. Could we have just done that and got the exactly same amount without doing the 24-hour stream? Maybe like that would have worked, wouldn't it? People just gone to bed last night, or done a 3-hour stream. I don't know.
Let's pretend that's not true.
Yeah, I'm not going to think about that.
Paul, I don't know how you're totting things up, and I don't know obviously what sort of stages you're at. But is there any update on the fundraising? Do you know kind of where you are at the moment?
I want to do one in total, but we've been sworn to secrecy, haven't we?
So
okay.
we're only told, because technically, you know, the admin team, the operation team, you know, classes as the talent. All right, so they only tell us so much. However, when we start,
you're just a front man, Pete. Just a front man.
Yeah, literally the face.
I was going to say, Pete, you get tired of being the face of it.
More the ass, I'd say. When we started the stream, we felt 5K was potentially possible if everyone continued to be as supportive as what they have been, and the numbers we've been told suggest we are very close to that.
Oh wow! Oh mate, that's both of you, and obviously Andy as well. That's amazing stuff. Genuinely.
Well, Andy can count Andy. Claire, yes, but Andy's asleep. All right.
Weakness has got the better of Mr. Brian.
Yeah, Andy's only done 4 hours. I get it, like, 'cause he's tired. Things are different in Yorkshire, but he's only done. No, I'm joking. Andy's done the most. Andy's done the most of anyone. Like, he's done the most hours.
Isn't Yorkshire in a different time zone? That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It is. It was like trying to explain to Cybertronic Spree where like Andy and I differed in location in the country, and it was very much. Have you seen Game of Thrones? Yeah, that's where Andy's from. You know, the wildlings.
The North remembers.
Yeah,
I think Pete is what you and I refer to as off the tube map.
Yeah.
Well,
technically, I'm off the tube.
Only very technically.
Yeah.
You've got the Elizabeth line next door.
Well, I have a Wagamama that's very close.
Yeah.
So basically, it's the metropolis.
As long as you've got a Pret a Manger, you're fine. That's pretty much the bar now.
Press
Oh,
on,
it's
Jerry.
7 p.m. in Australia. I love this. I love finding out what the time zones.
Oh wow.
Do you know what, Paul? I was just thinking, you may be onto something with the 24-hour stream. This might make you feel better. Because you've got some heroes/lunatics who are staying up with you doing this.
Yeah.
Eventually, they're going to get so sleep deprived that when I tell them to go bid something on the auction right now, that they might bid way more than they ever would do if they were in their right mind.
Yeah. It's absolutely
And so
And we
psychological.
don't have an issue with taking their money. Sleep deprived, drunk, hallucinating, whatever the reason is fine with us.
You know why? You know why, Pete? It's because it's for the children. That's why.
For the children.
It's for the children. I think I'm right in saying I can't remember. I think it was a comment Andy made on one of the group chats. Is it £19 feeds one of those kids for a year? Yeah. So you can forego, folks. For anybody that's going to TFN, you can forego that fish finger sandwich at the Hilton Bar, and you can feed a child for a year instead.
So, keeping it loose, if we raised the minimum £5,000, that's 263 children that we would feed for a year. Now, you think about, we've all got kids, had kids. A lot of the people in the chat have as well. Do you think how many people perhaps is in your son's primary school, your daughter's primary school, and you go, that's how you quantify it. That's how you quantify it. That this stream and all of the many facets that are feeding into it are feeding that school for a year when they're in areas and situations where they're going to school hungry and they're coming home hungry. It's really powerful, and we're not trying to pull on the heartstrings. We're just telling you the literal facts. These are the literal facts, and everybody that's been involved with it, we've said it loads of times and we'll continue to say it, everyone that's been involved with it, whether it's been donating stuff for the raffle or the auction, or the ladies sorting out guests and the schedule, and us staying up, everyone has played a role. And even the toy food guys brought Mary's Meals into everybody's mind.
Into the fandom.
We didn't know who Mary's Meals was as a charity before Toy Food were working with them and doing the great work they did. So we genuinely are changing lives, and I think it should not be underplayed, the impact that everybody's had on this.
Yes, Geldof, you're right.
No, it's fantastic stuff. Should we talk very quickly? About some Transformers?
Can I just quickly give a shout out? I don't know if you can see my phone. My wife just sent me. So if you go to Cosmic Toys, they're live streaming us right now.
Fantastic.
So you don't even have to watch it at home. You can go to the store and watch it on the screens there. Amazing. Yes, come on, Steve. Let's talk about.
So hello, Cosmic Toys.
Well. Yeah. So something, and I pitched this to Dave, and I have to say, David just kind of went along with it. Just went, yeah, Steve, that sounds like a great idea. There was no pushback at all. So I don't know whether I ambushed him and caught him completely unaware, or whether he thought it was a great idea. I'll take either. But given that you've got Mr. Simon Furman coming on, I wanted to talk, as I have been known to read a Transformers comic or two, about IDW's Transformers Infiltration. If either of you two fine gentlemen have read that one at all?
Simon Furman.
So, and the reason I wanted to talk about Infiltration is because in the sort of the wider IDW stuff, I think Infiltration gets overlooked. We all talk about, and very rightly so, we all talk about Lost Light, we talk about More Than Meets the Eye, we talk about James Roberts, we talk about Jack Lawrence, we talk about Last Stand of the Wreckers with Nick Roche, but Infiltration was the first IDW book. It was the book that set everything up. It was the book that introduced some of the concepts for IDW. It laid some of the foundations for IDW. There is stuff mentioned in that book, the phases, the fandom still talks about phase sixes to this day. Those are still a thing very much in fiction. But nobody really goes back and looks through Infiltration as a book. Because David, did you manage to get a reread done?
I did, yes. Yeah, I've had to. Yeah, the reason Steve said that, and the reason that I was kind of like, yeah, sure, we'll go along with this, is I've had quite a stacked week. And so I didn't even realize that Steve was coming on. I thought I was doing this hour by myself until about 2 days ago. And so I thought, like, oh man, I have to do like a big thing about like how I draw and do all this stuff. And then suddenly find out like Steve's involved. He said, "Do you want to talk about this?" I was like, "Yes." Yeah, that takes a load of effort off. So yeah, I did find the time to read it though, so it's great.
Oh, brilliant.
What did you? I was saying I read it on the I read the whole thing from cover to cover, all the 6 issues and the issue 0, the little preview issue they did. Read the whole thing cover to cover yesterday on the aeroplane. In case I hadn't mentioned it, guys, I'm away on holiday. I wasn't sure if I brought it up or not.
That's your goal.
But I think it still stands. I think it still stands up now. I think there's some fantastic stuff in there, and you have to remember, you put it into context of when it was released. You're pre the Bayverse movies, so Transformers hasn't been catapulted into the public consciousness really. You're pre Transformers classics, so a lot of those sort of chug designs, as we call them, weren't really a thing. So of course EJ Sue's managed to bring all the vehicular designs up to spec. You see some real life vehicles in there. I think Ratchet and Ironhide are both modelled off of Ford Transit from memory when I was looking at the artwork. But yeah, I think it's one of those stories that just really still stands, and I think it's just so important to how we perceive some of the Transformers fiction today.
Yeah. Can I stop for a second before we get into the discussion proper? I just saw a comment there from Joseph England. He mentioned comics. Also, this is Mary's Meals adjacent because Joseph is the writer for all of the Thunderclash comics that I've been a part of in the past, and they will. Do you know what? It's funny. This is the first one I'm not really in, other than a special thanks because I've helped out behind the scenes, and I'm going to talk about it more than I ever have when I've been in it. No, it's a great batch of creatives, and they'll have it on sale now. He'll put a link in the comments, I'm sure, and it will be available from TF Nation. I'm assuming Gav will have it at the Toy Food stand. But some of you will have read it before. The Thunderclash series is really good. It's a load of artists all getting together. It's a lot of fun stuff with the Turbo Masters, who I think are Transformers. I'm not sure. It's a joke because they talk about it. I have no idea who the Turbo Masters are, and it's a constant thing of like I've been drawing the covers for like the first 2, and I'm like, I don't know, Turbo Masters. But no, so that's a really good thing that will also support Mary's Meals. So yeah, whenever you're around, kind of like pick up a copy of that. Back onto what you were saying, Steve. Very sorry, I just had to get that while I saw Joseph 100%. Commented.
Yeah, we always give a shout as well closer to the time, don't we? Because I know I missed it last time, but Andy managed to get one. Don't know if you did, Pete, but
no, yeah, I missed it.
Work.
Yeah, I was too slow off the mark with that one as well. But no, yeah, Infiltration. Sorry, again, I don't want to just keep talking about to people about how wonderful early IDW, some of the early IDW stuff was, but again, you put it into the context of what was going on in the fandom at the time. So I cross-checked some of my dates while I was making some notes for this morning. The last Dreamwave book was published in December 2004. I'm sure Dave Wallace will correct me if I've got that wrong. December 2004. They managed to get that issue 0 preview for Infiltration out in October 2005. So when you start talking about lead times, licensings, contract negotiations, art, editorial, Hasbro approval, everything, they've managed to get the foundation for this whole universe out in 9 months. And David, I will bow down to your far superior knowledge of the comic book publishing industry to know how tight a timescale that must have been.
It could be remarkably tight. It all depends on how well organized things are. But to be honest, having been on my side of the curtain, I'm amazed that any comic ever gets made ever. It's a complete insane asylum. Things are changed. Things get brought up very quickly. Artists get asked to do things in monumentally heroic times, and if I do say so myself. But
quite
no,
frankly,
it can be nuts. It can be really, really nuts. So yeah, the pressure would have been on the entire team, and to come up with something so well structured and cohesive that early on, it's amazing.
Well, to your point, your example there, talking about the artists and that, EJ Su and his designs, they're so detailed and intricate, aren't they? And I guess very simplistically, I guess the more detailed and complicated the designs and stuff, the longer the process, right? So the fact they literally it must have been a kind of go, and they literally went.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong in saying this as well. So I'm not 100% sure. There are people who will know their chronology much better. But I think, judging by the timelines that Steve was just saying, this could be the first comic where they really went a mechanically authentic route. Because like, if you look at EJC's artwork, it's incredible. When I was looking through, as far as like the Transformers themselves are concerned, I was looking at like the joints work, because this is the kind of thing that us artists look at. And you kind of go like, yeah, that actually works. And there's a thing which like there's a vent there which makes sense, and you start to deconstruct it. And I think it's possibly because the Dreamwave stuff was really, I'm not knocking Dreamwave. Dreamwave is really, really flashy, and I love it. It's something that's really nice. But they had some of the, I mean, the Pat Lee stuff especially kind of has the old Marshmallow Man kind of. You get the joint. It's very G1. There's no, you can't see an elbow joint or anything. It kind of, it's like a bendy toy, almost like if you imagine doing it in real space. But EJ Sue stuff is amazing, and it's like I said, the joints work. I paid lots of attention to these kind of things, and I think they may have been the first person to do that, or the first comic to do that, I should say. I'm trying to think when IDW picked it up, which is really impressive, because also that means there's nobody to copy off either. So I don't know whether either they were really kind of engineering minded, or they had some really good third party figures that they were taking inspiration from kind of early on.
Because and again, putting it back. Sorry for saying it.
Do you think they did? Because I know a lot of them were fans. Do you think a lot of them done that? Got third party figures in, and it just must have helped loads.
It's entirely possible. I mean, I know the Skybound guys do that now. You can see it. You can literally see, recognize some of the models. You'd be crazy not to be honest. I mean, I've got some of my I've not had to draw Shockwave yet, but I do have a figure just so I don't have to do all the maths of working out how his angles look on his head and stuff. I can just go, okay, turn it there. Good, I'll draw that.
Yeah.
It's a huge time saver, and comics are really, really under the gun, time pressure wise. Like, you can be asked, if you're asked to turn something around in a month, you're talking basically working, say it's like 24, 22 pages. You're basically, that's your entire month. Weekends, if you're lucky, you might have them off, but you may be going through depending on how complex what you've been asked to draw is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, if anybody ever uses a toy as reference, then fair credit to you. You're going to get more time to get the work done well.
Sorry, Steve.
And again, I was just saying, classics, Henkei, Chug, Generations, whatever you want to call it now, that hadn't launched at that point, so they weren't even constrained by that. Oh, no, Sunstreaker has to look like this because of X. Ironhide has to look like this because of Y. So EJ Sue has just pulled it out of the bag from nowhere. And even with Simon Furman using what, if you look at it, there's kind of echoes to some of his. Some of Marvel Comics' previous work. If you look at that Infiltration, Ratchet's pretty much the central character for the whole of the 6 issues. He's your central Autobot, which is very, very reminiscent of Buddy Yansky's very early Marvel stuff, where a lot of the Autobots got sidelined, and Ratchet had a couple of spotlight issues all to himself. Which for I appreciate Ratchet is a core sort of evergreen G1 character, but he's not up there with Jazz and Optimus. He's not one of the cool guys, and to bring him to the front, I thought was fantastic. Even to the point that EJ.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, and something else that David said with EJ Stu's work, he even used that, and I'm going to nerd out here just a little bit. That comic accurate red head that Ratchet gets. Ratchet's head in the comics has always been coloured red, and that extrapolated over into Infiltration itself. It's all those little nods, because I do wonder if from a marketing perspective, again, putting the timeline as the way we discussed it, I don't want to labour sort of on the Dreamwave points, but Dreamwave probably left a nasty taste in, well, certainly a lot of creators' mouths. Potentially the Transformers license or the Transformers reputation as a brand was perhaps soured a little bit with comic stores. Perhaps maybe some of the fandom, because we hadn't had the Bayverse, catapulting us into the mainstream, were a bit fatigued on it. So all of a sudden, to launch a new comic book of that quality so quickly, it was such a gamble, because how many people looked and gone, "Oh, I've read that Dreamwave stuff, and you know what? I'm done now."
It's a real tough one, isn't it? Because what are your consistencies? And it's Furman, right? He was involved heavily with the Dreamwave stuff, and Dreamwave went. But how much we all know the story now, but how much did we know then?
Probably very little.
Yeah,
and not much back then.
But then you've got someone like EJ Su, which Infiltration was probably his first interaction with Transformers.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
I was saying that EJ Su's actually in the book as well this year, so the Fun the Clash books got EJ Su in it. And just quickly, amazing Ed Perry's it's in the chat, and he said he's one of the few TF artists whose impact will be defined as Transformers before EJ and Transformers after.
Yeah, that's true.
Spot on.
Yeah, very true.
And Kalel Prime said, which Final Fantasy is your favourite pool? And was it Final Fantasy 9? I think my favourite is 7. Sorry, Dave. 9 is awesome, though.
The audience is always right.
Yeah.
9.
I see. So I'm going to be controversial now. I always had a soft spot for 8 because I really liked playing that mini card game that you could play inside there. The trading cards style game you could play in it. Yeah. See, got the whole spectrum of Final Fantasy games covered.
Sorry, Pete. Go on, what
sorry,
Infiltration.
Again. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Steve. But the one mainstay, and I think the thing that's worked for Transformers so well is, that Furman-esque story building. That IDW had, Dreamwave had, Marvel Comics had. That consistency at the time, where IDW then took the license, and with the interaction with all of the various artists, but Furman building that world, suddenly got it to a point where, John Barber, James Roberts, everybody else got involved, and then it almost exploded again. So for me, I think, and it's not because we're seeing a certain Mr. Furman in not too far future, but he's a world builder, isn't he? And and he does it best in Transformers. And then you add the not a sprinkle, a massive helping of class with EJ Su's artwork. Infiltration was a big new beginning, and I think that's why it was so popular.
And I think what you just picked up on there, Pete, where you talk about the world building, I think what was going back as a reread now, obviously we had no idea, when you sit and read Infiltration when it came out back in 2005, you've got no idea that Dreamwave are going to hold this license for 17 years. As Dreamwave, sorry, IDW are going to hold that license for 17 years. They held that license for. I appreciate they split that into 2 continuities because you had the reboot stuff, but that core IDW continuity was 13 years worth of storytelling. I think I did a quick tot up on the wiki, something like 430 issues of storytelling. And when you go through Infiltration, knowing what you know now, you see stuff getting laid down that is still being, bear in mind, they had no idea how this was going to go. They had no concept of how popular the IDW books would become. And Furman's already laying down things like the Machination, who obviously the human bad guys who were aware of the Transformers already being on Earth and wanted to capture one. He was laying that kind of stuff down. There's a little Easter egg in one of the things. There's a screen cap of Hunter's laptop screen, and there's loads of text from his mock website, and they're talking about dinosaur-shaped mechanoids. So he's laying down. I'm appreciate Furman's, massive Dinobot guy anyway. But it's all there, and you think, how have you mapped all this out? You've got all these ideas going on. You've told as many Transformers stories as you told. You've got all this going on, and you don't even know whether you're going to get picked up.
Crazy, isn't it?
because it never ends.
It never ends. I'm gonna get in for a second. I'm just gonna get a drink of water, make sure the kids are still alive because Lisa's popped out for a paddle match. When I come back, we'll do one of the raffle prizes.
Raffle time.
All right, I'll see you in 2
raffle.
seconds.
No, I think
If you,
I think it was such a.
sorry,
Steve.
and I was going to say, did you read IDW from the start, or did you sort of come in?
I
today
came
yourself?
in. I probably came in when Lost Light. So I came in when Lost Light started probably, but I wasn't reading Lost Light. I then picked up the Asians in terms of the graphic novel, but I don't think. I think I was. That's when I came back into the fandom, and I don't think I really grasped how good it was, because I think, like you, it's only when you go back and read it a second or third time where you then go, and you have the light bulb moments and stuff, because it you've now gone a bit further ahead, and then you come back and you go, that's that.
Yeah.
That's the with Verity and Hunter, and it's sowing the seed, and then it comes to fruition. And I think what's really lovely is the fact that they gave him the opportunity to sow them seeds and let them flourish. It wasn't going to be it's not been successful in 6-12 months. We're going to go in a different direction. They gave it chance to breathe.
They did. That's a really good point, because I was thinking that as I read it, as I reread it rather, because when you view it from like today's perspective, I don't think you'd get away with anybody saying like, I'm going to do a Transformers series and Optimus isn't going to turn up for the first half a year.
Yeah.
I think they're like, well, no, surely like Bumblebee's got, it would be somebody else, because Bumblebee wasn't big until the Bayvet stuff, really. But to give, I know early from the kind of 2000s onwards, comics was going through a big thing of decompressed storytelling, so they were letting things breathe a lot more than they used to. To give a writer that kind of leeway and say, no, a lot of it is going to focus on these human characters whom nobody's ever met, so they're brand new. You're going to very briefly, you're going to see like one Autobot and then get like minor cameos from Decepticons. And also not even top tier Decepticons. We're talking like Runabuck and Runabout. Run amok and Runabout even.
Yes.
Who's been up for 24 hours? It's not me.
I couldn't have even pronounced them.
You're like white car, black car. I don't know. But to be able to do that, it shows I either, and I don't want to say it as either they just didn't care and expect much, so the editorial were very hands off, or they had a lot of confidence in Simon, which is probably more likely. To say that, okay, yeah, he's got this plan. Let's give it a chance. Let's do something new and different. Because Dreamwave, as we remember, and again, you have to go in the context of Dreamwave was the first Transformers content we'd had for years, like after Beast Wars, I think. So it felt the right time to play the hits and bring back, hey, it's Optimus, it's Devastator, it's everything we know from being a kid. So to play it that differently and go, because you think about it, when you get introduced to Verity in particular, she's not a nice character. The first thing you see is that she just nicks some expensive piece of equipment from some guy she doesn't know, and thinks it's completely fine. And it's like, well, that's not likable. That's all. It's like she's not saved a cat or anything. She's just looking after herself. And then you can obviously get more sympathy with her later. And then the same with Hunter. He's kind of he's got more of a beef about his surname, teaching the readers how to read his surname than anything. And he's not. He just comes across as like very, very conspiracy theorist. And then you're expecting the audience to stay with it, and they did, which was a really good thing. But yeah, the massive gamble.
I wonder if any of those characters. So you look at some of the characters that we've had. Those. I think I used the word evergreen characters earlier, and we look. We expect to see the Spike and Sparkplug and Buster, and I wonder if going forwards, if we'll see another iteration of I mean, Verity stayed all the way through ID. I appreciate, obviously, spoiler alert for anybody that's not read the 21-year-old comic book that we're talking about. I appreciate Hunter didn't quite go the distance, but Verity, who's been up for 24 hours, David? But Verity,
YouTube need to step up.
You didn't bring your A game, Steve. Verity really did go, and I just wonder if, are we going to see like a Transformers Cyber Battlers cartoon in 5 years' time or whatever that uses those character concepts?
I think it's really hard, and this is that age-old conversation, debate, hot topic. Is Transformers needs to reinvent itself
periodically,
100%, but it needs to rejig and re-engineer certain aspects of it to make it more current. But you then go the flip side, and too much of a change can put people off. I think sadly we probably saw that with IDW kind of wave 2 when they re-released, when Lost Light and Morning Meets the Eye ended, and we did a kind of a reimagining from the beginning, before the war. And I forget the writer, Brian. Was it Brian? I forget. I forget. But
begins with
that was guilty of it being a very, very slow burn, and I think the story taking too long to get going, that by the time it started to gather momentum, IDW lost the license, and Skybound took it, though we didn't know it at the time. And then suddenly the last 5 to 10 issues suddenly were the comic that we needed when IDW Wave 2 started. So Brian Rutley, thanks Ed. It was, the concept was fine, but the speed lost people. And people fell off, But like I say, the last few issues suddenly gathered the speed and momentum that you needed at the beginning to keep people engaged in that new storyline and that new kind of origin and stuff. So I think it's a real hard balancing act. But you'd think that Transformers now is that franchise where maybe you get a different publisher, they're willing to take a different risk. I mean, Skybound weren't. Well, they have been to an extent, but not fully.
Paul, just while I take it, Paul, your children are still alive. Just
at least 50% of them. One of them's watching Harry Potter for the 100th time. The 10-year-old and the 8-year-old is dressing it up as, I want to say, Rengoku from probably Demon Slayer or Jujutsu Kaisen or one of the other inappropriate things.
What folks do in the microwave.
I just asked Pete, Paul, did you pick the IDW stuff up sort of at the time, or did you come to it late?
No, do you know, I got into Dreamwave, and I remember seeing Dreamwave out and about, and I couldn't believe that. I know what you say about the marshmallow. Like I loved it at the time, seeing that sort of design, and it was so different, and I wasn't aware of it until I saw it in the shops, and I was just so fantastically excited. I remember getting a deal from this guy. I can't remember. I think it was about 50. It might have been 20 or 10 Dreamwave comics. I gave him an offer because he had them like for £2 each, and he accepted it. And I had all these Dreamwave comics to read, but they weren't in order or anything. And I think there was some IDW in there. I think there might be a bit of infiltration. I got them home, started reading through them. For they're amazing, and then I comfortably tailored off a bit off the comics. And then came back in with Last Stand of the Wreckers and Lost Light. I got the graphics novel, I got Lost Light issue 1, and then started really getting back into it then. But I don't know why that was. I've always loved comics, have been a huge part of my life ever since 2000 AD. And Judge Dredd when I was a kid, I used to read that passionately and still do. So I'm not sure what took me so long as an adult to get back into IDW, but certainly I think I started collecting Iron Factory, and Iron Factory have made a lot of their bots. If they've pretty much gone all in on the IDW style.
Yeah.
So I was picking up robots and thinking, why doesn't it quite look like how I remember that character? And that kind of got me into it.
I was always. It's funny you mentioned that. I was always intrigued that when Classics verse sort of and Universe did first come out, why they didn't hark back to a lot of those EJ Sue Designs, because a lot of your work's done. Your toys have been updated, your characters have been updated, you've got your designs there. Let's just toyify those designs rather than going sort of in the direction they did.
The engineering resource wasn't available.
Well, yeah, that's
to leave and find what was capable. I think that is the answer, and I think it just shows. It'd be amazing to take EJ's designs now and see if modern engineering now we could give real comic accurate versions of those characters.
Some of the Flame Toys model kits have that kind of feel to me.
Yeah,
like if you look at the special, again, I keep going about all the joints and the mechanisms in them. It's that kind of stuff that feels quite similar. To a point where I wouldn't mind betting that some of the Flame Toys stuff may have taken inspiration from there. To be honest,
this animated Prime is I am an advocate. I've been looking for Flames Toys model kits since I built this. I am in. They do an anime. I freaking love it. It's different to Blockies. It's different. It's not better. It's not worse. It's on a bigger scale, but a similar concept. You don't need glue. You don't need to paint it. It's got some stickers that come with it. But I mean, even look at the head sculpt.
Yeah.
Just.
Is it a fun build? Was it good fun putting it together and intuitive?
So it was. Now I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain. Now, I've got very soft hands. I've got very soft hands.
I can verify that.
I've never done a day's manual labour in my life, and I'm never going to. All right, and this was reflected in it hurting my thumbs sometimes. That's the only negative I've got from building it. It was so much fun.
Conversely, I've got hands like shovels, so I probably haven't got the finesse to do
but
that.
This is true. You'd be too ham-fisted for this.
Yeah,
so I think you need a mixture of both, Steve.
Yeah, I've made a few of them, and I'd say the thing with the Flame Toy stuff is that you need some dedicated space of time, that period of time to do it. You need some space to lay everything out, because some of these things are like microns. Like you need the tweezers to pick up these atomic parts that need to go in. And I'm not exaggerating. A couple of them did need a little tiny ball, which you needed to pick up with tweezers to place into something to get something to work. That was less fun. Sometimes it's very, very satisfying, and it's because they're very well made that it's normally your fault rather than their fault if something's not quite working. I never want to make the Bumblebee bug bite one again. The midsection for that is hellish, and I hate them for it. It looks really good when it's made, but jeez. So the Flame Toys, there's a lot more to them. I think that's partly how I feel okay occasionally buying them. Is you don't just have the toy. You've got like a 3-hour, 4-hour experience of making them as well.
Yeah, and it's not traumatic.
I'm conscious of time. Conscious of time. And did you say something to do raffles?
Yeah, I'm going to get crucified.
Yeah.
Paul's not. I am. I'm going to get strung up. And he doesn't care.
Right. No, I don't know. I can't even see at the moment. So what's the next thing we're giving away, Pete? Shall I consult?
It is a box of the Blockies 2026 yearly version set. So this is the set of the golden, silver Dinobots and other characters, Wheeljack, Pram, Starscream, etc. So, and I believe this is one of the sets that's been signed by the designers.
Oh, cool.
I will allow our independent adjudicator to verify that in the chat, but I think it's one of the signed versions.
Oh, lovely.
So an amazing prize. An amazing prize.
So obviously the raffle you can no longer enter. You've got the donate QR code, which will come back on the second, which you can still takes you to the Just Giving page. You can still donate if you want. The link's also in the comments. If that's easy, just go to the comments on the video, not the live comments, the actual show description, and you'll be able to click there if you want to donate. Now there are still quite a lot of things up for auction, which is insane. What how generous people are being on the auctions. So have a look there as well, because that'll be shutting. They're starting to finish now over the next 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
So get onto there if you want to have a bid. And again, all the money from that will be going to Mary's Mills as well. But we're doing the raffle now, so let's generate. So 503 was last number. So we have 760. So 760.
I mean, these numbers that are coming out, they're the best numbers I could have picked.
Oh, it's definitely top 10. And have you got what the next prize is?
The next prize is a graphic novel, Chaos Theory, which is in the same timeline as Infiltration that we've been discussing.
Very, very topical, Pete. Very topical.
On
It's
point.
almost like we planned this shit.
We definitely.
I mean, we haven't. We haven't at all.
It's very much
But
almost like
you can believe that we did.
Any success our show has is also lucky coincidence. I always think it's more the we employ lucky coincidence to that. Right, 76 the last one. So the new one is 94. Low number. Low number.
Boy, an early adopter.
Yeah, one of the first 100 numbers discovered. And if you're 94, that prize is on its way to you. Well done. Apparently, Infiltration is a raffle prize as well.
Amazing.
Already gone. Liam won it.
Jermaine says, Jayhan says, hi. She said, we're doing a great job. Hi, Jayhan. Hi, Jermaine. I dropped in. Jayhan's doing amazing play-alongs as well, video game play-alongs. So, well worth checking out her channel there. Let's remove that.
Can we just very briefly touch on some of the auction items? I'm just looking at them now.
Yeah.
They are, I mean, our custom bot that we enlisted Matt Marshall from Toy Fu to put together shots, who is based on the G1 Sea Spray mold, is at 272. Now this is a one. This is a one of one. There will never be another one.
Done.
This is OG, and it is glorious. In fact, regardless of the amount, we still need to get it out of Andy's house and get it to the winner because he loves it. He loves it so much. We've got Mr. Cousins' artwork is at the moment a bid at £102.
I mean, if just for the context for people, if you were thinking about buying it, I will not sell you something that cheap. This genuinely it's an absolute bargain. That price, that's crazy. It's the original artwork from last year's CF Nation. I don't know how many of you went to the cinema experience, but the VHSs you were given. The cover of that is the homage to the Phantom Menace via Transformers 1. And it's also got the original sketch with it as well. But I used to lightbox it. Yeah, that's the one.
There's so many cool things on the auction. So many things that potentially are a bit more of a bargain. That instead of trying to find them on the second-hand market, there's stuff on there that you're not going to find anywhere else. So
Pete,
please head on over.
Very quickly, you just talk about that. I don't mind pointing at my screen because nobody can see what I'm pointing at. But the Japanese continuity cartoon DVDs, they are long out of print. They are like gold dust. I can't see those getting a re-release again for a considerable amount of time. And obviously, Hasbro themselves have been showing some interest in the Japanese continuity stuff with the HasLabs. Absolute bargain for anybody that picks those up.
Yeah, all three.
And these were a very generous donation by Mr. Dave Wallace, who's in the chat, or he was. He might have finished his cornflakes by now. But Mr. Dave Wallace, a real generous donation.
Does he like Dreamwave?
I think so.
Hey, I don't know. He's never said.
Yeah, he's kept that quiet.
Oh, I recognise that toy.
Yes, very kindly donated and signed by Dave himself. Amazing. He's still here.
He's still here.
I can confirm for anybody that is interested in bidding on that Megatron, just in terms of provenance, I purchased that myself. I took it to way back when I think it was Auto Assembly 2006. which had Mr. David Kay guesting there, and he signed that Megatron then for me, and that has been sat in my, or was sat up until recently in my collection. Just it was fundamentally, as I said to Andy, I said it was sat in a box, and I'd really rather it went and did something constructive. So can 100% confirm that was signed by David Kay, and I had that done myself.
A few people are texting to say just to confirm the used socks in the background there with it as well. Otherwise, they're not bidding.
No, do you know what those are? So that was if you actually look properly, those are actually some weightlifting gloves.
Yeah, they do. I can see
that was taken in my gym.
I think I gave more money now. If they've not been cleaned.
Dave Wallace was saying, don't forget to mention Chris McFeely's audio commentary on the Takara DVD. And
yes,
we could listen to Chris McFeely read the phone book. So if you want the cartoons and then you want to hear McFeely's commentary, these are the DVDs you want.
That was awfully aggressive, Pete.
Yeah,
it's sleep deprivation.
To be fair, I'd be with you.
I'm very prone to suggestion at this time. But yeah, one of a kind A3 print of an interior page from Regen 1. What a page. So much stuff.
Artwork-wise, Jack Lawrence's page is there as well. I think we just...
Yeah, just there.
There we go.
Oh, there it is, yeah. God, look at that.
Jack Lawrence.
That's so good.
Paul, we've got a Jack Lawrence on the show later. Is it the same one?
Can't be the same one, can it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Not with John Paul Bove talking about how to create a comic. No. It can't be him. I mean,
you couldn't be so lucky as to get a number of top tier comic book creators to come and donate their time
Agreed.
to the children, could you, Pete?
Oh,
I genuinely, I think this is a stream that keeps on giving. And I think the least those of you who are watching at home could do is drop a quid in a donation. A pound. Literally a pound. £1.90.
Or I've got a tactic, right? If anyone who's watching the stream now who hasn't donated yet, if you're also going to TF Nation, if you don't buy 2 drinks at TF Nation and just sneak in your alcohol to the bar staff don't care. You can pour your own drinks, save yourself a good £20.
Anyone that does that saves that line.
No, amazing.
I'm saying donation's important.
Yeah, definitely. There's ways you can get around it. But no, amazing. And Dave, thank you so much for contributing to that. And Steve, you too as well, and David and Jack and everyone there, because it's just absolutely insane.
No, I mean, I don't need much of an excuse to talk about Transformers comic books at the best of times. I don't need much of an excuse to talk about Transformers at the best of times, but the comic books in particular. And I'm very conscious myself of the caliber of some of the guests that you've got on today. I was today and yesterday and across the 24 hours. And I can honestly say, fellas, an absolute honour to be invited. And I genuinely mean that. I really do.
No,
I'm getting paid for this, though, yeah?
Yeah, in Omega Lock t-shirts, because we've just been donated 20 of them.
You look like a medium.
I am, actually. Yeah.
Do you like locks and do you like Omega? Because we've got a treat for you. But we have got actually 20 Omega Lock t-shirts have just been donated by them. So massive thank you to Omega Lock. And they're off.
Hey, Ride on.
Easy now.
There's the dude. How are you feeling, sir?
I was gonna say a fresh face, Mr. Ride, but I may be mistaken.
I feel like a man who's had a grand total of less than 2.5 hours sleep in the last 24 hours. Let's do this, shizzle.
Come on. 2 more hours to go.
It was when my daughter started screaming about 45 minutes ago to an hour ago because she was playing online with her friends and they were playing a game and she started screaming and I woke up. And funnily enough, did not go back to sleep, but I have showered and I smell minty fresh.
Ah.
Salute.
I don't think I've even brushed my teeth.
Oh no! What are they made of wood?
I'm in the same clothes.
So-
Changed my pants and everything.
So Andy, is that in the Skeletor Cup? Is that like sort of a mixture of like White Monster and Lucozade or something?
The White Monster is now going to remain untouched. I've had 2 in the last 24 hours. That's enough now. He got me through the night, and that's all I needed. Well, I think that's probably why it took me a little while to fall asleep, because I was sitting there like, oh yeah, this is that stuff.
Yeah, we're all going to come out of this like quite dependent on like energy drinks and coffee, more so than we originally were.
And Andy, I've already said it to like Pete and Paul, but it's really impressive what you guys are doing, and it's a genuine. It's really not as good to see you all suffering, but it's
you can be.
I mean, all right, it's a bit. I feel glad because you made that tiebreaker question on the quiz.
Yeah. Well, you know, I like to think that I've punished you all enough in recent months that maybe I owe a little bit back. Although I do have not 1 but 2 Kahoot quizzes in case we need them. Just done in an Andy Ride style. They call me the slightly less evil McFeely. No, Chris is lovely, by the way, but his quizzes.
The less attractive one, definitely the less attractive one.
Well, obviously, understandably, we can't all look like Andy Gold, can we? Shout out to Andy. Thank you for joining us earlier.
Good evening. Good morning.
The precious.
Was he tardy? Was he late, Andy Gold?
No, he wasn't late. I forgot to send him the link.
Right.
That was on me. That was totally on me. I thought I'd sent him it, and he messaged saying, do I need the link? It was like, yes. So Pete sent it to him, and we all got through it, and everybody's fine, and everybody's all right.
I can't believe we got to this stage, and we've had everyone turn up. No one's, I suppose, jinxed it now, but no one's been late. Like, everything's gone kind of smooth. It's quite incredible. I think a lot of it's come down to Claire's planning.
It is smooth like butter. Where are
so
we
where
now?
We see you? Where are we now? Who's next? Simon Furman's next.
No, on the raffle. Sorry.
We've
The
just
raffle prizes. What was the last one you've just given away?
It was that book, not Infiltration.
Chaos Theory.
Chaos Theory. Yeah, good book.
Yeah.
I want to say, Paul, you once gave me some comics as part of the care package thing you sent out. Must have been during COVID times.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that had Chaos Theory comics in there.
I was talking about the bundle of comics I picked up. And that was some of them.
And
Maybe they weren't Dreamwave.
I didn't want them, so I gave them some schmuck. Oh, right. Okay.
Right, chaps, where are we going to see you again? So we've got Tiffin in August.
July, technically.
July,
Hashtag Thursday Cruise.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
He ain't lying.
Yeah, it's
Are
gonna
you
be
both
very
down on
soon.
the Thursday?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, yeah, I'll be there on Thursday. B's entrenched in the volunteering again this year, so we're going to see which famous face from Transformers she can turn away from the dealer hall this time.
Fantastic.
Who did she turn away last time?
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Hi, B.
Hi, B.
Like the Chaos Bringer, she enters the scene.
Dun, 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 dun.
Rumble. I can neither confirm or deny that my wife turned Andrew Wildman away from the dealer hall because he didn't have his wristband and didn't have the. Your name's not down. You're not.
That's on him then.
Yeah.
That's on him.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah.
Stick to the rules.
Better, Mr. Wildman. Be better.
If you don't want trouble, you won't get trouble.
I just decided I'd like to thank all of the TFN staff who let me walk around without wristbands. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
What you have to ask yourself, Andy, is would you have argued the toss with B about having your wristband?
No. but we were all right because they gave us special
Oh, you did.
TFN
You had
Pride
the
passes,
lanyards, didn't you?
which we wore, and then we were told we had to give back, and then we gave them back, and then Dave Wallace said, "Oh no, we don't want them back. You can keep them." And we were like children, yay!
I'll take mine down the shop. If I go to Tesco,
I did. I gave mine back like a good boy.
Did you?
You were a bit daft. You should have stuck with us. We were rebels. We were holding out.
Hangover.
Mostly hangover.
I just want.
Let's be honest. Mostly hangover.
You were not hungover, were you? Were you hungover, Pete? I didn't notice.
He wasn't. To be fair, he was just still drunk.
and I'll be the same this year.
Right,
sorry,
so we've got the gents. Thank you so much for coming. I can't wait to see you both.
Yeah.
PFN. It's going to be amazing, and maybe we've got up resistance. So yeah, shots 24 hours or drinking non-stop. I think we can do it now. If we can do this, surely doing it drinking is easier. And
I mean, that
much
makes
less
sense.
safe. Yeah, that's logic.
It's easier.
Logic.
We
Everything.
are
Gents,
creatures of
thank
logic.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving up your time. We
Yeah.
do appreciate it. Steve, you're on holiday. David, you've probably got comic pages coming out of your ears. We appreciate
Yeah, I do.
we appreciate you giving up your time and spending it with us.
No,
The stream wouldn't have been the same without you.
It's lovely to be invited on, and seriously, like I was saying, in all kind of genuine, you guys are amazing for doing this. It's really, really cool, and it's so good to see just how much effort and kind of pain you're willing to put into the Transformers community and to help people for charity. It's really, really good. Very much appreciated.
Can I just say before David goes as well, the thing that we messaged each other about the other day, I hope it helps, and I hope you get along well with that. I'm not going to say what it was. It's top secret.
Thank you.
I'm afraid.
Yes,
It's
thank
top
you.
secret
Yes,
things.
thank you. Yeah.
But he's got
Was it
my nudes.
Anasol?
He's got my nudes, and he knows he can use them as he wishes.
And I shall.
Huzzah!
Gents, we can say goodbye to
Gents.
you, Steve, David. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Catch you later, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Oh, chaps, we're getting through it, aren't we? So I think I get a cheeky little break now.
You do?
You do.
And
Go and keep the kids alive.
You're going to look after Simon Furman now. Fingers crossed. He should be en route or somewhere. And 9 hours to go. When are we going to do? We have to decide when we're going to do an announcement of how much we've made so far, knowing that there's probably going to be some more coming towards the
I
end.
think we were going to make an announcement till the end now, Paul. That was the plan that was agreed when we were told by Claire.
Yeah.
We do not cross, boss. I think the idea is now that we let people. We've said what we want as the target, haven't we? Multiple times. We've said what we'd like to cross in terms of the target.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But people have to get on those auctions. Get on those auctions. Keep donating whatever you can afford. Don't obviously donate more than you can afford, but whatever you can afford is great. I'm sure you guys have said all this already. Keep it coming.
I think to your point, Andy, we said 5K at the beginning of the stream. That's because it's a nice round number and it sounds really good. That's not our top limit. That's not
there's no limit.
And then turn everything off. The more we raise, the more it helps.
Correct.
So 5K for us it's a minimum. It's a minimum.
The target was 2,600, wasn't it? That was the target.
Yeah.
That's what we tried to achieve.
We have well surpassed that. We can say that without doubt. Yeah. We have smashed our way through that target, and we are on our way to 5K. But that's
Misery
not
and
the
happiness.
end. We wanted to get. Delirium's kicking in. Then it's that stage.
If the links are below, and obviously the raffle's finished, but you can still go to the Just Giving page and put your name in, and we'll be absolutely beside ourselves if you can contribute there. And if you want to contribute towards something which will get you a transformer or such like, then you've got the auction is also on the links. Have a look there. Those auctions are finishing over the next hour to 6 hours. So get in quickly if you want that.
And if you're sitting at home and you go, "Oh, I've got nothing to wear. I don't know what to wear." How about heading on over to the Facebook group and getting yourself a T-shirt, or perhaps a hoodie? T-shirts available. Shots. You can probably buy the plain white T-shirt that Paul's got anywhere. You don't need to come to the Facebook.
It's all on the back. It's got
We should
big
just start
on the
selling.
Andy's face on the back and Pete looking up to
Should we not just sell black Calvin Klein tops, and that could be like the official Paul merchandise?
Only if we have a market stall. And Calvin spelt with a K and Klein is spelt with a K.
Balvin Blind is the new one.
But in all seriousness, we sold merch last year with all of those proceeds going on to the funds that we raised from the half marathon sponsorship and stuff. We're doing the same this year. Obviously, this is our marquee event and we want to raise as much today as possible, but the merch sales are still going to be available right up until like a week and a half before TFN to allow us to get all the ordering done. So if there's t-shirts, cups, mugs, pens, tote bags, everything is available this year that was available last year. We just got some more cooler designs. So get your orders in. They'll be available to collect, or we can post them for a fee. And let's continue. The fundraising doesn't have to stop today, and we're hoping that it doesn't.
Yeah, and to be clear, like all that merch, all the profits go to the fundraising. To Mary's Wells. It's amazing job that Emma's done with that.
10K, and I'll personally enter them into cosplay. No, you will not.
No.
Could you imagine we could go as Devastator?
We could actually combine.
Yes.
Well, me and Pete clinging to Paul, holding on for dear life.
To be fair, some nights at TFN is like that anyway. At the end of the night,
it can be. It getting back to the hotel room and everything.
Clinging onto Andy.
Could you imagine going through the main doors and Paul just like opens them up, and then you're on his back and I'm on his front. I'm his papoose.
The power of the papoose.
So hopefully we've got Mr. Femmons on his way. After Simon, we've got Chris McFeely will be in, so I'll be back for that one. We've got Spiderfather and Dugatron on after that. Moff and Bisto back. Bisto, I think, has done the whole show. He's dozed off a couple of times. That's the great thing. If you just keep drinking, you can't get hungover. So I can't wait to see what state Bisto's in for that. Aaron Archer's after that. Amazing. And well done, Andy.
The Aaron Archer.
The Aaron Archer.
And then the Jack Lawrence and the JP Bove, and then the Toy Fu guys to round us off and see how much we've made. And then we can go to bed. Which would be amazing.
I'm having a Nando's for tea.
Oh yeah, I'm getting takeaway. Oh yeah, KFC.
Having a Nando's.
I'm having a Nando's.
This is the chat, people. This is what we've got for you.
This is what you tuned in for.
What's been your favourite bit so far? I've got a few.
Oh man, you can't ask us that.
Yeah, it's all been really good. I think surviving the night was quite nice.
Oh yeah, that was good.
I would say, because I've never spoken to them before, I would have to say Cybertronic Spree. They are, but that's no shade on anyone else that we've spoken to. Dave Mapes' Lucky Draw presentation was amazing. It's like trying to pick your favourite kid. We've had this conversation. I've only got one, so it has to be Muddy.
Like the entertaining the fact that if it was two, there'd be a choice. It would just be both of them. It'd be, well, I'd have to weigh up then. I don't know the other one.
So, again,
could be
you've
better.
got 2 minutes to change your lives.
Yeah, Subtronics be just so embarrassingly generous, aren't they, with their time? Subtronics always dress up, so engaging. And
so interesting, because obviously they've been on the show before, and we haven't probably really explored their careers and stuff because we haven't had the time to. But last night, that 2 hour slot, I mean, we pretty much covered everything, and they were so generous with their time. Yeah, it really was a great conversation.
They were amazing.
And what we'll do is we'll go back through the show and we'll clip these bits out, so you'll be able to go and watch, if you just wanted to watch the Cybertronics, if you just wanted to watch Dave and Steve or any other ones. I really enjoyed them. I think my favourite highlight, I've loved all of it so far. I really loved Deluxe. I was lagging a little bit. I didn't have any sleep the night before. And then Deluxe came on, and he's just such a cool, lovely, energetic guy. And I really felt sort of uplifted. And Andy came back on, and TM Reviews came on. That was brilliant. That really stopped me from lagging. But I think I just really enjoyed catching up with Rudy and John, talking about gaming. And Moff, that was so relaxed, and we spoke about it for 2 hours. That 2 hours went really quickly.
Yeah.
The new link.
I just thought that he had the old link, so I'm sending him the new link as we speak.
Oh, cool! I have stuck
because
it in
of course
the chat. He's not
he
in the chat.
He was in the chat group, but obviously when everybody started turning the chat group into a chat group.
Yeah,
he quite rightly, he quite rightly ran the other way, and why not? Because I would have too.
4 for 30, so he's going to listen to the whole 24 hours, but in chunks. Could we do that one? Yeah. Could we just do the show and just do like 20 copies of the show in one big go, and then we can have 20 weeks off? Is that one?
That would be good. That would be definitely good.
No, it wouldn't, because it would mean pretty much doing this again without the fundraising.
All the news would be out of date.
Just replay the whole thing, and everybody's really confused. And we're not interacting with anyone. Hang on, I'm gonna send this to him through another medium and hope.
No worries. I'll stay on for this bit. Obviously, I will take the time back from later on.
Time in lieu. That's what we're talking about here.
Later. Maybe it's 10 minutes towards the end. I'll just get off.
There is various chats ongoing that people are planning a preemptive strike on the shots auction.
Ooh.
The names are protected because we are men of integrity, but I don't think the battle of the shots is over yet. I don't think it's over yet.
I think it's on its way to 300, isn't it?
I think so. And why wouldn't it be? Why shouldn't it be? Sing you a song. We haven't had enough beers for that, Nikki. Join us at TFN on Friday night. Then maybe.
Yeah. RJ's going to win shots.
We shall see. We shall see.
Oh, come on.
Andy hasn't entered the auction race yet.
Ooh,
Andy left the auction race before it began. Let me reassure you on that. I left the auction race about £172 ago. So as much as I would love to buy and own my creation, or at least my partial creation, because it's Mr. Matt Marshall's creation, it would still not be possible without depriving children of much needed meals. So I'm going to sacrifice shots.
The irony.
You're feeding the kids in Africa, and yours are starving.
Exactly. Kids, you're not eating tonight. But the good news is, other kids are. So
St Mary's School just outside Nairobi is eating like queens and kings. So, John, yes, you can head over into the Facebook group, and I think Emma pinned the merch post, but if not, it will be on there. It will be on there, and yes, you can. We've got a good few weeks yet.
Yeah, and if anything, just you can always message us if you can't.
Yeah, I'll give you mine. Oh, there
you go. So you can have that. Steve's socks as well. Remember, they're still up for bids. If you want to bid on Steve's socks, they look well used as well. So we're expecting them to go for some big money. Simon, any contact with Mr. Furman yet?
No, not yet. Which is slightly concerning. Who was it you said about 15 minutes ago, and we haven't had any guests not turn up? I don't want to curse it.
It was the second time he tucked us up, Andy. The first time was when he said, "Let's do a 24-hour live stream." So
here's a bus. You should get under there, lads.
Basically, the apocalypse is coming as well. So, happy days.
Oh dear.
Oh, Wish McFeeling's ready to.
If we wanted an English one, it would be Andy Gold.
Oh,
100%.
Wish Feely. Right. RJ is going to win, says RJ. You talk about yourself in the third person, RJ.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Right. We are chasing up Mr. Furman. Unfortunately, though, because of the change of the link and because I went to bed after we changed the link, I did not realize or think to send him the new link. So it might just be that we just need to give him a few minutes.
Shall I just check to see if he's not in? If I can't access the old one, and he's just sitting there waiting.
Oh my God!
What?
Breaking news. 292.
Oh, 292. Who? Oh, I wonder who the highest bidder is.
I mean, one of you needs to step up because I can't live without being 292. It needs to be 300 or 400. 300 is fine. That's okay.
Hang on. Whoa. Lucan. Right. Shut it. Right. Because no, originally we thought we were doing it all off one live stream. So we sent out one live stream. And at 8 o'clock, I went to bed because I'd had no sleep. So I did not think to myself, I must message everybody. We put it in a chat group where everybody had been put. But unfortunately, as I say, Simon had left that chat group because some people started sending lots of silly messages to each other.
Yeah.
You know who you are. I mean, it was
Be better.
me and Pete and Paul and pretty much everybody else in that group. But
I left it as
Yeah.
well. Too
liar.
noisy.
I don't even know why they're doing a 24-hour live stream.
Yeah. I would have just done 6-hour one, idiots.
Should we, Lucan, you watch your tone, son. Should we maybe
Draw a raffle
do
prize?
the raffle prizes? Should we do that as maybe as a little bit of
And I think with the amount of people that are watching, maybe doing a quiz might keep
Well, we have a
people
quiz.
fired up till lunch.
We do have a quiz prepared and waiting. I know that we've got our secret agent who is now currently in the process of trying to get in contact with Simon. He did know the time, so I would have thought he'll be there, ready and waiting. And I'm sure he will get here.
I've checked the old link. He's not in the old link, so I'll check that.
No.
He's not waiting patiently to come into a dead stream.
So shall we do the raffle early then, shall we?
Yes.
We may as well.
Do you need me for the quiz?
For the quiz, if we do a quiz, you don't have to stay on because it's a Kahoot quiz, which means everybody at home can.
That's what I was thinking. So I'll generate these, then I'll leave you guys to it. So what are we playing for now? Should we have a little Butcher's Hook? Right.
We are playing for, and one of the prizes is absolutely bloody.
Why are we going Welsh?
I don't know. And then I stopped myself because
I assume that was Welsh.
Why ruin the stream now? We've done so well.
Right. What's the first one? Sorry, I can't find it.
£25 comics and cocktails voucher.
They've been so generous. Thank you for that. Right, here we go. So for that £25 comics and cocktails, which gets you loads because comics and cocktails are always so cheap. It is $4.50, solid number. Let's pop that in. So whoever $4.50 is, well done to you. And then what's next, Pete?
The second one is the Dinobox stamp set, which was the official collaboration.
Oh yes, which was donated by Lee.
Yeah, which
who
was
I just told to shut up.
Well, thanks for your donation.
And it wasn't even planned. It just happened that way.
So these were the royal. These are not Dinobox stamps where you can just get a bit of paper and some ink and just stamp pictures of Grimlock. These are the actual Royal Mail stamps, the Dinobox set. These hang proudly, not these specific ones, but they hang in my hallway. They are glorious and a worthy prize.
All right, let's see what number it is. So 450 is last. New number is 435. Oh, the fours have been good.
What an amazing number.
Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to have had a lot of random numbers that have just appeared that have been 400s.
435 and
435.
Cool.
Who's won the stamps?
That is the question.
I think they're just chasing for Simon at the moment. So we might have to leave them to that. But we will confirm in the chat as soon as again. Oh, 450 was Nick. Cosmic Toys won the comic and cocktails voucher. There's some infantry for you there. Well done, mate.
One retailer buying from another.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to leave you to it if that's all right. And the same person has won the voucher. And I'll see you in about 50 minutes to an hour. Good luck with the quiz, everyone. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon, Paul. We've had the announcement of who the winners were, and both prizes have gone to the same person. I mean, the numbers were fairly close.
Cosmic Toys, yeah.
15 of each other.
So the tickets were bought at Cosmic Toys or through Cosmic Toys. Wasn't actually Cosmic Toys.
Yeah. So Cosmic Toys was selling the tickets on our behalf. And the winner is Nick. N-I-K, Nick. Care of Cosmic Toys. So he's won the stamps and the, was it £25 comics and cocktails voucher?
Correct.
Lovely. So there you go, Nick. Well done.
Congratulations. Got to be in it to win it.
Indeed. Right. So we'll have to make a choice, I think, in the next couple of minutes. If we start the quiz, I mean, we can always abandon the quiz halfway through.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, on the Furman.
Or pause it. Pause it for the Furminator. We could do that. But we just need we need to see if he does pop in.
And just being clear to everybody still on the stream, it's us that have probably caused this. You know, it's
yeah.
not Simon being late.
This is because of the change of stream and then falling
Yeah.
asleep. So I'll take this one. I'll take this one on the chin, mostly because it's probably my fault. So,
we was it? We win as a team but lose individually. Yeah. No. We win as a team and we lose as a team. Losing individually would basically be we throw the under the bus. Tool. But we shake your hand doing it.
Yeah.
I think, mate, we give it a couple of minutes and then we engage quiz number 1.
Yeah. I think it's probably the best thing to do, just to fill the time slot. But if Simon does appear, and Pete, you might have to keep an eye on the stream for me because I'll have to have the actual quiz screen up.
Yes,
let me
sir.
just go and make sure that is set up and ready to go.
Let's get the quiz. Let's do the quiz. We can always abandon it. So if you're having your brunch, or maybe your 11s, maybe you're enjoying a cheeky cup of coffee, tea, or maybe some dilute, maybe lemon squash, apple and mango. How about just taking a couple of minutes and partaking in this quiz just for fun? But everyone can play. So normally on a Friday night we have a couple of questions and we do it all in the chat. But no. This is special. This is the live stream. So we're going to do it a very, very different way.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No. There we go. Right. So we are going to host our live Kahoot. So if you were at TFUKCon, you will have taken part in some of these Kahoot games. What will happen is a code and a QR code will appear on the screen. So two different things, a code and a QR code. You can simply scan the QR code with your mobile phone and that will take you straight to the Kahoot game site that you need to be on. And there you'll need to put in your nickname and then you will be ready to start the game. We're going to have to give this a few minutes to kind of give people time to log in. But we believe we can have up to 200 people playing. So viewers, you at home, can play from the comfort of your home. The questions will appear on whatever screen you're watching this on. So if you're watching this on a TV screen, laptop, the questions will appear on there. And you will answer using your mobile phone, where 4 different colored buttons will appear. And each colored button relates to an answer on the screen. The aim of the game is to answer it correctly, each question, and also as fast as you can, because you get points for being the fastest. I think that covers it all. So let me get this ready to go. And it is ready. Oh, wait, I'm going to mute it because it comes with music. And the music annoys me. There we go. So here we go. I should now be able to
basically,
share.
it's multiple choice answers, people.
Yes.
Fastest answer gets the fastest correct answer gets the most points.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. I think we should be. We've never done this, so you should be able to see a QR code on the screen now. You should also be able to see a game pin. So if the QR code isn't working for you, you can go to the website Kahoot And you can, as it says on the instructions on the screen, just put in that game pin as well. We'll give people 5 minutes to get started.
I think so. I think so. And I'm going to play as well because I don't know. But much like the weekly quiz, I don't have any clue what these questions are.
No, I've done this independently, so nobody knows these questions. The only person who's seen any of these questions is my wife, and she wasn't paying attention when we did the practice. She was pressing any random button. So
I'm going to take the opportunity to just visit the little boys' room just for a second. So you just say that maybe
I'll just stay here and I'll bump. It's fine. It'll
Yeah,
be absolutely fine.
I'll be literally 2 seconds. I'm only going in the bucket.
So if you are, oh, there we go. We have lots of people appearing. There you are. So all your names and things are appearing. So you'll see all your nicknames that you've given yourselves. And again, we'll give it 5 minutes because we could have, well, I mean, there's about 60 of you, I think, in the live chat at the moment. So we could have, or 56, I think it's down to at the moment. So we could have all of you in if you were all playing. And again, I'll repeat it again. On the screen, you will see the questions come up. You'll see the question first. So you'll have a bit of time to read the question. Then you will see the 4 possible answers. Each answer will be color-coded on your mobile phone. You simply press the color that relates to the answer you want to put in. And the faster you do it, the more points you get. After each question, we get a leaderboard so we can see who is winning and who is not.
Who's put Erector? Grow up.
Only the greatest people have put Erector.
Honestly.
So
How many we got?
I've not looked yet. I was just going to say, my good lady wife has suggested that as we have been donated a number of apparently exclusive T-shirts by Omegalock, that we perhaps give a T-shirt to the winner of the competition. If you're watching, then wife, can you keep an eye on who is the winner? And if you are the winner, if you contact us through one of our social media formats, unless you know us, in which case just drop us a message. But we will sort you out with the T-shirt. One small word warning is all the T-shirts are the same size that they've sent. So I hope you like a medium. That's what you're going to be getting.
But it's free, so don't moan.
Yeah, exactly. It's free. So, yeah.
You're on the chat.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Right. Okay. All right. Do we think we've got, how many we got? 27 I'm reading on here. 27 people. 28 now. There's still people.
Can we get to 30? So... Can we get to 30? We've got 62 watchers. If we get to 30, that's a nice round number. I've got a thing about round numbers.
How are we on now?
Everyone's finding out where the reaction button is. Well played, guys.
Yeah. Cindersaw. Seriously.
Sam can wear it as a dress on the Saturday night. Right,
what are we thinking?
We're going to get to 30. Let's go. Green for go, Mr. Ride.
I think we are probably... We've actually had somebody drop out, so we're down to 27. I think that's probably going to be our lot. Are we all ready? Are you feeling ready, people? Give us an emoji if you're feeling ready. I wonder if it's sometimes, I will say this is often used by us teachers in class, and sometimes the Kahoot can actually tell when somebody's put in a rude name, and it'll either change the name or remove you. So yeah, we got loads of reactions going on. Cool beans. Right, Pete, I'm not going to be able to switch back for the moment to StreamYard, so you're flying.
Yes, sir.
Don't let us crash. Right, shall we have a go at this quiz then, people? It's set to give you 30 seconds to answer, but we've got 28 people. If all 28 have answered, I will skip it on a little bit faster. And we've got 20 questions, so let's see how we do. Oh, we're up to 30.
30.
Whoa,
Yes, I have
30.
faith in you.
Yes. Right, let's go. Let's do this. Let's quiz it right up. La-dee-dee-dee.
Let's get quizzical.
Let's get quizzical. Quizzical in 3, 2, 1. And here is your first question. Mystery of Convoy is a 1986 video game developed by Isco and distributed by Takara for which console originally? Is it Nintendo Famicom, NES, Sega Master System, or Atari 2600? Move that out the way. So get your answers in. Was Mystery of Convoy a game for the Nintendo Famicom, the NES, the Sega Master System, or the Atari 2600? Questions. Oh, I think it's 20 seconds per answer. Sorry, I thought it was 30. Oh, but all the answers are in before. And the correct answer was Nintendo Famicom, which 10 of you got. Well done to them. And let's see how that plays out. Andy Gold.
Oh,
Wish McFeely has gone straight to the top of the leaderboard.
maybe it is Chris McFeely. We don't know.
It could be. Oh, that'd be terrible. That'd be cheating, Chris. Right, let's carry on. Well done to Piz, Dan Verstate, and Sunstreaker, who are also very fast. Let's go on to the next question. How many parts were there to the Marvel UK G1 Transformers comic storyline, The Legacy of Unicron? Was there 4 parts to it, 5 parts to it, 6 parts to it, or 7 parts to it? How many parts to The Legacy of Unicron? And by parts, I suppose it's comics, but it's part. They were called parts. Don't trouble me with that nonsense. Okay, the correct answer was 6 parts. 9 of you got it right. Let's see what that's done to the leaderboard. Oh, Piz jumping to the top. Nikki in second place. What is going on? Transformers expert Nikki. Right, we will continue. Question number 3. Japanese exclusive toy Falsia is a part of which faction? Is it Autobot, Minicon, Decepticon, or Predacon? So the bot you see in the background there. Autobot, Minicon, Decepticon, or Predacon? It's a Japanese exclusive. Take a guess if you don't know. 6 seconds to get your answers in. Ooh, and 20 of you knew that Falsia was a Minicon. Well done to you guys. Let's see what that's done to the leaderboard. Piz stays on the top. Nikki in second. Erector up to third.
Erector is rising.
The Erector is riding. Standing proud and strong like bull. Right, next question. It's too early for that kind of nonsense. Question number 4. In Mystery of Convoy, when you first play the game, which Autobot does the player control? Is it Optimus Prime, Rodimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, or Hot Rod? Optimus Prime, Rodimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, or Hot Rod? Which player do you play as, or which character do you play as in Mystery of Convoy? Who could it be? 5 seconds to get your answers in. I think we've got all the answers. 16 of you got it right. It is Ultra Magnus that you play as, at least initially, in the game. Well done. See what that does to the scoreboard. Ooh, Andy Gold, J-Space 10 jump back up. Here's Lily up into the top 5 and Decepticon. Piz still on top, though. Everybody's trying to catch Piz.
Ed Peary, top of the leaderboard.
Is that Ed Peary, Piz? If it is, give us an emoji so we know it's you. Right, okay. 3 participants are on a 3-answer streak. Well done, guys. Let's go on to the next question. Question 5. The game was followed by a sequel in 1987, again for the Nintendo Famicom, but what was it called? The sequel to Mystery Convoy, was it called Fight Super Robot Life Form Transformers, The Headmasters, Super God Master Force, or Victory? By the way, just in case anybody was wondering, the fact that the first answer is in a different font is not necessarily an indicator it's the right answer. Just going to tell you that now. It was called The Headmasters. Aha! Some of you at TFUKCon know that one of the quizzes, all of the correct answers happened to be in bold font. That wasn't the case here. So, anyway, well done to the 6 people who got that right. The Headmasters. And let's have a look what it's done to the scoreboard. Piz still up there at the top. And he got in fact, nothing's changed, has it? Nothing has changed. Cliff Jumper is the highest climber.
Jermaine's really enjoying the game, and he wanted to pass his feedback on to you, Andy, to thank you for putting together this quiz.
I've just seen what you put. Love you too, Jermaine. Here we go. Next question. Question 6. According to the TF Wiki, all hail the Wiki, G1 Autobot Guzzle was a survivor of which wars? Was it the Hardware Wars, the Software Wars, the Matrix Wars, or the Sigma Wars? Which wars was he a survivor of? Hardware Wars, Software Wars, Matrix Wars, or the Sigma Wars? He's a bit of a Sigma himself, or is he? I don't know. And the answer was the Software Wars.
What?
So 4 of you got that right. And this is what it's done to the leaderboard. Deceptor John climbs up. Danvers is back into the top 5. J Space 10 drops down a bit. Bumble Jumper is the highest climber, though, up 16 places. Next question. What type of dinosaur skeleton does the Predacon fossilizer Paleotrex transform into? Is it a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a Velociraptor, a Stegosaurus, or a Pterodactyl? What does it transform into? Why do people keep putting A, B, or C into live chat? That's a different quiz. Different quiz, guys. The correct answer was Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I'm so bad at this game.
Knowledge is power. Let's see what that's done to the leaderboard. Piz still with a bit of a gap. Danvers Stater is starting to catch, but it's got a lot to do. Let's see how the next question affects things. Here's the next question. Shattered Glass Hound loves to inspire fear in others, but what is his own deep-seated fear? Is it an honest day's work, Megatron, giant Ultra Magnus head, or organics? An honest day's work, Megatron, a giant Ultra Magnus head, or organics? What scares Shattered Glass Hound? And if you've read Target 2006, you get the Ultra Magnus thing. And if you haven't, it means nothing to you. Right, all the answers are in. 18 of you knew it was organics that you're scared of. How ironic. Let's see what it's done to the scoreboard. Oh, Piz still up there, still racking up the points. Go Piz. Funby Studios sneaking in there into the top 5. Good work. Right, let's go on to the next question. Question number 9. The photos on G1 Action Master packaging highlighting the layout of weapons and other unique features were called what? Was it power plans, tech specs, mech features, or power-ups? Power plans, tech specs, mech features, or power-ups? What were they called? Which answer seems most plausible to you? And we've got all of our answers.
We've
The
also
correct
got
answer was power
Furman in the waiting room.
Is the Ferminator with us? Oh, that's incredible. Do we finish the game quickly? I don't know. What do you think, Pete?
I don't know. Simon, can we finish the quiz? Can you give us a thumb up or a thumb down if you've got the time?
Bring him in.
Yes,
if he's
Simon says go.
Bring him in so he can observe.
Bring him
this
in.
Wonder. Mr. Furman,
Simon
thank you for
Furman
joining
now
us.
entered
My
the chat.
apologies for the mix-up over the StreamYard link.
No,
you
my
managed to make it.
problem, and I missed the time slot anyway, so it's my fault too.
Hey, were you listening there, He's Lily? He said it was his fault. Screw you. It's fine, don't worry. It's not really. So thank you for joining us. We'll get on with the quiz so we can get on to chatting to you. Question number 10. Fix-It, Red Hot, Sea Watch, and Stakeout are all members of which G1 Micromaster Patrol? Metro Squad, Military Patrol, Rescue Patrol, or Battle Patrol? What was their name? This is an easy one. Come on, people. We should know this.
Yeah.
Everyone should know this. I bet Simon knows this.
If there's anyone that gets this wrong,
We're not going to put him on the spot, but I bet he does. And we've got all of our answers in, so let's skip on. 24 of you knew it was the Rescue Patrol. The rest of you, for shame. Let's see what that's done to the leaderboard. Piz still out in front. Will anybody catch him? Andy Gold's on a streak. Come on, Andy Gold. And everybody else, because I am impartial. Next question. In Transformers Animated, Hotshot was under the command of which Autobot? Was it Sentinel Prime, Ultra Magnus, Fortress Maximus, or Rodimus Prime? Sentinel Prime, Ultra Magnus, Fortress Maximus, or Rodimus Prime? Which Autobot commanded Hotshot in the brief time that we saw him in Transformers Animated? Far too brief. Would you have known this one, Simon, do you think?
Nope. I'm not doing well.
I admire your honesty, sir. 13 people did know that it was Rodimus Prime. Well done to them. The question is, did Piz? He did, I think. So Piz remains in the lead. Dan Verstater is on his tail. Andy Goals trying to keep up as well. But could this be a one-horse race? Next question. In IDW, what is the name of the power-enhancing drug Tarn relies on? Is it Nuke, Nucleon, Surge, or Transformers toys? Obviously, it's Transformers toys. That's what we all rely on, right? That is our drug of choice, our plastic crack. But is it the right answer here? The answers are screaming in. We've got nearly all of them. Everybody's answered. Right. The correct answer was, of course, Nuke. 6 of you got it right. How's that affected the board? Oh, Dan Verstater sneaking into the lead.
I wouldn't have that, Ed. No way.
yeah. Come on, Piz. Take him down. We're impartial, though. In Beast Wars 2, what is the name of the transforming bunny? Was it Star, Bugs, Artemis, or Moon? Star, Bugs, Artemis, or Moon? This was mentioned earlier on because Mr. Mapes, he talked a little bit about the Lucky Draw version of this. We've got all of our answers. We have. 18 of you knew it was Moon. Yeah. There you go. Knowledge is power. How's that affected the leaderboard? Dan Verstater still ahead, but not by much. Piz still in the hunt. Even Andy Gold isn't completely out of it. The rest of us just fighting for last place. In Transformers Animated, what was the name of the computer game series that Sari Sumdak introduced Bumblebee to? And he liked it a bit too much, if you remember. Was it Combat Gladiator, Ninja Gladiator, Ninja Fighter, or Ninja Combat? What was the name of the game? If you don't know, take a guess. You've got a 1 in 4 chance of getting it right. I don't know why I keep slipping into that kind of, fairground DJ voice. I just do. It's just natural to me. It was Ninja Gladiator. 10 of you knew that. Well done to that 10. Let's see what it does to the leaderboard. Dan Verstater still in the lead, but again, it's not by much, less than 100 points. Next question. In an alternate G1 timeline, Unicron succeeded in devouring Cybertron. What was the Galvatron of that timeline known as? At least according to the wiki. Was it Nemesis Galvatron, Herald Galvatron, Galvatron 2, or Shattered Glass Galvatron? I'm running out of breath. Do I really need to read the answers, or can you all just read them to yourself? I'll read them out, but, if you'd rather I didn't, tell me. I'll ignore you, but you can tell me. 14 of you got it right. It's Galvatron 2, as he became known. How did that affect the scoreboard? Oh, look at that. Dan Verstater and Piz neck and neck and running away with this. Next question. In which year was the G1 Megatron toy first available in the UK? Was it 1983, 1984, 1985, or 1986? 1983, 1984, 1985, or 1986? G1 Megs. When was he first available here in the UK? Do you know this one, Simon?
I'd guess 84, but...
Well, you'd unfortunately been wrong, because we didn't get him until 85. That's why so much of the original comic books stuff and the promotional materials had Soundwave fighting Optimus Prime.
Okay, yeah.
Crazy, but true. Well done to those of you who got 1985. Dan Verstater staying in front, but oh my word, that is close. That is close. 11 points. Under pressure. Next question, 17. Which Beast Wars character was described on their card bio as a ninja nightmare? Was it Tarantulas, Dinobot, Scorponok, or Iguanus? So, which one was a ninja nightmare? Tarantulas, Dinobot, Scorponok, or Iguanus? What it's worth, I wouldn't have known this answer if I hadn't researched it. Not that I'm not a big Beast Wars fan. The correct answer was Tarantulas. Well done to the 12 of you, got it right.
I was on a
12. Piz takes the lead. Oh, that could be a hammer blow. Three questions to go. In the 2007 Transformers movie, what was Jazz's rank in the Autobot Resistance? Was he First Lieutenant, Staff Sergeant, Corporal, or Sergeant? First Lieutenant, Staff Sergeant, Corporal, or Sergeant. What was his rank? He had a rank, according to the wiki. I said rank, just to be clear. We're getting all our answers in super fast. That's what we like to see. And 21 of you knew he was the First Lieutenant. Optimus Prime says, my First Lieutenant.
How did you know?
because
What have you
people
forgotten?
listen.
What have you forgotten?
I think that could have. I
Means
think
you've
that could
remembered
have been the nail in the coffin for poor Devastator, who's put up such a good fight. Oh dear, Megatron. In the cartoon, which G1 Minibot once wielded Megatron's own fusion cannon? Was it Bumblebee, Cliffjumper, Brawn, or Gears? Come on, think back to that G1 cartoon. Who picked up
Everyone
that fusion
must
cannon
know
and
this.
blasted it? You should know. Poor Megatron's having some problems there, isn't he?
He's been up for 18 hours.
Is that your excuse? Right, Brawn is the correct answer. 20 of you got it right. Let's see what that's done to the scoreboard. Oh, Piz running away with it now. Everybody else fighting for second place, or third place, or fourth place. Let's have a go. Last question. True or false? G1 Double Target Master Quake's Nebulum partners are called Tip Top and Heater. True or false? Is it true or is it false? Are they Tip Top and Heater, or are they something else? True or false? 50-50 chance, people. 50-50 chance. Now the answers are in. 17 of you got it right. It was true. Let's see then the final scoreboard. I wonder who's won. Here we go. In third place, J-Space 10. Well done to you. Honorable third. In second place, disappointed Danvastator. And number one, I wonder who it is. It's Piz. Well done to you, Piz. We have an exclusive Omegalock Transformers t-shirt. All of them in size medium, they say. So that, get in touch and we can get that to you. And that, my friends, is the end of the quiz. Does that stop sharing now? There we go. Thank you for your patience there, Simon.
Oh no, my bad. I was supposed to be here at 11, so I'm kind of a bit behind the curve this morning.
Well, we appreciate you coming on anyway. It's much, much appreciated. There's a lot of people blaming the hardware, blaming the phones. Come on, people, take responsibility. You know what you did. Is that harsh? That might be harsh. I might be being too harsh. So, Simon, it's wonderful to see you and to have you here with us. Thank you for coming on. I know we got a little bit of a chance to chat at TFUKCon, and we did the panel about Target 2006. But yeah, just in case there's anybody who has just arrived here from another planet, could you maybe just introduce yourself and just explain a little bit of your history with Transformers, which I realize is a lot, but you know, just maybe a greatest hits that you might want to drop in for us.
Sure, yeah, I'm Simon Furman. I was writer on the original Marvel G1 Transformers comic, and then rapidly became the writer on the American comic, and onwards the Generation 2, Beast Wars. I wrote the final episode, Armada, War Within for Dreamwave, the IDW verse, Transformers 84, Regeneration 1, and you know, that's more or less where we are. But Ultimate Guide, and I write for Earth Wars, the game, and various other things. In fact, I'm as busy now on Transformers as I've ever been.
I guess the first question then from me, Simon, is that on that comment, you're busy now with Transformers. Do you, as a writer and creative, know when you're working on something great that's got the potential to have the longevity, or do you just work on it and hope that it will be, you know, endearing for so long?
Yeah, you can never know. And back in the day, we certainly didn't know. I mean, Transformers writing was my second gig as a comic script writer, and it was just literally a bunch of reference and some photostats of the US issues that were out, and a brief to come up with some stories that didn't sort of muck up the ongoing storyline in America. And we had no clue. None of us did. You know, even, you know, the fact that it lasted a long time, it sold really well, the comic, we still didn't really expect, you know, certainly didn't expect 40 years later we'd be here chatting on a live stream about it. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but, you know, it just shows what a strong concept it was, and, you know, how loyal the fans have been, and they kept it going, you know, without a doubt. Between G1 and G2 and Beast Wars, that little burgeoning fan community kind of kept the torch alive and convinced people to have conventions and probably Dreamwave to pick up the comics license, so yeah, kind of amazing journey it's been.
It really is, and I think we, as fans, you stick with the franchise, and it through its various iterations and stuff. But you always you look back, and people like yourself that are so still heavily involved with Transformers and still on the convention scene, and and we see you pop up a couple of times a year and still kind of really, it's probably, and if it's fair to say, enjoying being part of that community like you are. I think we just take it for granted, and we've said this to a couple of other people, is that we see it as you just have a job, right? And you do the job, and then you kind of move on to the next project. But the fact you're still involved is amazing, really.
Well, I've written so many other things, but obviously Transformers has been the biggest thing, and it really kind of supported everything else. Although I've done, I don't know, Death's Head, Dragon's Claws. Recently I've been writing Skull Island, and many other things, but Transformers has always been there as the sort of mainstay. Not always, of course. It disappeared for a while here and there, but it keeps coming back, and I love being part of, not just, it's lovely to have the work, but I love being part of this whole world and to have kind of contributed to it in ways that are still, sort of major kind of things in the brand, Primus, etc., the 13. It's lovely that these things still exist, and I can feel I've kind of added to the layers of it.
Yeah, definitely. The work that you've done has obviously been really impactful for a lot of people, especially those of us who grew up on the comic books, but not just that, because as you said, you've done work and written for so many different versions of Transformers over the years. Are there any particular highlights, maybe other than G1? Was G1 a highlight for you, do you think, or have you done other stuff that you were really happy with and you thought, wow, that worked out really well?
Yeah, I think almost every era of Transformers I've written for has highlights, from Target 2006, which you mentioned, which kind of opened up all sorts of doors and kind of pushed me as a writer as well. And then moving on to the Marvel US book opened a big door with Marvel US, so I worked on things like She-Hulk and Alpha Flight and various other titles for them. And at every stage it's sort of opened another door, and then Dreamwave with War Within, and really kind of crafting the IDW verse from the ground up with Chris Ryle was a big sort of thrill as well. So yeah, almost everything. And my episode of Beast Wars, in isolation, it was just that one episode at the end of season 3, but it kicked off again a whole secondary career writing for TV animation, because I went with Bob Forward onto other projects after that. And I'm still involved in screenwriting, which is, so yeah, it just keeps opening doors for me.
Yeah, I think that was a really good point Guzzy just made about your UK stories, the way that you managed to work the UK and US stories together so well, but you also gave a lot of characterization to characters that otherwise we just wouldn't have had, and many of those characters have obviously become fan favorites. Of those kind of characters, like I'm thinking of Bludgeon, for example, and I think we talked about this TFU K-Con a little bit as well, Thunderwing. Is there anyone that was a favorite of yours? It kind of feels like Bludgeon was, because of obviously the work you did with him, but yeah, was there anyone that was a favorite, and any particular reason why you liked them?
Initially, we're back in the Marvel UK days, we were always looking for the characters that Bob Budiansky wasn't using in his stories. He couldn't fit every character in, so when we found out there were no triple changers, we put those into the UK comic and made them part of our group. We put Twin Twist and Top Spin into the Wreckers. So we were always looking for those characters. But then later I was just well, where are the characters that I can really build on, that haven't got, the original bios were pages of real detail, but some of the later ones didn't have so much. So, I thought Bludgeon was a very cool looking character. The toy maybe less so, but the actual character was pretty great. With Thunderwing, I needed a kind of command level Decepticon, and there just wasn't one really. So okay, we'll elevate him. And Nightbeat has always been another one of my favorites, just because I kind of loved the Private Eye genre, and he became my sort of Transformers gumshoe PI character. So yeah, I always look for, even in Beast Wars, I found Razor Beast, who sort of fitted a lot of, there wasn't much on him, but he fitted exactly the kind of character I wanted for that. And in Transformers 84, Punch Counterpunch was the perfect character to be able to tell you both sides of the story, the Decepticon angle, the Autobot. So sometimes it's purely they're the right character for that story. Other times it's like, great, I can just build a character on that.
Were there any that you enjoyed kind of killing off, or maybe not enjoyed, maybe that's not the right word, but you thought it was funny to go, oh, well, we can off that one?
I mean, I think it has more impact when you've grown to, like a character, follow a character for a long time. It's something nobody sees coming, and but I never although I'm kind of known for killing off characters, I only really did it where I felt there was a emotional story impact to that death, or it just sort of rounded out the fact that this was a war and there were casualties of war.
Yeah.
But something like Scorponok's death in American 75, US 75, that was, we built up his character and his conflict with the kind of the Zarak Scorponok, mind meld. And we built that up for many issues, that he was, somewhat wavering on the edge of, are his actions right? Is he fully a Decepticon? And then to have his heroic end, however futile it was, kind of just put the cap on that storyline.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible moment. I remember reading it, and yeah, I got quite emotional. I got more emotional, I think, at that than I did when Optimus Prime died in Transformers the movie. So, it kind of shows the impact you have. I always loved as well, as Guzzy said, the way that you could use characters that were just lesser known. People like Crankcase, who during that Matrix Quest kind of storyline kind of came to the fore a little bit, and Spinister as well, the way you used him in stories, and the Mayhem Attack Squad.
Yeah,
we could go into this. I would be remiss, seeing as we have RJ in the chat, if I didn't ask you about the Wreckers. Again, for anybody who doesn't know, kind of what was the origin for them? Were they inspired by anything, or how did it work out?
Yeah, it sort of feeds back into that, what I was saying about characters that Bob wasn't using. But Target 2006 was, us pushing the boundaries a little bit of what our UK storylines could be, instead of just these neat compartments that fitted between chunks of the ongoing story. We knew once we had the movie characters that the Americans weren't using, we would have, a cast. But then we wanted other elements as well. I love the idea of a kind of commando squad, and we just hoovered up the characters that Bob wasn't using, and we added in Impactor, and we added in Rack and Ruin, and that just became, again, it outgrew. It was probably for a story. We never possibly at the time envisioned the Wreckers would be a thing that moved on and other creators used in their stories. But at the time, we were, like I say, pushing the boundaries of what our stories could be, and getting a bit more adventurous with the way we were telling the stories, and the cast as well, that we could then start to, we already had Emirate Zaran, we knew Ultra Magnus was kind of ours, and so there felt like we had a good both era kind of cast we could use exclusively, and if necessary kill off, without sort of destroying continuity, because our UK readers to them it was all one story. It wasn't Marvel America, it wasn't Marvel UK, and we didn't want to burst that bubble, but we did feel the need to stretch out, flex our wings, flex our muscles, and do something different, do something that was ours.
So
great.
were you told, so just on that, Simon, were you told by Hasbro that this is what the cartoon series was doing and these were the kind of characters and stuff, or was it literally two separate veins and you could pretty much do what you wanted?
Yeah, very much. We were separate from the cartoon. We did Decepticon Dam Busters, which was a kind of a nod to the cartoon show, and again helped. You know, Hasbro UK were great with us and we worked so well together. So when they wanted us to feature something or tie in with their toy releases, we were always happy to do that. And we got to tag on to their TV advertising, which was great. We got a little plug for the comic. But, you know, it was always, you know, can we show how we're working together? There's some kind of synergy. And that was the kind of relaunch era of the comic around issue 29, and we wanted to, you know, bring the TV audience into the comic as well and say, look, you know, we're not completely separate, here's an event you'll have seen in the animated show, just carry on reading our comic.
I don't want to concentrate all the questions on the G1 comic, although it is literally, I've said this to you before. I've said this to many people. I grew up on the comic because it was so much more easily accessible to me than the cartoon was. So that's why I am a comic book guy. But you obviously wrote some great stories revolving around the headmasters when they were introduced. Did you have any kind of guidance from above on what you were or weren't allowed to do, or were you given a little bit of free rein? Because you seemed to really have fun with the stories, and we had, you know, we had incidents with Scorponok and thinking he'd managed to kind of take control of Highbrow and everything. And how much were you told, right, this is what you can do with it, and how much were you given that little bit of freedom?
Yeah, I mean the constraint was we couldn't clash with the American storylines. You know, one notable example is when we needed to get the special teams into the comic and tie up with, again, the kind of cover being on a Hasbro advert for the toys. And in the storyline, in the sort of continuity, we weren't going to get the special teams in the comic for about another 20 issues. So we just had to get creative with the storylines. But we also just had to always be aware that, like I say, we didn't want to break the illusion that this was all one big story. So that was our only limitation. You know, Hasbro UK never really imposed things on us. We were always happy to work with them on these product launches and tie-ins. So we just had to make sure that it worked within that, you know, bubble of the whole storyline.
And obviously you mentioned Emmerich Zaron. You were able to create some characters of your own, which I'm sure at the time you thought would just be characters for the comic books. Emmerich Zaron comes to mind, Impactor, Flame, and arguably the most famous one, I would say probably Death's Head as well, who obviously has gone on to have his own comics and things. How were any of those characters, again, based on anything, or did you just need someone to fill a role, and that's what we came up with?
Yeah, often it was someone we needed to fill a role. With Impactor, it was that, you know, he was always destined to die at the end of the story. You know, we were wary about creating too many characters. A, we had a big cast anyway, and we didn't want to clutter things up more. And B, we were just conscious of the fact that if there wasn't a toy of the character, it might be an issue. So Impactor was meant to die and did. Okay, we brought him back. But Death's Head was also meant to be killed off at the end of the storyline, and Death's Head was very much filling a role. You know, the storyline that starts off with Wanted Galvatron Dead or Alive was effectively a spaghetti western in space. It was all modeled around the sort of dollar westerns, And the role we didn't have for a character was a bounty hunter. There just wasn't one in the line or anyone who fitted that role. So we created Death's Head with full intent of tidily killing him off at the end of the storyline. But very early on, once we saw Jeff's, early arc coming in for the character, Jeff Senior's, we just thought, maybe we're being a bit rash killing him off. Maybe we're being a bit rash just making him a Transformers character. So hence there was a big scramble to get a sort of Marvel storyline in the works with him, and then eventually move him out of Transformers into his own title.
Yeah, somebody's pulled up on the use of the name Bounty Hunter. Is he not a freelance peacekeeping agent or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, that was just the quirks that we added to him. I mean, it was one of those occasions where rarely it happens. But again, once we saw Jeff's visualization, I think I'd have been very much, he's got an animal skull for a head or something like that. But once we saw what Jeff had done with him, that was when I kind of went back into the script and started adding some of the sort of more quirky stuff with him, the yes and the he doesn't like being called, he's a bounty hunter, but he doesn't like being called a bounty hunter. So it was definitely, it was a very inspirational bit of artwork that we got from Jeff that day.
Yeah, and Jeff's artwork is fantastic.
I think with Jeff's artwork and the way you wrote him, it made him such an engaging character. You didn't know whether you liked him or you didn't like him, but it was not just transforming robots. This whole new player had entered the game and stuff. And did you get to explore him as much as you wanted to in the Transformers universe? Do you think?
I think he'd run his course in the Transformers stories. He was in some pretty sort of big storylines, but after a certain point, we always knew we were going to remove him out of there. But Death's Head's an interesting character because normally when you're writing a character, you're supposed to take them on an arc, a character arc. They begin one place, they have wobbles along the way, they kind of change because circumstances have changed. But Death's Head is unique in as much as he never changes. We set him up that he doesn't change. He literally walks in. I mean, he's a bit like, in some ways, the old style Doctor Who would just drop into a storyline. Something would happen, he'd fix it and then move on. And Death's Head was in that sort of mold. And it's interesting that the two kind of crossed over. But Death's Head was always meant to be this note. He's very one note, but that's kind of the joke that, he never really gets mad, doesn't really want revenge. It's all financial, doesn't understand superheroes. We did a whole one where, he just kind of fights the Marvel universe in a what if and just says, I just don't understand this hero thing. What's in it for them? So, that was just a sort of a running joke with him.
He was fantastic, a fantastic character. You obviously mentioned as well some of the books that you've done, like the Ultimate Guide. Was that at the time around Dreamwave time when you were writing that book? And how did they approach you for doing that?
Yeah, I mean, it was published by Dorling Kindersley, a big publisher here in the UK. And obviously, I guess they reached out to me because I had this big connection with it. But yes, it was Dreamwave era. 2004 was the first book, so I was probably working on it in 2003 and onwards. And at the time, the interesting thing with the Ultimate Guide is we didn't have a lot of the stuff that now is kind of the canon backstory for Transformers. Okay, we'd stuck the origin in the comic, or the comic origin, and Primus, but we didn't have a lot of the other trappings. And so with the Ultimate Guide, more or less to fill column space, I had to come up with, things like the 13 and other sort of mythological background stuff. And, the idea that maybe McAdam was, from McAdam's old oil house, was one of these 13 primes. And, it's lovely that, now on Earth Wars, I've just recently been dealing with oh God, what's his which Prime is he? The Alchemist Prime.
Ah,
and,
yeah.
And you know, it's great because Earth Wars allows me to sort of break the fourth wall and make all sorts of in jokes in the dialogues. You know, he's once again a bartender, you know, and there's a new version of McAdams in that. So these things that, you know, idly got thrown into a bit of copy in the Ultimate Guide, again, they're still there, which is amazing.
And you very kindly donated a copy from your own collection of the Ultimate Guide for our auction, which is, you know, if you're watching and you haven't got a copy of that book, it is a brilliant book, well worth picking up, and it's a copy signed by Simon and in our auction. So if you go to Jumblebee, I'm sure we've shared the links. If not, the links will be in the description of this. You can go and you can bid for that. And thank you to everyone who has been bidding for those auction items. It's been mental.
Can I just say, Andy, on that point, you know, for the value that it's at the minute, it's a steal. It is an absolute steal. So get yourself over to Jumblebee if you fancy a bit of Transformers history.
If you are a Simon Furman fan, as many of us are watching this, and you'll be watching this later, then yes, get yourself over there while you can, because the auctions do finish tonight between 7 o'clock and 7:45. So yes, do it while you can. I was just looking.
I saw a question come in there.
Yes.
About the Battersea Power Station type Powerplex, and that's interesting because, you know, that is a bit of a UK first for a long time. That is the first UK created Transformer that has been officially embraced by Hasbro and the brand for decades, and it's been great. I didn't create the character. This came out of a kind of conversation between the owners of the store in Battersea Power Station, which if you haven't been, get along. It's amazing. But they wanted to create a Transformer that was Battersea Power Station. And it came out of a conversation with the artist Frederick Pham Chung, who basically just went away and said, look, it could work this way, and drew it. And then they kind of brought me in to tell the story around it. And, you know, that we brought out a couple of poster comics, and I added layers to what there was. And we, you know, the fans voted for the name, which was very cool. So, yeah, it's been brilliant. And, you know, there's more to come from that this year. So, you know, very excited of, like I say, this first UK originated Transformer in decades.
Do you have copies of the Transformers that were based on the characters you created? Have you been able to pick up, for example, an Emirate Zyron, a Flame, and a Death's Head, and so on?
Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. I managed to get some of the Death's Head figures they did for various things for San Diego Comic-Con a couple of years ago. Some people very nicely sent me a Giaxus, you know, when they bought out the toy of that. But I don't actually have a Zaran and Flame. You know, that sort of slightly passed me by. It's not a given that I get a toy every time they create that one based on something, you know, I stuck in a comic.
I was just imagining if they turned that Battersea Power Station into an actual figure at some point in this big package arrives on your doorstep and you get your own version of it. That would be pretty cool.
That would be very amazing. And, you know, like I say, there's stuff happening in and around Powerplex this year, and there'll be announcements at TF Nation this year. So, you know, the store's going to have a big presence there. So, yeah, I definitely would say, without giving anything away, there's more to come. There's more Powerplex to come.
Fantastic.
Amazing. Amazing. What time, Simon? How are you for time? Conscious that you're busy.
Like I say, I was late joining, so I'm quite happy to hang around if you want me for a little longer.
You're more than welcome to stick with us. We have got Chris McFeely due on, and Paul. Yep. I'm sure will be returning at some point. Are you still on as well, Pete? Have we got you for a bit longer? I know I'm on.
Yeah. I'm on for a bit. 2 o'clock out.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Genuinely.
You went for cereal this morning while we were live streaming.
No. I had cereal brought to me. That was very different.
Oh, sorry. He has cereal brought to him. I do apologise.
Simon, if you're happy and comfortable, let's bring Mr. Chris McFeely into the chat. I think Chris McFeely, would you like to enter the stage?
Unless they're mortal enemies, that would be terrible.
Forgot to turn the microphone on there for a second. Nearly yelling silence. Hey guys, how we doing?
Hey, Chris.
All right, Chris.
See you again.
Man. What are we? 16 hours in? 8 hours to go? How are we holding up?
I don't know what everyone's made the fuss about. It's
fine.
It's nothing. Easy peasy, right?
It's absolutely fine. I don't know why
we're not doing it next year.
Yeah, me.
No, we are not. How are you, sir? More importantly,
I'm doing very well. Very happy to be here. Glad to be here for a worthy cause.
Thank you for coming on. It's
My
incredible. We now have Simon Furman and Chris clearly together on the stream.
Yeah.
This is bonkers, but
it is absolutely mental. It's almost like TFN
in miniature,
and it is because of the sleep deprivation as well.
Delirious.
The only difference is we're at home.
Well, Chris
That
and I
was
bumped
such a drop of
into each
alcohol.
other at TF UK Con, only a couple of weeks back. So
Yeah.
it's not long since we've chatted.
No, I was listening in there before, and I feel like I would be remiss if I just didn't remind the folk that between the two of us, we're the ones responsible for making Macadam Alchemist Prime.
Yeah,
it was me on Ask Vector Prime who put that suggestion out into the world, and then the Cyberverse cartoon went and made that fully canon. So it's a team effort, weighted very heavily in one direction.
But in that regard, is it? Do you still get a buzz and a kick out of creating something like that is going to be canon?
Well, that's the one thing I've ever done, so I do tend to ride that. This is the first thing I've said when I came on. I'll be riding that scooter for a long time yet.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's very flattering if it endures. As storytellers, you just tend to throw a lot of stuff out there, and some of it sticks, some of it doesn't. But it's lovely now that there is this lore that has sort of become embedded and crops up in every incarnation. So yeah, it's always great when I say, oh great, they're still when I saw Transformers 1, it's like, oh good, they're still using all that stuff. And
that was very much my experience of like when Transformers 1 starts, and it literally starts with Primus and then the 13 grow out of him, and I was like, oh, they're going all in on this, huh?
Hi Chris, hi Simon. Sorry to just jump in. I wasn't sure which bit when should I come back on the show. I've just had a break and a cup of tea. And
you two are so humble.
Back on.
You two are so humble. I would be walking down the street like John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. I would. People that have never heard of Transformers, I'd be telling them.
Yeah, don't you know I wrote a Facebook post one time?
That's how important I am. Don't you already walk down the street like that, Pete, to be fair? With a suit and everything.
I do, but people just recoil.
Move out of the way. Which is fair enough. I don't know if you caught the quiz earlier on, Chris, or if you missed it.
No, how'd it go?
I dropped a little Kahoot quiz in there. Our winner was Piz. Did we actually clarify who Piz was?
His would be Ed Pirrie, wouldn't it?
It was Ed Pirrie. We I just wanted to clarify that. I saw some of the conversations going on in the live chat, but you're trying to listen to the guests and you're trying to watch what's happening in the live chat sometimes. I think I must have got my wires crossed about something. So Ed Pirrie screamed in there and destroyed the opposition in the end. Although it was nip and tuck. Yeah, he destroyed Dan Verstater, who was up there with him. But that would have been interesting. Do you think, Chris, and I'm just putting this out there, do you think you could take Ed Pirrie in a quiz? Because he was strong.
Depend on the subject matter. I reckon Ed could beat me on a Marvel UK quiz.
Well, it would be interesting if somebody happened to have a second Kahoot quiz to see what might happen
Oh,
at
no,
some point.
on the
But
spot.
the chances of that
train
are
to that,
probably
Chris.
tiny.
Very unlikely, aren't they?
I'm fairly rubbish on Transformers quizzes. When I was at RecCon, they had a quiz, and there was one where it was like, "What was the title of UK 250's story?" I got it wrong.
That can't be right.
Yeah,
You should have told them. No, I wrote these things. It's what I say is.
yeah.
I haven't a clue actually. So there you go.
It was
No,
the
I wouldn't.
greatest gift. It was a Christmas issue.
Oh yeah, that
And
was a great story.
I went for the previous one, which was Whose Life Force Is It Anyway, which was actually the previous issue. So there you go. I don't even know my own stuff.
That's closer than I would have got.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You were close there, and that is a great story, isn't it? That's the one with Optimus Prime with the kind of shard of the
That's
Matrix.
it, yeah,
He's got to
a
decide what to do with
fragment
it.
of the Matrix.
That's it. It's that's a really good story and a very nice Christmassy story as well. It always kind of slips my mind that you did some great Christmas themed stories over the years. Because was that more of a UK thing, or did they also have Christmas themed stories over in the US?
I mean, I think with US, because it was monthly, it was harder to have a Christmas definite issue, whereas we, being weekly, could more or less time that. And it was also something more of a UK tradition. Often British comics, the ones I kind of grew up reading, had a Christmas themed story or a Christmas issue, or they'd have, I don't know, Buster with a Santa beard on or something. So we just kind of took that tradition on, and I wasn't even involved in the very first Christmas story. I think that was James Hill who wrote that one, and even later I only ever did a sort of plot, and maybe Ian Rimmer would write the Christmas story, so yeah. But it was a tradition right down to snow on the logo, and sort of
Santa Claus hats on whoever's in the
Grim Grams or whatever.
Yeah, Grim Grams as well, and yeah. Yeah,
it feels like Christmas as a kid, because you obviously get more excited about it when you're a child than we are as adults. But maybe some of us still get as excited about it. But the Christmas issues were always something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Right, because they were. You've got Christmas programs on the TV. You go into the paper shop. You pick up the Christmas comic. I think it just added to the whole event.
Yeah.
Christmas also was the annuals as well. Annuals that we got, which again you don't realize until you're older that was again a very much a kind of UK thing, wasn't it? Really, that this tradition of annuals.
Well, a hardback annual,
yeah.
I mean, it was a big thing for us to make sure the audience, our readers, were kind of involved in the comic and felt part of it. So the letters pages, I think there was a kind of trade your toys thing and various other things. And the Christmas issue was another one where you felt kind of you were involving the readers in a big sort of festive tradition. So yeah, it was just a British comics thing.
There's still viewers now who've every now and then in the chart they'll mention it, where they've had letters published. And they've kept out since the 80s, and huge part of their childhood. Andy, did you get letter published?
Yeah, you bringing this up because I was complaining about the fact. One of my questions on the quiz, Simon, that I did at TFUK Con for everyone was about how my son Liam, when he was only about kind of 8 or 9, he wrote a letter to the Transformers magazine of the time, which would have been around the time of the live action movie coming out. And he got his letter and his photograph printed in the magazine. It was him laid on the floor with his like kind of collection that he'd started of Transformers, because he wanted a collection like me. And then I just made the point that I never got my letters. My letters went unanswered in the original. But to be honest, I probably wrote a letter saying something, why haven't you put Double Dealer in more comics? Put Double Dealer in more comics, please. And that would have been it, which probably was a bit of a rubbish letter, really. But that was the standard.
We had a huge mailbag every week on Transformers. I mean, it was unbelievable the amount of reader participation there was. And we were selling, probably at our peak, somewhere in the upper 150,000s, you know. So by today's standards, that sounds crazy, but you know, we were inundated with posts, and people just used to love being sort of dismissed by Soundwave or Grimlock or whatever.
Oh, Dread Tidings was my favorite one. I love the other ones, but Dread Tidings, I love the humor of it because
that was the most. I wasn't a regular buyer of the comic. I didn't buy it. You know, I didn't get the comic bought for me regularly every week, but definitely the longest stretch I was with it was the Dread Tidings years. Like that's my letter answer guy.
It's such a cool character as well to choose, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't just Optimus Prime or Megatron to choose Dreadwing.
Yeah. Wasn't necessarily one of the big guys, was it? It was taking, again, one of those lesser characters, I suppose, and giving him his chance.
Well, was there a thought process behind that, Simon? Choosing Dreadwing to answer the letters?
I can't honestly remember why we chose Dreadwing.
He was written as a miserable bugger, wasn't he? So was it a little bit that you just wanted somebody who could answer it like that? Yeah.
I mean, and maybe it was just he was a sort of, you know, misanthrope, malcontent, you know, that we could, he would be perfect grumpy letter answerer.
Was there any kind of like needing to promote one of the new Power Master toys in that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was keeping it current as well. I mean, initially Soundwave was the obvious choice. Grimlock was just my choice, I think, and but also, you know, sort of surly and uncooperative. So I think Dreadwing was just sort of continuing that theme.
If you want surly and uncooperative, you could have Pete answering letters. That'd be fantastic.
It's fun. I'll do it for free.
Did you answer all of the letters then, Simon? Was that all you for the whole run of the comics?
It was me, yeah. I mean, I love doing it as well. I mean, originally on the comic, I was the assistant editor or sub-editor, so it was just one of my jobs answering the letters page. And afterwards, I loved it so much, I just carried on doing it.
It must have been great fun, really must. Chris, we should be remiss to talk to you a little bit as well.
Guys, I'm going to jump out at this point.
I'm happy to listen.
Okay, but
yeah, of course.
Oh, thank you for coming on, Simon.
No,
again,
thank
sorry
you
about
for
the
having me
confusion.
on. And you know, everybody out there, please donate. Please go and check out the auction. And yeah, this is just such a worthy cause.
I saw that you guys have smashed your donation on the Just Giving page. You've hit your
we have an idea of where we are now with the donations, and we are incredibly blown away by the generosity of everybody. This community, we keep saying it. I know it probably sounds a bit contrite, but this community has been incredible. It always is. It always steps up for these things, as we've seen at TFN with Toy Fu. But the way that people have stepped up, and not just to donate as well, but to help, to share, to, you know, just get people involved, including I'm just going to mention this. I don't know if you guys mentioned this already. RJ, who is a long time fan of the show and friend of ours, and who I know you all know, RJ, his mum, who you may remember accompanies him to the events often. She sent us a donation of money that it turned out she'd gone round her family and got all of her family to donate. And it's just that's just it's such a lovely thing that, you know, that they did that. And I'm sure, RJ, you might be able to correct me. I know you're in there in the live chat. I'm sure his brother as well also gave an independent one, and he made a really nice comment about it being such a worthy cause. So yeah, it's the way people are all pulling together. It's just it's mind-blowing.
Great. Well, look, thanks for having me on, and
thank you so much.
Have a great time with the rest of the 8 hours or whatever you've got left.
Thanks, Simon.
Let's not know. Good to see you again, Simon.
Cheers, Simon. Have a good weekend.
Cheers,
take care.
Hi, Chris.
Oh, right. I always loved it, Simon. What I was going to say to you, Chris, was the basics. Still steaming along, still
trundling more than steaming. I think
I'm going to go with steaming. Every episode,
years are behind me. I'm old and hunched over now.
So,
just crossed my 9th anniversary. It was just a couple of days ago. 9 years. I nearly missed it completely. have to try and start to figure out what I'm going to do for 10 next year if I'm still kicking about.
24-hour live stream, Chris.
Yeah, 24-hour live stream, Chris. We can highly recommend it.
Peter and Andy will join you.
You know,
It's
I'd
great
be
fun.
lying if I said I hadn't thought about it in the past, some kind of big marathon live stream for something, but I don't know what it would be for. You know,
Maybe,
you can
I
only
would maybe
get so
suggest
many.
Don't do 24. Don't do 24 hours. 24 is maybe too much. You know,
For one
6
man? Yeah,
if you
probably.
could. Yeah. Well, that's it. There's 4 of us.
Three.
Sorry, 3 of us, and we're doing 24. So just divide that by 3, and that'll do. So 8
Nobody's
hours.
had to slip off for a little nap yet, have they?
Yeah, we've had little ones.
Oh, we've
but
all gone off
do
and
you know
tried to
what?
get some sleep. Yeah.
I know. I think we could have been more cheaty though. I think we've done ourselves a disservice. Like, I think Andy, you're doing the most hours, and P, I think you're doing the most hours. I think I'm slightly less. But like, we could have.
Well,
broken
it
up
all
much
counts,
better
though.
and had proper rest. But we've pretty much been on pretty much most of the time.
I have worked out that unless I try and get some sleep in the 1 hour off that I have left, I basically am operating off 2.5 hours sleep since Friday at 6 a.m. So it's fine.
Weekend.
It's fine. I feel fine. Everything's fine. Ask me in 8 hours.
Getting really emotional. Like when the last one started saying about how much money we raised in the community, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Like, I need to go to sleep.
But that's it. I think sometimes you have to step back and you have to look at the impact that this money's going to have on every. You know, we're having fun, and we've been so blessed to have so many great guests like yourself on, Chris, over the course of the stream, and friends who've come on as well. And you kind of sometimes have to stop and remind yourself, you know, the good that this is going to do for people, because you know the world's not a great place at the moment, is it? I mean, without wishing to go into it too much, but it's not a
Don't
great
make
place.
me cry again.
Oh, I'll make you cry somehow. I'll tell you that Arsenal have sold Saka. Anyway, it's a joke. I'm joking, Paul.
But I think to
Go
your
on.
point, Andy, you know, our initial kind of lower end of the target would have been enough to make a difference.
Yeah.
And then it's moved on, and we've surpassed the medium target, and now we're going on to the stretch goal, and we're going to end up smashing that. And all the time, it's not just kind of pats on the back, well done to us. This money is going to change so many people's lives. If we raise $5,000, like we said earlier, and I think, Andy, this was when you were having a bit of a break. If we raise $5,000, that feeds 263 kids ish for a year. And there's so many people in the chat that have got kids, or, you know, got nieces and nephews that are at primary schools, perhaps, say, and you look at how many people attend that primary school. We're potentially feeding a whole school for a year. And we, as in the collective, we, the community, and this is completely ignoring anything that Toy Food do at TFN or through the rest of the year and stuff. So we are changing lives, and we are having an impact, and you're having an impact. And the people that have donated prizes and bought raffle tickets and just sponsored us being idiots, staying up for 24 hours because it's a great idea, which said nobody ever. But all of those, apart from him, but all of those things, for every 19 quid, that's a kid that gets fed. No kid deserves to go hungry. We're in 2026. This shouldn't even be a charity, but it is. And I think everyone deserves to take praise in it, and it's not just us.
Yeah, when we say we mean everybody, because we're doing all this daft nonsense, but you know, it's our other halves and who've supported us and have put work into it behind the scenes, and everybody out there who is donating. If you've watched this, if you've donated money, if you've bid on things on the auctions, if you've bought raffle tickets, if you've shared this, you've all been a part of this. It's not just us, it's everybody collectively, and that's quite a powerful thing. And I'm trying not to make Pete cry. Stay strong, big guy.
I do love how this community rallies behind this one, you know, charity in particular. You know, thanks to the efforts of Toy Foo bringing it to people's attention. and just whenever you see a charity initiative now, like everything Toy Food does, or the Thunder Clash comics that have been done for TF Nation, and for this, it's a charity for kids as well. And what else should something from the Transformers community be supporting? For goodness sake, they're children's toys. If anything, if the money we spend on them should be spent on anything else, it should be spent feeding kids.
100%.
Yeah, that's it. Shall we talk about your channel though, Chris? As you mentioned, you are coming up to your 9th birthday. Oh, sorry, 9th anniversary, not 9th birthday.
I'd say birthday, anniversary.
Yeah.
Channel's birthday. It was on the 3rd of June, so just 3 days ago. So this is the. I didn't realize that when I was making the episode that's come out today. Otherwise, I might have made something out of it. But
so I've been so entrenched in doing this, I haven't even looked at anything else on YouTube. So can you tell us what your latest episode is about?
Sure. Today's episode is Generation 1.5, which is a term. I feel like me using it as a title for the video might be the most exposure that term has had in a while. I don't think it's not nearly as widespread and famous a fan term as me using it as the title of a video might make it sound. But it's about the interim European exclusive years after G1 ended in America in 1990 and G2 started. It was when the European side of things was keeping the flame alive with the Turbo Masters and the Predators and the Motivators and the Accelerators and all those guys. It's one I've had in the back of my head wanting to make for a long time now, but it was after, down into my shelf here, it was after James Roberts' book Generation Max, which he brought out at TF Nation last year, a history of Transformers fandom, analog Transformers fandom in the 90s. He did some interviews with the guys who worked at Hasbro at the time and how that all came about, and it added some extra information and extra context that, in my mind, I went, this is it. No, this is the time. This is the extra little bit of info that was needed to flesh it out and make it a nice a narrative, a nice neat circle, a story to tell. And a lot of people, a lot of comments thus far, people say never knew it was called Generation 1.5. so
this is the thing. I used to call it Generation 1.5, and because that's kind of like what so many of the other fans around me refer to it. And then I can't remember who it was. It might even have been you that I heard saying that, strictly speaking, it was Generation 1 still, but the Generation 1.5 is more of a fan term we've given to it rather than anything official. Because for us in Europe, the UK, and Australia, was it? G1 Transformers never actually stopped. Just kept going, didn't we? Which is why we ended up with the Predators and the Turbo Masters, which is right in my wheelhouse, by the way. So I am going to watch that and try and stay awake after this.
It was all G1 up until it turned into G2. But there's you'll see in the video, there's a little crossover period in '93 where it's still just the Transformers, but they start using the G2 symbols. And that's the origin of the 1.5 name that then got expanded out to refer to the whole era. But it's all in the video, so little sneak preview.
Well, it's something to look forward to. And I do remember at TFUKCon as well, you very kindly put your latest video up on the big screen for everybody to watch there, which at the time was the Power Glide.
Yeah, that's just the last one before this one.
Yeah, which tied in really nicely, obviously, with the release of that toy. Do you agree, Chris, that with Dave Wallace's comment earlier on, that there is a growing number of grumpy faces on mini-bots that are being released at the moment? And any
I haven't got a Power Glide yet, so I haven't been able to judge. But I did think that the pictures of Power Glide did make him look quite grumpy, but it could be the lighting. I need to get him in hand and see what he looks like.
Tailgate, who we showed off earlier in the stream because he was revealed obviously yesterday, I think it was now. So hard to keep track of what day it is. He also appears to have a grumpy face behind a faceplate. So it's
I think of the original Tailgate as having a grumpy face though. So that he looked right to me. I don't know why, but he's got those tiny little eyes inside that big square head. I think it makes me think of him as having a grumpy head.
I think my sons are in the chat Bonnie's Pizzeria, which is the Five Nights at Freddy's. So hello, sons. Hello, Lucas. Hello, Elliot.
I was wondering who that was.
Mummy's currently at paddle, so she should be on her way back. So I am in charge of kids at the moment. I've checked, they're both alive, they're both downstairs. I just gave them chocolate sandwiches.
In the tug socket.
If they're fed and watered, you're fine legally.
They're pretty good. How are you getting on after TF UK Con? So that was such a good time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a great time. Bounced back nicely. Straight back to work then on Monday, but yeah, just a lovely weekend. Just really nice to get to hang out with like Jack Lawrence and Nick Roach outside of the hustle and bustle of TF Nation. Just it's such a nice, cozy, much more relaxed show where you're not pulled this way and that by the sheer size of everything. Yeah, I love visiting.
We were reflecting on some of the sizes of TF things just feel so large to us. And we were talking over the night. We had some lovely American guests joined us. They were talking about TF Con and just how big that is in comparison. Like we think TFN is huge.
I got to get over and do a TF Con one of these years. I managed to do one bot con back when it was still official. Need to do a TF Con to get the hat trick one of these years.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think they might? Sorry, go
on, Andy. I was just going to say, like they can exist, can't they? You can have a TF UK Con, a cozy convention, and you can have a TFN big convention. You can have the mega conventions as well. Sorry, go on, Andy.
I was just going to say, if you did go over, Chris, obviously you're kind of known throughout the fandom now, so I'd imagine you have a fairly large audience in the US.
I mean, that's part of why I'd like to get over is to meet the American audience, but I don't. Yeah, I don't want to go and like, parade around or anything like that. I just like to go to it, just to go do a TF.
I have arrived.
Enjoy
it. Very nice to. It would be nice to meet the international audience.
Have you been asked to go over as a guest at all? Or
not yet. No. But it's it's a long way to go for guys like us from where we are.
I guess so. I think so many other YouTubers, including the US ones, that kind of reference you and the work that you do with the basics. I think it would go down really well. But again, I understand it would be quite nice just to go as an attendee and just go and experience it in that way.
I mean, not to refer to what you said earlier, not to get into the state of the world, but I don't really see myself going to.
No.
Yet. But
even Cybertronic Spree hinted at the difficulties for them with just going from Canada to the US. So it's maybe not for now. Maybe give it a couple of years, and we'll all hope for the best.
I mean, maybe go to they have TFCon in Canada. That's its home.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Maybe go to that one of these years. Will I ever do a basics on conventions? I see Adam Summers is there. I got a basics on BotCon lodged in the back of my mind that I'm going to have to get out one of these days.
The wife just brought me chips. Sorry, I'm so happy. I'm hungry. I'm wasting away. Sorry, I'm going to eat these quietly.
Should make little sandwiches when there's packed onto there.
That's nice. A pack up. I'd have taken a pack up. Chris,
you mentioned TFN, and obviously. TFN is rapidly approaching next month now.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? It's literally only the very last day of next month, but it's next month.
Yeah. And regular attendees will know that you're normally involved in something, on the Saturday night, whether last year was the Matrix test.
Yeah, I sort of stood behind you guys as you
did. Yeah.
I wasn't travesty, I say.
Yeah.
That was Dave Wallace handled the quiz last year.
But previous years you've been involved in, some uncovering of some archives and stuff, and putting on some Saturday night entertainment. Is there anything you can tell us about this year? Are you involved with anything this year?
Well, I'll certainly not raise anybody's hopes by saying we've dug up another unseen draft piece of lost media. None of that this year. I was, in fact, just yesterday pulling together the big panel idea that I've had for this year. Don't know what day. It's not a Saturday night thing, so it's going to be a during the day panel. It'll be about. Well, I'll put it this way. Last year, pick the book up again because it's sitting right next to me. James did a panel that was, about the subject matter of his book. analog fandom, you know, what it was like being part of Transformers fandom when it communicated by newsletter. And I just loved that panel. I loved watching that panel because I loved seeing a panel from James Roberts, the fan, not James Roberts, writer of the most beloved Transformers comic ever published, you know. And it really, you know, got a fire lit in me, where all the panels that I've been doing at TF Nation for the last couple of years have been those big ones, like the first draft of the movie script, or the G1 cartoon early pilot, or when I helped on the Much More Than Meets the Eye, when we edited the deleted scenes back into the pilot episodes of G1. It's all about revealing stuff and talk like that. So I really wanted to do a panel just like James did, where it's just something from me as a fan about something that I love, and something that's personal. And so there, I will say no more than this, but there will be a panel from me about Beast Wars this year, which takes that approach.
Well,
Lovely. Pete's gone. I love it.
That's it for Pete.
Pete's a massive fan of Beast Wars, as we know. He's so excited he's had to go. He's actually crying now. That's what it really is.
Oh no,
That is exciting news, though.
Yeah,
you know,
you as a fan doing it.
Yeah, you get to do it as a fan.
You got to try and remember that you know, it's easy to get lost sometimes in the, like when I came up with the idea and I started trying to figure out what I wanted it to be about, I was still approaching it with a very historian, looking at the history of the thing, digging up concept art for the toys and stuff like that. And then it was just honestly this week, and there was no one thing that happened that I can point to. I was just lying on the sofa, and suddenly, just like a bolt through my brain, I was like, wait, what if I did it like this? And I got really excited about it.
Sat straight upright.
Yeah, kind of.
Eureka!
I couldn't. It was late at night, and then I went to bed, and instead of sleeping, I was lying. The hamster wheel up here was spinning. Yeah, I'm really quite excited about doing it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very UK specific. You know, something for the UK Transformers convention, a UK specific kind of panel on a personal perspective on it all, and I'm really looking forward to doing it, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I hope people turn out for it.
Oh, lovely.
They will. I mean,
And there might be some other stuff too, but that's not as far along in stages of planning and development as this one is.
Would you have any involvement with this year's quiz?
The idea has been raised, and that's it.
That's all we can say.
Yes. No, it's not all I could say. It's that's as far as I've got with it.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Excuse me.
There's a question. Somebody said, "Can you say have they finalised or
they haven't finalised
schedule?"
it yet, but I felt like it was a Friday kind of idea, a little, you know, a more personal, fan-oriented kind of panel. But I think the panel, the panels for Friday might have their own. I think Dave Wallace, maybe he being responsible for the schedule. I'm not sure if there's room for it on the Friday, so I think it might be more of a. I think I said to him at the time it's a very Friday idea, but that was before I'd like reframed my thinking about it, and now I think it could be any day. So I must say that too. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know what day it'll be on.
You've got to come to every day. That's what that means. Come
yep, that's it. You got to come full weekend.
That's it.
There's questions asking, can you do the basics on the IDW? I think you've done the IDW. You have.
Well, yeah, it was like the 5th episode I ever did, so IDW wasn't even over when I did it. So it's definitely one I could update. I don't know how different it would be. Like a lot of my earliest episodes, particularly the character ones, I would update them and they would just be ground up rewrites. But there'd be other episodes where, slightly more recent ones, where if I was updating them, it would just be the same thing with something else stuck on the end, you know. But like I updated Soundwave and Ultra Magnus and Bumblebee and Shockwave, some of my very earliest ones, and they were full ground up rewrites, you know. But if I was to update Optimus Prime and Megatron, which are both about 5 years old now, and 5 years tends to be the point at which I look at updating things, I'm still very pleased with those episodes. So there'd be some visuals I might edit, but the script I think is pretty much the same on them. So it would just be about sticking something on the end. I saw someone ask there about the updating the basics on the Quintessons, and that's what I do desperately need to update, because that movie, that episode ends by going, oh yeah, the only Quintesson toy ever released was Alpha Quintesson, and that's it. Because this was before Earthrise, it was before Cyberverse World, which one? Verse Earth before Earthrise, before Cyberverse, before Earth Spark, before Transformers 1. There's a lot before Skybound. The Quintessons have been up to a lot of stuff since I did that video. But to fold it all in like that, the way that video is structured, it's very structured on the creation myth and their role in it. So I probably would have to like rewrite that one from the ground up as well. So there's different ways to updating things, and some are easier than others. But I realized I haven't done any updates. I'm not sure if I did any updates last year at all, which surprised me, because I should do some more of them. I'm at this 9 years. There's a lot of stuff's happened in 9 years.
Have you got any like episodes that you've planned out and you've thought, right, I'm going to do this, and then it just hasn't quite come together, so you just haven't finished them off, or have you been able to pretty much complete every episode you wanted to do?
Certainly anything I've started, I've finished eventually. I remember years ago, I started writing the Stunticons, and at that time it would have been the first episode about a combiner team that I'd written. Couldn't get the words to fit together in the right order, so I binned it off, and then I did it years later. I did them, and it was no problem at all. Same thing happened with the Fallen. Those are the two historical examples I think of, but even just earlier this year, the Techno-Organics episode I did, which I was really pleased with when it came out, but I started writing it early this year. It was going to be one of my first videos for this year, and it just wasn't happening. Don't know what it was, so I binned it and did Micronus Prime instead. And then a couple of months later, I came back to it, and just with that little bit extra time and distance, it came together really nicely. I was very pleased with that one. It's one of the ones I've been most pleased with from this year so far.
It must be crazy though when you're watching a new film or something come out from the TF universe, and you sit there and suddenly they just rewrite a section. You must sit there going, "Oh God."
Well, that doesn't happen as much anymore. Things are. It's like Simon was saying before about writing the Ultimate Guide. There's a unified idea behind a lot of this stuff anymore. Like when Transformers 1 came out and was a new, and it was a new version of the Optimus and Megatron story arc, but the basic through line of it, of them being old friends who wanted to try and change Cybertron's unjust society until Megatron's extremism pulled them apart, is still the true core of it. So anytime, excuse me, when I have described it in that simple term, that's still true. Other times, the big recent example I always remember is I did Triptychon, and then like a month later, the final episodes of Cyberworld came out, and there he was with absolutely no forewarning, and it was a real, oh, you fool. That's why I like the leak lists we get now.
Yeah. Give you a heads up.
A year and a half. So next year, the basics on Thunderwing. It's finally time.
Yes, that will
be the 10th anniversary episode.
And I always used to think that every time I'd meet you, I'd say to you, Chris, can you do an episode on this favorite character of mine? But I've come to realize many of my favorite characters are those bots that there's not really a hell of a lot to talk about, and the ones where there is enough, you've pretty much done all of them, like Double Dealer and the Seacons.
What's an example of one? What's an example of one?
Crankcase, for example.
Yeah, you'd struggle with Crankcase.
There's not a hell of a lot to go
into maybe a Trigger Cons episode.
Yeah. That would
like
work.
Like I've just done G1.5 today, so that's got people saying, "Oh, can you do Thunderclash? Can you do Rotor Storm?" And I'm like, yes, but I'll call it Thunderclash, but it'll probably be a stealth Turbo Masters episode, and we'll talk about all of them.
Yeah, because you've got to have enough really kind of meat on the bones, haven't you, to really fill an episode of it.
Even for an obscure characters one, even somebody asked me this question recently about doing, like it's funny. Like who's the character they asked about? Wedge from Robots in Disguise. You know, a character with a prominent role in RID01. And then he comes back. Then there's a new version of him in Rescue Bots Academy, one of the leads in Rescue Bots Academy. That's it, you know. And it's the same deal with Quick Strike, Beast Wars Quick Strike. You know, Beast Wars had a small cast. Quick Strike's a prominent character in the show because everybody's in the show is prominent. You know, that's it. There's a couple of other guys named Quick Strike, but they don't have any story behind them. And it's weird whenever a character who's a prominent character in a cartoon with a story in that show, but then that's it. It doesn't go anywhere. But and yet I can do an episode about Flatline, a character who was in who had one story once in one issue of a comic, and then has been walking around in the background of Transformers occasionally for the 10 years, 15 years after that. But because there is a line to follow on the way in which the character changed and the way in which other media influenced it, characters redesigned him and how he was invented and how the decisions were made and the people involved, there's a story you can tell enough to fill 7 minutes of video. But then other times, yep, Quick Strike was in cartoon once and it didn't work out for him fame wise, and that's it. It's weird how sometimes it works like that. You know, like I can make a video about Kranix, I can make a video about Enemy, but making a video about, well, Quick Strike's the example I come back to, or Wedge, guys who have who are notable characters in the shows in which they originated. There's not a lot of history beyond that. It's weird. Sometimes it's a balancing act, you know.
There was a question in the chat before about whether or not you would think of doing a basics on the Transformers Collectors Club and the kind of history of that. Would that be something that you would fall into, you know, what you would want to do? Or
I think I'd fold that into a BotCon episode, since you know, they at the time they were owned by the same guys. They were very much, you know, interlinked entities. It could certainly be something I'd do, but I think I'd make it part of the BotCon episode.
Fair enough.
And that's one I have in the back of my mind, you know, doing a BotCon episode. But that's one you got to be a bit more careful about when you do something that's about, you know, just blokes, just normal people. So I mean, and I haven't done very many episodes about. Well, I've done exactly one episode that's about a real life person, and that was the Simon Furman episode, which I was I wasn't sure about, because, you know, I'm not talking at one step remove, you know, about stories written by people. I'm talking about one man and their career, you know. But when you're talking about fan conventions and fan clubs, there is that extra level of personal involvement, and there's some controversies one necessarily has to talk about in subjects like that, like in the Furman episode that was talking about IDW and RC and the stuff that grew out of that and how that has shaped a lot of younger fans, viewers' work, you know. But I think I touched on it all right. I didn't, you know, nobody hurled abuse at me after I did it, so that's a win.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good episode, definitely. Is there any? Sorry, I'm hogging all the questions, guys. If you want to ask something, then, you know, you go. Anybody?
No, I'm just we need to do the raffle, don't we?
Oh God, the raffle!
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, let's do the raffle, and Andy, the show can continue.
I'm getting strung off here.
Why
haven't you done the raffle?
Afterward.
I know. Our boss is a
so should we do the raffle? Then we can let you go, Chris. Obviously, thank you so much for coming on. But
I can hang on for a little bit there if you want, guys. I'm in no rush to run off. If anyone's got any more questions in the, I feel like I'm seeing questions pop up that we're not getting. Not getting time
the basics on Chris McFeely. There's
people ask about that all the time, and I feel like that's what these are.
Answering all the questions you could want.
But if you know, if you want like a little, if you want to hear more about like my personal journey with Transformers and with fandom, that Beast Wars panel, the TF Nation.
No problem. Right, are we set, Paul? For
we almost. I'm just gonna get the random number generator. What are we playing for now? So
we are playing.
We have to do 2
for
of these every hour.
Thundertron.
We're going to end up with loads of. We're playing for Thundertron. Nice.
And the Battersea artwork.
So random.
Fantastic.
I don't know what the Thundertron is.
Thundertron from Transformers Prime. It's a boxed, sealed Transformers Prime Thundertron. No, sorry, it's not the Prime version. It's the Legacy version, the first one. It was donated by In-Demand Toys, amongst other things. They also donated. So thank you very much to them.
What's the top number?
1065.
1065, yeah.
There we go. Right, so this one's for the Thundertron. Thank you so much, In Demand Toys.
Wow, if you look that many entrants, wow.
Yeah. 1065 raffle tickets sold.
Good gracious! Congratulations, well done, everyone.
Thank you.
354. Who could that be? The ladies will be checking, and that's not me being sexist. They are checking.
And what's
before anybody shouts at me.
And this is for the Battersea Power Station artwork.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. And it is 199.
199.
There we go. Send that to the team.
Both amazing numbers.
My favourite numbers, the best numbers around.
We've had a lot of good numbers today.
we've been incredibly lucky that every number we've drawn has been a winner. I mean, what are the odds?
If I was picking,
what 550.
What a 5 minutes!
If I was picking a number, I would pick all of these.
Exactly.
But we're not picking, just to be clear, the generator.
No.
We get letters.
From Cybertron, it's free.
354 was Dave Rain. 119 is Lily.
Dave.
You must be keeping away. First confirmed is Lily.
So the Toy Me, Toy You boys have won both those prizes, one for each of them.
So if you do want to check what the numbers are or what your numbers are assigned to, just head to Transformers Show on Facebook and Claire's put all the numbers and everyone's names there. So if you want to get ahead like Neil is and see what your numbers are, head on there.
Jermaine, that was deliberate, but we're not allowed to mention that name because YouTube doesn't like it when we do and takes our stream down. So yes,
Isn't it nice when you do a raffle and the people who win are there and can say it was me, I won. It doesn't happen too often at conventions, does it? They're always left.
No. The amount of times they've already gone. What's that? Is the Motu movie better than Bumblebee?
I saw it last night myself.
Did you?
Yeah, I got similar vibes from it. Like they're not the same films. Don't get me wrong. Obviously they're not the same film, but the tone and things is different in them. But I don't know. There's something about it that just felt like there was a lot of love in both films, and neither of them's perfect, but they're much more on that right side of good and enjoyable.
If they had a similarity, I think for me, it's that I felt like they were both kind of films that were really brought together in the edit, if you know what I mean. Like we know this for a fact about Bumblebee. Like we know a lot of the stuff that was changed. The prologue being stuck on the start. I got that from Masters of the Universe as well. I don't know, no spoilers, obviously, first weekend, but watching it really surprised me how quickly they got off Earth and how quickly he became He-Man. I really thought, based on the trailers, we were looking at 2 acts on Earth, and then the He-Man transformation was going to be a 3rd act thing. And I feel like there was definitely a draft of this or a version of the script where that was the case. And it really came together in the, when they were assembling that final cut.
I wondered whether they learned from the 80s film, because the 80s film, one of the biggest criticisms at the time was so much of it was set on Earth and people didn't see it.
That's why I was puzzled why they did it at all, because why would you even want to invite that comparison? And that's where you got to figure like some executive somewhere was pushing for a direction at some point in the development of the thing for a kind of a Barbie movie thing with their property and with their boys' property in the way that they did with their girls' property. But it wound up working out. They leave Earth. Wait, what would you say? 15-20 minutes? That's it. For as much of the first trailer is focused on that stuff. But it's never a case of where the movie is like, okay, that's that bit out of the way now, because his life on Earth is made relevant to the story and the journey and what the film is trying to say about men and masculinity. It's like a Barbie in that way, in what Barbie was trying to say about gender relations and feminism, and the role of women and mothers in society. He-Man is trying to say something not quite as like full-throatedly as the Barbie movie was, but it is built around the idea of trying to say something about masculinity and what is a man. So it's worthy in that regard.
Yeah,
and I think
worth seeing, Jacob.
And Trapjaw's in
Yeah.
it. Whee!
Yeah.
And without putting spoilers, I think they've done a really good job at laying a foundation if it's successful. And
it won't be successful, you understand. It was a good movie. It's
So
not
it
going
can't
to
be.
do well. That's the thing.
Nobody wants to see films in the cinema anymore. Everybody wants
Nobody
to stream
under
them,
the
so.
age of 50 gives a toss about He-Man. It's a good film. It's one of those things, but it's gonna be the Transformers 1 of this year. I'm very confident in that. It's about 15 years late to actually like capitalize on any zeitgeisty relevance of doing nostalgia for 80s properties. It's way too late. Like, it's gonna get its lunch eaten by the new Scary Movie this weekend, because that's speaking to a 90s nostalgia instead.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. Hopefully it does a little bit better, but yeah, scary stuff.
Well received, but I don't expect it to do well, sadly.
I think some of the Americans last night were saying that it's not hitting good numbers at the box office, which is so weird, because I remember exactly the same thing going to see Transformers 1. The cinema was packed, you came out with that really good feeling, and then suddenly people were going, oh, it's not doing well. And you're like, we can't, like, my representation is that the cinema was packed and everyone loved it, but it's not happening.
Just with me, for as far as I'm concerned, I don't really buy into the whole marketing narrative with Transformers 1, but I think it's more just down to the fact that it's too soon on the heels of Rise of the Beasts. People weren't up for another Transformers movie already. Certainly the thing you could say about Masters of the Universe is, however well it does or doesn't do, you can't blame the marketing for it failing. This thing is everywhere.
Yeah,
they've done well.
It's good though. If you're watching this, go watch the film. It's good. It's worth seeing on a big screen and just enjoy it. And, have fun, because that's what it is.
We've got two young chaps backstage.
Motu will take a drop when Spider-Man comes out. Motu ain't even going to be in cinemas by the time Spider-Man comes out. It will be gone. Trust me.
Look, on a streaming service somewhere by there.
Well, I'm going to take my leave and go and get some lunch, because
you've earned it.
Me and Duggan potentially have beef. You know what I mean?
Sandwiches?
Yes, beef sandwiches. So I will make the way for two fantastic individuals. I'm going to go and get some chips, because I've watched you eat yours, Andy, and I'm sorry.
that was all down to the wife. She is the chief organizer, and she's doing an incredible job. If only feeding
well
me,
done,
and I appreciate that.
I'm going to text Lisa now. It's lovely, but Pete and Andy both got chips. Just
Chip shop chips. Chris, I'll see you next month at TFN. Thanks
yes,
so much.
You will. See you then.
In the stream. And I'll see these two fine, upstanding individuals, Spider Father and Duggatron, next month as well. You two reprobates, I'll see you at 2 o'clock.
See you at 2 o'clock. Oh my God.
Bye. Only 2 o'clock.
Oh dear.
Just have no idea what time it is now.
No, makes a great point there in the chat, though. I'm happy we got a good Masters of the Universe movie. How much money it makes isn't my concern, really, and that should be everyone's concern. We shouldn't. We, as audience members and fans, should not be consumed with all this box office chat. Realistically, like the internet has fried our brains in this regard. That should be a secondary concern to whether we just enjoyed it.
Yeah, it is, because how often do things get sequels? They rarely do. We really shouldn't really concern ourselves. We just want to get more of it. Don't we? If it's good, then we want to have sequels.
Yeah.
We get a bit obsessed.
We're so conditioned into thinking of things as IPs and franchises and universes now. We just have a film and enjoy a film.
Yeah,
damn straight.
And it is good.
Damn straight.
It is good.
Well, listen, Sam, it's up to you. You're welcome to stay on. We'll let you get back to your day. We've got.
I'll hang on for another 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. Let's get on our next guest then. So joining us next is Dagatron. Hello, sir. Welcome to the show. Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. Surprisingly fresh from what I've seen.
Oh, us! I thought you were talking about you.
No, I'm not. I'm festering at home due to recovering from an ankle operation, which means I've not left the house in 3 weeks. So,
oh, bless you. Oh,
there he is.
That's the one. And Spider Flower.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank
Surviving.
you for dropping in the chat.
I'm so pleased to see that no one's been fake yawning while they've been on, just to try and lull you all into
Oh, now I feel like you're going to start fake yawning, and it will work. Okay.
I was yawning
You just
yesterday.
mentioned yawning, and now I want to yawn. That's
Yeah,
so
30
cruel.
minutes in, I was yawning.
I got a wonderful night's sleep, so I won't be doing that.
Well, bully for you.
I stayed up with you till midnight listening to the Cybertronic Spree, who were those 2 hours just flew by.
They were great, weren't they? They were just so lovely.
Then I got about 6 hours sleep, got up to kind of sort my daughter out, popped you guys on briefly, and again, you sounded more awake than I did after 6 hours sleep. So I think you're doing phenomenally thus far.
Thank you.
Well, it's hope and energy drinks and coffee is basically what's keeping us upright at the moment.
That definitely won't come back to haunt you.
Definitely not. It's going to only
Trying
be
to get
good.
to sleep tonight, shaking, just crying.
Well,
Only
I'm
7
looking
hours
forward
to go.
to reviewing all the bits that I missed. Because I've been watching you since about 8 o'clock this morning while I've been doing my chores. I've had you on the phone just listening to what you're saying.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, thank you.
But thanks for not sticking us on at 3 a.m.
Indeed.
We would have if we could have. We thought a couple of times today. We've kind of thought, oh, is that person appearing? And they all have. We've been incredibly lucky. Everybody has been able to get on the stream so far. But yeah, it would have been a 3 a.m. call to you, Lee. Just come on, hop on, wake up.
Oh, my phone's always on silent, so good luck.
Oh, there you go.
So how are you both? So Spiderfly was speaking over the last couple of days. You've been decomposing. You're getting everything down from the loft, unboxing it, putting it on display after a little play. And how's that going? So this, I suppose you said the same thing 2 years ago. It's just so many bots you're going through.
This room took me months to get the shelves filled. The second display room is now finished, and I've got 8 boxes of figures upstairs waiting for me to go and visit them once this is done. And I'll start getting them out on the shelves as well. And then I need to start working on the other 2 display rooms, and hopefully that will mean that everything in the loft will be out at some point.
Is there anything you've gone, oh, I haven't seen that yet. I'm a little bit worried. Like, where's my unicorn? Like,
I'm still waiting to find all my Beast Wars toys. I've got like a large set of Beast Wars here, but the majority of them are still up in the loft, and they are the one that I really want to get out together because it's been years and I've added to it since. So it's going to be really impressive once it's all out. But one thing I did find this morning, I don't know if any of you remember it, Perfect Effect did a trailer accessory for the Classics / Henkei Optimus Prime, which had flaps that you pull down and they're all mirrored, so it looks like it's invisible. That is still my most favourite third-party add-on. So I'm really looking forward to being able to get some photos of that up, because a lot of people have never seen it before.
I was going to say, are you going to be able to kind of show off? Because we have been lucky enough, because you're in a chat group with us, and you've been showing us some of these incredibly rare pieces that you've got. Will you be finding some medium through which to share them with a wider audience? Perhaps
I know what you're asking.
YouTube. What might I be asking, Lee? Do you think?
This year, and it's something I'll talk to you about in private. But it's all dealt with now, and I'm back to looking at doing YouTube at some point.
Fantastic.
I haven't actually been doing a lot of photographs to Instagram either, because I've been trying to deal with this room upstairs, and because of miniature stuff. Because today is an important day for anyone who likes Warhammer, because the 11th edition of Warhammer 40,000 is now available to pre-order at Wayland Games and other good retailers. So I've been busy with that, and I'll be busy with that for the next couple of weeks. But I'm trying to make time to get back into sharing my collection and educating people like Chris does, about all of the various corners of the Transformers franchise.
Time and
how's
space, the two things that
how's-
are difficult to find.
How's the anticipation been for the 11th edition of Warhammer? Has it got people?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
There's a lot of
people.
excitement out there.
I mean, the Epic edition was when the 9th edition dropped, so did COVID. So a lot of people weren't able to play games, and some of them lost the will to do it and the ability to do it. And 11th was a bit of a not 11th, 10th came around, and people were getting back on board with it. But I think the hype's there for 11th. I think we're back to the point now where people are willing to go out to a gaming centre or store and meet people and start playing games again.
What do you think's changed over the last couple of years? Because I've loved Warhammer since I was a kid, like a natural kid in the 80s, and it's kind of grown. But you've seen it; it's become such a huge thing, probably in the last 15 years, last 10 years. What do you think's driven that? Is it like the games or the video games?
I know Chris said that we have to stop thinking about things as IP, but the Warhammer IP really has been pushed to more mediums. So Space Marine 2 was a huge thing to raising awareness about Warhammer in general. I mean, for all of the negative effects of COVID, and there were a lot, people were stuck at home and wanted hobbies. So things like war games became very popular, and they still are. And also, just staying at home and painting miniatures was also very popular. It's just the more social aspects of the hobby which are now recovering and becoming more prevalent.
I've never been a Warhammer guy, but I do feel like I see it like so much more often, just simply online in these last couple of years. Yeah, and with that spread out into other media. They're making a TV show. Am I right about that, or some film?
Henry Cavill,
yeah.
Henry Cavill and Amazon have a deal to develop television and movie things. Whether that actually turns into anything, I do not know. My personal belief is if they were going to do it, they need to start at a more grounded story. So you have stories which are at the human level, which are part of the lore, but because the whole thing with Warhammer 40,000 is you're on a battlefield and you're playing against aliens and with huge genetically engineered super soldiers, you're not necessarily aware of that side of the world. And any show that does get made, people will want to see Space Marines. And Space Marines are 8 foot tall, suffer from gigantism, psychotic killing machines. They don't make for good stories because they don't have the usual human motivations, which is like what they said with Transformers. They don't have romances, they don't have fears or anything like that. So you do need to start off small, and I can already see the criticisms that will come Games Workshop's way for doing that, but that's the correct thing to do.
We shouldn't talk about people.
If I had any kind if I had any kind of concern, if I was invested enough to be concerned, it does seem like Henry Cavill is a big, giant friggin' nerd who might not think like that and be a little too into the lore of the whole thing.
Well, the good thing is
and
Games
being
Workshop
accurate and stuff like that.
Has a death grip on the IP. They will not allow anyone to do anything with it that they don't agree with, which again may well be another stumbling block. But we'll just have to see. I mean, if you want stories set within those worlds, Warhammer Plus has loads of animations which are stories set in that world. So you have an outlet if you want one.
Dogatron, we should probably introduce you as well, because we've had a couple of people who are not aware of your works, sir, and what you do. So, what do you do, Dogatron? What can you tell us?
I mean, that's a good, valid question, whether it's in my working life or my personal time. I'm just someone who likes Transformers and has been around the sort of fandom in and out for probably since the sort of turn of 2000s. I spent quite a lot of time online, sort of 2000 to 2005. I used to sort of run a site called TransFans, which is probably not what we'd call it nowadays, because J.K. Rowling might get upset and shut us down. And then I kind of drifted out a little bit. I always kept my G1 toys. I've always kind of picked things up, and then over the last decade, I think as like my personal life's kind of settled down more, and I've been sort of had more sort of capacity. I really got back into it, met Lee, who was very kind to sort of take me under his wing at TFN along with a few other people 3 years ago. Pretty much finished off G1, and then in the last sort of year or so, I've got really back into drawing, which is something I used to do a lot of, and I've started pumping out Transformers illustrations, which I'm really enjoying at the moment. All of it digital. It's much easier to fit into like a busy life as a hobby when you're doing it on the iPad, and you know, if you screw up, you just 2-finger tap and it undoes. And other things where you're cheating, like, you know, taking a photo the way you want something to look and drawing over it versus trying to sort of do it from eye. But yeah, so I'm just on Blue Sky and Insta and just putting my photos up and enjoying, you know, interacting with people in this fandom. It's such a, say the UK iteration is such a good fandom. You know, it's such a sort of healthy. I mean, Chris was talking about sort of, I've not seen the Masters of the Universe film yet, although I actually think the main reason for this 24-hour stream is not to raise money for Mary's Meals, it's to convince me to go and see Masters of the Universe. Every single hour.
I've seen through us.
I'm seeing it tomorrow, Doug, so you need to get on board.
Yeah, no, well, I was going to, I'm not very mobile at the moment because, as I mentioned, I've just had an ankle operation, but my mate was going to take me to see The Mandalorian next Thursday, and I'm actually thinking, Andy, based on your comments, I might switch it to a Master of the Universe. But it's such a it's such a healthy male space, this fandom. It's just people doing what they enjoy, looking after each other. It's very inclusive and welcoming. So having sort of drifted out of it a bit, like I say, probably in the sort of mid-2000s, coming back into it and seeing how much it's sort of grown, but in a way that's, you know, welcomed in new people, welcoming people back. It's just, yeah, it's a real joy to be part of, basically. And yeah, I drew that.
Your artwork on the t-shirt.
What a privilege to render a piece of Matt Marshall genius. I do have quite a lot of his stuff on my shelves.
I do think the two of us probably have more than anybody else.
Yeah, Lee and I, when we get to TFN, basically sort of sit down and agree
I love that, though.
What each is allowed to go for and where we won't get in each other's way, because all we'll do is drive the prices up.
Oh, I do love that. I love the idea of you saying, right, what are you wanting? Right, well, I
Well,
want this.
The charity auction, there's no charity auction this year, so that's one of our major bonding activities out the window, because we'll sit there and say, well, which one are you going to bid on? Because I don't want to bid on that one. But oh, well, I want this one. And I'll be like, oh, well, I'll allow that, but I must be allowed to have that.
What's really unreasonable is sometimes Lee and I make a plan and other people buy the things we're talking about without consulting with us.
Dare they?
I know.
Scandalous. Absolutely scandalous. Somebody called Claire Ride has said, have you heard there's a little auction going on? I don't know if you're aware of that, boys.
I have bid on too many things already. And I did that thing early where you go, I'm going to bid on a load.
I'll
be out here.
A minute. I've got a couple of rare things on the way and a couple of other rare things I'm bidding on. But I am bidding on some stuff on the auction. If I don't win, I shall donate instead. So you
are too lovely. You are absolutely too lovely, both of you. And we do appreciate everybody who's bidding.
I'm going hard on Donald Duck and Rock Lords. That's my statement.
There's a sentence I didn't think I'd hear.
I wish I'd rephrased that, but it's too late now.
Heard it. Too late.
It's out there.
It's out live on the internet. There's no edits.
I'm not editing that out, that's for sure.
There's nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to Tonka robots. I can complete GoBots and Rock Lords collection. I'm very proud of it.
I'm amazed. This is where you'll probably have a go at me for this, Sleep. I am slightly amazed, and I'm not the only one, I'll tell you, that has been surprised by how popular those Rock Lords have proven in the auction. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in saying there were over £100 for 8 Rock Lords that were very kindly donated by the Yorkshire Picker, who is on Facebook and YouTube. And he basically goes to car boot sales and he films himself doing it, and he buys and he sells at these things, and you kind of get a little window into what it's like going into car boots in the kind of Yorkshire area and beyond. But yeah, we got them, and don't get me wrong, we're very appreciative. But we were thinking, if we get maybe £40 or £50 for these, that'd be a good price. And they're over £100 with time still for them to possibly go up. It's mad. Do people love Rock Lords more than I realize?
You just gotta get the right freak.
I mean, you have to pare down the converting robot trend to its most basic thing, which is it's a humanoid shape which turns into a box with bits on it. And a rock lord strips away all of the frivolity, and it's a humanoid form that turns into a rock. So it is the most simple, most pure transforming robot experience you can get.
It's basically that scene from Big where Tom Hanks is going, "I don't get it."
Yeah.
But he can't stop fiddling with it, can he?
No.
Didn't somebody, wasn't there a third party company or somebody made that toy?
Someone was
somebody-
threatening to, but I don't think it's, it might
Did
be
it never
one
get
of
made? I thought I saw a 3D printed one maybe of
Might be
the skyscraper transformer, which
Yeah, Josiah Toys will design them and then never make them. So they're just edging fandom forever.
Good for them. Right, boys, I think you two have brought something along with you for us to discuss. Am I correct?
We have a little topic, yes.
Lovely jubbly.
I think Lee's going to kick us off.
Maybe then I'll not pull focus and I'll slip off now then.
Oh, thank you for coming on though, Chris. It's much
Chris.
appreciated.
My
Always
pleasure,
a pleasure to chat
lads.
with you.
A very worthy cause, and I'm glad it's all going so well. And there's what do we got now? 6.5 hours left thereabouts.
Yeah, 6.5
The
hours.
enthusiasm of that. You were slowly creaking and falling over.
It's. I fear it's going to start hitting me in the last few hours. But we agreed because we said we
Oh, you
weren't
get
going to
your
drink.
second wind.
Alcohol is a terrible thing if you're trying to stay awake. There's no point drinking if you're trying to stay awake. However, we did agree that when we get to the last couple of hours, we will allow ourselves a couple of drinks, just as a bit of a kind of way to say well done to each other. And,
This should be a
get me
pretty
through it.
loopy experience by the very end of this, I would think.
The delirium mixed with a bit of alcohol could all go south at the end, but I'm sure it won't. I'm sure it will be fine. But thank you very much for coming on, Chris. It's, as I say, always a pleasure, and thank you for your support with all of this.
My pleasure, lads. Good luck to you, and I will see you next month at TFN.
See you next month.
Bye-bye.
What do I push to?
would you like me to help you?
Still leaving.
I find it. Bye.
Bye.
He hasn't found it. There you
There
go.
we go.
No, but I
People
did it for him. I did. It was a mercy in the end. Right. There we go. And God bless Chris. He's such a top man. Yes, as I was saying, you guys have come with something. I'm just wondering if lovely PRPA, whatever you call them, background staff, do we need to do a raffle quickly first? Because what I don't want to do is have to interrupt
by
what
all
you guys are
means,
doing
by
to do a raffle. Is that all right, people?
Flywheels that arrived today. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. Can I just so you can show that off? Can I just go on? There you go. Are those the Doctor Who's?
They are. They're
Beautiful.
really good. They are really good.
We discussed this last night, and we were saying that the Doctor Who stuff is, it's not just that it's really popular; it's really good as well. So it's like working as I do sometimes, helping out with Primetime Toys. It's one of the things that sells the most, which is good because they have lots of them. So yeah, get some from Primetime Toys if you want some. Right, come on, wife and people. Are we okay to do a raffle? I don't know where we are in the raffle. I've just thought of that, and Paul does, and Pete does. So somebody tell me, where were we in the raffle so that I know what I'm raffling, because Pete was keeping track of it and I've been asleep since then. Let's have a look. Well, we've had a yes to the raffle, so that's good. I'll have to use my number generator. And I'm trying to remember what we got up to. Does anybody remember what the last prize we gave away? The prize was. It was the Toy-Fu guys who won them, wasn't it? Where is it? What did they get? Chat, you can tell me as well if you can remember. It was Thundertron and the Battersea artwork, wasn't it? Yes, we've got there. Right, that means that I can get the number generator up on the screen. He says, sorry, I know this isn't thrilling to watch, but I am technologically challenged. You can just listen to the sultry sound of my voice. Come on, work. There we go. Right, so ignore the 987. That's just because it starts off on a number. So our next prize is, according to the list in front of me, first one is a mouse mat with artwork by Jazz. What does she go by for a business name? She was TFUK Con. Oh God, I hate it when my brain stops working. I'm blaming it on the lack of sleep. Anyway, it is a fantastic mouse mat with some brilliant artwork on it. And yeah, that's the first prize. So let's see who's going to win that. I just need to change the numbers because that should say 1065. That's maximum we went up to. And we will give it a spin and see where we get. Here we go. 1042. 1042. And our team will, of course, check to make sure we haven't had that number before. There we go. I'll pop that into the chat. And while they're having a look at that, Paul has just apologized. He hasn't disappeared, but is one of his children's had a little, very minor, I think, accident. So he's just having to tend to him before he comes back. So he will return. Right, he's second prize. He's made a break for freedom. Right, is a Blockies single. So I think that's one of the, again, the Blockies 2026 yearly set. It's one of the Blockies from within one of those box sets. So let's see who's going to win that. The number is 150. Dead on 150. Now our team will be searching for us and will let us know who the winning tickets belong to. So we will pass that information on. Seriously, Goth Frog Art. Thank you, Dan Verstater. Yes, the mouse mat is artwork by Goth Frog Art. Excellent. They really are excellent mouse mats. If we weren't, if they weren't donated for this, I'd have definitely stolen them. Right, boys, would you like to introduce the topic that you guys wanted to discuss with the group?
Yes, so we decided on United EX, which is a Takara exclusive toy line, which is made up exclusively of repaints of power core combiners, if anyone remembers those. Here's an example for the listeners at home. And I chose them because Doug's been getting into them quite heavily of late. Like past couple of conventions we've been to, he's been on the lookout for United EX stuff. And I don't blame him because it is very nice.
Well, more precisely, Lee, last convention, the last TFN, big TFN in August, I thought I'll have a dabble in power core combiners, and then Toy Fu had 75% of the line on their table. So I just bought them all, and then got mentioned by Gav Spencer's wife on his podcast as this crazy person who spent a certain amount, 180 quid on power core combiners. And I was like, yeah, but I got almost all of power core combiners.
Yeah, that was a deal.
Yeah, and then Lee being Lee went, what you really need to do now is get all the Japanese exclusives. And I very confidently said to him, I am not going down that rabbit hole. And I sit here today in my study/robot room with all of United EX next to me. So Lee, as ever, has done a very good job of enabling me. And
I thought you were going to say, I sit here in my burrow, having gone well down that rabbit hole. Sorry to interrupt, but just quickly, the winner of the mouse mat was DSX. So congratulations to them. And the winner of the single blocky from the 2026 yearly set was Mr. Matt Marshall. So well done to you, Matt. You've got that going to be winging its way towards you. Right, sorry, carry on then. So you've gone down this rabbit hole pretty full on.
I'll give you a quick introduction, and then Doug can explain why he loves them so much. So 2010, Generations line was still in its infancy because it had only been going for like 4 years, and the equivalent of Age of Primes that was out at that time was actually a mix of Generations figures and movie figures. So it was a weird sort of time. And Hasbro decided to experiment with these things called power core combiners, where you got a core robot, much like this one, and that had a robot mode and a vehicle mode and a little minicom partner. And you could buy them as is, or you could get them in 5 packs, where you got a converting robot and 4 limbs. And the limbs wouldn't have robot modes, but they would automorph once you plugged them onto the main robot, so they would turn into limbs. And people didn't know what to make of them, because it was just, at that point, we hadn't had a decent combiner for a very long time. The last ones were the Energon combiners, which were Devastator Maximus, Bruticus Maximus, and Superior Maximus. And if you wanted something that was more akin to a traditional G1 Scramble City combiner, you had to buy the Universe version of Superion and Bruticus, and then buy a bunch of fans project add-on figures and accessories to make a more traditional set of Combaticons or aerial bots. So when these things come out, the first thing people said was, that's not what I want. That's not Defensor. That's not Predaking. So they were a bit maligned from the start, but they're actually quite fun. Where they fit in the continuity is a bit odd. I think Hasbro sort of stuck them in the movie line, because although they've got this this Generation 1 style aesthetic, the actual limb bits are very detailed, more like a Bayverse figure.
Yeah, it's quite a hybrid aesthetic, isn't it?
Yeah, and they didn't really get any lore apart from Smolder and Chopster. One of the 2 packs appeared in an animated episode of the Allspark Chronicles, which was a movie-based online cartoon to promote the 2010 line. But that was it. And then it was forgotten. They got a couple of repaints, they got a couple of reissues. They even got on the news in the UK because of this one, which is called Overrun, was originally called Spastic, which in America means nothing, much like slag. Didn't mean a thing, but it caused quite a furore over here. So Hasbro ended up having to change the name. So the box has actually got a sticker over the names, and it's replaced it with Overrun. So this is actually one of the hardest ones to find, because a lot of them just got pulled rather than go through the hassle of trying to market them. And eventually Takara decided to release these molds, because Takara never wastes a mold, but they made it very G1. So every core robot is actually a reincarnation of a G1 character or a G2 character.
I remember having, was one of them like a military team, almost like Combaticons? Yeah. Was it Bomb Shock? Yes, I had that set. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so I think they're really good, but I think the Japanese repaints are a lot better. But I'm going to let Doug go on about that, because he's discovered it himself, and I really do want to hear him gush all over them.
You say I've discovered it, but as with, I would say, probably 32% of my purchases over the last 3 years is basically because you've gone, look at this, it's cool, and I've gone, yes, and then hopped on the internet and done my best to find it.
Look at this. This is cool. Have you got one?
This is the way.
This is the way. Got him.
What else you got, Lee?
I've got a G2 Shattered Glass Cyclone.
Oh, nice.
I mean, just to illustrate the point of Lee enabling me, at the start of the week, I did not own this, and and now I do. So,
oh wow!
Which I was very lucky to get on Facebook Marketplace from a lovely seller on the south coast.
I will point out that I'm not entirely altruistic, because I only point people towards things that I already own.
That's very true.
So that's fair enough.
Yeah, so Lee sort of introduced me to the idea of getting the Japanese ones at last TFN, and initially I was a bit, I like the first thing for me was a bit of revelation with Power Core Combiners, was because I think I was very much in that space when they first came out of, I'm not a fan of the movie aesthetic, and that's no shade on anyone who is, but I was like, we're a little bit movie-ish, and again, they're not really the characters I care about, but I was always a bit intrigued. And so when I got to the point where I hit my sort of goal of getting, all of G1, rather than thinking that's a good place to stop, what I instead think is, what should I get next? And that seemed like a nice little contained thing to focus on. So I picked up a lot of these power core combiners at TFN. And I think one of the reasons they're a bit maligned as well is that some of them have design flaws. Like the one Lee just held up is prone to snapping in the main robot. Some of them just don't tap together very well, but it's actually only a couple of them that's really true of. And that's kind of tainted the rest of them. And actually the reason they sort of suffer a bit is actually really because they're actually quite ambitious. So you've got a core robot that they've tried to make, you know, have a good transformation. They've got good articulation. And then they can also combine with these drones. So, you know, all the little vehicles they're not characters, they're just drones. Everyone's got drones nowadays, but, you know, back in 2012, Takara were ahead of their time. And then the drones have this automorph. So, you know, you plug, I'll try and show you, but they're a bit, this is the other thing, because they obviously degrade over time. And I appreciate my light isn't amazing, so apologies for that. But you plug this in, this isn't going to work now, is it? There you go. And it just, well, it needs to do it on camera as well. Boom, on. So that's really fun. When it works, it's really fun. When it doesn't work, you have to give it a little bit of a tap, and it works. And then so you have these toys that are 80% actually fun and good. And then Takara take them and they do two things with them. One, they repaint them all to make them look better. And two, they sort of G1ify them in terms of giving them their own little self-contained story and lore. So the boxes are really nicely presented. You know, that's like what a box set looks like. But then the thing that's really G1 is on the back, you have this amazing artwork, and the entire plot of United EX is just on the boxes. And obviously, I can't read the boxes, but I can read TF Wiki. And then to Lee's point, the more you go into it, there's some really sort of weird, deep cuts. So this guy, who I helped, so Lee held up, this is one of the best ones. And I have done a couple of drawings of these as well, which I'll show at the end.
Well, we've got them here. Look, here's the difference between the Hasbro one I've got and the Takara one that Doug's got there.
Oh, yeah. So they went for the Constructicon theme.
They did, exactly. And again, apologies that my lighting's not amazing. But apparently this guy, the middle guy who's the robot, is, I think, Bone Crusher's younger brother, or Hook's younger brother, who was called Gravedigger, who's now been turned into Buildmaster. None of which I was really aware of, but it's just quite fun. And there's all, even with like the drone names, some of the drones are named after like the primes. There's the set I would avoid, unfortunately. Well, I wouldn't avoid it actually, but I'd have expectations. Is this one? So this one's the best example of where they've been too ambitious. So this is, I think, Racemaster. Yep, Racemaster. The UK version was kind of very gaudily covered. This is very coordinated. Everything's red. It looks beautiful, especially in car mode. But the main robot, it's got like little tabs that don't quite fit in and aren't strong enough to hold it together. So when you try and do the combined mode, it just falls over. Whereas conversely, you've got the excellently named Grimmaster, who's your dinosaur one, who looks amazing, fits together really well, stands up really well. And each of these sort of individual dinosaurs are really fun. And it's
worth pointing out that Grimmaster is actually one of Dino King's combiner components. I think it's Kukuru, the comedy one, who's actually the chest of the modern Dino King toy. And Racemaster is Rapido from G2, an accelerator.
Yeah, the one that can't see over his bonnet.
Yeah.
So there's the combiner sets, and then the other thing they did were these beautiful like 2-packs. And there's only 3, so there's 7 combiner sets and 3 2-packs, and that's it. So the whole line is 10 sets. 80% of it is very easy to get. So if you're on somewhere like Bai, for example, you can pick them up pretty well. And then there are a few sets, notably Buildmaster, because of his Constructicon origins, who's harder to get, but I wouldn't say impossible. It's like, you know, there was a guy selling that for about 100 at TFN last year, but I waited around and then got it on Bayou for 40 quid. And then the last ones that are probably the hardest to get because they are the best of the toys and they came into Kara in a 2-pack are these two. So there's Marine Master, who turns into a boat. and then there's Tankmaster. You probably can't figure out what Tankmaster turns into.
And here's the Hasbro version of Tank.
Yeah.
Was that heavy tread in the Hasbro market?
Yeah.
Yes, I had that one as well.
Hold Tankmaster up to the camera again, a bit closer, because his colours are delicious.
They are.
Perfect.
Delicious. Wow, look at that.
And then the other thing is they all come with minicons, and the minicons have been designed. This is the other thing. It's almost like a fusion of Armada, sort of G1 combiners, but with a new twist, and then sort of movie aesthetic. So the minicons are designed to kind of augment the vehicles as well. So on the front of Tankmaster, his little minicon becomes like a wedge on the front of a tank. And again, it's a good example of where they're almost too ambitious because there's pegs all over them. So you can sort of stick the minicon on the front, but really it just looks like he's got a Wonder Bra on. Hello, boys. But it also turns into like a claw weapon. Obviously, it turns into a little dude. So they're just a really fun, I think, niche that a lot of people don't know about. A lot of people kind of have heard bad things about, but actually they're easy to explore. They're quite accessible. They're beautifully painted. And I think it's, just Lee and I thought it'd be a fun topic for people to sort of learn more about. I don't know, Lee, any particular ones for you that stand out that I've not mentioned so far?
Well, I think they're all really good as far as colours. I'm a lore guy, so I really like the background. So the black truck one that Paul held up earlier, is that Assault Master?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Assault Master is a drone. He's actually a drone who is piloted by Clouder, who is the human who was Double Clouder, aka Double Dealer, in Master Force. So even though he's lost his Transtector because they all became actual Transformers at the end of Master Force and flew up into space, he was hired by the military and he's now piloting this giant transforming mech suit with a bunch of drones that he takes out.
What I'm hearing here is I need to now buy that because it has a link to Double Dealer. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not saying that's the words you've said, but that's where my brain has immediately gone with that. So.
Those were the vibes I was giving off, Andy.
That's how Lee gets you with his enablement.
And I hear that they're cheap and easy to find. Like, we're talking locally easy to pick up. Is that right?
Not locally.
Not locally, no. Go on, Lee.
Tesco's.
I mean, I did get quite a few of them off of eBay, but they were like, for the 5 packs, they were averaging about 80 quid. If you know someone who uses Buy-E, and both Paul and I use Buy-E, and you know that we're placing an order, you can always ask us to go have a look because you will get them cheap. But the problem is, if you just buy one thing at Buy-E, it's going to end up costing you a fortune because the shipping is so high. If you buy multiple things and put them all together and then ship them over, it's far more reasonable. But I use Buy-E a lot for my Japanese exclusive stuff. Because I got Ian an authentic Beast Wars 2 Gigastorm, which only cost me 30 quid. Plus shipping.
That's mental. That's just wow.
Because a lot of stuff you'll see on eBay and things like Artfire, they bought it off of Buy-E and then they're just reselling it once they get it home. So it's a way to cut out the middleman if you're willing to make a big order, or if you know someone who's going to order and you can just tag on top of it.
Right. Yeah, the two things to be sort of conscious of are like weight, because obviously, and I have shipped some big things from Japan, but like, if you buy a Unicron or a Primus, then the shipping is going to be pretty interesting. And then the second thing is obviously like import tax. So if you go over about 130-ish quid, then tax kicks in. But generally, you can be sort of smart about grouping things, and doing that, you can get things way cheaper than if you're going through someone who's sort of importing them in the kind of sites that Lee's mentioned. And this is, for the most part, a line you can pick up a lot of the parts for sort of 20 to 40 quid quite easily. I have done a few pictures because I thought it'd be fun, so I'm going to try sharing.
Yes. Let me see if I can.
Let's see if it can find my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
My computer. Oh, hang on. Do I need to upload it, or can I just share my screen?
If you go to the little box that looks like a TV with a cross in the middle of it, Click on that, and then you should see share screen as an option.
Yeah, here we go.
And if you click on that, and then if you go to window and click on the window that you want to share, then that should allow me to share it. Is that what we were expecting, Dogatron?
Yeah, can you see? I can just see my screen now because it's
your Tank Master's up and it looks lovely.
So this is Tank
your
Master.
artwork for Tank Master. Looking great.
And this probably does him more favors than me holding him up next to a window. So yeah, again, sort of the purples and the greens and that red eye on him is probably my favorite thing because it really sort of stands out. So yeah, he's one of my favorites. And then
David Cousins is impressed.
Yeah, well,
David, awesome work.
David's been a very kind supporter of my artistic development, shall we say. He gave me some big help on doing pipes as elbows the other week. So the image should have changed. This is Marine Master. So I was very pleased when I found a brush that made doing bubbles really easy. It's my first rendering of an underwater transformer. I'm going to draw the Seacons at some point, so there might be more of these.
Yes, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, and none of this is all the first time I've shared any of this, so I'll whack all this online.
I was going to say I've not seen any of this yet, so yeah, we've got an exclusive then, Douglas. That's incredible.
After the show, it's been my little art project this week, getting ready for this. And then I've not drawn too many combiners so far. The only other one I've drawn is Abominus for my very slow going fixing Time Wars for Ultra Magnus back in project, which will be ready by about 2030. But I had a go at our Constructicon themed friend. I'm pretty pleased with how this came out, to be honest. And again, I think it sort of shows how there's that kind of mix of movie aesthetic with the sort of slightly freaky hands, but still blended with G1 with the very traditional Constructicon colours. And again, he's got a lovely, you know, I'm not crediting my artwork, crediting the toy, like the sort of beautiful eye colour that really just stands out with the rest of it. So this was good fun this week as a way of sort of getting my head into United DX ahead of this conversation.
These are fantastic pictures. I mean, they're being very well received in the chat.
I do want to say that we're all really proud of Paul and his artwork. I was really, I mean, I saw his artwork on social media and I gave it a click, but I didn't realize it was his. So when later on, when he actually showed it to me, I was like, oh my God, that was you. And ever since, he's just been knocking it out of the park every week when he comes up with a new piece. And he shares it with us before he puts it online. And we're all just amazed every time another piece comes out. And particularly with these power core combiners and the Build Master in particular, really good. Just can't wait to see what he comes next.
It's very kindly. I think the thing what's been really, because I used to draw a lot as a kid and then I kind of drifted out of it and did a few art classes as an adult. What's been really helpful in almost sticking with it is the amount of encouragement I've got from people. So I'm genuinely really appreciative of, like, you know, Andy, you've been super encouraging as well. So very grateful for all the kind words. And it's also, it is fun doing like these obscure characters that you don't feel probably many other people are drawing. I mean, I say that the next thing I'm going to publish next week will be a Bumblebee,
but which Bumblebee? There's so many to choose from.
I'll tell you now, Douglas, it's like I remember seeing your first picture that you put up and I was blown away by it because I'm a big fan of Jeff Senior's artwork, and when I looked at your artwork, I saw kind of like influences of that in the way you were drawing these bots and stuff, and every single piece that you've put out has been excellent. And it's like I'm literally sitting watching each time you put out a picture thinking, why have you waited till now to start this? We should have been doing this for years. This is fantastic.
Well, I mean, are you familiar with like the concept of work and children, Andy?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
That is your answer, unfortunately. I'm also very grateful to my wife because when COVID hit, we were supposed to be going to New York for like our last big blowout before we started trying for children. And COVID hit, and we managed to get the money back off BA, which I know was a task for a lot of people. And rather than put it in a bank account, she just went, should we just get some really good iPads? So if we hadn't done that, I wouldn't have anything to draw on. So that's also something that's paid off long term. So as ever, it always comes down to, you know, the wife knowing what she's doing behind the scenes.
That was a really nice comment. I don't know if you saw that from Decepticon, who was saying that your recent work has actually inspired him to get back into drawing again. I mean, that's
it's amazing. And sorry, Elliot fell off his chair backwards downstairs and then stuck it in the chat. And I looked at him, that's my son.
Instead of telling
he's
you.
fine. He's just hurt. Yeah, he's all right. He's just. I came downstairs. He was just on the floor trying to pick the chair back. He's only 8, and I was like, "Oh, you're right." And he only hurt his shoulder, but he's fine. But sorry, that's why I wasn't being absent. But Lisa's back now, so she can look after him. Your pictures, like I've done this quite a few times. We've got to, like, Andy's introduced me to people. We've got to know over years at TFN and stuff. Now I haven't realised that they're Transformers artists. Like some of the people we've been chatting to, and then Andy's like, "Oh, they work on it." I just presumed when you done that, I thought, "Oh, Paul must have been an artist as well." But I did not realise that you'd done loads more recently. To presume that you'd always been doing that Transformer art because it is that good.
I mean, I've always been a doodler. I think something unlocked it. The other thing that probably unlocked in my brain a bit was I think I've talked to David Cousins about this quite a lot. I think I always had this, and for people out there who are thinking about trying it, this might help some people. So I'll share it. Like, I think I always had this concept of like, it's all got to come from like your brains and your skills. And then for those of you who are at TFN Manchester last year, not the most recent one, like Lee Sullivan was there, and if you ever get a chance to talk to Lee Sullivan, because you'll be there for like an hour and he will tell you 50 amazing stories. Like he's got a story for every panel of art that he did in the UK comic. And he just said, I just copied Jeff Senior because he was the best. And it just kind of like unlocked something for me almost. I was like, oh, so it's okay to just kind of copy people. So I just got more comfortable. And, and then again, like David's been very sort of encouraging about, what happens behind the scenes and the fact, tracing over things to kind of get things right is all very normal. And just that kind of, it's almost like I've given myself permission to just do what works versus sort of trying to hit some kind of imagine the standard of what an artist should be like, if that makes sense. And that's just really sort of unlocked things for me. And then the second thing is just, like I said earlier, digital just makes it a lot easier because you make a mistake, you just create a new layer or you press undo. So it's much easier to sort of pick it up and put it down in a way that doing stuff on traditional media maybe isn't. And it's not that I've never drawn. It's like I used to doodle a lot at work and like, I've done art courses from time to time and stuff comes out reasonably well. But it's just, this is the first time I've probably managed to A, do it as a habit and B, apply it to the thing that I am quite obviously completely obsessed with, like the rest of you. So that's been the thing that's changed. And the other thing I'm really enjoying is just doing like recolors because like, you do a cliff jumper and then or a bumblebee and you're like, well, there's bumblebee, then there's red bumblebee, then there's glyph, then there's bug bite, then there's all the crazy LATAM colors. And again, that stuff's just quite fun to do. There's evil sea spray, evil spray. That one's still going up, I notice.
It's doing very well. And when obviously we're concentrating on the live stream now, but we've obviously got your incredible drawing on some more merchandise to help raise more money and funds for Mary's Meals as we approach TFN. So we'll be pushing that as well. So just imagine Douglas walking around TFN and hopefully seeing lots of people wearing your design on a t-shirt.
That'd be lovely.
Or a mug or a shot glass. Dog mugs, that's what you need.
Dog mugs.
I'm branding that immediately.
As you should.
And Andy, again, like very grateful to be asked to do the picture for it because it's what you guys are doing. And I know I've listened to as much of this as I can and everyone's saying very similar things, but it bears repeating. You guys are doing such an amazing thing and the way you've brought all of us in, so we're also supporting this amazing thing. It's a privilege to be part of this 24-hour live stream, and I'm very much looking forward to it being an annual, if not 6-monthly thing.
The day the friendship died. No, do you know what? We've said this through the stream as well, and I know Paul would agree as well. Like when we say we are raising this money, we mean all of you or everybody who's been involved. Again, everybody who's watching, everybody who's supporting. It is a team effort. It's the community pulling together in that way that this incredible Transformers community can and does do so often. So yeah, it's it might be a pleasure for you to be involved. It's a pleasure for us to have you involved as well, to be able to get you and Lee and everybody else and Pete involved as well. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm going to have to carry on my beef with Pete offline. I was hoping to talk about Beast Wars more and wind him up. But,
he does love Beast Wars.
In July, I have a friendly competition that gets a bit too much out of hand, and then we have to be asked to leave.
Yeah, charity boxing match. You versus Pete. There we go.
I actually have a boxing trophy, so I may not put it, but I can throw hands.
Well, Douglas, you're probably still going to be recovering, so Lee, you can step in.
Yeah, Lee can be my ringer.
Yeah,
couple of horseshoes in the glove. Let's go.
Lee just smacking Pete down with that Beast Wars box set that everyone wants, and only Lee has.
Or the night on the Friday, I'm telling everyone the piece I absolutely have to get, and you lure Pete in front of me as I'm on my way to get it.
Steamrolls.
No mercy. No
that
mercy.
would raise the most money, wouldn't it? That would be all.
Oh, Lee, please stop.
7 days.
You need to make these suggestions.
Oh, it's going to take that week, isn't it, to recover? Like, this isn't going to go easily.
It'll be fine. Here it is. Pete, we've lined you up for a charity boxing match against Lee. So you're all right with that, right? Yeah, that's
just
the next...
because I have a punchable face doesn't mean I want to put it into action.
But you can take so many hits.
I'm like you, Pete. I've got soft hands.
Yeah. Can we just not have a cuddle instead? I'd much rather that.
I thought we were going to do that anyway. We just didn't tell you why.
Yeah, charity cuddle. Charity.
No one's going to give you money for that, are they? Come on.
Of course they are.
Beat each other. Beat each other up. That's what needs to happen.
Brilliant. Right. Pete's back, which I think means it's almost time for me to step away and have my last hour-long break before the run-in
Final push
home. Yeah. So I'm going to say goodbye now. So thank you so much, Paul, for being here and hosting, and I hope your son's all right. I'm sure
he's fine.
Kids bounce, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
And Lee and Doug, it's a pleasure as always, and it was really interesting to go through all of that stuff and see your artwork again, Lee. Douglas rather, which is I think no, I'm giving the credit to you. You help pushing into it.
Well.
No, but it's fantastic artwork, and again, keep going with it, and we'll keep sharing.
And
it as well.
good luck with the remaining 6 hours or so.
Well, I'm off to walk the dog now. I'm hoping a bit of fresh air will wake me up. So no rest for the wicked.
He's already got his fighting stance.
If I come back and you lot have cracked open the beers, I will not be happy.
Absolutely ruined and asleep. Ruined the whole
And then they're
song.
out for the rest of the stream, and it's just me trying to steer this Titanic home.
Right.
Anyway, right.
Lee, thanks
Leave
for
you
coming
guys.
over. Paul, take
See you
care.
later.
Andy, see you in a bit.
Cheers, fellas.
Thanks, guys.
Good
Bye.
luck.
Ooh. Right, we've got some guests in the waiting room, so we're going to bring them in straight away. So first of all, hello, Marv. How you doing?
Hello.
I thought you've practically done this stream with us, and like even when you haven't been on, you've been texting, making sure we're okay and stuff. We've also got Toys R Us is in the chat. Hello, sir.
Hello,
How did the football
everybody.
go? Thank you for coming in.
No problem at all. Thank you very much for having me. Apologies, it took so long to actually tie down the
No,
time.
that's fine.
I really, guys, I really wanted to do this. It's amazing what you're doing. Huge
My
thanks to you guys for getting me on, and huge thanks to everybody who's been on before. And it looks to have gone really well. So amazing, well done.
Do well. Give it time. We've still got 6 hours to mess it up, so it could go wrong. Yeah.
Paul,
we've also got
shots.
Bisto.
6 hours to go.
Come on!
Oh my!
Bisto, you look amazing.
There's something different.
What is it?
Have you had the haircut?
Is that new haircut?
My screen's like this big. I can't see anything. I'm on the phone still as usual.
Can you remember Adam and the Ants from the 80s?
Yes.
Bisto looks like the lead singer from Adam and the Ants.
There you go then.
Prince Charming.
That's
Prince
what
Charming.
refers to Prince Charming.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. Prince Charming. It's lovely to see you. I think one of the core bits about today is the only thing that's kept us going is the guests, aren't they? 'Cause you come in refreshed, and everyone's been brilliant so far, and we're fairly
cool.
compass mentors.
That's good.
How did your son get on with the football? Because I know it was lastminute.com, wasn't it, where they were going to play afternoon or eve?
It was, yeah. Unfortunately, they just they finished third in their group, which meant they didn't progress through further, which was good because it means I could come home, but not too good for him. But he's all right anyway, so it doesn't matter. He's still happy.
Oh, good for him. And how you doing, Bisto? I think Bisto's probably been on the most. I don't know if you can tell. But
Right, I've entered a new space now. I've been on a spiritual quest for the last.
You look like you got sunburn.
How many hours? Yeah. That's what happens, when you're.
He looks like a giant panda. In the little square I've got, it looks like a panda.
In the big square we've got, it does.
I'm channeling my inner caveman today, so.
Bless you. Well, thank you, and thank you for all the support. Like the comments have kept us going, Bisto, during the day. And Moff, you've been here pretty much non-stop. It just feels like it was like years ago we were sitting up at 2 a.m. talking about our top 5 video games, and then talking to Deluxe from America.
Yeah. And it's funny, like I said to Kerry, she kind of woke up when I was going to bed. She's like, "How was it?" I was like, "It was great." I think if we'd kept on with the video game, we could probably wait for another 2 hours. It genuinely, it was just such a joyous time, and there's so many people even after, and the next slot going, "You've never even touched on this. You never touched on Spectrum. You never touched on Transformers games." And I'm like, yeah, but we said that afterwards that there is a, I think this shows you that Transformers, a show on a Friday night, has the ability to do things with Transformers. Like we've joked how many times we talked about.
It's just gone a little bit. It's just gone like a bit of like a Dalek.
That's
Any better now?
No.
Hold on. What's going on? What are we doing then?
Yeah, you're really crackly.
Is that any better?
Nope.
Not better at all, no?
Nope.
No, sorry, dude.
Try unplugging it, bud. Obviously, plug it back in.
Is that any better now?
No, unfortunately.
Sorry, dude.
I'll leave and then come back in again in case it's disconnected.
All right, mate.
Get off the helicopter.
Oh, bless him. Cool. Right. So, Pete, did we have anything to go through today, or was it a theme, or were we just doing a general chat and stuff? I'm happy with it.
I think, didn't I see something about Transformers mythology on the discussion topic?
I've got a kind of a thesis or a start of a kind of top discussion topic. I don't know if it's got legs. I don't know where it's. Well, I know where it starts. I don't know where it ends.
Where does it end?
Well, it starts. Since the dawn of man, we have been spreading an oral history around the fires, and mythology has always been a very big part of that. Mythology and religion passed around orally. Then later on, we start getting scholars and writers and people putting it into stone and stuff like that. We get writings of in Ireland, you get the Marienbog in Wales, and they're very similar, but they're also separate. And kind of there's this kind of idea that at that time, mythology and religion were the same thing, because it was, teaching people morals, but also it was kind of an action movie. It was a soap opera. There were these big, families of gods that would war with each other and war with themselves, and it'd be kind of both entertainment and kind of also a moral cause. But as the world progresses, we go into a more monotheistic society where we have one god, and it's more of like an ordered structure. And at that point, the mythology kind of decouples from religion somewhat. And we start to get separate stories that aren't really about the religion anymore. We start writing. And when we think back at like the Norse and the Greeks and all those people, they used to collect little figurines of the various different gods, and they'd have them around maybe a little shrine in the house. And it's kind of like, does this remind you of something that we do now? But that we have this kind of idea that we're passing on these stories, and we're getting from such a young age that then we're seeing these like symbols that we like and we put around, and they're cool and they're fanciful. But there's like these stories that are always quite similar, like Prometheus taking the fire from the gods to give to man. In the Marienborg, Lu, he's the sun god. He's not a sun god. He's a cocky god. He's like the son of several gods, and he is very cocky. He's got the sun spear, and he's very much like the Rodimus Prime in Celtic Irish mythology, and he kind of fights Baelor, who's got this one eye that glares and can, like, whenever it glares at it destroys, and he fights him and he kills him with his sun spear. So there's kind of these very kind of reoccurring ifs of, like, from the beginning at that campfire, that idea of what is good and right somehow obtains the light and uses it to light the darkest hour. And I think that's why Transformers endures in a way that once we light that darkest hour, that is a very primal, excuse the puns of Beast Wars, it's a very primal kind of story that it would be one of the first stories written is, or spoken about, is the creation of fire and how it lights the darkness. And it's kind of like a parallel, it just has parallel stories even to this day. In the Game of Thrones, we're talking about the Game of Thrones similarities with Cybertronics 3 earlier on today, at some point. But if you think about in the Game of Thrones, or at least in the Song of Ice and Fire, it is very much the end philosophy, the end, like, it's about the prince that was promised, the prince that is going to unite the people and fight against, bring out, I can't remember the name. The name Lightbringer is the name of the sword, and bring an end to the long night. Which again, bringing an end to the long night, like in the Darkest Hour, it's all this kind of like parallel stories, and that's my kind of, in a nutshell, what I want to discuss about mythology and how various mythologies kind of all feed into each other. Or I might just be a mentalist. I don't know.
I think you can be both,
right?
Friend.
I think you are both.
It's weird, isn't it? Like, you don't see the mythology of Transformers. I sometimes struggle with it. Like, they've done the Age of the 13 Primes and stuff, and you can see how a lot of it does echo. And I think your point about monotheism is correct, isn't it? Transformers has many gods, doesn't it? As opposed to what we probably see in Christianity and stuff nowadays. But I don't know. I always find the mythology of Transformers, I don't know whether it's because they fleshed it out more over the years and it's sort of grown, and then Simon Furman's added bits to it. And I don't know if they missed a chance. You probably wouldn't get this in a kid's comic, would you? To flesh out to such a brilliant extent this amazing mythology that they could have had with all the stories of Game of Thrones and stuff that they've built that world into. They've had the chance to do that because it isn't more of an adult audience. Imagine if they'd had that chance to do that with Transformers. Reset it, and I know they've done a lot of that and they've done little resets, but to start from that point of what is the mythology. Also, the fascinating bit, gummy bears. Can you remember gummy bears? They bounce, they bounce everywhere.
Yeah.
Do you know what my favourite episodes ever was? They had an episode where they went back and they discovered the original gummy bears, like land, and this whole episode was mental, and it explained all their mythology of the gummy bears. It was amazing. That was my favourite episode of the gummy bears. It was really top stuff for a kids cartoon, but I loved it. And then you had this world it was built upon. Whereas Transformers probably gone, it was quite quick, wasn't it? This is Cybertron, this is what happens, we've gone to Earth, and they've built it backwards since. What do you guys think about the 13 Primes?
Can I check my mic is sounding okay now? Is it better?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. Do you know what I think's interesting, Paul? What you said there was, like, see, if you think back to obviously listen to Simon Furman talking, and we know that when they were writing the original Marvel G1 stuff, they were very limited to what they could do. They weren't sitting going, right, we're going to write a 3-year long plan of what we're going to do. They're maybe not issue to issue. They started to get to, with Target 2006 and stuff, a little bit bigger. but I reflect on James Roberts when he sat down to write More Meets the Eye. He had an arc in his head of what could he do if he had 100 issues. Like, imagine Simon had that for the very beginning, when you've got the chance to really flesh this out and not just add to it as it comes with a proper, here's where it starts, here's where I want to get to. What could he have done with that? You know, the Marvel G1 stuff is fantastic for managing to feel very as if it was, you know, there was an end goal at the end, but it definitely wasn't. And I think that's it. The bit of the foundations we have now probably are more fleshed out from more recent bits. Like he talked about having written the Ultimate Guide and been able to flesh out some stuff and be able to add to it. And obviously we've now had 40 years worth of being able to add to that initial bit. And I suppose I'll never have got that at the beginning because it was a toy line. It was never meant to be a big long. But
what do you think, Russ? Did you like? Because I prefer the newer stuff. I'm not that bothered about learning about the history of the mythology. What about you?
I've said this, as I said, I've said this to Moff actually recently. Again, it's quite weird because I was one of the people. Although I collected the comics and I had the comics delivered, my knowledge, and it's something that I always say I want to do. I'm embarrassed to admit it. I've not read anything apart from G1 and G2. I haven't read Dreamwave, no IDW. I mean, and I've only just started reading Skybound. So I've got this 30-year just black hole into all the comics, and I openly admit it and hang my head in shame that I've not read any of them. So, because like, even though I've been collecting Transformers and was obviously building this and doing other sort of things, I don't know, I just had this sort of thing. I don't really, it's weird, like, because it had gone. I was just focusing so much on trying to get one thing done, and then, you know, yourself, families, etc. I would love to just sit down with one of the books because I've got them all. I've got them in the, you know, do you remember the Hachette Part Works?
Yeah.
Where you've got one of, they're all still beautifully set out in a room in there, and I keep going to pick one up, and like when I go away for a day or so, I'm like, I'm going to take this and I'm going to read it. I still don't get around, but I love the fact that I can catch up very briefly with the help of Chris McFeely's things, and sometimes there's enough on, you know, on TF Wiki, etc. And yeah, because the 13 primes, it is fascinating. But I mean, I would be an absolute hypocrite if I was going to stand here talking to you guys, pretending to know all about it, because I just don't. But that's the other thing that I like about this fandom, and I like the fact that there's things that, like that Unicron soldier that got revealed yesterday, I have no idea what that is, but it looks amazing. And I love the fact that there's still so many things that, even though I've been a collector as long as I have, and even though I've been perhaps being far more involved than I've ever been in the last 6 years doing this, and, you know, meeting people and speaking to people and all the things that have coming out and involving myself much, much more, there's still huge empty black holes in my knowledge of everything. And I love that. I love the fact that there's loads for me to still learn.
But also, I think for me, it's not. It's obviously dissing on people saying it's not interesting. I don't feel the pull to really understand all the mythology of Transformers. I'm quite content, like you. I've really collected, and I've loved the toys rather than wanting to get into the nitty gritty of it. If I did read the G1 comics growing up, that's probably the extent of my knowledge as well. But I don't think they're going, gosh, I wish I could learn more about the 13 primes or something. And again, Chris McFeely is brilliant. If there is something, I like find Chris's video on it, and it covers it so comprehensively. What do you think, Pete?
I think perhaps sometimes we're guilty of looking at it in quite a romantic way, in terms of, wouldn't it be amazing if they padded it all out and they gave us a perfect origin story and it led us through all the ancestry and everything. But ultimately, if you're watching Transformers Prime or you're watching Cyberverse or Earthspark, do you need to know it to buy the toys? Because that's the end game, isn't it? That's the end game. Let's be honest. Hasbro wants to tell us a story, and the end goal is not that we think the story's amazing, but that we buy in enough to have an attachment to the toys. And I think it's almost like that completionist collector in all of us. Yeah, we'd love to know the ins and outs of everything because this is our franchise and we want to know every aspect. But as Russ just said, he's got a gap with the comics that he's read. So, but it hasn't affected his love for the fandom just because he doesn't, fully know about where Megatronus fits in the aligned continuity in the timeline. And I think it's nice to have it.
Yeah,
and I think
it's nice to still be living.
Yeah. I think it is nice to have, but it's a nice to have. It's not a must have.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
and
you answered that perfect.
And that says you can't know everything. Like
There's too much.
And I think it's
everything you know about toys. Like who has
That's
that
it.
level of
Yeah.
knowledge?
There's just far too much, and like I've always admitted, as I said from day dot, like the figures it is my main passion. I'm lucky enough, as I say, that we grew up in the 80s, that we got the cartoons, I got some of the comics, and then it wasn't funny enough. There you go. It's exactly a point that Preet's just proven. Then when I came back to it as an adult, I didn't come back to him because I thought, well, I want to read them comics or I want to watch that cartoon. It was like the nostalgia factor for me was like, I need to buy that toy again because it, you know, all the great memories from that. And then it was the toy side of everything. It was always the toy side, and I've told this story loads of times, so I'm sorry if everybody's heard it, but it was like, and I'm sure it was the same for you guys. It was like, oh, what were the toys that we wanted but we couldn't afford? Or, you know, then of course the obvious one with Swoop, and like, what were the toys that we wanted but weren't even available in this country? And it was always, for me, the love has always been for the toys. The stories are great, and again, I've read the comics, the ones that up to the ones we've said, but for me, the pull is always the toys, always the toys.
Yeah, no, I think that was the same for me. And some of the toys which like got hinted at, like I didn't really know what an Overlord was, but something in the 90s on the internet mentioned an Overlord. Like, oh, what's that? And you start hearing about the Japanese ones and stuff, and that interests you as well.
Yeah, that's what blew my mind. That's what got me. That's what pulled me in even deeper. Because again, I looked at them, and I'm lucky enough now over the years that it's taken me to, you know, to find them, source them, etc. They're genuinely fun. They're just, yeah, they're plastic bricks, but like I always say this, you know, they're play sets. They link with each other. They're bases with each other. You know, you can do so much more with them. And as I say, that's just the playability factor, which I think they try to bring in with a few things. And Pete brought up Cyberverse as well, and Cyberverse is brilliant for kids, and it's just bite-sized 6-minute little videos, etc. And it works for them because it's working. Obviously, they're going to do a second season next year. They've done 30 episodes already. It's working, isn't it?
Definitely is. I like that. Good mythology chat. Should we do it? We've got to do so every hour. We need to do a raffle prize. Otherwise, we're not going to have time to get all the prizes out. I'm not sure what we do then. We'll just have to do them one big lot at the end. So we're committed to doing 2 every hour or so. I'm just going to get the thing up to see what we're giving away this time.
I think we're on Hot Wheels Bumblebee. Are we on Hot Wheels Bumblebee?
Is there a Hot?
I think we're on Hot Wheels Bumblebee.
Cool.
Oh, and something a little bit naughty, a bath fizzer.
Well, they gave us the good ones, didn't they?
Yeah, I might need a bath fizzer.
That's what people came for.
Yeah, you definitely need a bath fizzer.
Yeah.
That's the Late Show. It's Mr. and the bath fizzer.
That's the stretch goals.
Right. Let's generate some numbers. So, of course, so there's, I think there's 1,000 tickets sold. Claire has painstakingly gone through and put every person's name next to a number. It's on Transformers The Show. That's where you need to go to find it. And now we just need to generate a number. Where is it? There you go. Here. There we go. Cool. Right. So to find out, so the winner of this one is 1011. You got the Hot Wheels Bumblebee is on its way to you. High number, Pete. What do you think about that number?
I mean, I think of all the numbers, that is potentially probably the best number we've had today. I think the mythology behind if you can just indulge me with behind the number 1011 is that it was the predecessor to 1012.
And it's quite a binary number as well.
And it's nearly half the number of where we are now, as in the year, nearly.
Yeah. Great number. Should we do another number?
I reckon this is the fizzer. The fizzer is what everyone wants to win.
I mean, there's the custom Transformers. There's the artwork by Jack Lawrence and their cousins. There's stuff going up for hundreds of pounds, but this is the big one. It's the fizzers. We tuned in, and the winner will be 878. What a number! 878. So
now I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say in recent 24-hour live streams that we've done for charity, namely Mary's Meals, the people that have won the bath fizzer normally begin with an 8. And they really enjoyed it.
There you go. Fit perfect for them then.
Yeah. I am intrigued to know. I mean, I think we can share the details who wins the bath fizzer. I will be intrigued to know who wins the bath fizzer.
Take it to TFN. if you win the buff visit.
Imagine just dropping it in the pool.
upstairs.
No, just drop it.
Literally give it to me in person, make a special video on it. Hand it over in person.
Do an unboxing of yourself with the buff visit. That'll be absolutely brilliant.
And rubbing of yourself.
Thank you, Mom. We're almost there. How many more hours have we got to go? What time is it? 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Yeah, it's like
5.5.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good on yous. Have you still got another break to have, or use all the way through now, or you have another wee quick break?
Balls off after this.
I mean, Andy's been on breaks most of the time, but me and Pete.
I know I've not seen Andy all night. 2 years I've carried this.
He's watching. Do not poke the beast.
I think Andy's been on the most. Yes.
Angry ride.
Title off.
Leave it.
Cool. Right. So we'll carry on with some chat in a second. I'll just go through what we've got coming up ever so quickly. So look how far down we are now. So we are past Christmas really, past Spider-5. We've got Prime Time, Marv, Bisto, and Toys R Us. Then coming up next is Aaron Archer. Has anyone met Aaron Archer?
No.
No.
I'm looking forward to that one. I'll be honest. That's the one I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to them all. I've enjoyed all of it.
Yeah, well excited about that. Obviously, Jack and John Paul will be on, and then Toy Food to finish them off. So not long. So thank you, especially Bisto, because I think you've been here since day dot, and a few.
Well done, Bisto.
As well.
I'm a caveman.
Well done, Bisto.
Andy's still
Hydration is
talking
key.
about Dogatron for some reason, not sure why. And Toys Let's see, find it. Cool. Right, what's next? What else do we want to talk about? Whilst we've got you on.
There's loads of things. Gotta be.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Russ, I'd love to know how your channel's going, what your plans for the future are, and your favourite recent pickup would be good. And also, same, well, I know we've done that, but Bisto, how the channel's going, and your favourite recent pickup would be awesome. Andy's met Aaron Archer. Cool.
I'll kick off then. So yeah, I'm again super fortunate. I always say this, and it still sort of blows my mind when I look at some of the numbers, and sometimes I don't realise they're as high as they are until people actually message me. So yeah, it's going very, very well. It's really weird actually how it's just like you guys are blowing up as well, which is fantastic. It just seems that all of us who sort of started it around about the same time, we're all sort of, I don't want to say getting our rewards or whatever, but we're all, in a good place. Everything's working very well for us. I'm extremely lucky at the moment with a few things. Am I allowed to mention that More Than Meets the Voice documentary that we're trying to push through on Kickstarter? So some guy called Todd Bailey, I say some guy, sometimes I get quite a few messages on Instagram, and a lot of the time they're not real people, but this guy is, and he managed to get hold of me. He's a legitimate Emmy Award winner in America. So he's got quite a few pulls and quite a few things, and he wanted to do something because it's the 40th anniversary of course, the movie. And everybody's talking about the cartoon, everybody's talking about the toys, but he's got this idea, and I think rightly so, without trying to sound too morbid. We've obviously lost quite a few already. He wants to, whilst they're still alive, get them all together, and he wants to do a proper documentary, sitting down, chatting to them. I can tell you, there's a few things that I can't tell you, but I can tell you already that he's got, even though this wasn't the voices, but he's got Vince DiCola on board. He's got a couple of the main people as well on board, and he's also got, even though this was nothing to do with the movie, it was to do with the toys, the person who did the original artwork for the G1 boxes. And the Kickstarter's growing really well, and as I say, what he's looking to do, because via this Kickstarter is basically this: get a documentary in that, get all the voice actors in, sit them all down, get them all chatting together as a group, getting the fans involved as well. He wants people like myself, like you guys, if you want to send any questions in, if it gets funded, what the fans want to know about it. And it's starting to build up a bit of steam, which looks fantastic. And fingers crossed, as I say, it looks like it's going to make what it needs to start the Kickstarter, and maybe with the things that he's been telling me behind the scenes that it could completely surpass it. So fingers crossed that could actually happen, which is brilliant. Another thing, I can tell you this now because I'm out of embargo with it. I've forgotten his name though. He's going to kill me. Chris Pine. Is it Chris Pine, the guy he does pop culture books? He did the one with James Cameron regarding James Cameron movies not so long ago. I can't think what it's called.
I think he played Captain Kirk.
Yeah, that's that one. I don't, but it's Chris somebody then. But yeah, anyway, he contacted me, and he's doing the book. This is coming out. This is all official. This is coming out in October, and again, it's about the movie and the impact that it's had on fans and the 40th anniversary. So I've been liaising with him and Hasbro on these video calls. He's lucky enough, he lives in LA, doing loads of video chats with him, and he's collating this book together. And I've been heavily involved in that. And that's going to be coming out in October. So there's all these things that at the moment that are revolving around the movie, which is great. And of course, we've got Transformers Day coming up at the Battersea Store Power Station. There's going to be real special events going on for that this year. I love the fact, I said this to the guys at the store, that September the 17th, now this is the 3rd year. And, you know, we've actually got a day now. You know, Star Wars have had May the 4th forever. And as I say, okay, it hasn't got the same ring as May the 4th be with you, but Transformers Day now on the 17th, it's slowly getting, you know, gaining the ascendancy that I think as us fans, which we deserve. It's nice to have our own day. There's big things planned for that at the Battersea store, and things, going on. So at the moment, it's just crazy. The amount of things that's going on, I actually genuinely, when I say this, cannot keep up with things and what's going on, and trying to keep up with actual doing reviews as well, which is another thing. So I'm very, very lucky for what's going on in and around myself. And I don't want to carry on talking about myself too much, so I'll let somebody else jump in, or you can ask some questions if you want.
Yeah, definitely. It is. Hats off to the Battersea store. I think one thing they've done since day dot is they've engaged with the community, and it's been to their success, isn't it? We met the guy. He was such a nice chap, wasn't he? Chatting away, and he's comes to the conventions. It's not just about operating out of the shop. He's really pushed it in right into the community. So yeah, fair play to him. What's the recent thing you picked up? Have you got any new pickups you've been particularly proud of?
This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. So this is the Blockies Action Edition Prime. And again, it's quite funny. Even though Transformers Prime, I ended up buying all the toys, and I've only watched a couple of the episodes. But it's like, again, like what we're just talking about. Even though I don't know, I know he's Optimus Prime, if anybody says, but because I don't want to sit here and pretend I know everything about the cartoon, if I did, I might be able to appreciate him a little bit more. But I don't need to. I just think it's stunning. I can't believe how far these kits have come along as well. To be honest, the fact that, I think by their own admission, you know, they started off a little bit chibi sort of style. They were. You know, they weren't as serious as what they were. Even their first figures, which came out with the classic class, weren't they? They were the Rise of the Beast little classic class. They were slightly chibi. Whereas now you get the action editions, and the classic classes are like movie accurate, amazing. So I think, and they, you know, Blockies have been ridiculous. I think for every major, you know, toy line franchise out there, you can't keep up with them either. So I think fair play to them what they're doing.
Have you seen the Star Wars? I've got the Star Wars ones, the first two, the Galaxy class Star Wars ones. They are lovely, and the Stormtroopers, they just look like Stormtroopers, highly articulate, like that big 3.5-inch, 4-inch Stormtroopers are fantastic. And the way they've done the faces as well is brilliant.
Yeah, they really are. They're incredible. And I think, again, it helps because it's a really obvious thing I'm about to say. They've got the licensing, so they can get it as accurate, and they should obviously get it as accurate as they can, because they, you know, if they're going to pay for the license from whoever, Disney, etc., Hasbro, then they need it. Yeah, so yeah, like you say, Blockies, even the Batman stuff I've seen that they've done is incredible. It's crazy.
The Batman kits look cracking fun. I want to say to them. I was showing off there. I love Deadpool, so I don't buy everything. There was a point where I would every Deadpool bit of merch and comic that was out there. That would be ridiculous to find, you know. But I thought Blockies Deadpool, I need to kind of get these, and they're really fun and they're really posable. Like, I know the Transformers ones are cool, but these as figures are just so nice. Really, really impressed with them.
And the thing with Blockies, they just keep improving. So the different galaxy waves, like the first ones, they just every time they little improvements, make things a little bit better. Like they put the connections together and they made the connections more secure. And like every wave, you're like, all right, that bit's improved. Or there's more diversity. They've done more different things with each one. So you know, hats off to Blockies. So what have you picked up recently, which you're enjoying or proud of? Or?
I've got this Hot Toys Vi from Arcane. Got this big old mitts. So yeah, Hot Toys just, you know, some of the best figures out there. The articulation's always a bit shit, but just for actual screen accuracy of what they can actually achieve. A little thing with movable eyes as well, and yeah, it's spooky. So Vi was voiced by Haley Steinfeld, so it was Charlie and Bumblebee. So it's kind of related, you know. Yeah. I've recently picked up It might be doing some shorts on these. The
Oh, nice.
bloody transforming alphabet pieces.
I'll text you. They look like the letters from
Yeah.
Super Mario World on the SNES.
They definitely do. They've got the same. As soon as you said that in chat, I saw it. I thought he's right. He's nailed it with
Same
that.
font.
Yeah, font and colours is perfect.
Let's see if we can figure one out. Hard
They've always
tamper.
intrigued me. I'll watch your shorts when you put them all up, Bisto, because they've always intrigued me.
Yeah.
Always have.
Because they think they as well. Some of them combine. Well, they all combine, but some of them combine in teams of 4. Some of them in teams of 3 or 2. So it's just a kind of
Look at that. That's so funny.
So,
crap.
Yeah. So
they're just inoffensively rubbish, aren't they?
hey, on your live stream next year.
You could actually do a review.
These will be some of the raffle prizes.
You'd have to do 26 hours next year then, because there's 26 letters in the alphabet. 26.
Yeah, we're not doing that, Russ. No, no.
Well, what you do is you just farm it out and say, well, this year we did it last we did it last year. This year we'll just be guests and someone else.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So yeah,
Simon
we've got
Furman, do
those.
24 hours.
Well, yeah, that's all I've got on hand.
I presume you've talked about all the reveals that came out yesterday. Like, what's the standout ones for you?
I really liked the 2 see-through ones, the transparent ones. Was it
Cybertronic?
Cybertronic?
Cyberdrive and Cybertronic and Cybertread, isn't it? Yeah, them two.
Yeah,
It's interesting they've gone back to like a weaponizer sort of concept as well, isn't it? So
yeah, but different enough that it's still transparent. It looks cool. I think if they
I
just
think they look amazing.
remolds, I'm not sure I would have liked it as much, but yeah, because they've done that. Really, really like it. What do you think of the new Unicron?
that the Unicron soldier, I think that looks again incredible. That's come from nowhere, and again holding my hands up, whichever mythology it is, it looks great. I'm really pleased as well, because let's be honest, the Megatronus mold is fantastic. I remember when, of course, he was first teased, and every man and his dog was saying that Megatronus was going to be, of course, 86 Megatron, and it wasn't, and it never was intended to be. But I think because that mold is so good, I'm glad that they've got some extra use out of it. And funnily enough, it's obviously seeing the official images later on in the day, because we saw some unofficial ones earlier, but later on in the day, the official ones with the correct alternate mode just made it look even better, with the twin cannons coming out the back and the stuff coming in, because all the initial early images, of course, weren't official, so that most of it was wrong. And then when you saw the proper ones, it looked incredible. And I was like, it just looks even better. I don't know. Great use of molds, really is.
Yeah, no, really loved it.
What about the Joyrider? I think the Joyride, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure that's only the first ever Joyride since 1988. I'm sure it is.
Cool.
I think so.
I'm sure it is. And what I also liked about it as well is that even that they've sort of tried to stay true to the Power Master concept, because obviously when we got Getaway and etc. in the Prime Wars trilogy and Titan's Return, everybody turned into a headmaster, which, to be honest, I didn't really like. I didn't like the fact that, Blur was a headmaster. They were all headmasters instead of having target masters and instead of having, the engines. Whereas that, I know it's a sure shot remold or whatever, but the fact that they've gone and they've actually put the little partner that comes with him on the front as an engine, that's also, I believe, the first time that they've ever gone. And what's the word? Apart from the Power Master Prime reissue, I'm sure that's the first time they've actually gone full on nostalgia and homage to Power Masters. Power Masters, and it's the first. I've just forgotten his name, Joyride as well. So yeah, it's brilliant. That's the one that stands out for me.
Yeah, it did
think
look
that's
cool.
what I'm most excited about.
Yeah, smack to the 80s, near 90s. It was you can't even see out of his cockpit, can you? The things in there, but that's what the toys used to be like, didn't they?
Exactly.
You would put something like that right away at the cockpit, and your childhood brain would just reckon.
And let's be honest, you don't need to use it, do you?
No.
It's a tie into the Joyride from previous, but I would say it looks perfectly good without it.
Exactly. And they'll do the obvious Ranger repaint as well from Master Force. So again, double use of the mold.
Yeah, definitely.
Thought the Mega Zarek looked nice, like just for colours. Just thought it was like that was a great mold there, Amanda Megatron.
and a character I wasn't really excited about. But then I think Andy shared the pictures when it was leaked, the Megazark. I thought, oh, that's quite a fun repaint, so that was quite good. And Fangry, like I think you did this, like I missed it. I think you're missing it in it as well. So you're happy with that, kind of getting reissued and be able to get it for a more reasonable price than the aftermarket seems to be for it.
Yeah.
Did I dream that they've done the Gigasaurus repaint of Tripticon?
Yeah, they've done that. So Gigastorm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was that on the show last
That
night?
was this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gigastorm looks beautiful, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
I mean,
Didn't
last
dream
night could have been, probably felt like 3 weeks ago as well.
So weird.
It's interesting though, again, with it being a Titan, you know they're going to double dip because you always get your Generation Selects version, but they've obviously triple dipped with that. So it'd be interesting to see if they start. I'm just trying to wonder what other Titan molds that they could perhaps. I wonder. I don't think they can with any other ones. Don't think so.
Well, they've talked for a long time, haven't they, about maybe remolding the Arc and making it into a Mega Supreme animated, because the mold would be very similar, and all you'd have to do is perhaps check the head and the hands and stuff. But I think that's a bit of a stretch, and I think that would look like the same bot with a different thing on it.
Is this the Cybertron one or the animated one? Which one was this? I know it's the special. I don't know if it's a different colour one.
Cybertron one, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. It's the Year of the Snake one, but I don't know which one the animated Omega is. But
No, there isn't one.
I'm thinking, are they going to
Yeah,
do
no,
that?
there isn't one.
It's too the arc's far too straight lined. Like it's for the animated is always that. Unless they've obviously updated animated bits with like Rekgar, which is nice, but isn't a patch on the original toy. And I think that's a bit like it would feel like they're just doing it just to try and, as you say, if they just took a head on it, it's too expensive a toy just to get away with just putting a head on. You'd need to properly sell that, and I don't see it.
Right,
But-
we're just going to go half past. Sorry, go on, Pete.
No, I was going to say, mate, if we're talking about what other Titans they could use, what about re-release of Metroplex?
Everybody's asking for that, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I was lucky enough to, again, at the time, I went with the Takara ones. You got the extra gun and the silver shins. But as you say, they're silly prices on the aftermarket. I think that there was a rumour, wasn't there, though, that if they would sort of slightly retool it, because I think a lot of people complained that obviously very slim in the waist, a bit like the original toy, very slim in the waist, and sort of quite fragile. But I mean, I'm lucky enough to have one, but I haven't really played it. I think, again, head in shame, I don't think I've ever even transformed it, so I couldn't comment on the fact if it's loose or doesn't fit the purpose of a toy, which is the thing it should do. That's what it should do, obviously.
I wish they would do it and do like what they've just done with Tripticon and at Gigastorm. We're going to bring out a new Titan, and by the way, you are going to get the repaint, so that you are going to get Metro Titan from it as well, or like when they did the Fort Max and they did Grand Max, but they didn't do Brave Max, and you're like, just you could easily do these. You've got the mold, just do the repaints, do the bits. But don't do it all at one time. Give us a year between. Give us a chance to say, give us a chance for the wife not to be angry at me for buying another big toy.
Well, the next time I speak to them, I'm going to speak, because the last time, and again, it's on the interview I did with Evan, they were very, very seriously, and I suggested a couple of years back, and they took it all on board, and they were looking into doing. I said something like, like a payment plan or something that was along the lines of you register your interest in what you want, and then you'd be able to sort of pay in installments. And they were very, very seriously taking that on board. So next time I speak to them, I'm definitely going to bring that up again, because of course that helps out massively. And we know so far in advance, and we know so far in advance what's coming out. So if they did ever do something like that, then also it'd stop all the shelf warming as well, because they wouldn't release hundreds of figures that people aren't interested in. Even go back as it's a bit like the TFCC. You remember the Collectors Club, where they said this is going to be the things, you've got to pre-order it, you know what you want, and then you basically got to sort of save for it. And it'd be exactly, I think if they did that nowadays, because especially, the Through the Space Bridges, or even the unofficial by JT Prime, he's telling you what's coming out for the entirety of next year. So, okay, we know what's coming out next year. Let's do exactly that. Let's start off, your little Hasbro account. Same like a catalogue, where you put a bit away for Christmas, something like that.
I think that's a great point, because obviously I do through Prime Time, we do more third party, and the big one that I hope will come coming to fruition from TFCon is the release window for Fort Max, and it's the first thing I've said is that like I'll do a payment plan with people because like that's going to be £1,000 toy. Like that's a lot of money to just spark out at one point. So, you know, if you say to somebody, you know, 10 months, like the Super 7 did it with the Thunder Tank, not the Super 7, sorry, Comet and Cocktail did it for their Thunder Tank. I thought it was genius. Like that's the way they should, any big purchase should have that option. Like it's too much to blow, and I think that's the problem with the HasLabs because the other things generally the big ticket wins, like your Thunder Tank. You know, it hung around for a while afterwards. You still could get it, so you could still. It wasn't like if you didn't sign up at the time. When you do a HasLab, it's like you need to have this money available now, or you're not getting this. I think that's a challenge. Like it should be a sign up to it and pay over a certain amount of time. I think that helps the fandom, especially in this current climate.
Well, and it's what they did with. I think it's what they, from memory, that's what they did with HasLab Unicorn. I put a deposit down. I didn't pay for it outright at the beginning, and then because I bought it through Kapow.
Right.
I think you paid the balance. I don't know, a month before it was delivered, or I can't remember now. It's so long ago. But no, Comics and Cocktails did, you know, a payment plan with Cat's Lair, which was just as well.
Yeah, the
yeah, because it gives you 6 months to ask yourself why you've done it.
Yeah. Sell some stuff to make room into fun.
But it's true. If you genuinely are lumping the success of something like that on people's ability to be able to fork out that kind of cash there and then, you know, and it's going to be a decider whether it gets backed or it doesn't. I think you're playing a dangerous game, a real dangerous game, and I think you're almost kind of depriving yourself from the sales, because if you don't get all 1,000, then you only get
of course
500. You only get the 500 of the people that can afford it there and then.
I never signed up to the first 3 HasLabs at a time because I didn't have the money at the time. The Unicron came out just as we decided to move house, so I was like, I can't justify spending this money when we get loads of stuff to the house. And then Starsaber and Desaurus were kind of times where I was trying to say if I was changing jobs, it was like I can't commit that amount of money to something that, you know, at that point when you're trying to kind of save money. So I think there is that aspect of it. It's a real challenge. Like if you want something to be a real success and get your numbers up on that basis of it's made to order, make it as accessible as possible for people.
Yeah, exactly. They'd sell way more that way.
Yeah.
And obviously Leo Kaiser's starting to drop, I believe, in America, so hopefully we'll have ours soon. And then what will be the next one? I think the big rumour of Primus, but which I just can't get my head around who's buying that. Like I genuinely my only bit I think is there's no way it's going to be it's going to be Unicorn size. There's no who's dropping £600 for a Primus. So I think
it'll be something Victory again. I think it'll be something like a Road Caesar or fingers crossed a Landcross. We just seem to think that, like you say, Primus is. I don't know. I've just got this feeling it's going to be like another Japanese one.
Has anyone got regret? Has anyone not ordered? I haven't ordered Victorian. Is it Victorian? Yeah, that they've just released. Which is
Leo Kaiser. Leo Kaiser.
Sorry. And I'm seeing the images and reviews come in. It does look really good. Have you ordered it, Pete?
No, I haven't. And I think it's back to that what Russ was saying earlier about, you know, having that affinity to that era of, you know, the Japanese stuff completely passed me by. And to be honest, it still passes me by now. So Star Saber, Deathsaurus were amazing. Leo Kaiser looks quite good. You know, if they continue down the Japanese route, then there is a market for it, and good luck to them. But do I have an emotional attachment to any of the characters enough to pay that kind of money? I don't think I do.
You just nailed it. I did, again, because of FOMO. I brought it again. It's embarrassing. I brought the Omega Prime. When did that come out? And this is the furthest that I've got to my Omega Prime. I took this one out of the box because I needed to check if it was broke because everybody was panicking. And again, I'm sure it looks amazing, and everybody tells me that it's the best HasLab yet. But because I haven't got that affinity, I've never seen the cartoon. I've never read anything on it. I appreciate the figure looked good, and I got it. Openly admit it. I openly got it because it's a HasLab and I had FOMO, but I haven't even played with it. I haven't even got it out of the box, and it's nearly a year old. So it's exactly the same thing, isn't it? It's, perhaps I shouldn't have got it because I haven't got that nostalgic effect. But I'm sure that when I eventually do get time, it is a great toy to muck around with. So yeah.
That was the first one I backed, and that was an immediate back because I love the RID stuff. I love the original toy, so I was really excited for that. And it was great to be in on the excitement as it was arriving. Obviously, it was marred by the challenges with some people having issues with it. Mine was fine, thankfully. I backed Leo Kaiser, and the opposite to where I was in the previous ones, where I had the money at the time, and I thought, I don't know if I want this, but I don't want to in a year's time go, oh, I want this. So the good thing with these things is you be able to sell it and make your money back. So I went, well, actually I can afford it just now. I'll get it. If it was a Primus, I'll be honest, I don't think even that would make me want to get it.
Yeah. I literally backed that, right? The Prime, the Mega Prime, with about an hour to go. I mean, I was literally about an hour to go. I was looking at it. I think I'd just done a video, just basically saying it's nearly up to time, and I was just like, again, the FOMO just hit me right there. I just thought, and the ironic thing is, I thought, well, at least I'll make a good video anyway. I've still not done a video on it, so that's the even bigger irony of it. I mean, it's still in a box.
But you're
I was perfectly happy with the Sorry, I was perfectly happy with the Iron Factory lads, so didn't back Leo Kaiser because
that's
they already
why I
do.
like it.
Yeah,
because that one looks so good.
Mm,
But I loved how crisp the colours were on it and how exactly the Iron Factory one. And I looked at the Hasbro one. I thought it's just as good. It looks they've got that.
I
same
need to, and
crispness.
I know I'm going to get flack for this, and everyone's going to say, "Oh, you're just saying this just because it's third party." Now, I did have the privilege to do the Iron Factory one, but the Iron Factory one, it's not a combiner, it's a frame, and it's like the new combiners. You stick the bits on, whereas the original, again, the vintage Leo Kaiser, they took away from the fact that I don't know if any of you guys transformed and combined the original Leo Kaiser. It's genius. It's absolute genius. The way that the shoulders come out, and all the hands are hidden inside that. I'm looking at mine now, and the way that you split the jets in half to get them to come across the back and sit on the back of it, it's genius. And they managed to do that in 1988 in Japan. And then we got the new one from Iron Factory, which, yes, it looks brilliant. It looks beautiful. I love the great big, all the accessories, but with this day's technology, I expected them to at least replicate that or perhaps make it better, but they didn't. They just folded it in half and just attached it.
It's even worse for us. I've got a 3D kit add-on that replaces all the robots, so I can have the robots separate and just have the frame with the entire combiner behind it. So
you've got
not
don't get me wrong,
bad
it looks
wasted.
beautiful. It does. It looks beautiful. It really does. But for me, again, it's the toys in it. We're talking about the toys. The best thing about that the combining mode and the combining mechanism, it still blows my mind now. So how they managed to do it 40 years ago with what we'd class as primitive technology, and not just, and still, as you say, they managed to do, is it Ocular Max? You do everything now, everything all built in. That's their trademark, isn't it? Theirs is the same. The fists come out of it, the feet come out of it, and again, okay, they're basic robots, but it took away, I sound like Joey from Friends, it took away the essence of the toy.
And how much was a G1 Victorian Growth for?
Leo Kaiser.
Sorry, Leo Kaiser. They're
Nowadays,
really expensive.
Probably into thousands. But yeah, it's genius. It's absolute genius. And I think that somebody's put a comment on my old combination video that they're really glad that they watched it because the new one does very, very similar to it. So I haven't watched it. I've seen obviously loads of pictures of the new one, but I haven't watched any videos or any reviews of the unboxing. I want to sort of experience that for myself for the first time. But yeah, that's again, Iron Factory one looks beautiful, and Bisto, that sounds amazing as well. But for me, it's got to be about it's all about the toy. It's about the toy.
All right, cool. Right, so I quickly go through the schedule because we're getting to towards the end. I've got the Transformers The Show Jumblebee, which is our auction that we're doing. You've got 5 hours. Anyone who's watching the show before, well, some even less than 5 hours.
Yeah, get them bids in.
So let me I'll quickly just show you what we're talking about. Share screen. Transformers to show live screen, right? So if you want to bid, now's your chance. So the link is in the description down below. There's loads of stuff going. So we've got Greg Berger signed Yellow Park Grimlock. Subtron Box, Crumple Zone. There's a Kang Toys, if you want to spike yourself. This is cool. The TFUKCon 2026 banner signed by all the guests. I really like. I'm not going to say. I'm going to put a cheeky last minute bid into that Ramen Toys 80s. I can't believe that's only £26.
That's a great price. And if you need the other one, I've got the other one for sale on the website. That's a good price.
G1.
I mean, a carded G1 Action Master Snarl for 43 quid.
Nuts.
Russ will tell you that's a good price. If
That's
ever
that's a steal. That's if that's still on 43 quid. That's a steal. That is.
Yeah, but even £26 carded G2 Constructicon is.
It's not G2, is it? Is it the European exclusive? What colour's the bits on it? It might be the Euro exclusive. It might be. It might be. Let's have a look. Does it? It doesn't have the Constructicon's name on it, does it? That's the Euro exclusive. That's the G1.5 1991 version.
We were just talking G1.5 with Miss feeling. So misrepresentation there. We've got his G2. It's actually G1.5, which is
that's Marcel, and you'll get done for that.
Americans call it that.
If anything, it's funny. We've got Clutch, one of the best fans hobby one. We've got Perceptor, loads and loads of robots. That's good, isn't it? Impetus is up for £53. You've literally got 5 hours to go. Look at these cool things. Everyone's donated. 4 hours to go, less than 5 hours. Mad Balls, Blockies, Void Rails, loads of science stuff. More Blockies. £30 for a Tarn. I'll be in on that. I can't believe the Rock Lords have gone for quite a fair bit.
It's crazy.
Who the fuck's bidding that up?
It's just Rohan bidding against himself so that people think that Rock Lords are good.
Some Rock Lords go for insane money. Some Rock I was the middleman for one of my American subscribers. Who paid like £90 just for this staff for a Rock Lord, and I had to middleman from somewhere here and post it out to him. It was just for a staff. Crazy.
That's nuts.
Oh, that's a great choice of face on that one, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Boulder.
Face randomly. Volva.
Boulder.
Look at shots. 292. It's crazy in essence, it's a Transformers Show custom based on the G1 Sea Spray mold. This
one of a
G1
kind.
Sea Spray mold. That's what it. That's what it is.
And Marshall, the amazing customizer who made it, is on the show a bit later on. So it'd be cool if we got over to 300. How is this still at £46? I'm bidding on this one. It's the Funby Studios, just loads of 3D printed awesome stuff. And they'd be great. They've been in the chat as well, chatting away. So thank you so much to Funby for doing that.
Lovely guys from B Studios are lovely.
Oh yeah. First time we've really spoken to them, but they've been so supportive from the very start. Not only that, they've been on the live stream. They've been chatting the live stream, not just about that, but all different bits as well. Everyone's getting quite excited about this. All three complete box sets. It's up to £72.
That's still cheap. That's still really cheap.
Yeah.
Gav Spencer's going to do some. It's on the show. It's already at £58 and going up. So an original piece of custom artwork from his good self. But yeah, loads of bits. So the link is just in the description. So that's where we need to go. Pop down to the link and I've removed myself.
And the auction starts to close down at 7 p.m. with the last items being at 7:45 to give us time to add everything up, work out who's bought, and give us a final total going into the end of the show, which is coming soon.
Come on,
I'm not going to lie.
5 more
I could
hours.
go for a nap. I could nap a nap.
I'm knackered. Right, we've got 5 minutes left. So got TF Nation coming next month, isn't it? End of July. Gents, are you both there? Russ, Bisto?
Yep, 100%.
Awesome. What are you looking forward to the most? Thursday Club.
Thursday
What's your
Club.
favourite bit?
Love my Thursday Club. That is my favourite bit. Like, because it's the only night I'm not working. I've got a relaxed morning, Saturday morning, Friday morning. So Thursday Club. Can't wait.
It sounds cliche, but you guys know, and that's why you all go, and that's why we all started going before we were YouTubers, before we were whatever. We go there as fans to meet other fans. It's just it's the social side, isn't it? I mean, the amount of times that I've been there and people have asked me, the following week, "Oh, which panel did you see?" And I'll be like, None, because it happens so many times. Even though I think you go there maybe with the intention, especially seeing some people as well, and then even then you just get caught up in the atmosphere of it, and that's the best thing about it. To be fair,
Cannot wait for the Vince DiCola set. I think that's going to be good, especially when we had what was it? Mine's gone dead. Stan Bush in 2018 was so cool. It was such a fantastic venue, and we were getting to go do something similar to that. They've played together, haven't they, in America recently? Stan Bush and Vince DiCola.
They did it the last TF Con. They did I think it was the LA one. They did a double header in the night. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Bisto, what are you looking forward to, sir, at TFN?
Like I say, it's the people. Yeah, just get down on a Thursday, Sunday, relaxing time. Enjoy time with other fans and not being at work. So,
yes, it's just so nice to get away from work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just chill out, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Sunday. Can't wait to chill out, relax. Thursday too, isn't it? It's a little bit quieter. It does get quite busy, Transformers Nation, but to be either side of that, yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, looking forward to catching up with people. Pete, what are you looking forward to the most, sir?
I think I missed out on TF UK Con, so this for me, it's the big dance of the year every year. But I'm even more looking forward to it because I didn't get my fix in May, so I'm really looking forward to it. Where else in the world do you end up going to a hotel for 4 days, not stepping outside, not doing any spa treatments or anything like that? Literally just buying toys and chatting with mates. So I can't freaking wait.
Yeah, it's going to be great. If I said to my wife, do you mind if I spend 5 days in a hotel getting drunk with my mates? She'd be like, no, don't be so ridiculous. But Transformers Nation, it's fine. It's A-okay, not that we have that much drink. Listen, I think we're coming towards the end of this section. Bisto, Moth, Russ, thank you so much for coming on. Really
thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's been
Cheers
good
again.
seeing you all. And keep us going. I think Andy's come on his way back, isn't he? And I can see lovely Aaron Archer's in the green room waiting to come in, so we'll let him in. And we'll kick off getting to the final bits now, which is good because I need to sleep. I'm knackered.
Right, yeah.
Right, gents.
Cheers, fellas. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks ever so much for this.
Enjoy the rest of the stream. You've
Thanks
got
for
this,
having me.
guys.
Good luck.
Woo.
Good luck.
Take care. Cheers. Bye. So, all gone. How you feeling, Pete?
This is great. Do you know what? I get waves. I get waves. It's like sometimes you sat talking and you're going, am I slurring because I feel like I'm really tired?
No, you're not at all.
And then there's other times you go, I'm okay. Do you know, considering the time that has passed, I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm all right. How are you, more importantly?
I'm just about still there. Do you know what it feels like? A bit like if you're really hungover and just you're trying to.
But without the headache.
Yeah, not as bad.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
You just got sleep deprivation.
We are. That was the topic for the last hour.
It looks like it. Do we know why Bisto had war paint? Has that been?
It's to do with the mythology of gods, and they would wear a black.
Yes, that makes sense now. I mean, still not in a way, but yes. It's all good. It looked like it was a fun hour. I apologise, I wasn't involved a bit more. Walking the dog in the rain, delightful.
Mr. Archer was here.
He was just here. We were just about to welcome in. I don't know if me and Pete scared him off, but he was just here 2 seconds ago. So we'll hold out for that because I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah.
In a second.
We'll give him a chance to get back involved, but he has got. Yes, he was here, so perhaps he has an issue at his end. Oh, how are we doing, boys? We've got 5 hours. Last 5 hours now. Who's off now? Are you off now, Paul?
Yeah.
No, we're here. The Three Amigos. Oh.
No.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm not.
Is nobody off now? Is that it? Are we all done?
No,
Are we
I
all?
think Pete is.
Well, Paul goes next. Like after we've had some time with Aaron, then Paul goes. Or he might not.
We've
What do you
got.
reckon, Paul? What do you reckon?
Oh, I'll definitely go.
You know what though? Here's the thing. Again, one of the things to help you stay awake when you're doing something like this, not that I would recommend it to anybody, but if you are going to try and stay awake, one of the things they do say is try and get up and move around whenever you can. Like taking the dog for a walk was getting a bit of fresh air, getting out there. Dave Wayne's just asked about the toilet schedule. The toilet schedule is when one of them sends me a message saying I need to go to the toilet, we let them go. Basically, that's how it works. So
and the guests can go to the toilet whenever they want. There's no rules.
They can, although they tend to only be on here for an hour. So I'd hope they'd be okay for that time. I'd hope, but you know.
I think we've got Aaron's back. So shall I try and
I think he's just sorting his camera out, so we might give him a moment just to give him a moment to get sorted before we accost him. Chuck him in.
Right.
Do you know what I could do with some sweets? I could do with some
Sugar.
fizzy sweets. Yeah.
Well, I feel like you're talking to Emma directly right now.
I mean, look, if I'm saying it loud enough and she hears it on her way back from her travels, amazing. Pete does not need a PP.
Aaron,
I will do now.
Show.
Now I've thought about it, I will do.
Aaron, thank you so much for coming on the show today. You're giving us a real boost as we go into the last couple of hours. I know Andy, you invited you on, didn't you?
Yeah, can you hear us all right, Aaron?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Perfect.
All right.
The
For
first
whatever reason, my computer system, the sound went out. I was like, I can't hear anything. So I'm on my phone. I apologize.
Hey, it's fine.
I will say this, Paul. We've had a couple of guests, and I'm trying to think of that. I think Cybertronic Spree were obviously based in North America. We had TM Reviews, who had a similar problem with the sound, and it seemed to be linked to the music that we play as background. I wonder if it's worth turning it off just while we've got Aaron
I don't
on.
know. Yeah, I don't know.
It shouldn't have an effect.
My whole computer was out. Like I couldn't. I couldn't listen to music or anything. I'm like, so I went with the fast fix.
Well, maybe it's got nothing to do with it then. That's fine. But thank you.
How you
very
guys
much
holding
for
up?
All right. Yeah.
Great.
Almost there.
5 hours to go. It's a wonderful
So sorry
time.
if this is not one of the most analytical, highbrow interviews you've ever had. We're a bit. I forgot some words earlier. I was trying to think of words.
Oh, that's all right. After my 6th day at like a Comic-Con, from setup to finish, I'm pretty much. I understand you just wore out, even if it's 24 hours. Yeah.
Should we just talk about football?
I was going to say you're a football fan, aren't you?
Yeah. I got my Man U scarves over here.
Oh, that's right. So you're not really a football fan.
Had to stir. Yeah, I had to stir it up real quick. I figured just rip the Band-Aid off.
Well, it's typical, being that now you're good again. So now you can go back to the old ways of bragging about it.
Sam's a big Man U fan as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah. We've got quite a few friends who are Manchester United fans. No idea why. We could talk football, and we maybe should before the end, because it'd be interesting to hear. I know we were talking to TM Reviews a bit about the World Cup, which is over there in the US and Mexico and Canada. So
I'm about to come down with World Cup fever. I got my.
World Soccer Magazine. Yeah, I've got that copy. My son's got it. It's kind of he's claimed it so that he can read up and do the wall chart. I used to love
those brilliant.
I come down with a bad case of World Cup fever every 4 years. I love it all. I watch almost every match. Yeah. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Thank God my wife likes it too.
Oh, that's lucky. Yeah, that's very lucky.
Yeah.
So we will maybe circle back around to the football a bit later on. But for anyone who doesn't know, and if you're into Transformers, you really should know who Aaron is. But for anybody who doesn't know who you are, Aaron, and what your connection is to Transformers, could you just give us a quick, brief introduction to Aaron Archer?
Yeah, I will try. I grew up in the 70s mostly, but I did have Transformers as a kid. So when I worked at Kenner, starting in 1995, it was right when they were bringing Beast Wars over. And I got a chance to touch Beast Wars and be around that. I designed Batman toys. And then they moved the Kenner office from Cincinnati to Rhode Island. And the fellow that was doing Transformers didn't want to make that move. And I took over at that point creatively. And from late 2000 to 2013, I was the creative lead on almost everything we did. And that seems daunting, but it included the toy lines, the animation development, the video games, the segmentation of the toys, going to conventions. Eventually we got into publishing, and then the movies, and then the studio. So I was the internal person who had to make battle plans with the business people about how we would do creative. I was not the expert, I was not the holder of the grail, so to speak. My job was to kind of come up with the next creative that made sense for new business and classic fans. And I did that for 13 years.
Were you a fan of Transformers before you kind of, took over that kind of role, or were you more into like the comic book, the Batman, DC, that kind of stuff?
I definitely liked. Well, first of all, when Transformers came to the team, we were doing Batman action figures. They had 5 points of articulation and about 14, 15 paint operations. Transformers seemed like the most complex thing we could ever have been asked to do. So we were kind of afraid of it. Little did I know about Takara at that time and how all that happened. But I was a fan in the 80s of, I guess, the first push. And I saw the movie in the theater. I had the first, 20 comic books and things. So I was into it. But I got to admit, I was a G.I. Joe kid, lock, stock. I had the toys. I watched the cartoons, memorized the file cards. So they lived in the same atmosphere in the States. You'd watch one right after the other. So if you were a fan of one, you were kind of a fan of both for a while there.
Yeah.
So I still have my original Optimus, long stacks.
Oh, nice.
Hey, there he is.
So
sorry, go on, Pete. What were you going to say? Paul, rather.
I was just saying we had Action Force, didn't we? It wasn't G.I. Joe, but still, it was the same thing.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Loved it. Loved my Action Force figures. And
your guys were cooler. You had the Red Shadows, which was way. I love those, reinterpretations. Yeah.
So obviously we are a Transformers podcast, so we'll can probably concentrate a little bit on that element of it. So where was Transformers when you kind of took over that kind of lead role with them?
Yeah, it was. I did Transmetals 2 was my first touch of design, but the brand itself, when I took over in 2000, was kind of on a reset place. Beast Wars turned into Beast Machines. Beast Machines didn't capture the sales, and popularity that Beast Wars had. So it was time to reinvent it a little bit. And that's when I came on to start the process of what became the Unicron trilogy. And then I had to adapt Car Robots into what became RID there for that stopgap year. So I had a good year of learning. While I was doing all that, I could study up and read a lot of books about the old shows and copyright, trademark names, things like that, and try to get that stuff back. Because we hadn't used the Autobot logo, for years at that point. So I had to reestablish what the Autobot logo was, make sure we owned it still. A lot of, business stuff behind the scenes. But that's what I did for the year 2001, really.
It's crazy to think that they didn't own, or rather that you would have to check that they owned the Autobot on logos and things. You just kind of take it for granted now that it's such a big part of Hasbro, and in the zeitgeist, it's out there for people.
There were certain names that we had to resecure, things like that you just wouldn't have thought of. Starscream, because they hadn't been used. When I came on during the Beast Wars era, talking about old stuff was kind of not encouraged. We weren't meant to look backwards. We were meant to look forward. And so, all those traditions or potential growth of the stories kind of got pushed away for a long time. So the use of those names and things, kind of weird to look back now where we are, how that all happened.
Yeah. And obviously you mentioned that it was kind of the RID the 2001 RID time. So that was a Japanese production, wasn't it? The kind of the cartoon, and I'm guessing the toy line as well. What was it? Were there any challenges with obviously bringing that over for Western market?
No, I mean we'd adapted a lot of shows over the years, so the translation stuff can get handled. It was mostly the product line that Takara produced didn't match both in price point and in variety and of price of segmentation enough. So we had to bring in some Beast Machines guys, right? We had to kind of made some new Legends scale versions of the characters from the show. But I didn't have anything to do with the show, right? That was complete and finished, and I just had to adapt everything. So change out the voice box, and the Optimus Prime, Super Fire Convoy, all that stuff. Change those. I tweaked colors. I was brand new, so I made things like the blue tank in Bruticus or Ruination, and I got to make all my mistakes, I feel like, on RID. And it didn't really cost me much, but when I look at the blue tank and changes I made just arbitrarily, it is kind of funny now. Some of those names of the spy changers or GoBots, that small scale, whatever you want to call them. Some of those names are terrible. Wars and Rev and yeah. So I'm still apologizing.
It would be remiss of me not to ask you about the Unicron trilogy, partly because it's one of my favorite parts of Transformers, and partly because there's been several people commenting in the chat about wanting to thank you because the Unicron trilogy toys were the toys either that they grew up with or they were toys that they bonded with their children with, which is really nice when you can do that. And I agree, because that was a similar situation for me with my eldest son. He got into Transformers kind of towards the end of that Unicron trilogy period, so bonding with him and finding all those toys was really great fun. What was the biggest challenge for you? Because again, it was a collaborative thing with Takara, wasn't it? So what were some of the biggest challenges and some of your biggest successes, do you think, from that time?
Well, it was a whole different, the whole goals changed. We worked, like you said, closer with Takara than we had been directly in the last few years. They were both, I don't want to make it sound like they were only making models for Beast Wars, but they didn't have a lot of say in the creative or the number of episodes or the features of the toys in some cases. So that was a chance for us to both get on the table, let's make fun toys again. And I come from the tradition of Kenner Batman. So spring activated features, whether that's a projectile or squeezing things and things happen. So that's my training, is action features, not replica, where we are today. So it was just a lot of fun to work with other toy designers to create cool features that those minicons could activate. And that we worked through, item by item, what we wanted to do with those and try to come up with different ideas. Some survived, some didn't really go too far, like the gearing, and then Cyclonus. He's got the one set of minicons that work with him. I would have thought we might have made more over time, things like that. The best stuff that we got to do was, ultimately make Unicron. That was probably the coolest aspect of what became the Unicron trilogy. Challenges often came down to, you got two cultures. Just like in England, your cars are slightly different than our cars and trucks and lorries. Same with Japan. So trying to come up with items that we knew would sell in both markets, or one, sometimes it'd be like, okay, you get one and then we'll get one later. They didn't have interest in pickup trucks. They don't have pickup trucks. And we don't have trains the way they celebrate trains in the States. So, those were kind of the biggest issues, I would say, is just trying to find forms that could work for everybody.
And sorry, lads, if you want to jump in with any questions then just
I was
shout
gonna say,
out.
what were they like to deal with, Takara? Were they a good company? Were they
Oh.
fun to deal with? Really?
I was really fortunate. I mean, if I, everybody knows Yoke-san, he had been with Hasbro from the beginning, going back to the 80s. Even came out to Rhode Island and kind of lived there for 2 years. When, before fax machines and internet and email, somebody had to literally communicate back and forth, and that was him. So they had been very, I don't want to be disrespectful, but they had been very exposed to the American culture and could deal with us. So we kind of had a very friendly back and forth. It wasn't the very classic, here's my business card, here's my business card. We were loose. We were very loose, so we could be creative. I went over there for a long stint and really adapted into the culture, tried to learn the language, so we became better partners. When I started, that only 2 people talked to each other, from one person from each side, and we opened it up that everybody could email everybody, things like that. So they were great to work with, very talented people. Their vendors are talented as well as ours. At that time, we were both excited to create these shows together. They would get 52 episodes, and that created a lot of content needs. So I come from a little bit of a storytelling background as well, so that was fun for me to help shape the direction of those programs, because Takara didn't have a firm idea. They were open to things, so we pitched things and let's go that direction. And things like Cybertron, how that one ended up was that way. So they were great. They're great to work with. I feel very fondly, even after all these years, towards those guys. And it was a good experience. Very good experience.
That must be amazing, going to Japan for a length of time. Was it? Did you ever get homesick and think, this is too long, or were you just immersed in the culture?
Well, I got to tell you, most of my experience on Transformers from 2000 to into 2008, I was a bachelor, so I could take off to go to Japan for months and not miss anybody, really. So I took that risk and had fun with it. So it wasn't too hard until I got married, and then I had a kid. And then that's later in the 2010-12 zone. That's when it got a little tougher to want to go take a 15-hour trip, that kind of stuff. Yeah. But for a while it was great. We did fun stuff. We went to Mount Fuji and different things, and went to a baseball game, and so it was proper fun as well as hard, diligent work.
We've been learning a lot about travel, haven't we? So we're really kind to be joined by some American guests to keep us going overnight between the hours of 3 and 4, because it's a more respectable time. Well, from about 2 a.m. till 6 p.m. And they've been explaining how big America is to us, and the pennies finally dropping, like the absolute travel distances you have to do. I think one of the chaps said that it was he could drive for 12 hours and he'd still be in Texas.
I drive. Last year, if anybody knows my story, I was kind of going back and forth between Ohio and Rhode Island. That's a 10-12 hour drive, depending on how often you stop and whatnot. And I did that like 6-7 times last year.
Wow.
You'd be in about 24-hour show sitting down.
Here in England in particular, a 10-hour drive you probably get from one end of the country to the other, basically. So to hear that,
you'd be lost in Scotland somewhere, huh?
Possibly.
Go on, sorry.
I was just going to say, obviously, because there's other elements of Transformers that you've worked on than the Unicron trilogy, but were there any particular bots that you worked on as part of that Unicron trilogy? You've mentioned Unicron, obviously, that you were particularly proud of and that you yourself had quite a hand in creating.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate. They keep remaking some of those items from that era, and the ones they've remade have largely been my favorites. Megatron from that era was a huge one. Still love that one. Vector Prime is up there for me. I got some that I know they're not great designs, but I have an affinity for them, like the Sharkticon or some of those weirder weirder forms, the Snowcat. But those are the ones. I'm proud of the Armada Starscream design. Seems to held up as far as an acceptable arrangement of the body, like because the G1 Starscream is rough. I mean, not the design in the animation, but the toy design is, you know, very limited in its movement and cool factor, I would say. I'm sure there's some Starscream fans out there that'll disagree, but I like
the TV.
Yeah, I like what we did with the Armada Starscream and how that form remains very acceptable.
Because there's the stuff which has got nostalgia for us, which you go to. We were talking about this earlier, but I don't really have any nostalgia for Armada Starscream, but we've been talking about him for ages. Like, what I've picked him up since then, since getting back into Transformers. Just he's such a lovely, amazingly cool design. There's no nostalgia attached there. You are appreciating that toy.
Yeah.
Sort of design.
We answered the design questions well on that one. Yeah.
I'm lucky enough to have the Starscream, the Skywarp, the Thundercracker, which or Starscream again, depending how you looked at it. Obviously, with the cartoon, and the Ramjet that was released through Universe. I have to admit, I love that mold, and like you say, they've managed to remake basically with all the same design cues, modern versions recently, both in mainline and third parties. So it's got to have been a good design for that to have worked. Definitely.
Yeah.
Steve's got a question. So Steve put, does anyone know if blind bagged or giveaway minicons were ever considered at the time, given how popular they were as a promotional campaign item in the Takara markets?
Takara did all of those on their own for their own needs, which is, you know, fine. They don't have to explain things to Hasbro what they're going to do internally to their market. We were not both in a retail environment and we didn't really need that, I guess, at the time for us. They did do some goofy things. Do you remember the little tin boxes that had a minicon in it? I don't know if
I've seen them.
They were, I think, KB exclusives, which might not have made it over to where you are. They did some of that. Blind bags hadn't hit yet as far as a cultural zeitgeist that was happening over in England. And we don't usually use toys as promotional items at Hasbro. I mean, it does happen from time to time, but it's not part of the strategy like it is with Takara often. So it just didn't happen.
You had toys. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, there you go, Steve, the answer to your question.
You had things like Tidal Wave that came along, obviously, in Armada. Just in case anybody isn't aware of it, in the cartoon, obviously, he is kind of a purple and grey kind of deco. But the toy that we got, and the one that was featured in the Transformers computer game of the time, was the green deco, which most of us kind of into. Just explain. I know you've explained it on your brilliant podcast, the Toy Armada, but just why was there that difference in the colors? Because it's quite a simple explanation, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, we so the original planned colors were the purple. So Hasbro helped spec that along with Takara, and we often did the colors first on our side, and then Takara would make adjustments. So that's how that went back then. I didn't have too many changes put on me from management, but that was one question they had. They saw another purple guy. We had Galvatron coming, which, you know, had a lot of purple and colorant that way. I think there was another one or two here and there that were purple. And purple in the early 2000s was still a dangerous color for boys' toys. It was kind of seen as potentially girly or in that direction. These are long-held weird marketing beliefs that aren't actually true. You know, the rainbow's the rainbow. But from time to time, particularly on higher-priced items, so Galvatron was a high-priced item, considering the line, and Tidal Wave was in that zone as well. So they asked that we tweak that color to something else. And if there's anything that I've learned, unless you're doing a lot of military vehicles, it's hard to get green into the Transformer line. unless it's a beast, perhaps. So it was kind of military-ish, form. So we went with the green, and I like both of them. But sometimes stuff like that happens, and because we had spec'd the purple, that got sent to the animation partner, and they were already down the road on that project. So it wasn't like we could ask them to turn it to green, and then Takara would put out a green one, and then no one would ever have known. There's a lot of things that happen that you never see because it gets caught before it goes out. In this case, we couldn't catch it up, so we lived with the green one, and we look like the odd man out mostly.
Because the Legacy Titan one went with the kind of original purple colors, basically, didn't it? Which I remember seeing a lot of people not kind of complaining about, because in the West people were more used to green.
I think with those revisions that they're doing, they're leaning into the animation. So whatever the animation is the right way to go. Gives them a redeco opportunity.
Yeah. Well, this is it. We'll get at least, you think, possibly 2 different versions of it if they want to, with at least 2 different colors.
Yeah, it's a high-priced item, so we'll see. They're talking about, aren't they going to put out the Energon one? Wasn't that on a short list?
Yeah, that's been spotted on one of the lists, which I don't mind because I really like the Energon deco that you guys did for that, especially with the way you made it look like he was actually infused with Energon and had obviously the translucent green plastic and things like that. That was really clever.
That was my partner Eric Siebenahler that did that one, and that one's an iconic design color wise for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
He sticks out.
You'd have been there obviously for Transformers Animated as well, which from a design point of view went in quite a different direction, which you probably would have been aware at the time. There was some initial pushback when people saw the first kind of images that were shared of what we were getting, but that turned out to be one of the most loved cartoons, and I think it's fair to say toy lines as well that we've had.
Yeah.
I know Pete, who's obviously part of our stream, is a massive Transformers Animated fan. We all like it, but Pete's a massive Transformers Animated fan. How was that to work on? And was it a little bit scary that the designs were so different, I guess, from what you'd been kind of used to?
Yeah, well, that was a tactical goal that we had. We felt like after the Unicron trilogy that was very, not quite blocky, not as quite as blocky as we get in the future with John Warden designs, but kind of in that vernacular shapes theory. So we wanted to see what we could push as far as a form factor, try to get better looking thighs and hands, and some of that more body form, like a superhero versus a robot, quite honestly. That's a great partnership between Derek Wyatt and Eric Siebenahler, really, that made that happen. My job early on was to sell in both our answer to management at Hasbro, but also Cartoon Network, that we're looking for something different. We don't want to make the same old Transformers show. We are trying to infuse it with a different vibe, while not starting over. We still wanted the core team to be the core team. We still, we weren't changing their origin story and coming up with something completely different. So the early days, that's what I spent my time on. Like, who do we find that can help do that? What kind of stories do we want to tell with that? How can we present them different? That's where you get the younger Optimus Prime, some of the human villain ideas, a city of technology versus them in a cave somewhere out in the desert. Those kind of subtle things.
Just you mentioned it there, the human villain element. There is, of course, the Angry Archer. That was the name, wasn't it? The Angry Archer. Was that based on anyone, Aaron? Just out of interest,
Yes.
or
that was me.
That must be quite cool, though. I know, but like for someone to say, well, we're basically going to kind of make you into, obviously it's not you itself, but to kind of make you into this villain in the cartoon must have been quite cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I've said that I didn't know about it, so they just they presented the style sheets. I made an adjustment to say, hey, if he's fighting robots, he should have robot armor or something. And that's how he got his left arm. I'm left-handed, so that's why he's got a left arm that's a robot arm.
That's cool.
So that's pretty cool, and it is a cool connection to have. They can't take me out of the cartoon. I'm there forever now, right?
That's it. Part of it.
So kind of fun, but growing up with a name like Archer, the Robin Hood and stuff was always kind of like a playground, not taunt, but kind of like that kind of thing. So to be represented as a green Robin Hood kind of character, I'm like, oh boy, like at first I was a little like, does he have to be green? Can he be more like Speedy, red or something? But that's my only commentary on the character. I wish he wasn't green.
One last question, because I don't know if we need to do our raffle, because we are about halfway through the hour. But there were obviously Transformers Animated was, in most fans' eyes, cut short before its time, and there were a number of toys that we have seen grey models of and things that were planned or looked like they were at least in some form of development that we never got to actually get. Were there any that you remember particularly that you were maybe yourself a bit disappointed that didn't get to come to fruition?
There was the big Megatron that always looked cool, and the helicopter. But I think, did the helicopter finally come out? Blackout.
Blackout. Yeah, I think we got the animated Blackout, didn't we?
Yeah.
Which is quite now a rare and very pricey figure to pick up.
I'm a little fuzzy on that. What didn't come out, only because I was focused at that time on the movie stuff,
right?
And Eric was really driving that. And
you were right about the big Megatron. There was the kind of like souped up armored Megatron that we've seen grey models of, but again, just never got to be.
Yeah. I would love to see it come back somehow. Slightly difficult with Derek gone, but I still think there's a legacy set that can be followed, for sure.
That would be cool.
Marty Eisenberg, great guy, great storyteller on that project, and it did kind of go away too soon, and it's a terrible trade-off. It's like, well, the movie happened and it changed the course of the brand's history forever, and at the same time we were making one of the most dynamic cartoons we had ever made, and it didn't fit that new direction, right? And it's like, how you can imagine how frustrating it was internally to have, hey, we're going to come up with new forms and a new way to approach this, a new story, and then like to be immediately shoved back into like a proto G1 kind of thing with Prime. Ultimately, not disappointing. Prime's a great show too, but it cut short what could have been really something special.
In
animated.
I think that's what's widely regarded in the fandom, is that Animated was probably that one series away from being up on the pedestal.
Sure.
I think, like you said, it was so popular, and the toys are so good, and I think it just needed that last season, just to see it through. If you were going to can it at the right time, kind of thing. But then, Prime could also be regarded as, one of the best recent, Transformers series as well. So I guess it's the nature of the beast, isn't it, Aaron? I guess it's
we're not
evolving machine.
As much as I tried to hold on to this, just from, I think good creative comes from legitimate creative, but like it is business, and it is like answering business questions through creative, and there's no holding back the tides sometimes, and that's certainly what happened with animated. It just got bowled over by the direction of the movie and what then became the iconic thing people thought of the brand, right? It kind of locked a whole new generation a little bit into a thing, and animated does stick out as weird. You know, if you watch the movie and then watch animated, it's like, how is this the same thing? And that became its issue, you know, sadly. Had the movie pushed out one more year, 2008, who knows?
Yeah, we might have got that season 4 we wanted. Jim Sorensen, who was on earlier, he did mention that he's working with some other talented people, and they've actually created a fan-created comic that tells the story of what would have happened in season 4. And he was mentioning that I can't remember if he said it was at TFCon or BotCon that he'd been to, and they'd taken a stock of these comic books, thinking, "Oh well, we'll have plenty here," and they sold out completely. And should have brought much more. And he's bringing some of those over with him for TF Nation, which is obviously our big Transformers convention at the end of July. So, Transformers animated fans will be able to get a chance to get a hold of those comics and get a little bit of a chance to see what would happen in season 4. Paul, do we have the raffle ready to go? So, Aaron, in case you've not caught any of the rest of the stream, really, we, as part of our charity live stream, have been doing a raffle that people have donated money, and they've got raffle tickets for doing so. And we're doing a draw every hour. We draw 2 prizes from the prizes that have been donated very kindly. And it's that simple. So we do it live on screen. So we'll just pause a moment to do that if it's okay.
Absolutely.
But Paul, are you set up? Are you ready? Are you listening? You muted?
Sorry, Lisa popped her head in to give me a coffee. All ready to go. I've got the thing here. It was just to say that I think we're well over. So just the raffle alone. So we've got other things going on, and we've generated quite a lot more money. But just the raffle alone is over £2,000 now, isn't it? It's at £2,600 so far.
Amazing.
It's raised, which is insane just for the raffle, and amazing gifts that everyone's donated for us to raffle them off. So if I put the random number generator up. What are we up to, Pete, on this one? I've got the list here.
We are now playing or drawing the winner of, looks to be 3 copies of the Transformers Definitive Collection, which is the annualized, is it annualized, the hardback versions of the comics put together by Hachette.
Nice.
Hachette.
That's a well good prize. Should we do that one first then?
I reckon so.
Right, and once again, if you head to Transformers the Show on Facebook, you'll be able to see all your names and the 1,065 people who have taken part. And Claire has painstakingly put them by. So if you want to see what number yours is, but don't worry, if you're not watching the show, if you're watching on repeat, we'll get in contact with you. We've got all your numbers, addresses. We haven't got all that data. We've got your emails. We can see.
I was going to say, we don't have people's addresses necessarily, but we have your contact details, hopefully. And if we don't have your contact details, contact us. We'll put up over the next few days the list of raffle prize winners, so everybody knows. Well, so everybody knows who won what, and you can hunt them down. So you at least know where those prizes have gone to. And if you haven't heard from us, then please get in contact at that point.
Right, let's do the first one. So the number is, thank you, Google. Page generates 716.
716.
You know, how eerie is that? I was going to pick 716.
We're carrying on with this, are we?
I was going to be, we got to 8 o'clock. I was going to be our random number generator, and if I was honestly, I would have. I would have gone.
Is that because it's one of the best numbers, Pete?
I don't want to say it's the best numbers because it'll make all the other numbers feel inferior. However, it is in the upper echelons of our. It's almost like an upper class number. 716.
I think the effects of doing a 16, 17-hour show are starting to show now. What's the next giveaway? So we do 2, so that's the first one. So well done, 716.
Wow.
What's the second prize?
Wow. I'm about to blow your face off. Think about this. Imagine a scenario where it's a autumn winter's night and you come back from work, you've had to walk, you parked your car, you've had to walk in the rain, to walk back into house and you're cold. All right. So the first thing you do is go and make a hot drink. All right. You go and make a hot drink. You kick off your shoes. You're about to sit down and watch the television, and you go to put your cup down, but you can't because you don't have a coaster. However, if you've got a raffle ticket, now's your chance to win some Transformer themed coasters.
Yeah, I think these are the ones from Transformers, donated by Transformers Battersea store in London. So these were part of the things that they donated. So yes, some coasters. That's the dream.
Let's do it then. Let's see who's
Give
gonna
the people what the people want.
Exactly.
roll those lucky dice. 966. Well done, Austin.
966. Amazing.
What a day for numbers.
What a day for numbers indeed. Fantastic.
Numbers when I go to bed.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you for allowing us to do that, Aaron, and just to get that another one down. We'll get back to, if you don't mind, having a chat about some of your work. So you mentioned the movies. What was that period like? Because obviously Transformers was still successful. The Unicron trilogy and everything had helped to make it successful. But when the movie was in development and you saw everything and you were involved, obviously, with what was happening, did you know this is going to explode and this is going to kind of go the way it went at the time?
Well, I lived through a couple different cycles. So, like, I probably started working on the movie in late 2004. We had to put some stuff together to get producers excited who would then go talk to studios. So that took some time. We had a couple different producers in line, and then we ended up working with Tom DeSanto and Don Murphy, and they're the ones that took it around and stuff. So there was a time where it was just kind of explaining what Transformers was to people who may or may not have cared. But then as we got into it and Spielberg got on and Michael Bay got on, the experience of it for me was pretty fun. And I had always liked Michael Bay's movies. I'm just going to say that. So I wasn't worried about what the spectacle would be. So it was just weird how big it got, So even a successful animation with a toy line with a little bit of licensing goods off to the side, which is what we had at the time with things like Armada and whatnot. Even with a video game, on PS2, it is nothing in comparison to a major motion picture with the full tilt creative people that were on it, the advertising, the budget for the special effects. I make the joke a lot that Robo Jocks was the movie before Transformers that showed what you could do with big robots. And it's like the Stone Age comparisons. So I figured it was going to be pretty interesting as it came together. A lot of the things that we kind of joke about now, that was just how it was going. Things that Hasbro couldn't control. Some of the Megan Fox shots or whatnot. But in the end, that's all part of what was needed, I guess, the special sauce. So the original question was, what exactly?
Just what was that like? That period?
Yeah, it was just it was chaos for me. To be honest, I was the one creative representative that was allowed to see stuff, comment on stuff, work directly with Michael Bay on things. I had obviously there were a lot of corporate goals that were going to be achieved if this movie did well. Things like being able to buy a network and have our own, channel, stuff like that, which was maybe a States thing than a UK thing, but we had the hub. All that was going to be predicated on the fact that the movie did well and made, buckets of money, quite honestly, right? Yeah. So there was a lot of it was ongoing, constant pressure to sell, to promote, to work with, to partner with. disseminate the latest information. That all went through me for a long time, for the first 3 films, largely. So very exciting to be a part of it. It gave me a very special seat within the company to work with the higher ups, take private jets to go present the Steven Spielberg,
Wow.
crazy things that happened during that time. Get Michael Bay to go to BotCon, things we were doing. And, it's only after the fact that I can kind of take a breath and go, wow, that was an amazing experience, because day to day it was just full tilt, and somewhat stressful. I'm a quiet designer, creative type, and I'm working with the C-suite of the company and talking to these people in Hollywood, and sometimes I didn't always understand where they were coming from or really like where they were coming from, but my job was to keep going and be the representative. So it was an interesting time, but I enjoyed it. I'm happy to have been a part of it. Obviously, culturally, that stands the test of time, that movie, the first one for sure.
Oh, definitely. And at what point did it get to where, because you must have done all that and thought, there's always a risk, isn't it, that it's not going to take off despite the large funding that it had? At what point did you all turn around and go, oh, it's probably outperformed what anyone could have thought it would have done? That some of the Transformers films, some of the top grossing films, aren't they, of all time?
Yeah, we had some indicators before the movie came out, that based on how many partners that wanted to sign up with us to make sleeping bags and flashlights and all the things you see, right? So that was certainly different. I don't know what went, for me, actually, when I saw the trailers, because I had seen animatics, I'd seen the artwork, but until you see that stuff move in a scene and happen, Scorponok busting through the desert, stuff like that, that's when I kind of was like, oh snap, this is going to be cool. I was telling people it was going to be cool, but when that first trailer hit, it was like, oh yeah, here we go. That's probably fair to say. That's when I let some air out of my, like, okay, I can breathe. It's not going to be an embarrassment. We could get to that in the 4th movie, maybe, 5th movie.
It still puts my hairs on end thinking about Blackout at the start of the movie, and like,
oh, it's great.
20 years since the last time I'd sat in the cinema to watch a Transformers film and seeing that. Oh, what a movie.
Aaron,
I think it was that thing though. Oh, sorry, go on, Pete.
I just wanted to ask. So we were just talking then about whether 2007 was going to be a success, or if it wasn't going to be a success. Do you think the outcome of that movie would have affected what happened with Transformers Prime at the time? If it had been a flop, do you reckon Prime would have perhaps not been what it was?
Yeah, well, we signed up Bob and Alex, the writers of the film, to write the Bible for the Prime show. So it they did want it to very much kind of, while it's not a continuity of the movie universe, if you squint your eyes, you could kind of pretend it is. It has some of the same visual cues and some of the action, and the music sounds very similar. So that we leaned into that because of the movie. So Prime, certainly the flavor and vibe of Prime is coming directly off the success of the movie. So that had to have affected it.
There were some questions in the chat as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a couple of questions in there.
Ed said, was there any great ideas that didn't make it that you regret?
My biggest one I talk about is I'm a big fan of Shogun Warriors, the 2-foot tall Mazinga, kind of guys, the super jumbos, whatever you want to call them, jumbo machinders. And I was desperate to get an Optimus Prime made during the movie era of that style of figure. And I got permission to do it. And at the time, Hasbro couldn't figure out how to sell that into market. This was before, I don't know, again, I don't know your guys, big box stores like a Walmart, but like, now they make the big stormtroopers, the big Kylo Rens, the big Batmans, and they drop them on a pallet in the middle of the aisle and they go, right? At that time, that didn't exist. It had to fit on the shelf, and a 2-foot tall guy on the shelf becomes a problem. And we didn't want to sell him with his legs to be assembled because it's an impressive big thing. And we just couldn't figure out how to get it on the shelf. I was designing it and looking forward to it a little bit. That's the one personally to me that fell off for a kind of a crappy reason in the end, because it would have been an interesting toy, and it was before Super 7 and all that stuff.
Sounds like a little bit ahead of its time, just by literally maybe a year or two.
Yeah, funny that trying to make a retro toy became future forward, but that's kind of what was going on.
Robocop said, focusing on the Manda unicorn because it's iconic, are there any features that are to be left out due to budget or time constraints?
No, this question comes up a lot. We were very well planned for Armada. Again, I had that whole stopgap year with RID to really get into the nitty-gritty with marketing about the types of features we wanted and color theory and shape theory, truck, jet, sports car, airplane, different kind of airplane, different kind of sports car, and lay that all out, color theory, feature theory, the toy work that really matters, right? So Unicron didn't have too many features that we didn't plan in from the beginning to keep our budgets, and Takara was pretty good about that. So there's nothing obvious, because I didn't like to, as a manager in my own way, I didn't like to redo work. So if I could work with the partner to like, okay, exactly what do you want? What are you going to do with this? Is it going to be in a commercial? Is it not going to be in a commercial? And then I could make my decisions and fight them like later if they wanted to change something. Hey, you said this wasn't in a commercial. That's why the projectiles are black. If it was in a commercial, they'd be red or yellow, but you can't put it in now. You can't change my mold plan now. So I'm getting a little about the old days, but so there really wasn't, I tried to mitigate change by being very well planned. So there's not too much of that.
I think it makes me happy knowing that there's not loads of missing bits out there which could have hit the thing.
Not in the Armada era, and even into the Unicron trilogy. It does happen. Things do fall off, but sometimes they find a home anyway.
I got a very quick one. With your tremendous knowledge of the toy engineering and toy design and stuff, does it almost inhibit you sometimes being able to enjoy modern toys, perhaps, because you're still in that kind of creative lead headset designer, how you would improve it and stuff like that? Are you able to now just pick up a toy and just go, yeah, okay, that's good?
Well, I gotta out myself. It's not that I'm not a toy fan, but I look at them differently.
Yeah.
So I can look at all of them for their positives and their negatives, and I know that there's a the rules of the road at some point came into effect for every product. They ran out of costing. The package could only be so big. Different elements dictate what you get, right? And so I accept that everything as it is, in a way, without getting too bitter, because I've had great toys that I had no budget for paint, and you don't even notice how good they could have been. And I had other toys that I had all kinds of budget, but not a real reason to use it. And each one is its own little microcosm. So I don't know if that answered it, but
no, it's just hard because you're what we call that subject matter expert. So you're going to look at those toys, whether they're ones that you were involved with the creation of or new ones, different to what me or Andy or Paul will or Joe Public, right? And
yeah,
it's almost like you look at it in another level, or a kind of a 4D, 5D perspective. Whereas simplistically, it's like, do we like the transformation? Do we like how it looks? On that, maybe that superficial level.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. There are things that I ignore, like articulation doesn't matter to me. It's like what it needs to do to be fun to play with, and sometimes you don't need an ankle joint, things like that. Whereas I know other people would say, "Oh man, I'd love an ankle joint in every one of my robots," So yeah, I know what you mean, but it doesn't take away when I look at a modern toy and go, oh, okay, that's where they ended up. That's what they had to do, and very practical, I guess, very practical way to look at it. And I look at them for their inspiration. I don't see the plastic toy. I see the character often, and maybe that's an effect of my comic book background or something. But I can forgive bad toy stuff sometimes in a weird way.
Ed's asked an interesting question there. What was your favorite iteration of Transformers during your tenure and why? So which was your favorite period, do you think? Put you on the spot.
Like my favorite, favorite iteration. I got different ones for different reasons. I feel very personal to Armada because I got to design those. That's a lot of my personal ways I make marks are on those toys. So like those look like things I would draw. Whereas I'm also very, alternators that doesn't get talked about a lot anymore. But, at the time that was a very cool iteration of the brand, to have real cars again. So I'm proud of that. So between those two, I guess.
Have we got enough time for another question? Well, I did want to give you a chance to talk about if that's all right. Is obviously you have your own YouTube channel, the Toy Armada with Aaron Archer, which is a great watch. I know you do some live streams on there, and you've got videos with Proto Man, and you've done kind of, I suppose, deep dives really into elements of things that we've been talking about here today, and you look at the toys and you really explain decisions that were made along the way really well. But you also do your art, which you have your own is it a website for, and you obviously have a Facebook group and you're on Instagram for it, where you do your art on the instructions for each toy. So a chance to sell your wares. Is there anywhere that people particularly can find you?
Yeah, go archermonster.com to find the art, and Instagram, it's Aaron Archer Official, where you can just see the art. And I post, not every day, but try it a couple times a week, and then everything goes up on my shop on my website. And I do a bunch of different styles, different eras. It's all the glossy paper. And so I'm still active in the Transformer world, and enjoy that. Yeah. And then the website or the podcast, there's a lot of fans that talk about stuff like yourself, what you like about it, what's going on, the rumors. I saw a need for like a creator who was in the room trying to explain maybe to people that wouldn't know why things happen the way they happen. And that's what I try to bring to the podcast, more so than, this guy has cool articulation or this guy has not enough deco. It's deeper than that. It's more like, why did this thing get made in the first place? So it's a little bit different perspective.
It's fascinating though. I mean, I pretty much I've watched all of the videos and everything, and it was one of the reasons why I was so keen to try and get you on. To get you on our show anyway, but obviously to get you on this charity live stream. So thank you very much for coming on, because it's
I appreciate it. You guys we didn't talk too much about the charity, but you guys are obviously doing good work, and that's always something to support. So I'm happy to be here. Glad to tell a little bit about my story and talk to everybody down the road.
Hopefully we might be able to have you on again at some point in the future as well, and you can come on for one of our regular 2-hour shows instead of a 24-hour one.
When we've had sleep.
Sounds good.
Yeah, when we've slept, that would be a good time to do it.
All right. Well, good luck with your final push.
Thank you.
Cheers, Aaron.
Appreciate
Thanks so
that, Aaron. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again for coming on, mate. That's been brilliant.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Right, I'm getting a break now, aren't I? For an hour. I'm going to leave you all to it. But we've got a very special guest coming.
Only we had a diva to replace a diva.
Best ever. See you in a bit. Bye.
Let's listen to the joy. I'm gone. I'm out the door, bitches.
Bye-bye.
1 foot out the door and I'm gone. Shall we introduce our new friends? Oh God, I didn't mean to press that. Sorry. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Well, not our new friends, but our new friends coming onto the stream at least. Is he here?
Yeah.
Did we invite him on?
It's a shame. It's a shame. I thought we were just getting Jack. So obviously, buy one Jack, get one JP free. And on that bombshell, we will welcome to the stream Mr. Jack Lawrence and Mr. Jean-Paul Beauvais.
Hi, JP.
Hello.
Great to see you.
We're what's called a double team. Or DP, double podcasters. I'm pretty sure DP.
All right.
4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
It's for charity, JP. It's for charity.
When somebody think of the children.
Children.
Well,
it's great to have you both on, though. Friends of the show, friends just in general, and have you both on. 2 talented people from the art world and the world of comic books as well. Yeah. How are you guys doing? How's life treating you?
I'm a little bit. I thought I was on at 5. So I've had a bit of I mean, I am. Yeah. So I was just finishing up my embroidery of my mage armor. And I thought, I've got plenty of time. I can go and have a shower and do all the bits and pieces I need to do. And then I just quickly checked the schedule. I'm on at 4. So yeah, so it's been a bit of a mad rush. I'm schwitzing a little, but I'm sure I'm doing better than you two. How long since you actually had any rest at all, either of you?
Do you mean actual sleep?
Yeah.
It depends whether you count an hour's sleep
as
an actual rest. Is that enough time to even hit REM sleep? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think it is.
I worked out, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I've had less than 2.5 hours sleep since about 6-7 o'clock yesterday morning. So I feel great. I think we should do another 24 hours. Let's just crash on. Let's just keep going. You might notice we're not drinking at the moment, and there's a reason behind that.
That seems sensible.
Yeah.
What you've done is basically say, I'd like the life of a freelance colorist.
Freelance comic creator. Let's not just limit it to colorists.
I didn't want to speak for anybody other than myself.
Do you know, there was one time, this was right at the start of my career. It would have been 2004, and I'd just gone on to actually, probably 2005, probably. Anyway, I was on Lions, Tigers, and Bears for Image Comics, and that was a punishing schedule because everything had to be done so quickly because there was no pay involved. So you had to get it done and out the door, and then you'd get paid on the back end. It was appalling. And then this one, I think it was the final issue of the series, I stayed up for Gird Your Loins. I stayed up for 80 hours doing the thing, so that by the end of it, non-stop. It was literally the only way it could be done, and I was like 28, so I could just imagine. But exactly. But right at the end of it, on the last page, as I was colouring, doing everything, the colouring, everything.
Oh my God.
As I was colouring the thing, the characters on the page were turning and looking at me and kind of moving around the page. The weirdest thing.
That's a great sign.
Yeah, that's when you need to stop. Clearly. So not good for you. God, I couldn't do it now. I don't think I could do what you've done now.
That was when the police found you walking naked down the street.
No, that was a different time. That was on
That was a
8
normal
hours sleep.
weekday.
Yeah, 8 hours sleep. I'd had an orange juice.
I think the hardest thing's been that I went to bed after Cybertronic Spree, and you kind of just get settled because you're on a high. You come off, and we had such a good chat, and we've had so many good chats. You know, it's not just Cybertronic Spree, but you come off literally off talking to Cybertronic Spree, and you go, right, I've got to go to sleep, and I've got to get some sleep because I'm getting up in a minute. And you lay there and you look at the ceiling and you go, I'm not going to sleep, am I?
Yeah.
Then you feel like you're asleep, and then the alarm goes off at 10 to 4, and you're like, why am I doing this?
Earlier on, I had my time. I was supposed to go to bed and go to sleep. I went downstairs to see, like, wife and children, just let them know I'm still alive, and that the smell coming from this room is something else. And as I went downstairs, I noticed the dishwasher had been done. Because you're really hyper, you kind of the adrenaline's pumping when you're doing this stuff. I went and started doing the dishwasher, and Claire was like, "What are you doing? Go to bed." I said, no, I just want to get in.
Were you juggling with the plates? You're like just wanging them into the cupboard.
If you'd seen me, you might have suspected I was using some kind of stimulant, and I wasn't. It was just I was like, "Yeah, gotta get this done, gotta go get this done," and then went and managed to get in literally an hour's sleep, and then was woken by my daughter, bless her, playing online and screaming and shouting at the top of her voice with her friends in a happy way. And then it was like, oh, I need the loo now. Oh, I've got up now. All right, well, I'm off. And that was that. So yeah,
I always found that lack of sleep did more to get rid of my inhibitions than any amount of alcohol ever did. Because alcohol after a while just either does nothing for me or doesn't, just whatever. But I found at a certain point of no sleep, my brain's ability to resist whatever the thing is, I will say things I otherwise wouldn't say, do things I otherwise wouldn't say, and then regret it, but fall asleep and then not remember it. So it's almost like being drunk. So
yeah. It's the kind of situation where you might turn up for your stint on a live stream with your face painted up to make you look like an ancient god type thing, but nobody would know what was going on, so they just thought you'd lost your mind. Just off the top of my head, if I was to think of an example of that.
Good afternoon, Bisto.
Because God bless Bisto, he has he has stayed up since. Well, he obviously was up beforehand anyway because of work and stuff, and then he stayed up for the entire live stream up to when he was on an hour or two ago. And I did think when I'd come off for my hour's break and I went to walk the dog, but as I was walking out the door, I glanced at the screen because my wife has it down on the TV downstairs. And I glanced at the screen and saw Bisto. It was just, what's going on? And I'm going out with the dog. No, this is what I said, Bisto. It's nothing to do with drink, is it? It's the fact that you get. I have read up on this. I actually prepared for this. I've read up on the do's and don'ts of trying to stay up for 24 hours. And one of the things it said is when you hit kind of after
it just says don't
20 hours. Well, it does, but it says after about 20 hours. After about 20 hours, you do take on kind of like your mannerisms of somebody who's been drinking alcohol and is a little bit drunk, because your faculties just start to go a little bit because of the tiredness. Not that I'm saying that's what happened to you, Bisto. You were perfectly good. It's just that immediate reaction when I saw the, what do we call it, face paint? It was like, has he lost it? Oh, has your sound gone, Pete?
Your sound's gone, Pete. Can't hear you, mate.
Yeah. I thought you were muted, but you're not, are you? Oh, you're back. Anyway, yeah, sorry. So, yeah,
can hear you now. Up with him. Oh.
Yeah, we're basically all at different levels of exhausted at this point, but we're all pushed on and just buzzing because of how kind and generous everybody is being with their time, like you guys coming and joining us on this stream, and with people's donations and sharing and everything. It's we keep saying it, but it just shows how incredible this community can be when everybody pulls together. It's absolutely fantastic
when everybody's not bitching about stuff.
Not bitching about Joyride and his ridiculously sized Power Master partner. Yeah, all that stuff.
Oh, is that already
Unicron
started?
toy
I
was
haven't
crap.
seen that
That
yet.
was only today,
Oh.
wasn't it? That was released. That the
The pictures were yesterday, so we've already shown them twice on the stream. We showed
Right.
them on what was the starter show. Then who did we have on this morning? Was it Dave Wallace and Jim Sorensen? So we showed it again then because it was like that was what Dave had said about chatting about. And yeah, it's that whole thing, and I'm guilty of it. I mean, you showed me a picture of that Studio Series 86 Astra train, and I'll just call it crap because that's. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
train mode good.
I mean, I
Other
agree.
two, I mean, you can stretch to say that the shuttle mode is okay, but if you say it's any better than that, I'm sorry. I can give you a list of about 20 reasons why it's not. But the bot
Yeah.
mode just such a miss, and
it's terrible.
for me, the bot mode has to be the strongest because that's what
Yeah,
I love.
I never
modes.
transform them. I don't have time to transform them, so
yeah.
I'll get them out of the box and put them in the camera.
Why bother transforming them? You just want them in bot
Yeah.
mode, standing on.
I mean, that's
Literally,
legitimately why I'm considering replacing my entire collection with blockies. If they get far enough down the line, I'll be like, yeah, I'm just gonna, because they take up less space.
Yeah,
I don't have to fiddle about with the transformation nonsense.
Well, Blockies have been hugely generous with us. They donated a load of their sets of this yearly 2026
Oh, yeah.
sets, which has been fantastic. And we've sold a few of those already. Just outsold them, or like a buy it now price, and others are being bidded. Is that a word?
Bid.
On the auction. So yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Thank you to Blockies for
Auction,
that.
so-
Sorry.
Someone said something, but I didn't see
Yeah.
anyone's mouth move.
Yeah, I
Neither did
heard
I.
something then.
Like a
I thought it was
ghost
you,
voice.
JC, for a second.
No,
I think a
either
ghost
we're all
voice
in a
just
sleep
came
deprived
in.
delusion.
Yeah,
or-
no,
Spirits.
Yeah,
Talk
a
to
ghost
us.
voice just came in and said, "Auction's gone." That was it. Who was that?
Spirits. Spirits. Tell me where the beer is. Anyway, right. We are going to have a drink. Once I've said 6 o'clock. Once I hit 6 o'clock, I'm going to allow myself to have a
Quite right.
couple of cheeky beers to take us up to the end. But
Just
you
down to sleep.
guys, yeah, just to get me to sleep while on the live stream. I'm the only member of this team, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if you have, Pete, but I was for a time the only member of the team that had never fallen asleep while live on the show due to alcohol-related
Wow.
reasons and tiredness,
Yeah.
obviously, because that plays a part.
Obviously.
Pete just falls asleep everywhere else. That's why my
I
children
haven't.
call him.
Yeah,
Sleepy
yeah, yeah. That's why I'm still talking because I can't fall asleep while I'm talking.
Anyway, where shall we start with, boys? I think we had some stock questions that we were going to try and ask guests when you first come on, like the usual kind of, in case anybody doesn't know you because they live under a rock, introduce yourselves and just a quick explanation of what you do. So shall we do that first?
Yeah.
Jack, do you want to go first, and then JP, you can jump in after?
Yeah, absolutely. What? Just introduce myself.
Yeah, just tell the people
Yeah.
who you are, who for some reason wouldn't know.
Well, I remember my spiel. I'm Jack Lawrence, comic artist, nerd, toy collector, and train botherer. That's not really a true one. That's my YouTube. That's my YouTube. My YouTube thing. I could have said LARPer, couldn't I? Which would actually have been true.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I am a comic artist and have been since 2003. And I've worked on a lot of licensed things. All the licensed things I wanted to work on, I've worked on. I had a kind of a bucket list of things that I wanted to work on. And the last one, I think, was Dungeons and Dragons, and I got some Dungeons and Dragons work in towards the end of IDW's run. So now I'm just kind of coasting along, more of the same, please. There's nothing really that I'm burning to do. But obviously a big chunk of my career was not necessarily a long chunk. Other things have been longer, but like Sonic has been a bit longer, I think. But Transformers was arguably the biggest. That was the thing that I really, really wanted to work on. So I did. I was the lead artist on Lost Light. I think I did 16 issues on that. And then once they went to IDW 2, I did the Valentine's Day special and War's End. And something else. Oh, the Wreckers, Dread and Circuits. So yeah, and I'm a regular at conventions, take commissions and things. Yeah,
And of course,
just a big nerdy boy.
People who do watch the show regularly know that we were very lucky to be able to sponsor you at TFN last year,
that was
which
awesome.
was fantastic. Just to see you as you are tonight, wearing one of our t-shirts, strutting proudly around as you are wont to do. JP, tell the people who you are.
I'm a Pisces.
Here we go.
I love to cook. My name's John Bobove. I'm a writer and colorist. So a bit like Jack, I've done a preposterous number of licensed things. Doctor Who, Godzilla, Sonic, My Little Pony, Transformers, G.I. Joe. There's Mask. I don't know. There's quite a lot, and I forget. Judge Dredd. That's not licensed, but Judge Dredd. Yeah, but like Jack, lots and lots of Transformers. So I did 22 issues of Regeneration 1, and then just issues all over the shop for pretty much everything. I dotted around, did bits of More Than Meet the Eye, did bits of Lost Light, did bits of RID and Optimus Prime, and I sort of filled a lot of holes over my time with Transformers, and I'm not taking that back. I just like Jack, massive nerd, love Transformers, and I see you're drinking from the Skeletor cup, which none of the cinemas around me have anything, so when I see it tomorrow, I will get nothing. Which I'm not bitter about or going to bring up repeatedly in a pissy voice.
I think I was the first one to get one of these, because when I asked about the cup, this poor girl, who apparently it was her first day working there, as she explained to me, didn't have a clue. She went to hand me the one that was out on display, and it was another co-worker nearby who said, "Oh no, we've got like a box of them. You have to go and open it and get one out from there." And she disappeared into the back and brought me this
that
for the bargain price of £18 for the cup. It did come with a drink.
Big sword one.
Yes.
I want the full-size sword one that they don't do, and the one that's literally the throne room with steps and He-Man at one end that lights up and stuff like.
They're popcorn buckets, aren't they?
They're popcorn buckets. That
Yeah.
one. I any of those I would have been like, I would have spent silly money on if they were here, but apparently the reason is because they just don't sell. And so I think they've got billions from like Jurassic World or something filling up stockroom. So they're like, well, if it didn't sell for Jurassic World, we're not going to get them for Mandalorian, Grogu, or He-Man. So, but I would have bought them, and I wouldn't have bought the Jurassic Park ones anyway. Yes. Transformers. I think I started doing Transformers in 2010. And I was literally the last book that came out from IDW, Transformers. I did the colours on. So from the Turtles. There you go. There's the
I was
other
just
thing
going to say, are you going to mention that?
Just casually forget I wrote for Turtles. Yes. So I'm a bit all over the shop in terms of things that I've done. And Turtles is how myself and the handsome Jack Lawrence got first intermingled.
That's right.
Because we
2012.
Yeah, and Jack drew one of the strips that I wrote, and
Nick Roach introduced us at London Super Comic Con.
That's right, and a legend was born. And Jack and I have done many trips to Germany together. Do the Transformers convention.
We don't talk about that.
No, we're not. There's a statute of limitations. We've got to let it run out first.
Not before 9 o'clock.
Vision of like this comic version of the Italian Job. Traveling across Bavaria.
If you could see the struggles we once had, literally trying to open the door to the hotel, you would not give us any credit for anything at all, because it was ridiculous.
It was two fully capable men being completely incapable of opening a door, and then we started laughing so hard that even when we'd figured out how to do the door, we were laughing too hard to be able to open the door.
Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Yeah.
And there was no alcohol related in this.
There was a couple of beers, but it wasn't drunkenness. It wasn't
nothing.
No, I'd had nothing. Jack had had very little. and somehow we still failed at basic functions
Yeah.
and concepts like doors. So,
Were you tired?
Not really. We were just incapable. Just
it wasn't that
incapable
late.
men.
It was like we came
No.
back to the hotel about 10 or something. It wasn't
We'd
even...
intended to, because we'd had dinner out after the convention. We'd
Yeah.
intended to come back to the hotel and sit, because it was a lovely bar, sit in the bar and have
Lovely bar, yeah.
some drinks. And we just couldn't get to the bar, because we couldn't open the door.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, they'd showed us how to open the door and explained it in very good English how to open the door. And we'd managed in the space of 4 hours to not remember any of that or be able to demonstrate our ability to follow a simple instruction. And they were like, because they sort of made a thing about they really didn't want to be bothered after a certain hour. Like, you have to get your own self in. And that's kind of what we hit, that slight hysteria mode of like, we're going to have to sleep on the step because I don't know what else we're going to do. But yeah. So no, we're probably not the people you want in a very basic crisis to deliver anything for you.
I love the
so
idea
joy,
that
just
you're so
joy.
British you didn't want to disturb the people you paid
Oh,
money
heavens,
to stay
no.
in their building,
Heavens,
in their
no.
hotel.
Especially
We
not
shall
Germans.
sleep outside.
Yeah.
on the steps rather
They'd
than
open the door in the morning. We'd be curled in little balls like this. Oh, we didn't want to be a bother.
Come on to get your breakfast. Get off the front step. Come and get your breakfast.
Once my back is finished unseizing, can I have a boiled egg and a spot of tea?
Silly.
It's funny you say that. When we were at Minicon in Reading, it took us 15 minutes to try and get out of the car park.
That was different, though. To be fair, it was a fenced-off car park with the fences were fairly high. They're certainly too high for drunken people to be trying to climb over, and there was no gaps or anything to get through. Or so we thought, because we had sent the lovely Robert Cop to go and check a certain corner of the car park, very dark, not very well lit, to be fair. And he'd gone, searched it, come back and said, no, there's no way through there. And then a taxi driver turned up. I don't think he was even here for us.
No.
And he came and parked in this, like, the other side of the fence. And we all said, do you know how you get out of this car? And he went, yeah, there's a passageway just down there where Robert Cop had looked about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before. And lo and behold, the dark area was a passageway that just led all the way through and out. And, you know, like in the old computer games where you're desperately trying to find the way out of the dungeon in the castle. And the door's really obvious, but you just keep searching the wrong part. Going, I can't do it. Yeah, that was not our strongest or finest hour, but we were the last, I believe, or certainly among the last to leave TFN Reading at that time. So we may have had one or two libations during the course of the day, which may have
That's 'cause
affected.
you were trying to find me by the bins, weren't you?
You weren't there.
Always.
Yeah, well, I got tired and I had to leave.
Worn out. Oh
Had a
dear.
bad neck.
Yeah, right. So we've kind of asked you about yourselves. The next kind of question is, other than obviously working on Transformers, what other connections do you have to Transformers? Were you childhood fans? Did you come to it as adults? Like, what was your connection to Transformers? And if you had favorites, what were they?
Yeah, I was almost day one, really, because my brother was my brother liked cars when he was a kid, and I didn't. I was more He-Man and that sort of thing, and animals. I was a big animal lover. So I was a bit irritated by Transformers. Like, oh, no, they're just cars. I'm not interested. And then on a particular Saturday, we went to there was a little. Well, it was sort of a newsagent's, but it was one of these back in the 80s when things actually could sell. You know, things sold. By the way, toys. There was a toy industry. That you'd have newsagents would sell like mainstream toys, wouldn't they? And there was this place called NSS that had it was downstairs at it was part of a big shopping centre, and it had a downstairs newsagents and record shop, and then upstairs, which was smaller, the footprint was smaller, but it was a toy shop up there, all part of the same thing. And they had Transformers on display, obviously, and they had a spinner rack with the cassettes on it, and I was just like blown away by Laserbeak, by, oh, they're not just cars. There's animals involved as well, and I just kind of fell for Laserbeak a little bit. So we got that. Our parents bought, my brother and I bought that, and he got Frenzy, and I got Laserbeak out of it, and that kind of got me started on the whole thing. And the cartoon was difficult to see over here, but it was, as I've said so many times, it was the bio cards that that kind of hooked me in, and Laserbeaks was good about being a coward but also sadistic, and or was that? But it was Buzzsaw sadistic, the sadistic one. Laserbeak's a coward, isn't he? He's an cowardly interrogator. I don't know. Anyway, but it hooked me in, and so did Frenzy, that kind of got me started. From that point on, I was kind of obsessed, and it didn't see the leaflet. I think not long after that, we had gone on holiday, and there was a kid who was also into Transformers, and he had the product leaflet from that first wave. It was that lovely kind of long, and it had the black borders and the nice photographs of the gangs in it, or the groups, and just like Soundwave and the Seekers, and but I just was hooked in completely, and have been kind of a bit obsessed ever since. So kind of almost day one. I guess that was 85 over here, wasn't it? Early 85.
Yeah, I think I've read that we did get some Transformers in 84 late on. I think it's from kind of September, but they were imported, so they weren't kind of like the proper official stock we were supposed to be getting. They were just ones that, from wherever they came from. But the vast majority we got in 85.
But in 80, what was the line in 86 over here? Was that Metroplex? And
86 would be the movie line, wouldn't it? It would be Metroplex, Hot Rod Blur, Cup, Rodimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Galvatron. Yeah.
So because we got a lot of Transformers for Christmas. It must have been Christmas 85. It seems really quick after that, because like the year I got Metroplex for Christmas, I didn't have a wealthy family, like rich family. It does sound like it, but I didn't have a rich family. But the year I got Metroplex for Christmas, my mum said, "This is the last year that I'm getting you toys, because you're too old now. So make most of this. You're not getting toys again." And she kept to that until I was about 21, and then she was like, "I'm obviously not going to win here, so for Christmas I would get toys off her." So yeah, that was me. Almost day one.
JP, what about yourself?
Yeah, it's weird because my memory's really blurry about it. So I was born in 1980. I can't remember a time where I wasn't into Transformers. I cannot. Like, it's interesting you're saying it's 85, because I don't remember not having Transformers. He-Man obviously as well. And I can remember my earliest He-Man memory, because my brother, who sadly has passed away, I can remember being where my parents used to own a delicatessen, and being in the back rooms, and Stratos was stood on a light switch up high where I couldn't reach because he was a flying character, and my brother had bought that for me. But I remember my brother bought me Skywarp, so another flying character. So I remember that. And then I remember getting Wheeljack, which for me as a half Italian had Alitalia and all the green, white, and red. So that became my sort of spiritual representation of a Lancia and everything else. And then I got Optimus Prime for Christmas, and that's, so I don't know if that was Christmas 85. I felt like it was before then, but I literally, even though I know I didn't start reading the comics until like issue 101, I still felt like I had the comics forever. So I don't know if I was reading my friend's comics or whatever, but like Jack said, the cartoon, I remember seeing more than meets the eye in however many thousands of 5-minute parts they were on Roland
Wackaday. Yeah, it was Wackaday, wasn't it? Yeah.
But then I didn't really see the cartoon much after that, and my main touchstone was always the comics. And again, like Jack, our family really didn't have very much at all. So toys would sporadically appear in terms of Transformers as a kid. But yeah, I never grew out of it. All my friends were like, "Oh, it's 1987. We're all into Thundercats now." I was like, "No, sorry, I'm still." "Oh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles." No, sorry, mate. It's Transformers. I'm still into these. I'm literally not prepared to move on. I'm not even going to accept that they exist because I'm so into this other thing. So yeah, I was quite like, but I think I might have said the last time I was on. Because everybody else moved on, I felt like I was the only person that liked Transformers. That's how I spent the rest of my teenage years. And it wasn't until I was 18 and I went to university and had access to the internet and was like, "Oh, I'll type in Transformers." And all of a sudden I'm reading about Beast Wars and I'm reading about Beast Wars. And I'm reading about, the Japanese, series and stuff and all these extra toys and people having opinions on who their favorite artist was, whether it was Wildman or, Senior or whatever. And I'm there going, "Oh my God, I'm not alone." That was the first time I was like, "Oh, I actually have, I'm not the only person that still loves this." And then, that's, I'm not the world's most, I wasn't part of like the forums or the Transmast or whatever it was called UK. I didn't know any of that existed. So I very much kept my tiny torch alive on my own for ages. And then it's only like, to be honest, not long before I broke in to do the comics that I started actually making connections with people about Transformers. Because, I'm not, though it might come as a surprise, I'm not actually... Left to my own devices, I'm quite quiet. And I don't, if I'm in a room full of people, I don't necessarily, it takes me a lot of energy to get up to speed to engage with people. So going to conventions forces, I have to go, I need to communicate and join in. Because it's funny, you had Aaron Archer on earlier, and he's someone I was too scared to go and speak to at a convention because I was like, "Oh, but he's really special and important." And I couldn't bring myself to do it. But yeah, so Transformers as I have eventually opened up to chat to people and get to be amazing friends with people through Transformers, despite having otherwise I wouldn't. I would just, I don't know. It gave me a little bit of bravery to go, "Oh, we'll unite over transformy twisty things, and cartoons and soundtracks and whatever else." So yeah, no, I'm all in. I'm all in forever, I think, when it comes to Transformers.
As it should be.
He still owes me $20 for a burger, Aaron Archer.
Have you just remembered?
Do I?
No, I haven't just remembered it. I haven't just remembered it. I've been holding on to that. When I see him again, when Orange Nazi is out of power, I'm going to go back to America.
Yes.
Wait, Archer, where's that 20 quid for that burger I bought you?
I'm so pleased it wasn't me. I was
just going to say, I thought you meant JP.
No.
I was going to be
No.
Oh, bless.
No, we always alternated.
Pete,
my first He-Man memory is where I was spending money for my birthday, and we went to DNA Toys in Chatham, and for some reason I got it to my head I wanted a C-3PO outfit with it was one of these vinyl things with a mask.
Oh, yeah.
And I turned around, and there was the He-Man display, which just kind of captured me, and I picked up Stratos.
Oh,
and he was my first. He was my first one, and then the comic in it was the PowerPoint Dread, which showed Skeletor being brilliant. And from that point on, my Skeletor obsession began. And I was like, "Wish I'd got Skeletor now," because I didn't know anything about them at all, and I just picked one that just spoke to me. And then by the time I'd read that,
sorry, Skeletor. This is going to go on a I got some Skeletors behind me as well.
Yeah, best
on a tangent. I 1,000,000% agree with you, Skeletor. I don't remember getting a single mini comic, and I must have had dozens of. I don't remember mini comic, and I don't know how I could have missed them because I love.
Yeah, every single figure was packaged with one. They never went unpackaged with those. A lot of them duplicated. PowerPoint Dread came with several of them. I think more so over here. I think that there were a limited number that were released over here with the figures, but in America they got the full
Yeah, but
what
in the
range of them.
in the UK, did they all come with comics?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
They did. I don't have one. I don't know.
Well,
how
the thing is, they were in a little plastic bag, and which was sellotaped to the
Yeah.
card. So if you just ripped it open and you went with the figure and you threw the card away, you could.
I'm sure
just throw that comic away.
I don't know. It's really weird. I have no those until the book came out that collects
Yeah.
all the mini comics. I'd never read a mini comic, but I have
Really?
all of my He-Man UK comics, all of the London
Yeah.
edition, all of those kept pristine. And
You must have just not realised and thrown the card away.
It
Right.
sounds like it, yeah.
unless, I mean, I probably didn't buy them for myself. I'm wondering whether other people bought them and opened them,
and
gave me the figure
maybe.
or something. Because I just couldn't.
Well, yeah,
it's
because you were really young, weren't you?
asked
when
them
they were
I
out?
was. Yeah, it was what I would have been 2.
Yeah, so yeah,
Oh,
people
yeah,
were opening
yeah.
them.
But I was
People were
still
opening
buying
for
them.
you.
I was still buying them until I was set. Like I had Mosquito. I remember buying Mosquito, and I don't remember having a mini comic in that.
Well,
Anyway, sorry, it's got nothing to do with this. But I was just like, I felt like my memory has
young.
been like the Mandela effect has erased the comics out of existence somehow from my childhood. It's really weird.
We're gonna we'll circle back to this.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy, we derailed.
Childhood trauma. But we're gonna do the next part of our raffle, I think, Pete. Is that right? Yeah. We've got some still to give away, right?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank God.
We have. We're down into the last handful of prizes now.
Right. Let me chuck this on here and then get into it, so to speak. Right. So we've been giving away
exceptional numbers.
We have some of the best numbers that you've ever seen. We have done 2 prizes per hour. We tried to do them both together. So that's what we're going to do. What's our next prize? Let's do them one at a time. What's our next prize, Pete? On the list?
It is a graphic novel.
Ooh. Does it
That's
say
as
which
much
one?
knowledge as I have.
It will be a Transformers graphic novel.
It will be a Transformers graphic novel.
I am almost 100% sure of that because I know we had several
Is it this
donated.
cassette copy of Ace of Base's The Sun? on
I mean,
cassette?
now I wish it was, but sadly, I fear it's not.
Prize
Right, let's do
worthy
the
of any
draw. What a wonderful reference that was. Right, come on then. Let's do this. So hopefully we'll have no. Oh, do I say? No, I'm not even going to say it. Let's just do the draw. Let's see which number comes up next. Here we go. 870. 870. Could you pop that into the PR chat for us, please?
I am on it,
Pedro?
mon Capitan.
On it like a car bonnet. I love it.
870. Quite possibly one of the best of the numbers.
And whoever has that ticket, you've just won yourself a graphic novel of. we can't tell you what it is, but you've won. It will be Transformers. So yes, that's all I can say. Yeah.
And then,
and then, right. Let's do the next one. What's the next prize?
It's a mouse mat, Andrew.
Oh, it's the other one of the mouse mats by Goth Art Frog. I think I've said that right. Jazz, who was at TFUK Con, and she's donated a couple of really nice designs on mouse mats. So it'll be one of those. Here we go then. The next winning number is 891. 891. It didn't.
Could it be potentially the same person?
It could. We've had some people buying
891.
quite a lot of raffle tickets, so it is possible. 891.
Individual could be reading the graphic novel while leaning on the mouse mat. This is exciting. This is exciting. Which is why we need the admin team back in the game to let us know. And probably whilst we've got a pause in proceedings, auction starts to close down in 2 hours and 22 minutes. We're not saying which lots are finishing when, but guys, if you're waiting to put a last minute bid on, you need to get on it now because time is going to go very fast. Not that fast. We've been here for 20 hours, but it's going to speed up.
Time won't go fast. It will go at the same constant speed that it always does, but it will feel very slow to those of us who have been here for a long time. and I bet that includes some of you who are watching as well. And we thank you for sticking with this, you absolute mad people.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we carry on then? So you've told us about kind of what got you into Transformers. Is there something you've worked on then, Transformers related, that you're most proud of? What's the Transformers related thing you've done that you are most proud of? I realise that might be a difficult one to pick off the top of your head, but I asked
It's
the
not for
question
me.
now.
It's not difficult.
All right,
for me.
good, fantastic.
It's yeah. I kind of peaked with Lost Light. That I'm so incredibly proud to have worked on. You know, it's dear to me because I've said in the past, More Than Meets the Eye was my favourite comic, bar none. And I when I was, you know, throughout my life as a comics collector, I would spend a lot of money on comics. You know, I was in full-time work with a disposable income and a comic nerd, so I'd have all different, you know, superheroes and all that. And then when More Than Meets the Eye came out, I found that gave me everything I needed in a comic, and I just gradually whittled down my list. So it was just that and Invincible were the two, and it was graphic novels I was getting, not individuals. So More Than Meets the Eye was incredibly dear to me. And then when I was asked if I wanted to kind of take over on the reboot Lost Light, I jumped at it. And you know, working with James, I'd known James by that point for crikey, I don't know, 20 years or something, because we were in the fan organization together. So I think that Lost Light, more than anything else I've done, has affected people in a positive way, and has helped to bring in a section of fandom that just didn't exist before the stories that we were doing, and the fact that a lot of the stories were kind of emotion led rather than, you know, talking about the war, or the war as it, you know, as it's happening. I think that, and I've said on stage at TF Nation that I think that book helped a lot of people in their life journey. And if you have, I didn't expect to be involved in anything like that. When I became a comic artist, I just wanted to tell stories, and I thought about that from my point of view. I just want to tell stories. Didn't really think about how that might affect people, for better or for worse. But Lost Light, on the whole, I think helped people in their lives. I've got first-hand accounts from people who've come to me at conventions and have told me how it has positively impacted their lives, and in some cases saved their lives. A couple of people have told me that the book actually did save their lives, and I think if to have been involved in that, some people just don't get that opportunity. You know, it's a book that, in the grand scheme of comics, wasn't read by as many people as read a Spider-Man book or a Batman book. But those people that did read it, and I'm not really worried about numbers like that, the people who did read it cherish it so great and cherish it still to this day. And I genuinely don't think that I will ever work on something as special as that. And that's kind of fine, because, as I say, a lot of people don't get the chance to work on something as special as that. So, without doubt, Lost Light.
Fantastic comic.
What a legacy, and what legacy, and what
Absolutely.
an impact.
Absolutely. And now, you know, the next Blockies set is Lost Light, isn't it?
Yes, there. Yeah, that's what we've been told, isn't it?
Barely holding myself together for
that. You won't be wanting those, will you?
Well, probably not. I get everything else to Blockies, but that one.
No, Blockies.
JP, what about you?
Yeah, so for me, it probably is Regeneration 1, because I spent my entire childhood dreaming about what it must be like to work with Simon and Andrew and Stephen and Jeff, and never had a concept when I was 4 or 5 that people could work in comics, even though I knew people worked on comics. And I think, you know, Simon and Andrew in particular were people who I idolized, and they were almost mythic to me. And I think being accepted onto that book was just one of the most amazing experiences of my life, because I mean, I don't want to, this is going to sound really like negative, but like, lucky good stuff doesn't tend to happen to me. And I absolutely thought there's no way on God's earth I'm going to get on this book, because what are the odds? And I knew other people were interested, and I thought, well, they're all wonderful and very talented. So, you know, so for me, that was life-changing to be accepted into that thing. And then to have the first, for my first issue to be a free comic book day was amazing, because I knew literally millions of people were going to get it. And then the first time I saw the trade paperback and it had my name on it, and I was able to put it on a shelf alongside Baskerville, Furman, you know, was just, and it's like there's lots of things I'd love to work on. You know, I did a couple of Spider-Man-y things, but not for comics. Like, I love Spider-Man. That would be a huge deal. I love He-Man. I'd love to do Masters of the Universe at some juncture. But like that for me was like, oh God, okay, this is my wish fulfillment. This is my dream fulfillment. So that will always be the top. Whether, you know, I've worked on other things. I've worked on stuff that was, you know, better, or things that were more satisfying but maybe not as good or whatever. But that one will always be the one that means the most. And I did once get to do box art. I got to do box art for a San Diego G.I. Joe Transformers thing, and that was super exciting to actually own a toy that I'd done. But yeah, to be honest, I view every Transformers thing I did as a gift. I loved working with Jack. I was really looking forward to working with Jack on Dungeons and Dragons, and then it sort of got curtailed, which was heartbreaking, because that's like the Venn diagram of joy. If it's not Transformers, then like Dungeons and Dragons would have been the thing. But yeah, and Casey and Collar and Ed Peary, and you know, a lot of these people who just like family to me. So getting to work on anything with any of them at any point, you know, is just, yeah. I would say that I think that's the thing I miss the most, not being involved in Transformers. There's not necessarily colouring Transformers pages, but I miss the people that I was so connected with on those books. Sorry, I went on a tangent. Enjoy.
No.
So for both of you, I think you have summed it up really eloquently, pair of you, what it was like working on it. But as fans of the franchise that then get the opportunity to actually pay your bills by working on something you love, how does that make you feel when you go, right, Jack, right, you're in Lost Light? What does that feel like?
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, if I'm honest. When John Barber sent me the email, I was at an MCM Comic Con, and I was doing a commission for someone, and I just I checked my emails, and this thing came through, and it's, do you want to do Lost Light? And the thought process was like immediately, yes, I absolutely have to say yes to that. And the second thought was, I've said this so many times, probably heard this from me. My second thought was, they're going to hate me because I'm taking over from Alex. I knew 100% that they were going to, and I thought they were all going to hate me. They didn't all hate me. Enough of them did. So actually, it was for a while, for the first few issues that I was on, before the kind of the fan base who either I won people round, or people were being more vocal who were appreciating what I was doing. For the first few issues, it was really horrible, actually, because, you know, I love Transformers. I wanted to tell stories in Transformers, and I wanted to be a part of it. And everything I was seeing online, because, you know, you check for, you're not necessarily going out and looking for the bad reviews. You're looking to see how the book's doing, and a lot of that is going to the forums and seeing, you know, how are we doing. because it's your job. If you're not doing very well, there's a chance that you're not going to be doing your job in a couple of months. So you want to know. And everything I would see on the forums would just be just awful, just horrible. And seeing that really kind of that put a dampener on it. And I think it was issue 2. The thing is, I knew about it for so long because we were announced at San Diego 2016. But I'd known about it since May, so I was waiting for a script to come in before San Diego, and it didn't get to me until something like September. So the lead time that I thought we were going to have, we didn't have because that book came out in December, and I think that I was on. The first book had come out, and I was on whatever issue I was on next, and I just. While I was working, and it was getting towards the end of the week, I think, so I was tired, and something really weird started to happen to me. And at that point, my husband came home, and thank goodness he's first aid trained, because he came in, he said, "Are you okay?" And I was holding on to my drawing table, and I said, "I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong." And he came rushing over, and he looked at me, said, "Sit down, you're having a panic attack." And it was just all of the stuff that was happening based on issue 1 had caused me to, because I was just dwelling on it the whole time and not knowing it was my first time I had a panic attack, and it was brought on because of all of that. And that's, without getting too far into this whole thing about internet culture and all that, that's the side of it that people who. The internet gives everyone a mouthpiece. We know that. And that's the side of it that these people who are so free with their negative opinions don't realize that we're as human as they are. And we are going to see that. We are going to see that stuff. We're not name searching, or we're looking at to see how our beloved book is doing. And then to see that it's awful. And I don't necessarily think that they should stop doing it because they've got to, they feel they've got to have their voices heard. And that's I understand that. And I also don't expect everyone to love my art, because I would fight for everyone's right to hate my art, because that's subjectivity in art. And that's really important to me as well. But I think that there's an element of just not thinking about, I think there are ways to say things without actually being, venomous or, again, I went off on a tangent about internet culture there. Sorry about that. But the answer is that yes, it's when it's going well, it's an absolute thrill to work on it. It's the best thing ever. But it is a double-edged sword.
It's wrong that you had to go through that experience, but then, as you say,
I'm not the only one.
No, but I think it is important, because again, I've done it. I've gone. I mean, so I would say, with the exception of my Beast Wars comic, the internet has been generally quite favourable to me. But that was a spectacular experience of seeing. But in that case, people came and found me to tell me just how much they hated it.
Same, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I did have that.
But it's just it isn't. I mean, I think I think opinions are great. I think they help make the world go round. And I think one of the things Jack said there, part of the reason you do try and find out what people are saying is, and I say this to Arthur, parents bring their kids over to say, "Oh, what do they need to do?" Or people come over with their art and they say, "Oh, but I don't think I'm very good." And I'm like, as long as you think that you can do better, you will always get better. The minute you go, "I'm just the greatest," your work will stop being, even if it is great, and it probably isn't, but it will never get any better. And so I say to people, always have that tiny bit of doubt in your head of like, could I have done that better? If I look back, could I have done that better? And in comics, you're always up against the amount of time that you have. That's the main thing. You just have to reach a point and go, I've got X number of hours to deliver this. If I had twice as long, maybe I could deliver something twice as good. But also, I'm only being paid this much, and I have bills to pay, so I can't. So, it is an art, but there's other aspects. And I think you do also learn to prioritize, like, what's the best I can do with the time that I have? And do I put more on this than that? And I think that's something that people don't, and as Jack said, he did 80 hours trying to get a book out. You know, the number of times I've done, 36 hours without sleep was fairly common to try and get a late running book out on time for no extra money. But to not let the book down, not let the readers down, not let the editor down, not cost the publisher money, and I'm thinking, well, I'm earning $50 for doing this, but so
it's a really hard thing because that you kind of want to impress on the, it's usually youngsters coming to you to ask how they can get into it.
Yeah,
you really want to impress on them that it's really, really difficult. You don't want to be negative because I want them to, if they really want to do it, I want them to do it and I want them to succeed.
Yeah.
But you want to kind of impress upon them, like, I really want you to be ready. I really want you to know how hard it is, and not be disappointed.
It's not for the faint-hearted.
No, it's not. It's not.
And I think it's. I mean, I can remember someone, because one of the things people say a lot when they come up to you, probably you as well, kind of say, "Oh, it must be great doing something that you love." As if it's not work. And I kind of say, look, it is. And I get such joy from knowing I've worked on these things. But I've also had times where I've been working so hard that I decided if I hit a certain page count, I would allow myself to go for a pee. Like, it was that up against it in terms of the time that I was like, if I've got to here in 2 hours, I will treat myself to going to the toilet. Like, it was that bad. So I'm not saying that's like that all the time, because it's not. But there are times when, it can be absolutely brutal, that, because, the reason I said earlier as a colorist is because usually the colorist is the last person in the chain. So if the writer hands in their script late, there's still a bit of room, but probably the artist is going to run a bit late. But if the writer's late and the artist is late, well, then all of a sudden you get the colorist with, 3 days to do 22 pages. And that's, again, I didn't think that was possible at the start of my career. I did learn you can do it. It might not be your greatest work, but you can do it. But it involves it involves not sleeping, not showering, and treating yourself to a pee after 36 hours.
And it shouldn't be that way. I mean, we're not. I don't know what that's. I'm certainly not glamorizing it, but
no.
We're not reveling in how tough we are, because I don't want it to be this way. I want it to be much, much better than this. But unfortunately, it's the reality a lot of the time of working for a licensed book. The licensor can take absolutely ages to come back with, just from script stage. So you can start out with, you can be really excited because you start out with, crikey, I've got 12 weeks to do this thing. This is brilliant. And then the weeks get whittled down, and then you're like, okay, we're doing it in 4 now. So, and then you're rushing. So that's one of the pitfalls of licensed books. And at the same time, I wouldn't change working on licensed books. That's the stuff I always loved as a kid, and that's the stuff I want to work on. And I kind of also, I say this a lot as well. I think now, like, Marvel books to me are licensed books. Spider-Man's a licensed book as far as I'm concerned, because it's the strictures that it's under. You could have a year-long Spider-Man story. And at the end of that story, Spider-Man will be the exact same person in the exact same situation as at the start of that story, because they don't want to change the status quo. So there's nothing that can really be done, and I'm not interested in that, really. If you can't do anything with the character, it doesn't interest me. Sorry, JP, I interrupted.
No, not at all. I forgot what the original question was.
How does it feel to work in these comics for the things that you love?
Well, he said.
Pete forgot as well.
Me and Pete were both like, "What was the original question?" Also, who's Pete?
Yeah, so sorry. I guess I've partially answered. I mean, it is wonderful, and what I would say is, like, I love Transformers as a thing. I love the way they look. I love the mythology of them. I have favorite characters. When I'm reading the comics, whether I've worked on them or not, I'm reading the work and looking at the work of my friends. So, like, the joy of going, oh, it's Jack on this one. Oh, it's Alex. Oh, it's who's done the colors? Oh, it's Prips. Oh, it's Perez or Bertram or Joanna or whatever. You just kind of I don't know. I've never had that before. I've never had that where everything that I'm looking at is my is all the work of my friends. So I can't compare it to anything else, because I mean I've done other bits and bobs, and sometimes they've been with people that I'm friends with, but I think Transformers is the one where it's like I pretty much knew everyone until it went to, you know, Skybound. So yeah, like I said, I feel like I'm 4 years old again. Like when I got to do the definitive collection and color the black and white Marvel strips, it was just like this. When I was a kid, I wondered what it looked like to be in their offices and how they made the books. I had no idea, and then to be coloring those strips that were done at that time was like, oh my god, I'm literally having my wish fulfillment. This is like opening the wardrobe doors to Narnia for me. It was just like, oh god, it's happening, you know. So no, the one thing I will say is though that I think people don't appreciate this about Transformers in particular, and perhaps Jack, you'll agree with this, maybe you won't, but for coloring purposes, Transformers takes me twice, if not 3 times as long to color as it would if I was doing Spider-Man or Judge Dredd or literally anything else, because there's so many different colors. You've got all of this reflection and shine. You've got these hard surface shadows and things like that. And, you know, every character has got 12 colors on them that you have to reference unless they're Optimus or Megatron. So, and if you get it wrong, there's a flipping wiki dedicated to the color errors. So you know, so I will say, unless you love Transformers, you wouldn't work on the book. You have to love it, because it's hard drawing those finger joints and the you know, angled shit bits and all sorts in the background. You've got to have such a level of technical skill and patience and consistency and all that stuff. So you know, my admiration for artists that work on Transformers is just unparalleled, because I just think that, you know, you've still got to do all that in the same time frame that someone's drawing a page of Spider-Man or Batman, and they are, I'm not dissing, I'm just saying you get paid a lot more to do Batman and it's not as hard to draw. So I'm not sure, that's no burn, that's literally me saying I admire.
Oh, suck it up.
You do. You know, you definitely. I could have got paid more doing other books that would have been less stress on me, but it's love. That makes you go.
I mean,
this.
they do take a lot longer to draw than, like, I mean, largely my commissions are Transformer commissions. I know when I open commissions, it's going to be mostly Transformers. But then if I do a London Film and Comic Con, there might be a Transformers commission, but more likely it's going to be something like Turtles, or it's more likely to be Turtles than anything. And because that's one show out of several that I do, and all the others are Transformers, I'm used to doing Transformers commissions and how long they take. And then I'll get like a Michelangelo last year, I think it was Michelangelo fighting Rocksteady, and it was a fraction of the time. I got the pencils done. I was like, okay, I feel like I'm cheating because those pencils are done. Let's get the inks done, and then I'm like, well, I wouldn't have even finished the pencils at this point, and then got it coloured, and it's in the folder ready to go in a fraction of the time that like a bust of Misfire would take. But I love drawing a bust of Misfire. It's so weird. I love drawing them. So yeah, it's not really and I'm not speaking for you, JP, though I sense it's the same. It's not really a complaint. The fact that they take this long, it's not a complaint. It's a statement of fact and sharing information and purely just that, because it is wonderful to work on. And you know, and the reaction you get to it is largely incredible.
Yes, I guess it's no different to, I guess, any other trade. You know, if you took a carpenter, you know, bashing out door frames in an apartment block, you know, but then you compare it to something a bit more intricate, you know, etchings and it takes more time. So it's how do you earn that money, and where do you channel that energy and stuff?
I mean, like with the Transformers 84, you know, I spent forever scanning in old issues to see how the dots were done, to try and make sure that when Grimlock appeared, that it was those exact, you know, set of dots, and that was like a puzzle, and that was hours of extra effort and research. And again, I'm not saying that but I wanted it to be authentic. I wanted, because if I was picking up the book and somebody else had done it, if they just did the Photoshop filter, click, oh, it's done it with dots now. It's not right. It's not the same. It's not authentic. And I can tell the difference. And whether other people can or can't, I would know. So I'm like, well, I have to do this. I have to get it right. I have to get it as close. And again, fortunately, most, but people who've commented on stuff generally have appreciated that. I think most people don't even notice, and that's fine. But it's like every now and again you'll find a comment where someone goes, oh, they say something, you go, yes, I didn't sleep that night, but by God, one person on one forum said something that was, I don't know. It's just, and again, if you didn't love it, you wouldn't do it. You just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But I think as well, it vindicates the effort and the mindset you've got, because people love it for the effort you put in. So it's almost like that self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it?
Yeah. You do kind of lose sight of the fact that people do get how long it takes. None of the readers are taking it for granted, because some will be quite open about saying, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you draw. Someone said to me, I'd never thought about what's inside a Transformer's hand, but you just draw that every time you draw their hands. You show the inside of it. Like, well, yeah, because I have thought about it. Even as a kid, I was thinking about it. So yeah, that's a lovely thing. People don't take that stuff for granted at all. Can I just quickly address a couple of things in the chat? Because there's some questions that for me, I just want to. RJ has said, are my commissions open? They're not open yet, RJ. But if I'm at TF Nation, then I will open them. Then and I'll keep an eye out for that. But I'll probably, I know where you are. I'll probably bung you a message if you don't get hold of me. And I do remember you. I do remember you remembering that I want to draw gory wreckers. So whatever you've got, mate. And then Jacob as well has said, am I taking Lost Light commissions? My love, I will draw anything you want me to. But certainly, yes, Lower Decks commissions are, I love doing those. And fun fact, it's the only way you can get me to draw you. If you want me to draw you as a person, I will do it in the Lower Decks style, but I won't do likenesses. So it's how and it won't necessarily be like exact. It's how you would look on the show. I've done quite a few of them, and they're a lot of fun. So yeah, again, if I'm at TF Nation, you can get a Lost Light commission if you want one that way.
Well, my design.
I'm there.
What's that?
Doing coloring. I said if I'm there, I'll do color commissions as well.
Yeah.
On the subject.
If
so
you mean they
drawn
haven't
in a
announced
lower
you?
deck style? Sorry, Jack.
No.
You're saying you could be drawn in a lower deck style. You'll do the individual people. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
I think there'll be a few people who want to take you up on that.
See if I can find one.
You're right there, Pete.
On the subject of questions, I'm just
What do
going
you
to say
mean
I've not seen the Masters of the Universe movie yet. I'm going to see it tomorrow.
I have.
No spoilers. There was a question about what's it called? About the drift meters. I don't know what happened to Grit after Empire of Stone because I didn't write it. Sorry.
I was going to say.
I have no idea why he was used or held back. Probably because also I didn't write it. Sorry. I have no extra insight on those whatsoever.
But there's RJ's questions.
Yes. Yeah.
That's yeah.
There is a question there, general one, Jack. Did you ever see a Transformer and think, God, that's going to be a pain to draw? I can tell you the ones were a pain to colour.
Go on.
Well, no, Victorion makes my eyes bleed whenever that colour scheme is hideous and I don't like it.
I love that colour scheme, but I know you absolutely hate it with a vengeance, don't you? There are a couple that I thought, that's going to be a pain to draw, and they're all originated by, and I love him so much, but Alex, Getaway, and I hate drawing Getaway to this day because I can't make sense of these things that come out here, and I mean this bit, I quite like this bit here. It's these flat. I kind of think, where are they going to go when you? So yeah, Getaway. I can't stand. But there's there's a really sort of arty thing that I always end up saying, and it sounds really like pretentious art teacherish, but it is absolutely true. The more you draw, the more the way you see changes, the way you see the world changes, the way you see the things around you changes, and drawing a thing ceases to be drawing that thing, and you're drawing the lines that constitute that thing, which sounds really pretentious, and you can only get your head around that once you have done your time essentially with drawing. So actually, you know, if you look at someone who's challenging perhaps to draw, it's kind of, it's just a case of, it might take longer. It'll take longer. That's the thing with Getaway. Like, I don't like drawing Getaway, but it's really just because he takes longer, because you've got to work out where all the bits, and he's spiky as well. I'm not really keen on drawing spikiness, so it's a kind of a personal taste thing, but it's not necessarily more difficult. It's more time consuming, but not necessarily more difficult. It's all just lines.
So if they're the bots that you would find difficult to draw or not want to draw, which ones are your favourites to draw?
Great question, Andy.
Great question. Yeah, it is a good question.
I was literally just going to say that.
Not asleep yet, son. Not asleep
yet.
yet.
For me, there's two. Lost Light Rodimus is because I've drawn him so much. He was in so much of the book, and so many of my commissions of Rodimus. He tends to just fall out of the end of my pencil really easily. And Ruckus, because I love him so much. And with Ruckus, every time I do a Ruckus commission, I really push the whole concept of him being a beaten up bot who just keeps going. So I'll give him like scratches under his eyes and just like a black eye. He's got a gap in his tooth always. Usually got his fists up and there'll be like a knuckle popping out because that's so characterful to me. So yeah, so those two are my favourites. When some Bisto, I think maybe 2 years ago, asked me for a Ruckus, and I was like, yes, no one's ever asked me for him before. In the past, someone said, surprise me, and I'm like, well, you'll get a Ruckus then.
And now you know, if you say surprise me, you're getting a Ruckus.
Yes, yeah. Don't say it twice because you'll get 2 Ruckuses. Just quick. I don't know if you can be able to see this. No, not really. I'll have to share it. I won't on the thing. I'll find a way to share it. This one of my Lost Light. Back here.
If you hold it up closer to the camera, maybe.
Yeah, if you hold it closer.
Oh yeah,
we can see that.
So that yeah,
so that's Andy Gold.
It does look. It's Josh Bell, you know, the volunteer, Hot Josh.
Ah, of course,
Josh Bell.
Josh. Yeah,
he's fairly new Star Trek fan.
So but he loves DS9, so he has taste.
Yes.
Oh, we're getting into that argument now.
Yeah.
JP,
that's the only Star Trek you like, isn't it, JP?
Oh no, I love Next Gen.
Feels like
and DS9. The original series, sort of, you know, it of its time, and actually I don't mind Enterprise. It's kind of everything after that is a law of diminishing returns for me. Yes, sorry. For me, it's Optimus Prime. Because you can never get his colours wrong. He's just like, I know where everything goes, and I know the right shade of everything, and I never have to look him up. I mean, sometimes I've gone from like, oh, I've done like cartoon Optimus instead of comic Optimus, like in terms of the face or whatever, like whether it's blue or grey or whatever. So sometimes I get that wrong just because I've got a thing in my head. But I love old Transformers were 2 dominant colors with a third other color, basically. So Optimus Prime, blue, red, gray, pretty much. Megatron, white, black, gray. He did have red, but you know, there were like basic accent colors. And I will say, so as we've mentioned about Alex and designing things, when Alex designs a color scheme, he puts way too many colors in there. There's like 16 shades of red and white, and like some things are only one color for one bit, and that's
it's the
really
greys
hard to keep track of.
It's the greys, like Roller. You'd say Roller is like orange and teal, and then there's about 15 greys in there as well in different
Yeah.
places. What are you doing, Alex?
Yeah, so I like the simplicity. You know, like Spider-Man is 2 colors. You know, well, you can argue there's white in his eye, but a lot of the old characters, they are, Soundwave is blue and grey, or magenta and grey, depending on your poison, and a flash of yellow. Like there's basically 2 dominant colors, and then there's little bits, and I like those because you sort of learn where the placements are very easily. And kind of as Transformers went on, but there were a lot like glowy lines and things emerging from bits on them, and half a dozen colors. So I'm not saying they're bad. They're just like, when a book's running late, my God, you don't want to have to be referencing characters. I've got to look back through 17 issues to see if it shows the side of Megatron's, thigh or something. But no, it's a minor inconvenience rather than anything. But Optimus Prime is always like, this is easy. I know you. I know this beautiful thing.
Charlie has said, is there a Transformer that wish I could have the chance to draw colour? I mean, obviously it's Ruckus for me. I've managed to shoehorn him into most things. Even Lost Light, I managed to get him in because he's from the Functionist universe. In our universe, he was dead. Functionist universe, we had the Megatron's bridge. I sent James and David an email to say, could I possibly put Ruckus in? And they both were like, yeah, don't see why not. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. But when I was much younger and in the Transformers fan club, probably a bit before that actually, I wanted to do like a fan story of Ruckus and Crankcase, as Ruckus as an alcoholic, and Crankcase his long-suffering kind of almost carer, and when the call happens to attack, or Megatron wants the Decepticons to come to him to go and attack Autobot City for the movie, they're late to the shuttle, and then they have to try and catch up, and then they're behind the events of Transformers the movie from then on. And then not long after that, Tag and Bink came out from Dark Horse Comics, the Star Wars, the 2 stormtroopers who were doing exactly that. So I was like, I'm never going to get the chance to do that, am I? But yeah, I thought it could be really funny. Like Ruckus, this absolute disaster, and Crankcase going, why am I saddled with this idiot? And they're just trying to catch up the whole time to things, to the planet Junk. And everyone's gone. Even the Junkins are gone. There's no one here.
That would have been a great comic. That would have been fantastic.
I think so. I would have liked to have done that.
Gents, we're at a fork in the road. We've got till 6 o'clock. We can go, and we've got to do a raffle at 5:30. We can go left, where we go into a bit more detail with comic book creation, or we go right and we continue to answer what have been some quite cool
I'd like to do that. And I'll tell you why I'd like to do that, because every time we do a panel at something like TF Nation, it's really good. And then we get to like questions at the end, and we get one question, and there are hands up, and it always bothers me. I think you probably all had really good questions, so I'd love to just keep fielding questions.
Then that is what we will do, fellas. So chat, for the 18th time today, if you've got some questions to ask these fine gentlemen, now is the time. We can probably squeeze 2 in before the raffle, where we're getting down to the last.
Yeah. How about it? This is where they stop. This also happens at conventions.
Yeah. Then you ask for the questions. I will ask one now.
I will ask one now. Are you two working on anything at the moment that you can talk about?
I'm on. It's been announced. Sonic X Godzilla. First issue has gone off to review sites, so we're getting early reviews, which I don't want to say to my surprise. I never take things for granted, but the reviews have been absolutely incredible. Probably the best advanced reviews that I've ever been a part of, which is a bit. So yeah, loads of people are really excited about it. I didn't know how people were going to react to this, this matchup, but loads of people are saying. A lot of people are saying this really speaks to my autism, which I actually kind of really love, because it means we're providing something for people that hasn't necessarily been provided for. So that's going to be a 5-issue series. Issue 1 is out 15th of July. That's taken up all of my time at the moment. But I'm just going into issue 5, and then I think after that I want to open commissions really for everyone, for the world, because people have been asking me to do that for ages. Kind of want to break from comics after this. It's been a bit of a slog for one reason or another, Sega. I want to. I want to just kind of release a little bit and have people get me to draw their OCs or whatever they want.
Captain
what you want,
Cisco.
JP?
I want a Captain Cisco from you. That's mine.
Oh, yes, you do. Yeah, you do.
That and a Power Master Prime. I've got to try. They're my two.
I've got both of those written somewhere. I'm not sure where it is, but you're one of the people I don't. I've got an original page from you of the Turtles, but I don't. Yeah. Oh yeah. I bought the first page that you worked on with. But yeah, I don't own. I feel that there is an error in my art collection, which is that I don't have anything. I don't have a commission from you. A commission.
That needs to be remedied. So I don't know if I can say. I can say I'm working on something with Simon Berman, but it's probably for him to say what it is. But that's the only kind of comment.
All friends here, JP. Come on, there's no more watching.
I was going to say, I'm wondering if this is the same thing that Simon spoke about a little bit. Well, he didn't really. That he hinted at something for. Is it? Well, maybe you can't say for Transformers, but he couldn't tell us what or when or anything basically about it.
It's a separate thing to that.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm possibly on that.
Oh, right.
with
so we
Simon.
still got a link.
At TFUK Con, Simon was saying that there was something that he's working on that he can't talk about that's Transformers based. I don't know if it's this that I'm working on or if there's some other thing that he's got. But yes, there is something, and it's going to be announced fairly soon, possibly August. And we'll see if that's what he's working on. But yeah, there is also that. So I have got a Transformers thing that I'm doing as well.
Well, I'm involved in neither of those as far as I'm aware. Unless someone's going to give me some excellent news in the next few minutes.
So, Virtual Dave, question for both of you. Have either of you snuck? You're probably not going to be able to admit to this. Have either of you snuck anything into a comic book that you shouldn't have, but you're still proud you did?
Oh, I feel like I have.
Dangerous question.
Yeah,
I think when I'm angry, when I'm angry with a page, when I'm angry with a page,
Sega,
for whatever reason, there are things that go into the pencils that don't make the inks. Sometimes there are things that, it's always deeply inappropriate, and it just but no, I don't think there's anything that has. I feel like there's some copyright stuff, maybe. Like I've taken one IP and done something, but I can't think what though. Nothing stands out actually. I think I'm too much of a square when it comes to the finished artwork. I let all my anger out in the pencils, and then I'm just like straightforward Boy Scout.
I could say none of these are bad things. I've sneaked loads of stuff into pages I've worked on, so they're usually. So if you look throughout Regeneration 1, wherever there's a readout or a screen that I've filled in with various, greeblies and acudograms and whatever else, I've tended to put in the initials of people. So there's a lot of initials of people who've supported me along the way. So in the very last issue of Regeneration 1, there are the initials of my mum, my dad, and my brother are on one of the screens because that was my last chance to sneak them in. And I did, because in Beast Wars, it seems very clear to me that the Arc model is an orange Defiant that's been modified. Like that nose cone with the vents in the front is quite clearly the Defiant. So in Regen, there's a deck plan that you see, and it is the Master Systems display of the Defiant, but cropped in just enough to not be clear that's what it is. But I was like, well, if you're going to use the design for the outside, well, I'm going to use the design for the inside. And again, that's labeled up with various other people's initials to cover bits and pieces up. And there are some times where I've used like a barcode font to put names and words in. But even I don't remember what they said now. So, but I don't think there was anything. There was nothing naughty in there. The only time I will say I changed somebody else's artwork without asking was also in Regeneration 1, where Galvatron gets to a screen and is denied access, and Wildman had drawn the graphic. Am I allowed to swear on this?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
I won't say the word, it's fine. But basically it said F off with a no entry symbol on it, but it was made out of like triangles and shapes to basically but as soon as you put color on it, like, even though I tried to do alternate colors, that is absolutely obvious that is the F word. So if you look at that panel, I flipped it so it's mirrored. So the off is still the same, I think, but I changed it because I was like, yeah, in black and white, this doesn't look like very much. But this is going to cause a problem if no one spots it between now. So I didn't ask Andy, I just did it. And he didn't notice,
That's
and
not
nobody
funny.
else did. But yes, I noticed. So that's the only thing, really.
But that has reminded me that there was an issue of Lower Decks where we had a God, I can't remember the name of the class of ship, but it's the saucer with the single nacelle underneath, and one of my friends is a huge Star Trek fan, and I made the serial number his the number, made it his birthday, and I just sent him the picture and said, this ship just is in the latest issue of Lower Decks, just FYI. And he was, I saw him the next day at Dungeons and Dragons, and I said, "Did you see the ship?" I said, and he went, "Yeah, yeah." I said, "Did you recognise the number?" And he kind of went, and you could tell that he didn't want to, just in case that wasn't what I'd done, he didn't want to commit to it.
Yeah,
It's your birthday, mate. And he was like, "Oh my God, I thought it was. Thank you so much." So yeah, he's really excited, and it's on there's two Star Trek wikis, aren't there? There's the canon stuff and the non-canon, all comic stuff forward into the non-canon.
Memory Alpha,
but that ship with its number is on the non-canon one. So he's
awesome.
Yeah, the Nemo was the name of it, but I can't remember what the class is called. But yeah, that's the sort of thing that and I would like to do more of that sort of thing. It's just the number has to fit with the manufactured time, so that so it works. His happened to work. I mean, it's the digits are switched around a bit so that it works. There he is.
Hey. Hello.
So
that I like doing stuff like this, which is similar to what you've done, JP, with putting people's names.
Yeah,
and I love that sort of thing.
Because the Defiance registry is, I think it's either Rod Roddenberry or Eugene Roddenberry's birthday. So it's
it doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me at all.
We've got a question. I thought I'd just slip straight in as Andy's off.
Yeah.
From Paul Farrelly. Yeah, smooth. Jack, when are we going to see the return of your YouTube channel, which had the best music intro ever?
Oh yeah.
I know. Yes, that's something I do want to get back to. It's this year has just been so ridiculous with work that I kind of try to get time put aside for it, and it never happens. But once I'm done with Sonic Godzilla, I've still got like unboxing. Blocky's sent me stuff to do unboxing videos of. I still haven't done them, so I can't just open those. So I've got loads of Blockies unopened because I have to do it on camera. I haven't got time to do it on camera. So this year certainly, I think there'll be another one, if only to get that glorious music back again.
So I think it must have been 2 months ago, and that's when I noticed you hadn't posted for a couple of months.
Yeah,
it went to my head. I thought, I haven't heard that music for ages.
It's so good.
Popped it straight in. It's so good.
Yeah.
Right, pineapples and pizzas.
No.
Guys, what I think, JP, you probably covered this with Dungeons and Dragons. What franchise would you like to work on that you haven't already?
He-Man.
He-Man.
I'm really. I don't think I do want to work on He-Man. That worries me. Because I love He-Man so much, and I don't want anything to ruin that. Like I know I don't want to work on Star Wars.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't want to work on Star Wars because I think that would ruin it for me. And He-Man, for me, He-Man has. I don't know if anyone follows Sean Galloway, Cheeks. He's an American artist, very cartoony, brilliant. And he loves all the 80s properties, and he's doing at least he keeps doing a work in progress of a He-Man fan art that he's doing, and it just keeps growing. Web Store's the latest that he's going to put on, and something like that's the kind of style that I want to see a He-Man book in, like really energetic and cartoony, and that's what I'd like to bring to it. That's not what Mattel and Dark Horse want, and I don't like the direction that they keep going in. It's just not for me. It's it's great art. It's not the kind of art that I respond to, and if that's what they want, I don't really want to, because it would ruin it for me. So I actually don't think there are any for me. I used to when I'd go to bed as I was going off to sleep, I would kind of try to manifest what I wanted to work on, and for a long time, once I've got Transformers, as I was going off to sleep, I would be like, I want to work on Dungeons and Dragons. I want to work on Dungeons and Dragons. And now, when I go to sleep, there just isn't anything, and I go through it. I think, is there anything I want to work on? And there isn't anything. I want to do more of the same. I'd like to do more. I'd like to do more Dungeons. I don't necessarily want to do more Transformers, because I get my fill of that with commissions. But I'd like to do some more Dungeons and Dragons. Ghostbusters, I guess, is one that I would like to work on, as long as there's artistic freedom. With IDW, I felt that Ghostbusters again. Dan Schoening was on it. Well, no, that's why Dan Schoening kind of cornered the market with Ghostbusters. No one really was able to get a look in other than Dan, and that's because he's brilliant, and that's fair enough. When he went to Dark Horse, I don't know what they're, and by which I literally don't know what they're looking for. And there's always the concern with like a live action IP or something that's based on a live action thing like Ghostbusters, that they're going to want photorealistic, and that just does not interest me. I could do it, I could draw it at a push, but I don't want to, and I don't want to look at it either. It's not fun. It's not fun to look at. I don't like looking at it. If I was able to have creative freedom, I'd love to do Ghostbusters.
I was going to say, on the subject of more, Star Trek for me would be that I did 5 pages or 6 pages for Star Trek, which was original series stuff, which I loved, and is it visible there? No, it's taking it down. I did like the cover for a Star Trek prose book that came out last year or the year before. Again, kind of movie era, TOS movie era. But yeah, I'd love to, because the thing is, the IDW books, they've been really, really good, but also they've been very heavily DS9 character, next gen characters. So it's all the stuff that would bring me the most joy, kind of to work on. So I've always would definitely love to do more Trek, because you'll see I do a lot of Trek like art, mainly ships and things, just in my own time, because I just love the aesthetic of all of that. So
do you ever design your own ships? Like, if I could have a talent, I'd love to have that talent to be able to draw and design my starships.
I'm not good enough to be able to draw something without reference. So like whenever I draw a ship, I've got starships coming out the wazoo up there that I can angle and tilt, and sometimes I use 3D models and look at them and go, right, where's a good angle, how's it going to fit in this scene? I can't do it without that. I have lots of ideas and very embarrassing drawings of how they would work, because it's like little things. I don't know if you've ever noticed, this is going to go on a tangent now, that the Refit Enterprise, if you look at the underside of the Refit Enterprise in the sources section, there is a little kind of ball with a bit sticking out that almost looks like a chibi version of the Defiant if you kind of rounded it down. So I always like the idea of like a Defiant embedding itself in some way into a bigger ship, like a multiple ship configuration thing. Anyway, now I'm telling you all my nerdy dreams. But I'm always like sketching drawings of that, and they're so rubbish that I wish someone who had talent could like render them as a 3D thing. But anyway.
Jacob, I would love to go back to TMNT. That's something I would love to do. Either Saturday Morning Adventures or anything else, because they're brilliant to work on. The Saturday Morning Adventure stuff, I did a few issues of that, and very nearly became the lead artist, but Sonic got in the way of that. But actually, the lead artist that they got was great, so no resentment at all there. And there was another thing, and Skywalk was asked if we would want to work for the big two. Personally, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I'd rather not be in comics than to work for either of them, and that's partly because of the corporation kind of thing of it. Marvel more so than DC, but also I'm just not interested in superheroes, and their output really is superheroes, isn't it? Not interested at all.
I would, and part of the reason is because I came annoyingly close to working on Spider-Man about 13 years ago, where I was literally on the slate to colour Spider-Man, and then the book got delayed, and then the editor left, and I literally had no contacts at Marvel. So I was there, and it was literally in the palm of my hands, and then it all fell away. So there's still a part of me feels like that's slightly unfinished business to do it.
Excuse me.
But yeah,
I did some Spider-Man years ago, not as the licensed stuff. So for Panini, an issue for Panini, and I did several issues for a French publisher. They had one of these part work things called the Tower of Power, and you built something.
Cool.
And there were strips. I hated it. It was so boring. So dull. So no, it's just not for me.
Skywalk's got a question.
Just before we take this, should we do the raffle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, stuff your questions, Steve.
He's asked plenty of questions.
I'm joking.
Stand down.
Right, I've got
And
the
stop raffle time.
computer.
Stop raffle time. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun,
Oh,
dun,
now
dun,
we're getting to the
dun.
good ones.
Hey.
This prize is something a little bit naughty. It is.
Is it a not
the
nameless
shots
graphic novel?
shot glass?
Oh,
it's a what? Sorry.
The shots shot glass.
Oh, shot glass. Right.
We said it was going to be something naughty. I thought it was going to be kettle
Yeah.
or something.
That's a little bit more than naughty. Downright illegal.
Or beer.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Oh,
Right.
I'd love a beer.
Should we? I've just seen Andy's got a beer.
It's not a beer. It's
for your
something
Monster.
to help me see through the last 2 hours, because the feeling of a heavy weight upon my body has been increasing in the last 30 minutes. Nothing to do with Jack and JP. Literally, the fatigue has started to get to me. So I'm
feel
going to
it right
give myself
now.
one last kick up the backside. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. I'm going to go get a beer. I'm
Right,
literally
we
I'm just going to walk off and go get a beer. I don't care what anybody's doing.
Yeah,
I'm going to go
stream.
get a beer. I've told you now.
If I will as well, I'm going to get sangria. If this number is between 1 and 1064, I'm going to get a sangria, and I don't care. I'm just going to do it. That's what the numbers say. Right, should
What
we
are the
generate a number
chances,
then?
though? What are the chances of
Do
that?
it.
Do it.
Push the button.
668. What's that? Sangria time.
What?
Oh,
you
is that
never get what
RJ
you're wrong
again?
thinking of.
Right, I'm just popping that in the chat. 668, so we don't miss it. And then what's the next prize? So that's the shot glasses. Well done. That's yours.
It
You've got
is the 80s, 90s poster catalogue, I guess, of the toys
nice.
from that time, which is a lovely piece of nostalgia.
Let's do a number. Let's do a bloody number, and it's 51. Whoa. Hello,
I
51.
was going to say 52.
Hey.
Oh, so close.
You would have been one. Well done. Right. Let's get that off the screen. Cool. So that's that.
And auction prizes start to close in an hour and 20 minutes. No exceptions.
And people are going to the shop to get beers to follow the end.
Yeah, people watching are getting beers. That's
Yeah.
the world we're living in now.
It really helped us, did it? Knock yourself out, fellas.
RJ's got a question. So to carry on with the question, what's I was going to do Steve's. Steve, sorry, are you going to TFN? That was Steve's question. I can remember that.
Can't tell you, unfortunately. Can't say. Can neither confirm nor deny. It's contractual.
Top secret.
I can also.
Although if you say it's contractual, that suggests you are.
I know, shit. No, based on my past experience.
Oh,
of
right,
signing
okay, yeah,
contracts,
okay.
I would assume it's the same this year.
Sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to drop you on it. But sleep-addled brain just go away.
It was my excuse.
Yeah. You didn't tell us, Billy. He didn't tell us.
Yeah.
No, nobody heard nothing. Nobody's watching anyway. Don't worry about it.
JP, you going to be there, sir?
I can also neither confirm nor deny that Jack will be there.
They haven't actually. They haven't announced any comic artists. Might be no comic artists this year.
Yeah.
It's just. I think it's just the 5 voice actors this year. Might just be a voice actor year.
Yeah.
Could be. Or not.
Is it finally time for Transformers the show at TFN? Probably not.
I mean,
I'd get involved if it was. If it was, I'd get involved.
24-hour show, Billy.
Oh,
24-hour show.
I think I find it's probably going to be 72 hours.
Yeah.
You got to manage the whole thing, boys.
And we're not allowed to drink. Oh my god, it would be hell, just hell on earth.
Why
Just us on the stage, so kill me
Won't
now.
Stop crying.
Paul just passed out in a slump in the corner.
I'll be by the bins. I'll be by the bins instead of you guys need to calm down.
As always.
Medieval Martin has said, "Oh, it's just gone from my thing.
Oh.
Are there any? No, it's someone else's thing. Jack JP, is there a lesser known Transformer you would like to do or revisit? Does anyone want to answer for me?
Is it possibly Ruckus?
Yes. Only because I've said it so many times this episode.
Absolute bombshell.
That's
I
no,
did-
no,
for a
I'm not
second-
interested in bombshell. Not really.
Hey! I think you're going to get some kickback on that one. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I can take the shrapnel, don't worry.
Yeah! Come on! Are you watching, Billy? You can have this gold on.
This is what you're signing up for, son.
He's having an aneurysm. Bless him.
I didn't know pain through sound was possible, but there it is. I was going to troll you and say Getaway, and then I was like, no. For me, so the two things that you never see. So I love Action Master Grimlock and I love Action Master Optimus Prime, and of course, lots of different versions of those characters appear, but none have ever looked like that. So I have got commissions from. I did get a commission from Andrew last year to do both Action Master, Prime, and Action Master Grimlock. So I can't see how they'd be used at all, but they've been very rarely used ever. So I'd like to see them. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I can think of at the minute.
Can we just raffle update? I don't know if you did this, but the shot glass. We knew it was going to be RJ because his tickets were around that number, and it was. So he's got them. And the 80s, 90s poster catalogs is Luke from TFUKCon. So congratulations!
Nice.
A little bit of history for you there, Luke. Enjoy.
Congratulations.
That's
This
it.
is RJ's going to get to the shots.
RJ had the question, what was your hidden gem?
Oh.
No, so what was your holy grails? Yeah.
What, as in toys?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, what's your holy grail?
What have I got any?
I used to have growing up as a kid, didn't have very many of anything. I had like I always wanted the aerial bots because I had most of Menasor, and then then there were certain things like original Shockwave, and I only had Grimlock. I didn't have any other Dinobots. But over the years, I bought the modern versions of them with more posability, and it's kind of all the masterpieces, and that kind of dimmed my need to have some of the ones that I previously considered grails. So nowadays I don't think I do wish I had the big old Unicron, but similarly I'm nowhere to put him, and it would be a waste of money and space, but I wish I owned it
just for free.
And yeah, if someone went, you know what, mate, have this, I wouldn't go, oh no, I can't.
Paul's got one's going to spare. He's not even taking it out of the box. It's perfect.
I probably would. I probably would say no. I love the Armada one. So
I think that's still the most fun one.
Yeah,
to actually mess around with and stuff, because it is a toy. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it's designed to be, rather than a
And
display
I've got
piece
him.
as such.
I think that Grails, because I get them as they come out, and I don't really have I don't have any emotional attachment to the G1 toys. To the G1 characters, I do, not to the toys. So there are characters that I really, really want to kind of that I don't have a version of. One of which is Fangry. So I was very excited to see Fangry earlier on today, up for pre-order. Because I have a Fangry, but it's the one from Titan's Return, so not really. And I never had him in G1. And I think that it's just characters like that don't have or haven't had an easily available. I know they did him in that multi-pack, didn't they? But I mean, I never saw that. So it's classic characters who don't have a modern version yet for me.
Yeah, I think if the Fangry ones, I suppose it is going to be available. The problem with Holy Grail is, like, some people get really annoyed by the phrase, like, what's your grail? Because for it to really be a grail, a lot of people consider it to be something that you are almost certainly never going to be able to get.
Yeah,
and that becomes more difficult then, I think.
Yeah, I just don't have that. I don't. The stuff that I'm basic. I like the mass-produced stuff. I'm not really. I don't really go mad for stuff that's super rare. I think just intentionally. I think, I'm never going to get that. Switch off. I did have the new Skeletor that we keep circling it back to He-Man. The new Skeletor that's the Walmart exclusive in his black and gold outfit, and he's got the Alcala face. I don't know if anyone's seen that. It's not going to be available here, but the whole shebang had it up for pre-order, and because I was absolutely convinced I was never going to get it, and it went up for pre-order and it was immediate. I got on there.
Get on it. Yeah, they got the whole shebang.
What line's that from?
It's it's a bit of a weird one because it's core. It describes core.
It's for the movie.
No. Yes and no, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it's kind of because it's not the movie packaging. I think it's the movie logo, to be fair, but the packaging is like gold logo on black card, I think. And then there's him, and he's got blue skin, but his armor is black and gold, and it's got Alcala's face. And it came out before or it was shown before the movie characters, movie figures. And I think it might have come out in America before the movie characters. It was a weird one that came out of nowhere about the same time as that Chronicles Scareglow. Which I'm not so fussed about because of the price, but this skeleton, it's Skeletor as well from my Skeletor collection, and I didn't think I was going to get it. So when I got the opportunity, then yeah, definitely.
I've actually got an original unopened Skeletor.
Oh, have you?
Wow,
crikey! Yeah, I don't know that.
Yeah, go get it and open it.
live.
Paul did an unboxing at TFUK-Con.
Wow.
This one.
Wow,
I think it's the second time they've released it because it's got the original.
Yeah, yeah.
The original. But that was bought for someone. So this was Jess's, my wife's parents bought this to be given as a birthday present to someone. And for whatever reason, they didn't give it. It was sat in their loft.
Just sat there.
Sat in
Wow.
the loft for 30 years.
Holy moly.
So I'm quite
That's
excited
incredible.
about that because
Yeah,
Skeleton is also
good job.
I just think he's amazing.
Yeah.
So I was going to say Grail wise, people mentioned in the chat there. I wouldn't have called them Grails because they didn't exist, but like Impactor, Flame, Zeren, a lot of those when they announced them was like that was really exciting because I was like I never thought I'd be able to own this. I don't know if that counts as a Grail, but they're like some of those comic exclusive ones is like.
I think that would count because it would be something you just wouldn't expect you'd ever be able to get. That's the thing.
And I think it means different things to different people, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get that.
Well,
It doesn't mean anything to a lot of people.
We don't really know if the Holy Grail exists, do we? So yeah, I think that fits.
Got
To
one
be
in the
fair.
living room.
A deeper question.
Oh, it's
Let's
there, is
explore.
it?
Yeah. Just holding on to it just in case. Things are taking a turn, Jack. I've got to be prepared.
Yeah, aren't they?
I'm going to fill it with water and throw it at a certain politician and see if they dissolve.
Well, their tan will, for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to say, I've literally just noticed that the comic is in this one.
Yeah.
So,
there you go.
I couldn't
I
miss
don't think
that.
it's PowerPoint Dread, though, is it?
No, it's
Is it one of the older
something
ones?
Invasion Siege of Avian. Siege of Avian. Yeah.
Why is my camera off?
I thought you were in the gents.
No, I was just sat here. I didn't turn my camera off. I've not been anywhere near it.
It's the ghost voice. It's in your place.
As far as you know, I've been here all day. Or
It's like you're going to hear a Russian, isn't it?
Was it AI?
You're taking
AI
13-second power naps every 5 minutes and hoping that you're micro napping and no one's noticing.
Oh dear me. That probably would have helped, to be fair. I haven't got a beer yet, no, because I said 6 o'clock, Ed, and I am a man of my word. As the
There's Chris
gentleman
McFeely.
said. There he is. He's rejoined us.
Chris McFeely and I had a rather marvelous time at TFUK Con.
Yes,
when
you
we
mentioned it.
get to, it's very rare that we at a con where we get to actually hang out because usually we're like something like TF Nation. It's massive, and we're both pulled here, there, and everywhere, and we'll kind of our paths will cross. We'll say a few words, maybe have a drink together, and then we're off somewhere else. And we just like just hung out over to TFUK Con, and it was brilliant. Just a brilliant time. And that's the end of that story.
He's come back because I pointed out that we had a second quiz that we could use later in the day, and he's clearly come back because of his excitement at the thought of taking part.
Sniffing around the questions.
I shall destroy your quiz.
He's ready.
A lovely time. Chris is being very clear.
You know, right at the beginning when I forgot to mention turtles as a thing that I work on.
Yes.
Yeah. I also forgot I write for the Beano every week. Like literally every week.
Have you been off for 24 hours? What's going on, Jeffrey?
I mean, I've only been doing it for 2.5 years, so it's
to be fair, yeah.
So it's easy to forget. Anyway, so I literally just looked over to the left and saw a Beano annual. I was there going, "Oh yeah,
oh yeah, let's do that.
Oh yeah,
that's brilliant." Oh, amazing.
LARP is giving me the opportunity to do smut.
Did you not have opportunities before?
You have to be very careful, don't you? You have to be very careful. You can't. You don't. People. I think less so now, but okay. When I was first coming into it, it was very much a case of never the twain shall meet. You can't draw serious comics and draw smut. That's it's not allowed. And I think a lot of that puritanical stuff has gone away. But yeah, in LARP, there's a big market for for smut, and you sell it for in character money so that you've got some. So I'm not making like real life money off it, but it's a nice little chance to do something sort of fun and funny and no stress or anything. So work for me and for the people who consume it.
Are we missing an opportunity, Andy?
What do you mean? Because we've got an empty seat.
We be farming out smut on a Friday night.
I thought we already were. Oh, do we not talk about the OnlyFans? No, sorry. Don't worry about it. It's all behind a paywall. Everything's fine.
Yes, Goth Frog Art. Yes, Goth Frog Art. It is Empire.
We're entering the last 5 minutes, chaps, of what has been a very, very entertaining 2 hours. Thank you so much.
Good.
You're only saying that because you haven't slept.
It's true.
Look, JP, take a win for your counting. You don't remember you worked on the Beano a minute ago. Just take it and be happy.
Oh, I know I have problems. I just like to point out everybody else's so that you notice mine less. That's how it works.
We'll settle this by the bins, JP. Let's
leave it at that. Money first. I'm not falling for that
again. Fool me 23 times.
In fairness, I didn't have to pay to eat anything that night, so in a lot of ways, I made money.
Oh dear! What were you saying about smut and LARPing again?
We still haven't talked about my original character Bareback on this Pretender Bareback. Which
bring the artwork next time. Bring it.
Well, I'm going to commission Jack to draw it.
It'll look like rockets.
In like a smoking jacket.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's a pretender beast, and on the robot on the inside connects centaur-like. But I'll let you use your imagination for the rest. For how he works.
We were this close. We were this close.
So close.
You never stood a chance.
Told you we should have had him on at 9 o'clock.
You can only apologise.
You wouldn't let me talk about the Ace of Base cassette, so I'm just talking about my own things now. It's got a Bangra remix of all that he wants on it.
Oh, nice.
All right? A Bangra remix.
We were all after in the 90s. Drop me some Bangra remix on. Please don't write pretender back shots, mate. It's just. Never mind.
Oh, bear on the outside, ruckus on the inside.
It was going so well. Oh, right.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for giving up 2 hours of your time.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Well done, everybody. Well done, you guys. And I hope that the auction is preposterously successful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
we do too.
Yeah,
and we may or may not see you next month.
Yes,
possibly. Potentially, maybe in Birmingham, maybe not.
You'll be the first to know.
Yeah. You do a 48-hour after party when this is done, right? You can chat about it then.
To be fair, he said party, Paul. We'll hit that. That's fine.
I'll just be fair.
I'm in bed by 8:08.
I feel a little bit better. Lisa's just gone, can you just take your sangria up rather than me bring it up to you? I was like, oh no, bring it up, so I look really cool. She's like, no, take it up. I've got a pint of sangria. The Spanish rate, having the pint glass. Yeah.
Pint of...
Brilliant.
What's the worst that can happen?
Ask Bareback.
How we do for time?
Yeah, thank you so much again.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
No worries, guys.
You're very welcome. It's lovely to see you, and good luck with the rest of it. You're
doing Primus's work.
Yeah. Thank you. See you later, everyone.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Bye. See you later. Do you think Andy knows his camera's off, or is he doing that trick again?
And he's gone mute. I think he's gone for a beer.
course, I agree. Could be.
I think he's just decided to just go and get. Do you know what? I'm going to get one just before we get Matt on.
I haven't
I'm gonna get
been.
some-
No, I haven't been yet. In fact, I
Oh,
should have done. It was because I got asked a question by one of my children. So I thought rather than have the
That's why I had to go.
broadcast across the stream, I'd just mute myself and drop the
I had to go
camera
and
out for a
get
second.
a fucking helmet for a kid.
I'm going to go and get a drink once I've had this, because that way we're not all going to get a drink at the same time. Because you imagine if it was just 3 empty chairs. That's the stream for the next 2 minutes. Oh yes, that's been good fun, and I know we've got Nick and Matt, who I think is standing by. I'm assuming.
Matt, are you ready to come on in?
I'm assuming
Come
Nick
on in,
has
sir.
the.
Hello, Matt.
Nick has
Hello.
the.
Thanks so much
Hey,
for
Matt.
coming
I'm assuming Nick has the. Oh God, link.
The link. He does.
That's-
I sent it to him. He was just talking to me on WhatsApp, and I saw him earlier today.
Fantastic.
Oh, fantastic. And
I've
got
started to get
your
paranoid after
slides.
the Simon Furman situation, which, as it turned out, was not my fault. Are you watching, Lily? Are you watching? You should be. Take it
What
all
happened?
back. So what happened with Simon Furman was he forgot what time he was on.
Oh,
so
alright.
I'd sent him the link and everything, and I was kind of in a panic. And he said himself, "No, it wasn't you. I just forgot what time I was starting, and that's why he ended up arriving late. But bless him, he stayed on, so we still got some great stuff out of him." No, Lily, the question was not Dad. For starters, he wouldn't say Andy because he's my son. Oh no, you're asking me. All right, Dad, what do you want a beer? It wasn't that. No, it was where's the phone charger? That's all I am to them now. Supplier of phone chargers.
Oh, Billy turned in just as he left.
Tuned in just in time to see Pete's stream improve massively. Was that because he walked out?
You can't see the bathroom from there, Billy.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Hey, Trips.
Love
How
it.
are we doing? How's everyone holding up?
I think we're getting that.
Oh.
We're at the last stretch now, so like everyone's now happy, and like the endomorphins are like flooding through, and we're starting to feel a bit of energy, and we're probably gonna get half an hour in and then collapse. But the end is in sight.
All right. Well, Matt and I will do our best to keep the energy levels up as we roll into the end game.
Thank you.
Although we
Matt,
have
I've got
been-
some slides for you as well.
Should we have Matt and Nick again? It's another one of those things where people should know, but should we give them an opportunity to introduce themselves to the people? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Just gonna have a pizza. All right, mate. All right. Didn't even order one. This is TFUKCon all over again. I ended up having a pizza thrown at me just as Arrowfire and Brad started playing the music, so that was awkward. But I ate it because yeah. So Matt and Nick, do you want to tell the people who you are and what you're doing here today?
Go on, Nick, you go first.
All right. Hello. I'm Nick Davidson. I had a harebrained scheme on the way home from Auto Assembly 2008. I thought the selection at Auto Assembly was a little bit on the light side. I wondered if maybe I could do a bit more myself, because I know where to get things. I know how to get them at reasonable prices. Maybe I could make a decent fist of it. And maybe I could do it to help Mary's meals as well. And I said that to this man, who's to my left on the screen, to Matt, and various other people on TMUK, some of whom are now involved with TF Nation as well. I said, I'd like to have a go at this to sell toys to raise money for Mary's meals. And I said, yeah, sounds good. In fact, as I recall, Andy Turnbull of TF Nation fame said, Nick, we've seen your collection. Yeah, you can do this. Okay. So, yeah, I got together a load of stuff. I was living at home at the time while working full-time in Toys R Us, did 8 things. And then I showed up at the convention with a pallet of toys that I'd had shipped down that the driver had handed to the first person he saw, and just more by good luck than good judgment, made it into the dealer room. And then I set up, and it did quite well. I thought we were onto a good thing when the other dealers started coming over to look at what we had and just going, "Where did you get that?" That's probably a good sign. And we just sort of stuck with it. And now it's been 17 years, and we're gradually taking over the entire dealer hall. We have created a monster, and we're not sure how to stop. So, the Toy Foo story.
And how's prep going? So, are we allowed to say where you've been today?
Yeah, we were out at the stockroom at an undisclosed location. We had a plan to use the nearby church hall to do lots of tagging and pricing and sorting, and that went well for about the first hour. And then the people who had booked the hall for this evening turned up and said, "Hi, we're here to set up for the party."
Oh no!
It's my mum's 60th, and a big arch of balloons and tablecloths and all sorts of things. Like we're hoping to start setting up now. If that's okay, can you do something about all of these boxes? So, in a manner similar to an episode of MASH, we sort of frantically packed everything up and we transferred it. Thankfully, the parish priest was on site and he said, "We'll just open up the back of the church. You can work in there." And we did. We ferried everything across. We eventually figured out how to turn on the lights, which was kind of a deal breaker. And then we carried on in there till, well, I got home less than an hour ago. So we did our best. I've still got, yeah. So these are tags that haven't attached toys yet. So this one's full of tags that haven't attached toys yet. And these are more tags that haven't attached to toys yet. Hopefully correctly arranged by boxes. Not 100% accurate, as we learned over the course of the afternoon. But we'll get there. We've got. I'm going up to see my mum in Glasgow next weekend, and also to be there for the TF Nation Northern Gathering, which is sounding quite exciting.
Yeah.
That's happening on. And then I'll be back down next week, and then I'll have 5 weekends to finish getting everything ready. I'll probably not get it 100%, but I'll get it mostly done. And we do what we can with what we have. Toy Foo is always like a computer game. It can never be finished. It can only be ready. That's where we're going to be.
It's a long old day. And it's Waxy O'Connor's, isn't it, in Glasgow, the TFM meetup?
Yes, 12 o'clock next Saturday, Waxy O'Connor's. Come along if you're in the area and if you like that sort of thing. And it's going to be a good old time.
I went a couple of years ago. Gav was there, obviously Graham and a few others. It was, I think Ryan Button was there as well. It was a great day, just chilling out. Well, it was so chilled. Like, it was just a room they had for us at Waxy O'Connor's, and we just sat there all day talking about robots. I think blockies were new, and Graham brought about 1 million blockies. So there were just bits of arms and finger and leg of blockies spread out over these pub tables, and people walking past were like, "What the hell's going on?" But it was really good. Andy, of course, was there. Andy Turnbull, we met him for breakfast. It was a good day. So yeah, definitely get down there. Definitely.
I have a lot of time for blockies. I have a lot of faith in blockies. I think they are going to sort of take the mantle from Funko Pops as the Funko Apocalypse sort of gradually comes to an end, not with a bang, but with a massive wall of discounted figurines.
We can't but hope.
I think blockies. I think the blockies are the spiritual successor because they're more fun. They do more stuff. You get to build them, which is, fun in its own right, and they take up a lot less space. And I don't know about you, but that's a selling point to me.
Definitely.
Right. Anyway,
So
I think
Matt.
that's probably enough.
Matt,
Hello.
the floor
Yes,
is
so
yours.
I am Matt Marshall, so I help out Nick at Toy Foo. Nick's on this side of my screen. He might be on that side of yours. I also make lots of custom figures, so I have made the sea spray that is in your auction at the moment. Oh, it says on a t-shirt. Yeah.
Yes, he's going to be on a t-shirt as well, and every other bit of merch we can sell to try and raise more money for
Yeah.
Mary's Meals.
So
That's the
yeah,
plan.
you guys designed him, and I built him. Originally, you guys wanted a more muted green. I was like, no, we're going nuclear green. That's what we want. But yeah, so I make lots of custom figures. I've got some things to show you today. We're doing some raffle prizes for Team Toy-Fu in the summer. Also do lots of fanzines for Toy-Fu and Team UK for charity. And I found all of my fanzines.
Oh wow!
This is all of them. I only remembered when JP was talking about Team UK earlier. I was like, oh, I should probably find all my copies, and I realised I didn't know what all of them were. And behind you, you can see Crackers the cat. Crackers has got 3 legs. He's not normally this active. Yeah, tell us about the cat. And we've got Chutney, who is the very naughty black cat. And somewhere we've got Cheese, who is a little white cat.
Crackers, Johnny,
So
Cheese.
she might make an appearance in the Cat Wars.
I love that. We've got a cat, Oreo. I need one of those things. They're cool, aren't they? The cats are climbing up. Not for me, for the cat. Actually, both. If we can support my
why
weight,
not?
I'll have
Human-sized one. Yeah.
As well. All right, cool. So, firstly, Matt. Sorry, go on, Pete.
No. You probably were going to say what I was going to say, but I was just going to say, guys, just so we kind of got the origin story on with Nick and Toy-Fu, but how is it? We know when it started, but how has it developed over the year? What did the first year look like? What does it look like now, Nick?
Okay, so the first year, got about 20 boxes stacked up on a pallet that was picked up by a company that I'd booked on Shipley, who, as I say, gave it to the first person they saw, and just by sheer good fortune, they happened to be involved with the convention, and they got into the dealer hall, and I found them, and I thought, oh, how did these get here? The first year, I had no way to get anything home, so thankfully we sold most of what I brought with me, and I think myself, Carl, Ralph, and Andy Turnbull filled our suitcases with unsold stuff, and what was left fitted into one box, which we took to the post office on the Monday morning, and that was how we got everything home that hadn't sold. And the following year, I think that was when Andy Kiernan, who is an absolute trooper and some would say a fool, volunteered and said, I've got my car, I could just take them back and bring them along for next year. Andy is now the custodian of a shed full of our famous turkey boxes, along with 2 storage units in Hull. I have a stockroom at the side of a church, which, as Matt will confirm,
very full.
Is extremely full.
It's more full than you'd think is possible. It's like an anti-TARDIS.
I can still get into the door and I can turn around. And other than that, it's pretty much stacked to the ceiling, which is why I tried to book out the hall next door so that we had room to work. It's getting challenging. Quite a few people have come forward this year to sell parts of their collection because they need to downsize because of various reasons, changes of life, moving house. I helped David and Grace Wallace to do up their kitchen a few years ago by taking a lot of Dave's surplus. That worked out quite well. So sorry, to actually answer your question, first year, had it all shipped down and hoped for the best and had no way to get it back. Last year, we had Andy come down in a van from Hull, Claude Ovell in the Forge, who's a fantastic, very creative artist. Can't recommend him enough. He and his partner came up in a van from Cambridge, and met me at my stockroom, and we filled that van. That just had a few Claude's things up in the top corner. We completely filled that. And Andy Brown came down from Leeds with his car. He's a fairly big car, and that was completely full to the top. And Andy Kiernan was saying he wished he'd hired a bigger van from Hull. So we now have a fleet of vehicles arriving with all the stock. And
like the most amazing thing about
it seems to go down.
So Nick, the most amazing thing about it is that you bring all this stuff, you sell boxes and boxes and you sell so much, and then when it comes to packing the van up again, somehow the van is just as full as when you arrived.
Yeah, it doesn't go down. Like last year was the first year that we actually sold £50,000 worth of merchandise just on the tables. That's the first year we'd cracked 50,000. It's an enormous amount of money, an enormous number of toys. And going back, the van was still full.
But it's a lot more professional now, because in the early days, all the stock had to go in Andy's hotel room, and he had to Tetris himself into bed. And you think that's a joke?
Yeah,
it's
can't
not
really do that anymore.
A few years ago, I came to make a small donation to yourselves at the start of the TFN on the Friday, and
I apologise if I started crying.
No, not at all. But it was more the fact, and I can't remember who it was who somebody turned around to me and said, "Do you want to fancy giving us a hand moving the stock into the hall?" Which for me was like, yes. And I witnessed, I think, some of the Tetris that you were describing in the hotel room, and it's amazing that anybody could even get to the bed or the bathroom. It was just packed, and it was, up to the ceiling. Fantastic amount of toys.
I think the last time we did that, Andy was saying that the cleaners didn't come in because they opened the door, assumed it was a storage room instead of a bedroom, and just closed the door again and left. So,
oh dear.
Right, my head is. I'm not sure if I should drink some water now. I just feel so tired. Right, come on, let's do this. How long have we got to go? We've got an hour. Is it 2 hours to go?
We got 2 hours to go. Yeah. 44 minutes till the auction starts.
Finishes.
So they're staggered, so they don't all finish at the same time. And then the extra hour, obviously, to take us up to 8 o'clock, and the end. The finishing line is starting to come into sight now. Now I know how Pete felt when he got round to that last leg of the half marathon, and he knew he wasn't that far away. But
that was easier than this. That was much easier than this. I am nowhere near. I was nowhere near as tired then as I am now. Matt, as we have you here, and shots has obviously been a big part of this year and the auction and stuff, and us coming up with this random idea of having it was a random idea to have the 24-hour live stream first.
Yeah.
And then the second random idea was to come up with our own bot and stuff. How did you get into making customs, and what's your origin story by creating customs?
Well, the first custom I made in what I would call the modern era of being me, not a small child, was I decided to make a little custom for my friends at Christmas, including Nick. Nick got one too. And see, what I like is I like things that are slightly strange. So I thought, what hasn't Transformers done? And you would be right when you said flocking. So you know what flocking is, when you have like a slightly fuzzy, like a moss man, like a moss man, or you flocked a car. So I thought, why don't I flock a Transformer? So I bought about 20 little Legends movie hot rods, and I flocked them, and I made them into flock rod. It's obvious, yeah. So, I thought, this is quite nice. So I thought I'll do this again, and I slowly worked out what he so as we were talking about our friend Andy was doing lots of resin casting. I thought, what is that for resin casting? That's fun, and it is fun. It's very time intrusive and dangerous and awful, but I started casting up little things. I cast up little matrices, and then I started casting up mini bots, and I got very into it. I made a scrounge out of Cosmos because it's like little wheel, and I asked Nick if I could borrow his combinable scrounge, and Nick lent it to me. And then I cast his head up and shrunk it down and stuck it on a Cosmos body. And it just kind of like that. I always like to push. I like to have to try and make stuff that feels real. So it's always about pushing myself. So I've invested in all the tools like pressure pots, vacuum chambers. I've been making mini bots, and for the like bumble jumper mold, I started casting in the back panel in metal. So I've been metal casting as well. I've been making my own rubber tires, so I've been doing that, and it's just all if it feels interesting, I'll have a go at that. I think the inspiration is I like things. I like the G1 stuff, and I like G1 stuff in different colours. So, as an example, I brought this lad along. So if you remember Black Zarak, I thought, what if Black Zarak had a Scorponok had a Black Zarak head and his little trident. So I've made.
Awesome. Look at that.
I've made the proper Black Zarak head for Scorponok. Because I think that should exist. There's a lot of things like that I think should exist. But yes, it's just fun, really. So, like with your mini bots, you designed it and then you're turning it into a real thing. And I just find recoloring G1 figures really exciting.
Sorry, Matt, can I show a thing that you gave me for my birthday a few years ago?
Yes, you may.
How good is this?
It's amazing.
The Iron Brew Cosmos.
That is brilliant. Oh, fantastic.
It should exist now.
What I'm hearing, Matt, is you're righting the wrongs that have happened with Transformers by giving us what we should have had in the first place, like an Iron Brew Transformer. That is fantastic.
Amazing stuff. I've got your presentation here, Matt. I don't know where you want me to go.
Yeah, is that okay if I just
Yeah.
I thought people might find it interesting to see it. Only like a few handful of things I've made. So this is White Shadow. So Black Shadow is one of the rarest Transformers of all time. It was the Japanese exclusive Thunderwing remold. I borrowed the Black Shadow shell from my good friend Andy with the van we was talking about to make sure it was perfectly safe. He put the shell on the front seat of his van, and then he put on the brakes very suddenly, and a big box fell on it.
Oh,
the front bit wasn't damaged, the back bit was. But I take apart here. I took apart Thunderwing, cast the whole thing. That's entirely resin, handmade, put together. That's a unique piece. That was again. Most customs I do are sold for charity for Mary's Meals. So that's I think somebody on this very watching it owns him. Because I saw his name pop up earlier. I think that's probably my favourite one I've done because again, you don't see Black Shadow, so what's a White Shadow?
Was it Dugatron by any chance? Who was the person who was it? Dugatron by any chance? His name? Yeah. I thought it might be. We see you, Duggars.
Yeah, somebody pointed out that it looks a lot like the ship from the Galaxy Rangers.
Yes.
I think it adds another level of appeal.
Can we see the next slide?
how do I do that? I'm actually done. There we go.
Oh yeah. So another thing that I thought should exist. So the motivators or brain masters in Japan, they combined into Road Caesar. In the UK, they were released over here, but without the combining armor. So somebody actually sent me an original set of the armor, which I cast up, and I made a few years ago for Toy Fu. A set of UK colours, so you could have a UK Road Caesar, and I keep promising people I will make more, and it's kind of happening, but it takes a very, very long time.
That's fantastic.
So I'll pop the next one.
Matt, just before we move on, in terms of how do you, so you take the OG bot. What do you do? Do you take it apart and then create?
Yeah. So you have to take them apart. There's a quick way of doing it where you can make them very quickly, but the way I do it is very labour intensive. You have to take them apart. If there are rivets, you've got to drill it apart. So I did Diatlis' little Micromaster, and I drilled him apart. Did a Bumble Jumper, drilled him apart. So it is a bit destructive on the originals. But you also learn a lot more about how these things are made, which is always, I find, fascinating. So Beachcomber, for example, take him apart. He's got articulated legs, but you can't access them. It's bizarre. They're articulated, but there's no way you can actually move them. But the function is there. These were some, I think I did for Toy Food last year or the year before, where Warpath as Megatron with a little Megatron head instead. And I thought, what if there was a tank G1 Megatron or G2 or RID Bludgeon, as it were. I think Nick's got one of those. It's so it's at the Slugfest, and I thought, he's got it there. Got it there, Nick. Hey, look at that. Hey. So Slugfest, I thought, what if Slugfest was actually Snarl?
Yeah.
That's the best I know about.
So like the rivets, for example, you've got to literally hammer them into place with a special tool and a rivet punch. So again, it's not as easy as you'd imagine, but it all works. It's got the spring works. I've worked out how to do coloured chrome with like nail polish stuff. You can actually get very nice coloured chrome with that.
Just looks like it's official, doesn't it? Doesn't it like it's a customer tool? That's how I imagine it would look. Right, what's next? There we go.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. So I've been trying to encourage other people to do customs as well. So I did a talk at TFL. I think it was last year actually, but I made about 50 little packs to turn a wind charger into Spectrum from Mask, in the hope that other people go, "Oh, I'll have a go at this." So I made a little faceplate which goes over the front of the wind charger, some windows to swap out, and some stickers. And I think people really liked it. The only problem was that it was very, very hard to find a wind charger for the next year afterwards. But again, it's not like you think that should exist. So another thing that should exist. Oh, the last one, that shot. So that's one you guys designed.
Oh, next one. Sorry,
he made one.
There we go.
Yeah. So that's one you guys designed, and I think he looks really nice.
Oh,
and you can win it at auction on your link, which finishes in half an hour.
Yes, it's almost at £300, which is a huge amount of money to go towards the fund. So thank you massively. Shots is at £292, cheaper that price. So hopefully we get some last minute bids in that, but it's already an amazing amount. So thank you, Matt, for
that. It's incredible, and having been lucky enough to have it in hand.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say you've got it in hand and you can test.
Yeah. I haven't got it with me right now because I don't want to be certainly touching it after I'm just eating the pizza. We've had it. We took it with us to TFUK Con, and it was on display there so that people could see it. And there was people coming and taking photographs of it. And the thing is, Matt, those of you who are aware of you and you work in the community, which is a lot of us, I think. Everybody loves these incredible customs that you make, and people are just fascinated by how you the process of it, I guess, and how you manage to do it.
It does take an incredibly. That's the only problem is it takes so long to make one. It takes about 30 hours per figure. So we go, why don't you make loads? Like, well, I could make loads, but then I wouldn't do anything else.
Yeah.
So question there, what do I use to seal? I just use airbrush varnish. Because it's very, very liquidy, and it just gives a very nice sheen. And I don't want to take too much of Nick's time as well. I've got something else to show you. So just because I saw Paul Duggan in the comments mention it, I've been making Kill Switch. So this is the originally it was going to be a recolor of Quick Switch back in the day, and I think Jim Sorensen found the artwork for it, but it was never made. So I made one a few years ago, and a few people said, "Oh, can I have one?" So I'm making a few more again for Toy Foo. And this is the first one, which is going to 6.0, I think. But I'll make Paul one and other people who would like one. And as I said, I'm just doing a few things for raffle in the summer. They're not finished. Here is my favourite one. The theme is He-Man. He's not got a sticker yet, but this is Orko.
Oh wow!
Yes.
That's fantastic.
And I just enjoyed how absolutely stupid it is. I do enjoy making things that look absolutely stupid.
That's awesome. Fantastic.
Right, press that. There she goes back. Yeah, no, just amazing customers. Come on, Pete.
I think it's raffle time.
Ooh.
For the last raffle prizes of the night. Day, 24 hours, whichever way you want to look at it. And I got the alarm on. So we're not playing for it. We are giving people the chance to win a Bumblebee toy and a £50 voucher to spend at Leicester Vintage Toy Shop.
Oh, what a place that is.
Yes.
What is that, for 2 prizes or just 1 prize?
It's two prizes, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, cool.
Bumblebee toy. Oh, that one again. And then a £50 Leicester Vintage Toy Shop voucher. And you have 30 minutes till the auction stops. 30 minutes till Shots comes off the auction list. It's at 292. If you want him, you need to start thinking about your bids now.
Right, so we get the first number then. Dun, dun, dun. It is 1020. 1020. That's your winning number. That's the 3rd time it's come out today. No, it's not. It hasn't come out once.
Don't even joke about it. Don't invite disaster.
So you've won the Bumblebee toys. So well done, and we'll probably let you know in a second who that is. We'll get to that question in a second, Andy Gorod. Right, what is the next one? It's the £50 of. Did you say it was Cosmic Toys?
£50 voucher for Leicester Vintage.
Leicester
Toys.
Vintage Toys. Toy shops are being extraordinarily generous, haven't they?
Yeah.
So let's get the number for that one. It is 932. If that's your number, you've won $50 to spend at Leicester Vintage Toy, and we'll find out who that is in a second. Of course, if you're watching this on repeat or you've seen it somewhere else, then you can go to the Facebook page, Transformers Show. Claire has listed all 1,065 entries and popped your name next to the number so you can see which number it was and whether you won. But yeah, well done to our winners.
Can we just take a second to just respect that number? 1,065 raffle tickets.
That's mental.
It is mental, and we are so grateful and so thankful that it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing.
Bonkers generosity, and I'm sure you're used to it, them being in Toy Foo, but the amount that people sent in is crazy. And the winners were the Bumblebee toy was Andy Gold has won that, and Simon Odd has won £50 of Leicester. It's a bit of a journey up from Gravesend, but well done to both.
It's worth it, Si. It's worth it.
Yeah, it is. And such lovely guys, aren't they? £50 the back of your hands. There you go. Cool. Right, so how's prep going then? So we've got TFN it feels weird, isn't it? It's in July, it's not in August, but it's right at the end. How is prep going for that, Nick and Matt? Do you feel this is going to be bigger than ever before, or is it going to equal, or are you going to tone it down? Just have 2 tables this year with just a sea of taco tanks, and that's it.
Yeah, that's all. Taco tanks everywhere.
2 tables just stacked 70 feet high.
Yeah. Nick, tell them what you found today in the box you didn't think you had. Which could that be?
Oh,
could you narrow it down a bit, Matt?
Animated.
Oh yes.
Oh, hello.
Could I share my screen for a moment? Is that okay?
Yeah, wherever you like, Nick. Come on.
Right, so what do I press? Do I click present?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you go to the TV screen with a little cross in it, then share screen.
Oh yeah. Share
and
screen.
then go to window, and you should be able to pick which window you want to share, I believe.
Share screen. Do-do-do-do. I believe you. Here we go. Select window or screen. Allow is grayed out, which I'm sure is fine. It doesn't seem to want to do it.
You can describe it, Nick, describe it as if Howard Carter going to Tutankhamun's treasure room, and the cheese has just given us an appearance. That's very exciting.
Hey, cheese.
Yes. So some of the exciting things we've got is a person who sold their fairly large animated collection. We're always crying out for Transformers Animated because every year we come up with quite a lot, and we sell basically all of it, usually over the space of the Saturday morning. So this time we've got a really good selection of animated. We've got some really obscure stuff, and the person I bought it from has thrown in a RoboSen Optimus Prime.
Whoa.
Sorry, yes.
That is amazing.
Barely
Buy an
used.
animated collection, get a Robertson free.
So I've been looking at the prices on eBay. We'll probably go a bit below that because it's a very, very expensive item. So if anyone was tempted by a RoboSen Optimus Prime, doesn't want to pay the whole whack for a new one, we will have one on the table for quite substantially below RRP. And if you find if you get it, you enjoy it, and you think, well, that's probably enough, I can move it on, you can probably put it on eBay and get your money back without huge amount of difficulty.
Good selling job there, Nick, to be fair. If you don't like it, you can get your money back.
It takes up a lot of space. I've got to think about collectors and the amount of space in their houses. But yes, so one of the things we didn't realise when this was coming over was that some of the BotCon toys, and there were quite a few animated releases from BotCon because it wasn't a very big line. We didn't realise that the Stunticon job set was actually in the gift set box. So it is. Yeah. We have another. We had one a couple of years ago. We put it up for, I think it was about £700. And I thought, maybe that's a bit much. And it was literally the first thing off the table.
Yeah.
I think one of the other
I think
dealers.
I remember who bought that.
And it's just gone up since, isn't it? It's terrifying.
Yes, I tried to find prices. None of them have been available individually here or on eBay US.
Right.
One gift set was sold on eBay US about 3 months ago, and it went for $2,000. So,
oh my lord!
we're not going that high, but anyone who is interested in a Stunticon job gift set, if you're looking to buy one from us at TFN, be aware that it's going to be in that ballpark. Much as I don't like putting such numbers on toys, it's probably going to pass into the 4-figure threshold.
But it's all a good cause,
There
so
you go,
you kind of have to charge what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a charity.
Yeah, of course.
Pete, you can sell your cat's lair, can't you? And the family tank.
Yeah.
I reckon I've got at least 4 weeks till the mortgage company asks for the payment again. So I think at this point it pays for itself.
You could just send them a picture of it and say, I've made an investment. And,
But, so, in relation to that, we've also got
Banks are renowned for being understanding.
Yeah. We've also got the Toxitron, the G2 Sideswipe, the Physitron, the Iron Fist, the Auto Troopers, and the Cheetor from Blur. These seems quite highly sought after. There were only a couple on eBay, and they went for serious carnage. We'll price as fairly as we can without underselling because it's for the kiddies, as it were.
Yeah.
There's some very exciting stuff in there. We had a couple of these during the live streams that we did in 2020, 2021. We managed to get the Elite Guard Prowl. It's the white animated Prowl. Found out after the fact that there were only like 600 of those made.
God.
Wow. Oh, maybe I should have priced those a bit higher. Never mind. So we managed to get one of those. We've got the two entirely sort of gold chrome plated the deluxe Optimus Prime and Megatron.
Wow.
I had priced them at £100 each, and Andy came over and slapped me.
Told you.
He was quite firm. They are the easiest to come by of the lucky draw figures. And
I was just going to say, lucky draw.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Just working out some picks with me.
So, sorry, Pete.
Just doing some sums, mate. I'm just working out if Mary will feed me as well.
Oh dear.
We've got a lot of Easy Collection figures. This one is one of the translucent. Oh no, this one is the.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. Right, I lost the connection. Right, so there's this. That sort of translucent purple.
Oh wow.
Cool. There is a completely translucent white.
Can't even see it. Nice.
Yeah, it looks a bit like a big glacier mint.
Yeah, it does.
No shades getting dibs down.
Translucent red Optimus Prime, and these were all different store exclusives in Japan. If you spent over a certain amount on animated toys, you could get these. Here is a completely translucent Bumblebee.
Oh wow!
And you'll notice that the tags are blank because we had to do a certain amount of research to find out what they're worth, because some of them are genuinely obscure. There aren't that many out there. There's a translucent Bumblebee with paint. Oh, there's just a translucent, partially translucent Optimus Prime.
That looks lovely.
And I think this is another translucent Skywarp. So that one's at the higher end. I think it's going to be £30. But yes, these were only available if you were in a certain shop during the window when animated was for sale, and you bought a certain amount of animated toys in that shop. So there's not a whole lot of them around, and very few outside of Japan. And it's going to take a certain amount of legwork to figure out what they're worth. Hopefully, there'll be animated fans out there who have seen those and are now noses pressed against the screen.
Melashade.
Yeah.
A few comments.
Pete's worked out if he sells his entire Thundercats collection, Marvel collection, and everything else, he should be able to pick up most of those animated
and my
toys.
right kidney.
Well, yeah.
That's the fully functioning one. So
That
that will carry more on the black market.
Sorry,
Oh, dear.
is it okay if I branch out a little bit?
Yeah, of
into
course
a couple
it is.
of minutes?
It's amazing.
Andy Kieran was over earlier on today. He's going to see Take That tonight, which is very exciting. That's in Coventry. But that meant he was able to come and see us and help out, and he was a huge help. He also brought over a little box of bits and bobs that I thought were worth seeing. Is it okay if I do a few more?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can we see the cat? I guess that's.
I'm not sure if it's on demand.
No,
Cat cam.
No,
That's fine.
No, not having it.
We tried. Okay, so some of you may be familiar with this version of Transmetal Rat Trap. There were quite a few Transmetal Rat Traps in different colours back in the day. This one I think was hang on, the tag on it will tell us. Lab Rat.
That's the puzzle wrap, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, it came with a jigsaw. So this one is very hard to come by. That one's going to be. Unfortunately, that is as best we can tell the going rate. Now, here's another one where we're not entirely sure what the going rate is, because there's just out there. This you may recognise as a member of the emergency team from Micron Legend or Transformers Armada. This one was one of the DVD exclusives. We're not entirely sure what it's worth. We don't know what price to put on it yet. But a set of the three emergency team DVD exclusive reprints went for something like $1,400.
Oh,
but that was a complete team.
Yeah. It's just
and
amazing
also-
to watch the reactions, Nick, in the chat, because Mellow Shade, almost everything you're showing is just you can sense the rising excitement.
So I do have a few more bits and bobs. I don't want to take up too much time.
You do what you're doing.
So people are here for Nick.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
so we managed to get a BotCon Japan double punch.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So it's not one of the most sought after BotCon toys, but still, you don't see them very often. Oh,
What
sorry,
year was
my
that?
camera's
99?
sorry, I need to answer this.
Yeah, no, I'll take you off the
No,
stream.
no
Don't worry.
problem. No problem.
There we go. Just the three of us.
Oh my word!
So Matt, has there been any? Have you, as a team, like taken the bot in and not realised, but it's been an expensive bot, and you've gone and looked it up, and you've all gone, dear God, that is really
Yeah,
expensive.
well, so I'm sure Nick won't mind me telling this story while he's on the phone. So we had we weren't quite sure what it was. It was a grey Grimlock, movie Grimlock. We had it on the stall for like a tenner once. No one wanted it. And then one of the mates comes along. He goes, "That's a test shot, that is."
Really?
Oh my God!
So we took it back and we put the price. But what it goes to show is you can always get a bargain, because we don't.
Yes.
You know, and Nick knows everything, but he doesn't know everything. He just thinks he does. Yeah, honestly, it was always test shot. There we go. And even today we were pricing up some of the little easy figures, and he's this one's a tenner, and then it turned out no, this one was actually one of the lucky draw prizes, or
Oh my
or this
God.
one you had to buy a particular figure from one shop in Japan and one day to get it. I thought that's probably more than a tenner, isn't it?
So do you find, Matt, that people, because obviously I've been lucky enough to be kind of in the dealer hall when everything's being set up, do you find that some of the other dealers and the people who know about the value of some of these things, that they just come up and they have a look at what you're putting out and just say to you,
yeah, so
guys, do you know what that is?
Yeah. So last year, we had loads and loads and loads of G1 figures, reissues, but also originals, and we priced them all up and all that. And some of the dealers were like, "We will buy all these off you instantly if you do not put these prices up," and they were about half what they should be.
Wow.
It is a delicate balance, because at the end of the day, Nick only has so much space to store stuff. He only does a few shows a year, so it's more important to actually get stuff sold and unlock the money to go to Mary's Meals, because again, Nick doesn't make a penny. All of it goes to Mary's Meals. So as long as he makes money on what he sells, that is the important thing. So that's why he said, like Rob said, it might go for below market value, but as long as it goes for over what he's paid for it, you're still making that money you've made goes to charity. And that's we've only got TFN is 2 days a year, then you've got 2 more. That's 4 days a year of selling, and that's it. So yeah, it is a bit of a balance, but it's always fun when we're pulling stuff out, isn't it, Nick? We're going, Nick, why is this price?
I've bought enough things from you guys, and I'm sure the others have as well, to know that you price things incredibly reasonably.
I think Nick is
like you say,
very
you don't
fair.
do yourselves out of money that you obviously is much needed anyway for good reasons it's needed. But at the same time, you're not in any way in the business of gouging or anything like that. It is a really fair price on an incredibly rare bot.
I have always, all these years, been impressed that Nick somehow sells stuff at the most reasonable rates, but also makes enough money for charity. It's incredible.
Yeah. It really is.
Real
It
skill.
absolutely is. Pete, have you done the maths? Have you worked out whether or not you can afford everything you want?
If I still had a house, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
okay, fair enough. Live in the
gonna
cat's
get-
lair.
I'm going to get off the call. Well, exactly. I'm going to get off the when we finish tonight. I'm going to put the house on the market, and then we'll go from there. But we're a bit like this. It'll be sold by TFN, and then watch.
Sounds like a plan.
Me and the wife living in the car.
One last thing that Andy said we should show you. So this is a very nice Hot Wheels Transformers crossover presentation box, and it's a there we go. It's a transforming Nemesis Prime.
Oh yeah.
I did not know this existed, but Andy brought it over. Someone donated it.
Yeah.
At last year's event, so that's going to be up.
They
as
were
well.
really hard to get.
Yeah.
They were really hard to get.
I remember showing them off on our news section.
Yeah.
And yeah. Somewhere
Just
there's
a quick one.
Oh,
We've
go on.
got, if you are interested in shots, shots is at £292, which is the custom that Matt Marshall's built. So generous from him, and it is going. You've got literally just 10 minutes if you want to put your bid in. If you're waiting, now's the time.
Yes.
Sorry, Andy, go.
No, I was just saying that we showed it off on our news, and I'm sure it was like a limited edition one anyway. And somewhere Lily is shouting at a TV screen, "You can't go wrong with a black Prime," and there he is, like right on cue. Simpatico, I like it. Anyway,
It's cool, Nick. We started with Toy Food. We started our discussion today was our top purchase. No, it wasn't even today. It was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, we started with our favourite ever pickups from Toy Food.
Yeah, I was watching that. Oh, can I show you mine? I've actually got it here.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
cool,
is the
definitely.
first thing I've come across, or the one that meant the most to me. So this was 2022. It was sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
It was 2022. This was the first time we were going back to in-person events. An auction house had gotten in touch with Billy to say we clear houses basically they're a retired couple, and they use their money to buy up house clearances, and then they sell off anything that's valuable or anything collectible, that kind of thing. And they cleared this house with a collection of what turned out to be almost 1,700 Transformers in it.
Whoa.
And they didn't know what to do with them, and they asked if they could auction them at TFN, and they said, "Well, sorry, all the dealer tables sold out months ago. We don't really have the capacity for that sort of thing." But I do know a guy, and I got the call from Billy, and Matt and I went out to this house. And what was the house like, Matt?
Well, we thought it from the pictures. It looked like it was a few boxes. Like, okay, so a few boxes. We'll go down there. We'll make a list of what's there. Be a nice little day out. But that's not what happened, is it, Nick?
No. It turns out there were boxes. They brought us in through the kitchen, the bay doors in the kitchen, and there were boxes under the tables in the kitchen. And then they walked us through to the hall, and there were boxes up both sides of the hall. Then the hall went off to the side up a staircase. There were boxes filling both sides of this hallway to the staircase, and there were boxes most of the way up the stairs. Like just like a Brave Maximus and a God Ginray reissue and things like that.
Wow.
And they said, and the rest of it's in the living room. The rest of it? And there was a pile of opened boxes like the size of a couch, and just this big sheet with a couple of hundred loose toys on it, and it was like a complete shockwave, and there were just a big stack of cassettes. There were 31 Combiner Wars gift sets stacked up against one window.
Oh
That was why we had all the Combiner Wars gift sets that year.
Yeah.
And they disappeared. We arrived at the convention with 31. I think we had about 12 within half an hour of opening. They were very popular, which was a great relief to me. This was an enormous purchase, and by the time I'd finished paying for everything, I think I was thankful that my pay from my day job came in before the rent. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. It was an enormous expenditure. And it was also, when we went to TFN, it was our first time going up from 4 tables to 8 to get the entire aisle. So it was a big gamble, and it paid off, I'm relieved to say. So the one thing I kept from that collection was this.
Oh, great.
So that is the eHobby Overcharge, the repaint of Blitzwing in his Diaclone colours. I saw that and I thought, I've wanted one of those since I think it came up for sale in about 2005. Like, yep, okay. That one is staying. So I credited the Toy Food Totalizer by an appropriate amount, and I just kept it myself.
Oh, lovely.
Fair enough. That is a really nice piece as well.
It's a gorgeous piece. I don't think the lighting in here quite does it justice, but it's a lovely shade of dark green and off-white. And if I can pop the weapons out of the hands, I can show you the tank mode, which actually has, it's very very flashy. He's got the tank treads decked out in gold paint.
Oh, I love that. I love that noise. Just the clicks and everything.
Yeah. It's very, very, very nice indeed.
Oh wow! He's got rims. That's incredible.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That's incredible.
That is beautiful. Is that a dark green, like a racing green? A dark racing green.
Yes.
That is beautiful.
So I'll need to get a proper lamp for the next time I'm on one of these. Sorry about that.
No,
it's fine.
It's brilliant. Just that colour's so beautiful.
And that's a great pickup from that. And at the end of the day, the amount of work you put in, all of you guys, you know, it's only right that if there's something there and, you know, you've got the money to pay for it yourselves, then, you know, I think you guys deserve it, definitely.
In fact, speaking of which, we got a donation box from Canada earlier on, and I found this in it. So it was difficult to price. That's the Beast Machines Blast Charge Universe repaint. So this was from near the end of Battle for the Spark, and it was one of the latter Beast Machines toys. It's got the Punisher skull painted on the front, but before that became somewhat politically inappropriate. But it's really nice, and it's got tiger stripes because, you know, why not? And it's great. Should mention, friend of the show Jim Sorensen very kindly went shopping on our behalf at TFCon Chicago, and among other things that he managed to get around then, he managed to get a fin back, you know, the Decepticon Pretender.
Oh, yeah.
Because Tony Baker, who's been with Toy Food pretty much since its inception, has been wanting a fin back for literal decades. I was with him at BotCon 2007 when he got Buggly, and he was elated. He said, "I've just got fin back to go," and he's never seen one at a reasonable price. And Jim, bless him, managed to get him one. But he also got a whole load of early 2000s Universe toys.
Ooh.
And they're going to be on the table. I'm very excited because I haven't seen some of them in person since they were in import shops back in like 2003. So
now you're talking my language, Nick. I'll have to come and have a look at that table, definitely.
We aim to please.
No, amazing. Right, on to the last hour, chaps.
I think there's less than 5 minutes on shots. If you're going to get your bids in, now is probably the time.
Some reinforcements have arrived in the chat.
Oh, look
I can see backstage.
Under the order of Diva.
Finally got him.
Hello. Oh no.
Here he is.
It's a bit early for you, Spence.
Hello, fans.
Guys, there will never be another shots. We've already had this conversation with Matt. We are not making another one. It is
or rather, Matt's not making another one.
Yeah.
We're not asking
We do
Matt
not
to
have the
make
skill
another one.
or the intelligence anyway.
Yeah. It's literally one done. A bit like this 24-hour live stream. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Until next year.
Yeah.
I just
No,
managed
we're
to
not
figure
doing
out that
it.
I was getting a lot of feedback, and I'm going, "What's wrong?" I still had the YouTube tab open with me watching, and
Schoolboy
this.
era.
I'm not professional like you guys, you know.
If there's one word used to describe us, it is professional.
Oh, yeah.
So often.
It's the last shot of shots. Yeah, one and done. Last hour. Thank you for joining us for the last hour. Nick and Matt, are you staying for this last hour? I can't remember. I can't even remember what it
I'm
looks like.
not, but I think Nick might be.
Oh,
I can.
cool. Thank you for coming, Matt, and thank you
That's
for
all right,
sharing
no,
your
no,
knowledge
mate.
and sharing some of your customs and everything. And a massive thank you for shots, because literally, you know, we would not have this to sell and raise money without you. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thanks.
And you were just straight on it, like from the start, since we said that you were like, yeah, there's no like, oh, I'll think about anything. Matt, it was amazing. You're awesome human. Cheers.
And yet, when I ask for customs,
Yeah. Say no, Gav.
that's a whole big palaver. But no.
Gav, before I go, can I ask, have you ever seen a ghost?
Well, that's you're actually asking a few questions there, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me take you back to 1989 when I have not seen a ghost. I appreciate the question.
That's okay.
Good. Right.
Oh.
2 minutes. Like everyone's gone silent, just waiting for
It's just
shots
because
to finish.
I'm just literally watching the auction. I've completely any form of entertainment has gone out of my head. I'm just like looking at the auction, going, "Go on, someone bump that up to 300. Come on."
It could be you, Gav.
I bid. I went in strong, and it was immediately broken. And I was like, "Oh, okay."
296. We're at 296.
Come on.
It will be a travesty if this does not
Come
get
on,
to
break
300.
300. Break 300. You know you want to. You don't need to eat this month. Get shots instead.
A once in a lifetime opportunity to make yourself happy.
Exactly. Do it. Do it now.
And we know who's obviously winning the bid. And that individual will be happy. 301, ladies and gentlemen. 301.
Success. Oh, brilliant.
He can do what he wants now. I don't care.
No, that's silly money now. That's too far. You've gone too far now.
It's just greed. Pure greed.
It's £1 too much now.
All right, cool. Matt, thank you so much.
That's
That's bloody amazing.
Take care. Good luck for the rest
Take
of
care,
the
sir.
Thank you so
Cheers,
much.
Matt.
Take care.
Right, chaps, how close are we to announcing the final total? We've got to be not far off.
We've got a while because we've got to have all the
Oh,
options end first. We don't announce the final total, I would imagine, until literally the last 10 minutes of the show. So,
745, I reckon.
Well, should we estimate it? And we can do it now.
so it's probably £1 million. No, no. We'll hang on. Come on, you can make it. You come this far, Paul. One last hour, and look, we've got Gav here to bring his natural charisma and enthusiasm, and just literally drag us. Drag us.
I don't think he's doing that for me. I don't think it's excitement over me being here.
No, I think this might be a shots update, Pete.
No, I just wanted your attention.
Oh.
I'm getting to the toilet.
I think we should do a quiz. I think we should get that last quiz done.
That is great.
Oh, sorry, yeah, the Kahoot quiz.
Yes.
Oh, look at the joy on Paul's face.
I know, it's like, luckily, I mean, you're in for a treat. I think I didn't know if we were supposed to bring things. Like a lot of people in the chat for this this group were like, "Oh, are we supposed to bring stuff?" So I do have a game at some point which should take about 5 minutes.
Yes.
But,
Okay. If we're going to do the quiz, and we're going to do it now, then I'm going to go to the loo quickly. So I was waiting for an opportune moment.
It is
I wanted to see
exciting.
what happened with shots.
yeah.
When I say go to the toilet, I mean actually go to the bathroom. I'm not saying I've gone to the toilet, although it was exciting. But no. So I'm just going to nip to the bathroom, and I will return shortly. Although one of the children was also asking for something. Oh, kids, eh? Anyway, right. I'll be back in a minute.
I don't think it's a proper 24-hour show if you go to the toilet. I think that's ruined it.
I thought you were all holding it in.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to tell you this now. You disappeared off several times, Paul. Pete literally sent me a message saying, "Can I go for a poo?" So I'm taking that. Yeah, that's right. You're going straight under that bus. If I'm going down, I'm going down swinging and I'm taking you with me. Anyway,
I didn't say anything. I don't know why I got dragged down.
He knew because he's lurking. He's lurking. He's waiting for. I did 10 seconds.
He's always
going to say
listening.
something.
He's always listening.
He'll hear us. He'll be on the toilet. He will be listening in.
I was going to say, is there a way for him to return and we're just not at our desks?
We just
Oh, now I'm really
Full marriage, Celeste.
Yeah. Do the last day on your own, right?
The only thing that's kept me awake is drinking. Otherwise, I'd just resat it.
I've had one glass of sangria, which is what they drink in the northeast of England. I'm going to probably have another one. So when Andy's back from his wee, I'm going to go for a wee. That would really annoy him. Or shall I go now?
When do I get a wee?
No, you had one on Tuesday. You're fine for wees.
Yeah, you've got that big bottle.
I've got the bladder of a small child.
If I go, you can't stop me.
This is it.
He's a maverick.
23 hours of professionalism, and it's all going to pot in the last hour.
Didn't even turn the camera off.
Listen, don't worry about it, Pete. Gav and I can handle this for a few minutes if you need to go take care of business. We'll be fine.
No, I lose the moral high ground, Nick.
Fair enough. One last thing I'd like to show off. There you go.
Let me make you.
Andy
big,
brought-
sir.
Those
There's
are
a
very cool.
little transforming Toro Q, Snoopy in Doghouse. They're rather
Pete,
fun.
go to the loo.
Those are going to be on the toy food
Pete,
table.
go to the loo.
TFN.
I'm going.
We have a slight issue, boys, in that the quiz is a great idea, except it has been brought to my attention that people for the next 30 to 40 minutes will need their phones to bid for the rest of the items that are still ongoing. So
Well, in that case, we're going to give him 5 minutes to proxy bid, and then we'll do
yeah,
it.
get your proxy bids in. That's a great
Yeah,
idea. Get them in.
on-
Get them all in now.
Get on Bumblebee if you want to play the quiz. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's ultimately important that we prioritise fundraising, but at the same time, you can't spell fundraising without a little bit of fun, can you?
No, that is true. RJ, just send Claire a message or something. We'll help you out, son. Don't worry about it. What does that say? How much? What? How much would you all like to see a film of how Bumblebee killed Nazis with a hammer, as shown in the hit film The Last Night? What? A film of The Last Night. If they turned The Last Night into a film, well, I mean that's a crazy concept.
I'm surprised they haven't, in a way. But then I'm also, I guess, in America right now, it's probably a difficult project to get off the ground. A film with predominantly killing Nazis.
Oh dear.
Without giving anything away, this is a spoiler-free announcement.
Mm-hmm.
If the number potentially that we're possibly at gets announced, then some people might be a little bit frustrated that they perhaps didn't donate when they had the chance. Now, this is not shameful shilling. It is just merely a piece of advice.
So if you're the kind of person that would be annoyed that you just missed a milestone,
and you've been a part of it for all 24 hours, and you felt like you could have played a little bit of a part in it, don't wait.
Yeah, it would be on you a little bit.
It would, and we don't want to say, we don't want to call you out on the street, but we will. 52 minutes to go.
Did this guy fall in? Do you think?
Paul?
Yeah,
He's
gone to bed.
He's
He's gone to
asleep.
bed.
He's asleep on the floor of his bathroom. That's what's actually happened here.
Wrapped in a shower cup.
Yeah, just out cold. It would be the first time.
No.
We've all been there.
He's been eking out his breaks just 10 minutes every couple of minutes. And I think the issue with Paul is he'll have had a sit-down wee, and it will have upgraded. And I think that's the issue. And then Paul, you can't rush Paul. You can't rush Paul.
Much like love. You can't rush love. And he's back.
There he is.
Report on the Bristol scale. Here we go. Aye.
Yeah. Did you have a sit-down wee?
We got Chinese. I haven't eaten. I was just sitting there with chicken ball. Just I've got time for one more chicken ball, and then I went back upstairs. So I'm fine now. I've got sustenance. Let's do this quiz. I said let's have a quiz right at the end when I'm really tired. That would be brilliant.
The only issue is the boss has pointed out to us that people need their phones for making bids, which they won't be able to do if they're doing a quiz. So we are encouraging people to get their proxy bids in, and I will await confirmation from the boss that we are allowed to do the quiz now, or whether we have to hold on. Do we know when the last auction ends?
I could look it up, but I mean, going to my phone.
I could look it up, but that would mean effort.
I would like answering the questions. Like Peter Ballard 6107 said, "Are you guys keeping your donation window open till TFN?" We kind of are, because you can get merchandise.
Yes,
the whole way up. All the profit from them, any merchandise you buy, goes
T-shirts. Get your shots T-shirt. It does say shots, but there you go. Get your shots T-shirt. Get your shots shot glasses. Get your shots mugs. Hydration is key.
What would be really nice is to see as many people wandering around the convention in Transformers the Show T-shirts, because that's your way of saying if you contributed to, Mary's Mills, as well as going to Toy Foo and buying toys. Why don't you do it wearing a Transformers the Show T-shirt where the profit went to Mary's Mills?
Oh, it's a doofer. And Jazz gave us the red.
Oh, thank you.
Jazz. You are so amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we've got a confirmation. Quiz at 7:30.
7:30. We're allowed to do the quiz. The boss has spoken, so we need to fill for 20 minutes. I think we should have a series of increasingly more awkward questions, and see how that goes.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I could fill some time by showing you. I got stuff. Last time when I was on, it was slim pickings last week when I came on the show. And I was like, I've got this and that. Loads of stuff in this week.
Oh, nice.
Got
this show us, we demanded.
I've got this boy.
Oh, nice.
Lockie's Action Edition. Look at the size of the box.
That is massive.
Like,
how
if you
much
got,
is
like,
that?
How much is that?
Yeah. How much
well, I wouldn't know.
Oh, was it?
Wouldn't know
Oh, I see what you've done there. Look at you, Gav.
not allowed to say that, apparently.
No, but the thing is, it probably was about £40 or something.
I think they're about 40 quid, which is mental. And like,
if you had to pay for them.
If you got like a cereal box that size, you'd be
made up. Yeah, you'd be made up for that, wouldn't you? Crunchy Nut Cornflakes, brilliant.
I got 2 He-Man figures. I got Expandor.
Oh yes,
nice. The evil warrior of expansion.
I'll be Expandor if we hit the number I want to hit.
Hey!
And I got Voltac because he was cheap.
The best reason.
Look at that guy. Yeah, and also Blockie's Wheels Series 3, which comes with like 15 little War Within Grimlocks.
Oh yeah, this is the newest set.
Yeah, the new ones. So it's got that, got a little Lockdown. Yeah, I was very chuffed with these.
How much did they set you back up? And you know what? It doesn't matter. Leave it.
Now, did you like the wheels? The wheelie ones?
I did not think I would, because I thought they're just cars, aren't they? And weirdly, I think the best one so far in this set, my favourite I love Lockdown because I'm a big animated guy, but the sideswipe is just beautiful. It's just a little sideswipe, but it's so nice, and it's very heavy, and it's about, I'd say, in terms of scale, obviously it's hard to tell because I'm quite big, But that's about the scale you're thinking of there.
Would that be a Schleich Ice Tiger?
That's a Schleich Ice Tiger. Yeah, so just a general
That's incredible.
measurement.
That-
The standard measurement.
Yeah, the standard measurement on TRDQ.
But also, the last thing, I've got 2 fun books. I got Spider-Man newspaper strips, 1977.
Ooh.
That's all the like you get back in the day, newspaper strips, which I love.
I'd love the Judge Dredd one of that one.
Oh yeah, and I've never read those. I've always wanted to. I think that could be my next thing. I love newspaper strip comic bookery, and I got Jess Bradley's Squid Bits through this morning as well, which is a very fun read if you get that for your kids or 44-year-old men. But yeah, that is my pickups, which killed 4 minutes.
I can do my favourite pickup, which was this television, which I've probably got the most. Just turn it on.
I'm very jealous of this TV.
Oh, it's lovely, and it's from China. Everything on it's Chinese, and you can upload it, so you can put more stuff on it. It's just I keep looking at it. I keep thinking, I'd love to turn it on and watch some of it, but I'm on the 24-hour non-stop show, so I can't do anything I want to do.
Even go to the toilet.
What have we learned, Paul? You come up with an idea.
Yeah.
Keep it in Paul's head.
Yeah.
Don't verbalise it.
That is the funniest thing about this, is that the person who has moaned by far the most about this whole scenario is the person whose idea it was in the first damn place.
The ideas, man.
Can I show everyone my personalised beer glass? It says, it reflects in the light. Me, Grimlock, love cups, and cups is spelt like cup of beer.
Oh, hey.
My one says, "Let's get ape-faced," and your good lady Emma made it, didn't he? I've still got it
That's good. I like that as well. I don't know if you want, I can run through my quiz.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh god, let's do this.
You want to do that? I knew by now you'd all be wanting your bed. Obviously, the prospect of revealing the total is very exciting and keeping us, going. But you'll be justifiably tired, so I thought let's use something that's not going to tax your brains too much.
Cool.
So I thought let's do something fun from the 1990 Transformers annual.
Oh yes!
It's a quiz that doesn't rely on Transformers knowledge, but knowledge of yourselves, boys. As we
That
find
could be
out
a problem.
which Transformer are you?
Oh.
I think there's enough questions here in this for 1, 2, 3. Yeah, everyone can get 3 questions. They're pretty high level. We'll alternate between yous, and they're pretty quick, so we can get through this reasonably quickly, I think. Okay, are we good to go to find out which Transformer you are?
I'm excited. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, we're going to start with Pete. Pete, what is your favorite color?
It's not a hard one, mate.
God, Jesus Christ, Pete.
You need to be done by 7:30 here. Come on.
I'm going to go blue, Gav.
Blue. Interesting. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to deface the actual thing itself.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Not animal.
Yeah. Paul, who is your favorite Autobot?
My favorite Autobot is probably Sideswipe.
Sideswipe. Good choice. Nick Davidson, would you prefer to go into space or deep underground?
Oh, space.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is all tracking quite well. Andy, a collapsing space bridge can only make one final trip. You can save Optimus Prime and the Autobots needed to stop Megatron's latest conquest, or 10,000 Cybertronian civilians trapped on the other side. Optimus orders you to save the civilians. Every calculation says saving him would save more lives in the long run. Do you obey Optimus or ignore his wishes for the greater good?
That's a tough question. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. I will obey Optimus Prime's orders because I can also say it was his fault.
You answered that quicker than Pete. What is your favourite colour?
Pete, colours.
Look, a spineless answer, but a quick answer. Ultimately. Background to Pete. Pete, where would you like to go on holiday? Somewhere hot or somewhere cold?
Somewhere cold.
Somewhere cold. Okay.
Yeah.
Paul, Target Masters or Headmasters?
Oh, Target Masters, point blank.
Okay. And Nick, what is your favourite flavour of ice cream?
Oh, quite partial to strawberry gelato.
This is a
I
connoisseur
feel
over
like I
here.
can see where this might be going. But anyway.
Andy, so I'm losing my place in the annual here. While exploring space, the Autobots discover a planet containing tiny, harmless creatures that are incredibly intelligent. The creatures are fascinated by Transformers and want to observe them. Over time, entire cities are built where the little aliens watch Autobots and Decepticons living their lives. The aliens are happy. The Autobots are famous. Everyone benefits. The problem is that Transformers slowly realize they're living in a giant zoo. If everyone involved is happy, is it still wrong to be observed and studied for entertainment?
Yes, it is. It's wrong. It's wrong. It shouldn't happen. And I will die on that hill.
I love
if
it.
I have to. Or
This guy's
sleep.
he's so forthright, isn't he?
Yeah,
I love it.
Also my favourite colour. Look how quick that was, Pete.
Pete, do you like the Autobots or the Decepticons?
The Autobots, Gav.
The Autobots, good man. Me too. Paul, do you prefer running or swimming?
Swimming, Gav.
Swimming. And Nick, who's your favourite, Fortress Maximus or Scorponok?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm gonna have to say Scorponok because I had Scorponok as a kid and I had enormous amounts of fun with it.
That is the right answer, even though it's meant to be a objective thing. Okay, and last one here. Hold on, Andy. Wheeljack accidentally creates 100 perfect copies of Bumblebee. Each copy has the same memories, personality, and believes it is the original. The machine can only be powered up long enough to keep one of these Bumblebees active. The rest will be permanently deactivated. All 100 are begging you to save them. How do you choose which Bumblebee gets to stay?
I don't know. Blindfold and just spin me round. I'll point at one there. That'll do it.
Save us.
It's callous.
I don't like Bumblebee. They can all die.
Well, with all of those in place, which I think is a very fair quiz, the 1990 Transformers Annual says you are all Brawn.
Yay! A hidden gem.
So there we go. It's all worked out.
I have to say, I remember those questions differently. It's amazing. It's amazing how time can change your memory of things.
It was quite deep, I thought, in places. I was quite surprised.
It really was.
That was colours.
The question about colours was a real test.
That's farming for you, though. You know.
Imagine like an 8-year-old kid sitting there, asking their granny questions after Christmas dinner. There's 100 bumblebees, right? How do you choose which one?
Which one will not die? Oh dear me, that was fun. Thank you for
Sitting there
that.
like bumblebee's the yellow one, right?
Oh God! Sorry.
Can I just blow your faces off with just a little bit of information from the auction? The Rock Lords are at £99.
That's crazy.
£99 for Rock Lords.
People love Rock Lords.
Crazy.
I mean,
do you get a lot of them in Toy Fu, Rock Lords?
Not as many as I'd like. Just
Tiny.
You could be getting 8 more in a bit.
You want them?
Yeah, no, I love Rock Lords. I'll always keep an eye out for the year 2 ones. The ones that are a bit harder to come by. The ones with the spring-loaded features and stuff like that, and the Dual Lords that are translucent. They're pretty.
Right, so we've got 8 minutes until the phone lines shut down. And can we announce the
Boss, if you're watching, when can we announce?
Don't make us wait.
It's like Christmas. It's like your parents at Christmas. No, you'll go downstairs when they tell you you can.
I've got to wait for my dad to come down before I start opening my presents.
Apparently 5 minutes and we're good to go for the quiz. So there's.
Should we do the quiz and then the total? Yeah.
I think so. I think we need to leave the total till the end because that way people will stay on the stream and not just bugger off now.
Yeah,
you're talking about me.
Yeah, mostly you. To
be fair, we do still have like 15 to 20 minutes on some of the bids, and we do need to wait for all the bids to get the numbers all in. I know, Steve. Thankfully, you didn't say I'm the ass.
Actually, if we've still got a couple of minutes, could I crowdsource some parts identification?
Yeah.
Go on then. Why not?
Because in the big animated collection we found a piece that nobody recognised or knew where it was from. So if you see that,
that's a tuning fault.
Yeah. So for scale, if I can get Minerva here to hold this. There we go. So yeah, it's about yawn size. It's in 2 pieces. There you go. And it's a big old ident. If anyone knows what this is from, do sound off in the chat. Or I don't know if it is from animated. I don't even know if it's from a transform. It's got a peg on the side there.
No.
So it looks like it fits in a masterpiece toy or something. Could be third party, although it feels like standard plastic.
Are we allowed to use the Devil app to maybe upload a picture and ask what it's related to?
It's like Star Wars, doesn't it?
I was just going to say, it has that kind of Star Wars vibe.
Yeah.
Watch it not be Star Wars now. But, it has the vibe at least.
And Peter, I don't think Grinder's going to help us identify it.
Yeah. The end looks like Boba Fett's long rifle, that he uses.
Yeah, that'll be what I think it is. That's why it's got that look, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it is a melee weapon, I think.
Dan was there saying it could be from General Grievous's guys things.
We've been told we can reveal the total at 7:55, so in half an hour. So
we can say our thank yous. And we can say our thank yous.
Many thank yous, like an Oscar speech from the.
No, don't do that. Just say thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
You're dragging this bad boy out.
It's good. Come on, the internet is broken now to the extent where, like, you could do Google reverse image search, and it would be like, here's a couple of things it could be that are similar, and now it's like, mate, that is a Power Rangers Power Lance, guaranteed. All right, it's not. It can't be. It's that. All right, and you're like, you look it up and you go, that's nothing like a Power Rangers Power Lance, and but no, I swear to God, mate.
Gets angry with you.
Yeah, got new confidence, hasn't it? The World Wide Web.
Yeah. Oh dear me.
When you answer a question, if you say it like loud and really like assertive, people just go, "Oh yeah, it must be then." Yeah.
Guzzy said that he's won the Funby Studio set. He doesn't need all of the things. He's going to give some of them up for free on the Facebook group later. Guzzy, that's amazing.
That's very generous of you, Guzzy.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, good win as well. They look cool, the Funby Studio stuff.
Yeah.
Really cool. And they've been in the chat all day, which is lovely.
Sunstreak and Titan said that spear looks like the spear of Longinus from is it Evangelion or Evangelion? No, don't give me a third option. Bad enough.
Yeah, Gary Gallion.
Watch that.
Evangelion. I've noticed that someone's when a Transformer drawn of your choice by me is currently sitting at £61. That's incredible.
I know, fantastic.
I did not think I was going to break the 20, to be honest. So thank you, you folks out there.
It just shows how high regard you're in. Are you doing that announcement, Pete?
Yeah. Just a message from the team behind the scenes. Once your payment is made, Claire will email all of the winners about delivery or collection. But it might not be tonight because somebody stayed up later watching the stream than she was meant to.
Yeah, somebody was supposed to be asleep during the night.
Yeah. And Emma will do the raffle post, but that will be tomorrow too because again, somebody has stayed up later than they was meant to.
Kids, eh? What are they like?
It was compelling television. What do you expect?
Compelling. That description has never been
very
used to
flattering.
describe anything we've been involved in.
I
crash.
Yes,
compelling.
I woke up at like 2:30, I think, in the morning on the couch, like just. Ugh. That's like right. Okay, I need to go to bed right now.
Like some kind of quantum leap dream. Yeah, I imagine.
I just
stream up. The stream.
I just
there,
saw
and then I had
RJ say that.
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. Just RJ saying it looks like something from the Samurai Prowl set. There was a legacy samurai, a legacy animated Prowl in with the animated toys, and it had the DK upgrade set. So from that,
could be.
That's what he saw. Thank you,
Nice.
RJ. Good catch.
Well,
I apologise. You were telling us what was happening at 2:30 this morning.
Oh no,
sleep on a couch.
Yeah, that was the extent of how exciting that story was. I had that on the stream on one side, and I had an episode of Tales from the Crypt on the other. I was just like, I need to go to my bed. This is no way to live a life.
That's fair. That is fair.
Do you do a thing there where I watch two things? So I'll watch like TikTok or Shorts, and I'll watch YouTube at the same time. And I think, what am I doing? I'm doing one thing which I can't concentrate on, and the other thing I can't concentrate on.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't have the brain capacity to do either, but I still do it.
Overstimulated. Right, talking about overstimulated. It's pretty much 7:30 if you round up. Let's get this bloody quiz.
If you round up. Right, hang on. Let me get this set and ready then, because then
70 people watching.
Share.
You need at least 40 in the quiz.
Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah, right. So, okay. So, did anybody do the quiz earlier on? If you did the quiz earlier on, this is similar, but the questions are a bit more varied because I got more experimental as I did this one. So for some of the questions, you will have to type the answers. I'm warning you now. Some of the questions you have to type in, and it has to be the exact answer, and it has to be spelt right because I wasn't sitting there putting in 20 different possible variations of how to spell words. So, deal with it is what I'll say to you. But not in an aggressive way because that's not me. That's not what I'm about. Right, can I share this? Let's find out.
Why did you, Dan? Why did you?
Oh, Dan, well done, mate.
Oh, what's Dan done? Sorry, I can't see because I'm sitting.
Dan's done that whole 24 hours.
Dan, you absolute madman. We absolutely love you. Thank you for that. Now go to bed.
Someone needs to check on Bisto as well.
Somebody always needs to check on
Bisto. Give us a wave.
Yeah, Dan done the whole 24 hours. Bisto done it and drank for the whole 24 hours, which is
no. He hadn't. He hadn't.
No, he hadn't. No, he's not. He's not. I hadn't touched a drop. That it's just literally fatigue. Right, the code and the QR code are on the screen because I need to. Whoops, because I need to do the quiz. That means I can't be in StreamYard at the same time as I've only got one screen. So you guys are gonna have to rely on you to be getting on with this. So. We did explain this earlier in the day. So for some of the questions, there'll be multiple choice and you'll have 4 colors on your mobile phone that relate to 4 answers on the screen. You have to press the correct answer. You have to press the correct answer as quick as you can. Some of the questions will be true or false questions. So press true or false. It's that simple. And some of the questions you'll have to write in the answer or type in the answer as fast as you can and spelt correctly. Sorry for those of you who are not great at spelling. Honestly, it just wasn't worth the time to try and put in variations in the spelling of some of these words. I'd be lying if I said I knew what people would put. So we've got to give it a few minutes because people need to try and get logged in. Everybody hear me all right?
Yeah, you can use.
Good.
On your phone, it's like Gav, you're in. See your nickname on the screen, and I'm going. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can see that. Like I thought it was giving me the option. Do you want to see your nickname on the screen? And I'm like, where's the option to say yes or no? Like, what am I missing here?
You guys obviously can all join in. If you haven't already, you can all scan the QR code and join in.
I've scanned the QR code. And I'm still seeing a blank screen, I'm afraid. I don't know if it's going to work. Hang on. Try again.
Yeah, try again.
This just
and
gives
if
us
not-
all more of a chance, to be honest.
If not, you can go to, like it says on the screen, you can go to www.kahoot.it, and then you can just put the game pin in. There's an option to enter a game pin and to join a game. So
here we
that's
go.
what we're doing.
Got it.
Are we in? We're in. Excellent. What are we up to? 34 so far. Any
Come on,
more?
there's
For any
69 people
more?
in the chat. Come on, guys.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We can have up to 200, just in
Let's
case
sign
anybody's
off with
wondering.
let's sign off with a wicked quiz.
And thank you to Primetime Toys, who this is actually their Kahoot. You have to pay for Kahoot, and it's not cheap. This is their Kahoot, but they've allowed us to use it for the stream so that we can entertain the masses.
You have to pay for Kahoot.
Yeah, there's a free version, but you can only have about 5 players on it. If you want a version that has more, you need to pay. That's how they get you. We're up to 41 now. 41 people.
Let's get to 50.
Toifu Nick is the hot favourite with the bookies.
I don't know. I've been out of the game. If every question is, what toy is this accessory from? Then I'll probably be fine. Otherwise,
It's RJ. RJ's got to be in there somewhere. I can't see his name unless he's put his name into something else. Where is he?
Come on, guys. We want 50.
Oh, my eldest son is in there. Hello, Liam.
Go on,
It
Liam.
must have been you that was that commented earlier. I wonder why it said ride.
I did
I'm
think
tired,
that was any relation. I thought.
No. Do you know what? There was a part of me
It
that
was
didn't
Liam and the
think
right
it was
bit,
either,
right?
but it was my eldest son. So hello, Liam. Thank you for coming on and supporting us. Sorry about this again.
Ed Perry, get in this quiz.
He
won the
yeah.
first one.
He won the
Proud
first one.
everyone.
Oh, did he? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Good on him.
yeah.
In that case, stay out.
Get in.
Come on, we want 4 more. We want a 50. Come on.
Gothfrog Jazz is in. We're up to 46. Give it one more minute, and then we're going to have to get started because these questions, there's 30 seconds, I'm sure, for each question. So obviously the quiz will take a bit longer because of that. So come on, it's now or never, peeps. And if it's not working for you, I apologize, but I don't actually control Kahoot. If I did, I'd be rich.
Not yet.
Not yet, but there's still time.
Where's McFeely?
Is McFeely still watching? There's the question. And if he is he brave enough to take on the challenges? I mean, he is probably. Right.
Oh, see, we mentioned Chris McFeely and the numbers start dropping.
He's not really here, guys. Don't get scared. Don't drop out.
Oh, yeah, there he
If
is.
you try putting in rude names, sometimes it'll remove you because sometimes it can tell when there's rude names. So, yeah. If you are in, hit the emojis for us so we know you're in, so we know we've got everybody ready to go. Hit that emoji button if you are ready to go, people. Shots winner. RJ is in. Sorry, I didn't twig that one. I was looking for your name, RJ. There he is. He's bragging already. Right. Okay.
2
Can
more.
we make 50? Can we make
Come
50
on.
is the question. I love the slightly threatening nature with it. Come on. Don't you disappoint me again. I think we might be stuck at 48 here. I think that might be our lot.
Yeah, you can still donate after the stream ends. So the Just Giving page will still. So thank you for asking, and you can also buy the merchandise.
Oh, Chris McFeely's in.
We'll go.
He's there. Chris McF. At least I presume it's in.
Right, let's go. Let's go, bros.
Right, let's do this because we need to finish and at some point. Here we go then. We're going to get started. So questions will appear and then I'll read the questions. But while I'm reading the question, there's a little timer thing going along and then you'll see the answers. Okay? Right. I mean, you can't really answer me. But anyway, here we go. This is where I found out there's a mistake. Transformers Show 24, a live stream quiz 2. 3, 2, 1. Which Transformer features on the cover of the novel Transformers Retribution? Is it Optimus Prime, Shockwave, Megatron, or Starscream? Let me move that out the way. There you go. So pick your answers. You've got 21 seconds to get your answers in. Remember, the faster you are, if you get the right answer, the more points you get.
Blue's your favourite colour, Pete.
Is he sure? Does he want some time to think about it?
Do you know, at the very least,
I'm
we know.
going to be rushed.
Yeah, there's no doubt now. We know that is his favourite colour.
He took long enough to tell us. The correct answer is Optimus Prime is on the front cover. It's the obvious one, I suppose. 14 people got it right. Who was quickest, though? Let's find out. Oh, Pete! Pete! Our Pete! My God. What's going on? Right, next. Oh, just to be clear, nobody else has seen these questions but me. So just before anybody says, oh, you'll have seen the... No, nobody's seen these questions but me. Here we go. Next question. True or false? Star Drive is the name of a Cybertronian space knight. Star Drive is the name of a Cybertronian space knight. Is that true or false? True or false? True or false? Pete will be thinking this one over because there's two options and one of them's blue. Follow your heart.
You get one more.
One more what? Blue joke? Oh, no. That's not how this works, son. That's not how this works. It was true. 23 of you got that right. Let's see how that's affected the leaderboard. Oh, Matt has jumped to the top. Chris McFeely, we knew he'd be there. Skywarp SES in there. Dan Vestator and Pete Beefcake. Beefcake. Right. Let's go on to the third question. In which year in Japan only was Universal Dominator Unicron released? Was it 2008, 2009, 2010, or 2011? In which year in Japan only, because that's the only place it was released, was Universal Dominator Unicron released? It's so much easier to talk when you're not tired. Anyway, 2008, 2009, 2010, or 2011? I feel like Pete's just... Go on, sorry.
The top tip here is if you get to see the question, you don't know. You know for a fact, no matter what the answers are, you don't know the answer. It's just a quickness thing. Use those reflexes, you know.
Trust your instincts. Use the force and all that nonsense. Anyway, it was 2010. 20 of you got that correct. Let's see how that's affected the leaderboard. Matt M at the top, but Chris McFeely's on a hot streak. We all know how that normally ends. Very tight at the top. Next question, number 4. Complete the quote. I've got better things to do tonight than what? So type your answers in. Type your answer. Keep it clean. Type your answer. Decide whether you're actually going to answer it properly or put in something funny. It's up to you. Participants, type your answer. Participants, type your answer. That delirium's really kicking in. So good stuff. 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Better thing to do tonight than die. We just needed die, and 42 of you got it right. People put than die, but than's already on the screen. Think about it, people. Right, let's have a look at how that's affected the scoreboard. Matt stays on top, but only just from Chris McFeely with Skywarp just behind them. Oh, what a titanic struggle. In what year was Transformers Armada Powerlinks Red Alert released? Was it 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005? Which year was it released? The Powerlinks version. Which year was it?
I don't know.
No, you don't answer me. You just press
the
button.
Sorry.
Rhetorical questions, kind of, except you are answering them.
Can I just say I don't know?
But maybe you've guessed correctly. The power of the guess is strong.
I don't know this one so much that I think even my guess might be wrong.
Right, I think we've got all the answers in. 20 of you got it right. It was released in 2003. Let's see how that's affected the leaderboard. Oh, McFeely's up there. Oh, and Nick, look at Nick making a late run in there. And Pete, where did you come from? Anyway, let's see what happens next.
I'm behind.
In which episode of Transformers Animated did we discover Prowl had tried to avoid being drafted during the Great War? Which episode did it happen? Was it 5 Servos of Doom, Endgame Part 1, Dispatches, or Total Meltdown? In which episode of Transformers Animated did we discover Prowl had tried to avoid being drafted during the Great War? 5 Servos of Doom, Endgame Part 1, Dispatches, or Total Meltdown? What could the answer be? Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. I'm going to have a little drink. Just a little one.
Might have a little lay down. Just a little lay down.
Just close your eyes for a minute.
Can
Right. Don't stretch to the
The
floor.
correct answer was 5 servos of doom, which 8 of you got correct. Only 8. How does that affect the leaderboard? Oh, McFeely's opened up a gap now, but Nick is in hot pursuit with Rutterstorm Sam just behind. Let's see what happens next. My Chemical Romance provided a song for one of the Transformers live-action films, but which one? Was it Transformers 2007, Revenge of the Fallen, Dark of the Moon, or Age of Extinction? Which one was it? Which one of the live-action, fantastic live-action films was it? My Chemical Romance. Are you a fan? I'm not, but are you? I mean, they're all right.
You went on a real roller coaster there.
I know. I didn't know where I was going. Sometimes that's the best. 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer was Dark of the Moon. 13 people got it right. Let's see how that's affected the leaderboard. Oh, McFeely's opened up quite a gap now. It might take a miracle for Nick to catch up, but miracles sometimes do happen. Let's have a look at the next question. In IDW, Thundercracker has a pet dog called Buster, but where was Buster born? Was it Brooklyn, Washington, D.C., Compton, or New Jersey? Brooklyn, Washington, D.C., Compton, or New Jersey. Coming straight out of Compton. I won't sing the rest of the lyrics. For obvious reasons. Buster is the dog, just to be clear.
Yes, he is.
He looks cute. Oh, look at his eyes. Look at his big puppy dog eyes. But where is he born? Everybody knows he was born in New Jersey. 24 of you got that question right. Let's see how it's affected things. Oh, McFeely still got that gap. Rutterstorm Sam into second. Typhoon a fourth. Let's see how. Let's find out who comes second. True or false? RID tow line was called Mayhem Hook in Takara Markets. Is that true or false? So was RID tow line called Mayhem Hook in Takara Markets? Was he? Is it true or is it false? Answers are coming in. You've got a 50-50 chance. Take a chance.
Is that true? Was he called Mayhem Hook in Takara Markets? Yeah.
I can't. No, it was false. He was called Wrecker Hook in Takara Markets. Oh, you see, I know some things too, but mostly because I read them on the wiki. Thank you, Chris McFeely. Right, the scoreboard changes like this. McFeely, I think, has extended his lead. Rutterstorm Sam. So let's play the game of second place is like first because you're up against Chris McFeely. So Nick, you're coming in there right behind Rutterstorm Sam. Borders dude up there as well. Right, true or false? In the live-action movie continuity, Bumblebee sometimes went under the code name Gold Wheels. Is that true or false? In the live-action movie continuity, Bumblebee sometimes went under the code name Gold Wheels. Remember, that doesn't necessarily mean we saw it in the films, but just in the continuity. Did he? Is it true? Is it false? Was he Gold Wheels or was he not? And all the answers are in, and it was true. Only 9 people went for that answer. How's that affected things? Well, basically, Chris is destroying everyone. But very close there for second first place, as I'm now going to call it. Right, let's see what happens. In the IDW continuity, how many members of the Functionist Council were there? How many members? Was it 10, 11, 12, or 13? How many members of the Functionist Council? 10, 11, 12, or 13? Knowledge is power.
What if you don't have it?
Yeah.
Take a guess.
Yeah, make a guess based on knowledge of other things and then realise you probably said something wrong.
And the correct answer was 12. 30 of you got that right. Here's how it's affected the leaderboard. Toifu Nick comes into first place.
I can't handle it.
Rutterstorm Sam and then Borders Dude. Andy Gold is making a comeback with 3 in a row, but he's still 5,000 points behind. I don't know. He might be behind. We'll find out. Right, type your answer. In Transformers Armada, Astroscope, Payload, and Skyblast are all part of the what Minicon team? The hint is Shuttle. So in Transformers Armada, Astroscope, Payload, and Skyblast are all part of the what Minicon team? The hint is Shuttle. See if that helps you. If it doesn't, I can't do any more than give I'd be giving you the answers. And that's not what I'm about. Make you work for your supper.
Tiny dancer, dancer for money.
Let's see what answers we get in 5 seconds' time.
Nick, you got to get this right. You got to take this guy down.
Neat little guys. I like that one. No, the answer was space, like space shuttle. See, it makes sense. Let's see how that's affected things. Nick remains in first place. Rotostorm Sam, then Border Student Rector. Chris McFeely is somewhere off in the distance sunning himself. Right. Next question. Which member of the Protector Bots has the motto, "War's a dirty game and I'm a dirty player"? That's a Protector Bot, not Pete. Which member of the Protector Bots has the motto, "War's a dirty game and I'm a dirty player"?
Dirty player.
Yeah. No, not PLAYA.
Wrong kind of player.
Yeah, wrong kind of player.
Right.
I'm not sure which of these would any members of the Protector Bots be players? I'm not so sure. Anyway, 17 people. 17 people got it right. It was Blades.
Wait till you see this.
Oh, look at that.
That's all I care about. All I care about. That's a win for me.
In what we'll call second, fourth place. Toifu Nick still in first place. Rotostorm Sam just behind. And Matt Marshall. Wow, this is being dominated by the Toifu boys here. And obviously Chris McFeely. But anyway, let's do the next question. True or false? In BotBots, the character Waddle Pop has the power of being a belly flop champion. True or false? In BotBots, the character Waddle Pop has the power of being a belly flop champion. Is that true, or did I make it up? For lols, and because he's cute as hell, but also slightly scary. Look at the eyes. Don't look around the eyes, just look at the eyes. Terrifying.
You're under.
See, that's the
3,
thing.
2, 1.
There were so many of them, but they all had a little profile. Hasbro were doing it right with BotBots.
They certainly were. I think we're nearly done here. It was true, of course. 41 of you got it right. Here's how it's affected things at the top. Chris McFeely continues to be somewhere off in the distance. Toifu Nick in second place. Rotostorm Sam still there. Matt's still there. Gav's still there. Toifu boys are dominating while somebody's destroying their room. Right, next question. In the G1 continuity, which energy source, when used by Transformers, turns them into Action Masters? Is it Dark Energon, Angle Noir, Monster Ultra, or Nucleon? Dark Energon, Angle Noir, Monster Ultra, or Nucleon? What is the correct answer? This 24-hour live stream has been sponsored by Monster Ultra. When you just can't sleep, you're not allowed to. Oh, but you don't care about your health. Anyway, the sacrifices I make. 38 of you got it correct. It is Nucleon, of course. And this is how it's affected things. Chris McFeely still somewhere off in the distance. Toifu Nick still in second place, but Rotostorm Sam just behind. And then Matt, and then Gav. Come on, somebody else, get in the mix. Photo degradation is the term used to refer to what phenomena amongst toy collectors? Is it mistransformed product shots, plastic discoloration or yellowing, gold plastic syndrome, or when photos fade?
Oh no, the wrong fucking button, you fucking
language!
Dick.
Language!
Sorry.
It's a family stream?
Sorry.
Only in the sense that my son's on this, but he's like 26, 27. How old is he now? I'm so tired, I can't remember. It's been a long 24 hours. Oh, sorry, Liam. Where were we? Oh yeah, 39 of you got it right. Of course, it's plastic discoloration or yellowing. The picture was probably too big a hint, but there you go. This is how it's affected things. Toifu Nick still in second place. Rotostorm Sam, then Gav, then Matt. So no real change other than Gav jumping up above Matt. Next question. The torso of Menasor is formed by which Stunticon team member? Type your answer. So which member of the Stunticons is the torso of Menasor? You've got to type your answer. Spelling has to be correct. Sorry, it's not my rules. It's the rules of the game. I mean, I did agree to the rules, but that's still not the point. It's the rules of the game.
Andy, I know the answer.
Do you?
I know the answer to this one.
I really hope they don't punish people for not putting a capital letter, because I don't know how strict Kahoot is. The truck I forgot, Bellymaster, Roger, which would have been a great name. The correct answer was Motormaster, and 34 of you got that correct. Let's see how that's affected things. It hasn't. Right, excellent. Things are still the same. 12 participants are on a 4-answer hit streak. Well done to you guys. Question 18 of 20. Which member of the 13 Primes is known for his scheming and trickery? Is it Megatronus, Micronus, Onyx, or Liege Maximo? Megatronus, Micronus, Onyx, or Liege Maximo? Which one is known for his scheming and trickery? As always, these questions were sourced from the TF Wiki, which, let's be honest, probably does give Chris McFeely something of an advantage. But, I mean, what can you do? It's just one of those things. We got all our answers in. 35 of you knew it was Liege Maximo. Here's how it's affected the leaderboard. No change, which is great fun. Question 19 of 20. True or false? In Titan's Return, Sentinel Prime's Titan Master is called Sovereign. Is that true or false? In Titan's Return, Sentinel Prime's Titan Master is called Sovereign. Is that true or false? There's my orange boy. You can't wait to burn it all down. A bit like Paul after this 24-hour stream.
Oh, look who's joined Gav. Hello. Hello. You right? Shh. Oh,
I have no idea what's happening.
He's ran off.
It was false. 14 of you got that correct. Was it Infinitus is Titan Master? I can't remember now. Anyway, let's go on. And only change was Chris McFeely pulled further ahead of everybody. So well done, Chris.
Look, it's all to play for.
Look at me.
Don't ask us about Titan Masters.
Here we go. Last question. Including the prologue and epilogue, how many parts were there to the epic G1 UK comic story arc Target 2006? So, including the prologue and epilogue, how many parts were there to the G1 UK comic story arc Target 2006? Was it 9, 10, 11, or 12?
I don't think there is a right answer to this one. I don't think it's possible to know.
Written, of course, by one of today's guests, Simon Furman, who was on earlier. Look at that artwork as well. Even when you can only see part of that art. Look at the knee pads of Doom. That is just amazing. He plays cricket. You know he does. And 15 of you got it right. There are 11 parts, including the prologue and epilogue. So the final scores on the doors. And unfortunately, we only see the top 3, but you guys on your phones will know where you finished. So here we go. The podium in 3rd place. In 2nd place, which you were calling first, Toifu Nick. So Gav, you came 2nd, really. And in 1st place, but it doesn't count because he's just too good, is Mr. Chris McFeely. Well done to everybody who joined in. It says something there about but I can't see it because of the StreamYard thing in front of me. And that is the end of the quiz. Thank you for playing, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it.
He couldn't let the fans have it, could he?
Thanks.
He couldn't just leave it, could he? He felt like when the gauntlet was thrown down, and by God,
wouldn't let it lie.
Well done. Well done. Well done. And that draws us pretty much to the end, doesn't it? Because we started 5 minutes early. So
look at the timing. It's 5 to, so we've got to announce the amount of money, haven't we?
Okay. You want to do that now?
You've
do you?
Forgotten.
You want to do that now?
Paul
I
is
said do it
limping
now.
over the line right now.
Right. I think I might have a drum roll. So, Beros, first of all, massive thank you to everyone. Thank you to every guest who came on. You've been absolutely brilliant, especially the Toifu guys, because I think we were flagging for the last 2 hours, but you carried us through and got us to the end. And when I say us, I mean I was flagging. And thank you to everyone who came on. And for everyone else, I think the biggest thank goes to the people who gave the money today and given it, and hopefully get some amazing Transformers stuff. But yeah, no, it's been one of the most emotionally hard things I think we've had to do, but we've done it. It's done. And the last final thanks is a massive thank you to Claire and Emma, who've organised absolutely everything. We've just rocked up, sat here for 24 hours.
Yeah, we had the easy part. I know you were probably going to say this anyway, but we just need to be clear that the total could change because we are still getting money coming in. So it could change, but so this is kind of approximate, but it's pretty accurate, isn't it? So
and to that point, Andy, fees and stuff probably need to be deducted. So it is an approximate total.
Yeah. We've got Dave Cousins' appearance fee to come out of it as well, which is
he does keep reminding us of that, doesn't he?
Yeah, joking.
What a lad.
Right. So I think I've got a drum roll actually. So we do a drum roll and then we'll release it. Here it is.
Yes.
So the total we made. Now, can you remember how much we made last year, Peter? Which was fantastic.
It was like 2,200 odd quid.
Yeah. Could you do it and then the drum roll finishes?
Oh. No.
I'll just do the drum roll and press it. So this year, drum roll is dun, dun, dun. We have made for Toy Foo and Mary's Mills the grand total of where's it gone?
Literally 20 minutes. But you just want to shoot the quiz.
I just
you want me to say it?
Wait, no, 2 seconds. I've got it. There you go. Oh, you've got two. Oh, I see what's happened. Right, it's not that.
Right at the end of the drum roll.
Wait! It's coming! It's the 2026. The total we've made is £6,734.52.
Get in
on there. So what? Well done, everyone.
That is incredible.
Loads of money. So £6,000, £6,700. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you to everybody.
Anything for you, Andy and Pete?
Just thank you to everybody again. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. Everybody's involved. Everybody who's donated, everybody who's watched, everybody who shared it. We keep saying it again and again and again. All of the Toy Foo lads who've supported us and who've shared it, and everybody who's donated. Everybody. It's just one big, incredible effort from everybody. And obviously, you've already said my wonderful wife Claire and Emma. And Lisa for allowing you to come on here for 24 hours and ruin yourself.
Show me that sangria earlier.
And bringing the sangria, which was clearly probably not the best move, but you're here, you've made it, so that's the important thing. But thank you to everyone. You've all contributed, and it is mind blowing that we've managed to raise so much, and we hope it helps, and we hope it adds to your Toy Foo total for this year as well, lads.
After Dave Cousins' fee. Peter, anything for yourself?
It's a special thing being involved in this show, and it's a special thing being in the fandom. And I think everyone contributing and the amazing number we've raised today. I'm just really tired.
We all are.
The boys have said it, but I don't think there's anything else to say other than thank you. And simplistically, that's 354 kids that we're going to help, which is a magic number.
That's a skill. It's a whole skill.
Man, well done.
Can't say enough, boys. That was genuinely unreal. Like I did not expect it to be that much, even though I was like, holy shit, really? But that's crazy. Thank you to all of you and to everyone who's contributed. That's mind blowing.
That's everyone's generosity. Right, should we count down from 10 and then we're done and we're going to end the stream? Because
just a quick note before we finish. Anyone from Team Thunderclash is watching. No pressure, guys.
The competition. I may be losing the Matrix quest, but I can take the raise the most prize money. Right, so let's do it. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're done.
It's time for Transformers, the show!
dick.